Chapter 1 The Earth's Dump. Double Kings explode. 1 Sharp, plus an E6, connect. Acrosthetable, Aristide Robber Cratchit Smetalhead don't foam. Canarn 6 be connected, is your brain ready off mush? Yuk no nort washer speak. In the old days, the ways a most notorious government vehicle, Model A6, thatig no redal rules. Chencha tapped the frayed playing card synthetably and sedernessly, and 6 connected means A6 dotted driveth A6, and I can simply accelerator via explosion range, renderang your bomb ineffective. The robot sees narrowy days at foker seed intently in the table. Why, what can dofka mice this? Some neurals, it's making me head spin. Chenkai grinned mischievously. The robot grew anxious, raising its rustiam, master, don't la, ensure I will win this round. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and a deep rumble resonated from its side. It's finally here. Chenchisia Sparkle Dash stood and approached a makeshift shelter's entrance, lifting the heavy radiation shield and gazingupin Tothvustski. In the dark grey atmosphere, a 32-kilometer London galactic transport ship approached, creating a massive wavy over pressure intimers. Outside the dilapidated shelter, the ground was littered with non-biodegradable waste. Dark silver metal debris, black chemical barrels, and the decaying bodies of unknown organisms surrounded him, while the atmosphere hung heavy on him, filled with countless metal dust particles. This was Earth. Years ago, a Manoff mixed legacy invented directional stargated technology, ushering humanity into the great cosmic age. In just 6 short years, this mother planet of humanity had been drained off all its energy. Now, it had become the largest jump in the galaxy. No longer the beautiful blue planet, from outer space, it had appeared covered in a thick layer of garbage, dark and gloomy, resembling a moldiplum. In the year 024 of the second array of humanity, Earth had become a tragic symbolic universe. Human civilization had long since abandoned this place. Only remnants of humanity lingered there, struggling to survive, all sharing a common identity: scavengers. Chenki was also a scavenger. Hanzai Wasabi 343 Nanai robot the hard sulfaged from a garbage ahead 3 years ago. Perhaps due at what's previous owner, its speech system was programmed in situ and dialect. Buzz. High above, the massive estashift overed, and its chief cargo door slowly opened. Then millions soft and soft garbage cascaded from Ptheski, a truly spectacular sight. New stuff is coming. Let's sherry and grab it. Hansak Tiver its Mercani alarm launching a screw into the air, yet it was filled with excitement. I don't need mech. Just a few kilograms of rare alloy, or of reversible P7 circuit boards, or a complete fuel cell would suffice. After all, I've invested a lithistomy. Chengchi's gaze flickered as Shatu K deep breath and gradually stepped out of the shelter. Thesta ship's engine Sturjapam I Cheflo. Face of the 10-year-old Bur was a salute, and behind him his thick blue scavenger cloak, stained with lawn riddled with holes, flutter reed in the wind making a rustling sound. In the distance, the transport ship finished pinged scargo and thundered away, disappearing into the atmosphere. It came in 20 flash noon would P-tie that fuse left behind. On the ground, a massive RBG mountain loomed, nearly 500 meters high. Mud, metal dust, toxic chemical gases, and unknown radiation spread freely. Jekchi and Hanzai climbed the side of the garbage mountain. A nuclear radiated spore took root in Hanzai's brass head, blooming into a flower. Hanzai shook its head slightly, allowing the spore to grow. They needed to insert the detector out over it over the garbage mountain to release a detection wave as downward, thus locating valuable items. Hanzai's possessed air and threatens of lifting power on valuable item ways identified, it would begin to dig behind. For a long time, the two had worked together like Ethis, assistant and master, as well as inseparable companions. As they climbed, the detector emitted a series of beeps. Chenchai felt increasing delighted his pitch of garbage seemed quite promising. Buttings were Renault Tasmu Tast he appeared. From the other city of the garbage mountain came a Thorur Fasmelangen. Chenkai frowned. In the next moment, a heavy motorcycle with Asmo Kinzex Zorst pipe appeared at the summit of the garbage mountain. The motorcyclist while had been modified with multiple metal hooks with a twist of the throttle, it called easily as if 30 garbage and draped lies and of the peak. Hanzai tilted its head, the spore swaying slightly, its that was start again. On the motorcycle is a Berliman wearing a black gas mask, his right arm modified into hydraulic mechanicalism, though battered, heckled is a like crush Chenkai or even Hanzai. Get lost. The man's voice was deep, devoid of any pleasantries. Chenka looked up, this ball beneath use of 7125.IVL red I paid the development veto the Scavenger Association in advance. 7,125. This referred to the fused impede but 5th garbage ship on July 12th. Cheng Chai had observed for a long time every 156 days, Astership belonging to certain mechanical corporation will derivito dumpkabage, and according to its flight path, it were shyly like Latoba the third ship of the day. Garbage from mechanical corporation swassel was shyly valuable. There have been instances where Scavenger Junior the da function in generator and very shy value low scraps, earning a staggering 500 credit points. Iboro di interest loans from Hayanato paid the development fee. Chenki puffy deathishist. But since I've paid the 71.25 dumpusman. Hayanasa ruthless own. The motorcycle man see me too for warning, Yeviston was devoid of warmth, a fire don't find valuable attempts today, you'll meet a terrible fate. Ash spoke, a dozen scavenger lackeys appeared behind him, along with 7 or brutish, makeshift engineering robots. I hardly ever reserved 7135, 80122 91212. The motorcycleman's voice was low and filled with greed. You little beggarary alwers clevet hose and umbergabage heaps must be quite valuable. Are you trying to rob me? Cheng Chai had already guessed Hemmons and Tines, responding calmly, aren't you for doff the scavenger association's retaliation? To raise another ruling the association. The motorcycleman shook his sheet, Heisey is suddenly filled with menace. When a persandes, their reservation is concealed. Goodbye. The metal platoon the back of the heavy motorcycle flipped, and a rusty cruise missile launched into the air. Whoosh! White smoky billowy dusty missile air roared off, its targeting grey darls rusty, careening towered Cheng Chai on the mountainside. Boom! A wave of heat surged, currents roared, and countless metal fragments were repelled into the sky. Amid thick smoke, a shadow was seen soaring high before crashing into a garbage abyss 2 kilometers away. The motorcycleman's Nord .7125 iso snow, and from now on, this area will be a stew, don't just stand there to tow work. Once, Earth had semblances of order, beauty twas still a survival of the fittest. Now, throw an Oriel rule say toll. Averioni was at the bottom, struggling to escape cannibalism ways an everyday occurrence. In the garbage abides. Chenka took her deep breath, jolting awake from unconsciousness, only to see Hanzai rusty head shielding his chest, its mercani kalam tight lie embracing him. Hanzai? You protected me? Hanzai? Chenkai pushed aside Hanzai's limp palm, standing up to locate his back, his pupils trembling. Half of Hanzai's body and breath legs had been blown away. Most devastatingly, the back of it she'd been melted by intense heat, the core exposed, and the marmara transistor shattered, reading formation fluid spilling like blood. The spore still clung to what she'd, beauty that withered, having grown too fast. Chenkis body trembled. With Team Marmari crystal shattered and not her dropper fin formation fluid remaining, even if repaired, Hanzai would no longer exist. Sparks erupted from its back, and Hanzai's bodies huddered. It smeared them headed greenage IBM, flickering weakly. It spoke its final words. What's happening? Is your brain fried? I'm afraid I'm finished. From now on, you'll have to take care of yourself. Inoalaya little poker tricks the next robot won't be so easy for you. Chen-Chi, farewell. I am so sleepy. Chapter 2 The First Synthesis. Cheng-Chi's face was mead with Sirat and Dash. Hasta redwood deed, tears welling up. After his grandfather passed away, Hanzai had been his like companion. He hard promised he'd also saved 800 credit points. He would help Hanzai replace its sleek high hydraulic pump with a brand new one when he sued table 4018. But now, Hanzai was utterly irrevocably gone. Though Hanzai had never possessed warmth, at this moment, Cheng Chai felt that the steel hand he held was colder than ever. Suddenly, several playing codes, all kings and jerkers, fell from T-gaps in Hanzai's mechanical arm. Chenka Sam trembled even more. You've learned to hide cards. Butin the next instant, tears streamy down his face. Yashar clutched his forehead, choking back sobs. Why did this happen? Detected similar technological creations. Proceed with technological synthesis. A voice filled with agency of advanced technology sonated in his ears, jolting Cheng Chai from his stupor seat at the back of his right hand. Within a known crystal wristband, 4 pounds of Agus delight swirled danced, beginning to form a certain order. This wristband. On Cheng Chai's right wrist was a thick blue wristband that glimmered with her halo protruding part extended over the back of his hand. He did not know what this was. His grandfather had said it when he found Cheng Chi, the little hand he held was already adorned with such an object. It was strange, as it changed shape with Chenka's growth, fitting snugly around I's wrist, almost seamless, and if enough trade K without charging, it still shimmered faintly. Later, his grandfather claimed it might be Akarishnoff level 13 civilization. But by then, his grin further herbiguntusho scenes of dementia, claiming Isur in Alan were real so creations of level 13 civilization, with thedi per beneath his protective isert being Gnevan Maria advanced level 17 creation. Buzz. The surface of the crystal wristband sudden lilia seed 2b am sofer zur reskening light. One mover dupend down, scanning Hans eyes shuttered bow D, forming an intricate blue grid pattern that covered Hans eyes face, as if theorist bund was collecting data from it. Theo third beam of scanning light stretched over several meters, scanning einer by pile off garbage. In an instant, the garbage piler became visible. Chengchi clearly saw that beneath a fuse lay another humanoid B343 nanorobot, Wikwazel so discarded model identical to Hansai. B343 nanorobos were basic models, inexpensive. In mainstream human society, sick robots were ubiquitous, their status van loet hanthato fapit dog. Thus, in this vast dump on earth there are surely more than on B343 discarded. Chengchi's pupils quivered slightly. 2 B343 scan becombinet in tune. Ples selecti synthesis object. Chenki wasami hutter kennebok, instinctively glancing at Hansai at his feet. Theorist band sudden lies imid toppers s visual capture capabilities, the grid covering Hansai turning green and flashing rapidly. Material formatting initiated. Suddenly, subjective econetis energy appeared on Chenk's wrist, controlling his right hand to extend and point toward he half buried, rusty B343. That B343, half buried and covered in rust, suddenly radiate had a brilliant azuri glow. After a peculiar tremor, its body astonishingly shattered into countless tiny blue light particles. Dispossessed into original units. Formatting. Chenkai was filled with disbelief. Then, the crystal wristband suddenly absorbed blue light particles like your rainbow drinking water. Chenchi's right hand moved and controlled the bly again, pointing back at Hansai. A translucent driver appeared, connecting the crystal wristband and Hansai, Ithurialexilk, as forming some dove passage. The crystal wristband output blue light particles, which flowed along the river and sprinkled onto Hansai's body. In the dim garbage abyss, a glow filled with technology car lessons radiated. It resembled an indescribable miracle. Faintly, it could be seen that Hansai's body was gradually being restored, and some eternal forces slowly lifted it, standing upright on the ground. In just a few seconds, the dazzling light began to fade. Chenk's eyes widened slightly. Before him stood a brand new humanoid Robert, free of rust and damage. Its entire body was made of thick silver rolloy, with broader holders, more intricate joints, and slight lateral stature. B897 Safety Protection Nanorobot. Equipped with home security patrol and monitoring devices, capable of effective prediction and reconnaissance in face of intrusions and dangers. At that moment, the holder cover of his robot flipped, and 8 small full-spectrum radar slowly emerged, releasing detection waves in all directions, the air around them humming softly. Chenkai was stunned. It had upgraded directly from B3 to B8 level, gaining gentile new functions. Detected similar technological creations. Proceed with technological synthesis. Before Chenki could react, the crystal wristband emitted electronic synthesis donians more. 2 BM sofers or reskening light were re-released from theorist band, locking onto Pishof stasha prekageno faraway, the beams penetrati temas of Eloy shell clear vialing theatlines of Tomor B343 nanorobots. Thararet womer rediscarded B343 sovertho. Chench's gaze flickered it was common for similar tips of waste to cluster together, as to likely originated from the same garbage transport ship. Ples selecti synthesis object. Material formatting initiated. In that moment, 2 B897s appeared before Chengchi. One weighs a neglected piece of funk, while at the other weighs the deceased Hansai. Detected similar technological creations. Proceed with technological synthesis. The crystal wristband again released were scanning beams, scanning Thetwo brand new B897S. Chenkist throat felt slightly dry. Can we continue? Dispossessed into original units. Fusion upgrade. With Cheng Kisselant consent. The second B897 was formatted into countless stunny blue light particles. Then, these light particles flowed along the radiant, translucent river, converging in the B897 modelled after Hansai. In other words, the basic logic of the crystal wristband synthesi was for intar 2 in turn, with levels progressively increasing. 30 seconds later. The brilliant technological glow fagged. Chenk's pupils contracted the B897 before Heim underwent another transformation. It grew taller again, its limbs became significantly sturdier, and its joints were visibly reinforced, seemingly capable of withstanding greater torque. Especially its mechanical hands, which had changed from the silver tozel vergray, the material odnis appearing to her increase day level. A24 Environment Adaptive Nanorobot. Equipped with powerful environmental adaptability, capable of functioning normally in extreme weather conditions and complex terrains, with various daily operation tools hidden within its body for basic 4 changes. At that moment, the A24 Sturdilex underwent a transformation metal co-veering shifted, and a lightweight alloy track emerged from its thigh, replacing its feet, with an internal engine roaring, seemingly concealing Gaiman's power. Simultaneously, its arms also transformed, continuously switching between various tools, including hydraulic pliers, hydraulic jacks, high-speed rotating alloy saws, and a metal cutting gun that called emit blue flames. As an upward dead middle, the 8 small full-spectrum Radasonites Holtus remained, now enhanced in range, spinning silently. Chenkilo Okedupath A24 level nanorobot, which stood about 2.3 meters tall, a 50 centimeters tall at hand before. Yours left speechless with shock. An level assistant robot cost at least 20,000 credit points while it might become inflation of their planets, there would be no Skandonian Earth at this moment. Moreover, it was brand new. Hanzai. Chenka's voice trembled. Can you hum? The robot sheet still bore a simple design, lacking in a sleek aesthetic such query alloy head featured 2 elongate headies, with torrid lights flickering within. Greetings, esteemed purchaser. The A24 Environment Adaptive in an iRobot is at your service. Please complete the initial setup so that it may avail better. Hearing the motionless voice from the robot, Chenkai froze completely. This wash is greatest foo. Thout the robot's body har been repaired, Hanzai wold never eaten. Tis well eden hies a stretched out of the A24 chest. Greetings, esteemed purchaser. Please complete the activation procedure. If I insist on performing unconventional operations, I cannot guarantee there won't be any unintended consequences. The robot stared straight ahead, unblinking. Chenki halted his movements. Where did I have something so familiar? Wold Frischler manufactured A24 speak like this. Forget it. I can't keep this up. You little brat, don't touch my kist. Chapter 3, The King of Trash. Cheng Chi's abode resembled a dilapidated nest. At this moment, he sat atop a battered water bucket before his shelter, fixated on the crystal wristband adorning his right hand, lost in a trance. I am undeniably handsome, he mused. If I were to enter the city, those female caretaker robots would surely be utterly enchanted by me. To one side, the rejuvenated and upgraded Hanzai was admiring his physique in front of a mirror, striking poses with flamboyance. Chen Chi paid no heed to the ostentatious display. Instead, he stroked his chin, gazing intently at the enigmatic object in his hand. This artifact was nothing short of miraculous. Could it truly be what his grandfather claimed it to be, a creation of a level 13 civilization? Yet, humanity's current explorations had only encountered a maximum of level 5 civilizations, while level 13 cosmic civilizations were mere legends. What are you? Chen Chi suddenly inquired of his wrist. He chuckled to himself. Such entities typically exuded an air of aloofness and would not readily disclose their identities. I'm STZ, Standard Template Construct. Based on your understanding, the common interpretation is Standard Construction Template or Standard Template Construction, but this is merely based on your perception. The retort arrived with startling swiftness. A cerulean window materialized from the crystal wristband, displaying the aforementioned content, before extinguishing entirely, ceasing all further communication. All right. It seems to carry a hint of disdain. Chen Chi rose slowly, taking a deep breath, and squinted, declaring, what you are is not of utmost importance. What matters is that I must fully harness your potential. He commenced his testing. Chen Chi procured 2 stones of similar size and a pair of sanitary papers that Hanzai had previously utilized for cleaning oil leaks. Non-technological creation, unable to synthesize, Chen Chi and Hanzai crouched on the ground, observing the pulsating blue starlight within the STC, vaguely sensing that its trajectory resembled an extended middle finger. All right. It is not a technological device, hence it cannot be activated. And Hanzai cannot continue upgrading, as he currently lacks other B343 prototypes. Chen Chi pondered, it must be a technological item. Subsequently, he entered the shelter and retrieved 8 pairs of intricately designed shoes crafted from metal. These adventure shoes could achieve a jumping height of 20-80 cm through hydraulic components at the base. All of these were remnants of garbage, damaged and non-functional, which Chen Chi had previously collected. His plan was to gather sufficient components to restore a fully functional pair of adventure shoes. With such footwear, his efficiency would be greatly enhanced while scaling the mountain of trash. Although the technology level was relatively low, these were unequivocally technological creations. Surely, there would be no issue. Chen Chi's eye sparkled as he slowly raised his arm, aligning the wristband on the back of his hand with 2 pairs of adventure shoes. Detected similar technological creations, as anticipated. The STC emitted a blue scanning beam, traversing back and forth between the 2 pairs of adventure shoes. Please select Synthesis Subject Material Formatting Initiation. One of the shoes was disassembled into primitive units, and subsequently, a semi-transparent river emerged, cascading upon the other pair of adventure shoes. Adventure leggings. The mechanical apparatus extends to the knees, alleviating pressure on the joints, with a maximum jumping height of 4-5 meters. Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly as he gazed upon the intricately designed and brand-new, mechanical boots. Hanzai, this is truly remarkable. With such a tool at our disposal, scaling a 100-meter mountain of refuse would likely take no more than 10 minutes. Chen Qi felt as though an entirely new realm had descended upon his existence, his heart pulsating with excitement, his pupils quivering in astonishment. Let us keep pushing forward. Hanzai remarked, equally exhilarated. If we continue to innovate, what sort of equipment might emerge next? Chen Qi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed the other 4 pairs of adventure boots. Following suit, 2 pairs of adventure boots fused into one, transforming into protective leg gear. Subsequently, the marvels of technology unfolded once more, merging the 2 pairs of protective leg gear into a singular entity. A brand new piece of equipment materialized before Chen Qi's eyes. Smiley jet-powered turbo shoes. Equipped with 18 miniature jet turbine engines, high-precision gyroscopes, and inclination trend sensors, the wearer is capable of achieving an altitude of 300 meters and a maximum speed of 0.408 Mach. Flight. Chen Qi found himself momentarily immobilized, exclaiming, 0.408 Mach, which is approximately 500 kilometers per hour. The apparatus before him reverted to a mechanized shoe form, exhibiting a heightened level of precision, with its base featuring 18 multidirectional microjet turbines, crafted from a pale silver alloy that glinted softly. Flight. In today's world, the skies have become nearly a no-fly zone. It is even impossible to scavenge a single broken piece of debris that once possessed flight capabilities. It appears that someone has meticulously sifted through the refuse in this area. Their intent is clear: no scavenger is permitted to escape Earth, for these vermin harbor the most despicable genes, and their departure would threaten to taint the entirety of human civilization. Uro can be considered wealthy, one remarked. Yet he possesses merely a heavy motorcycle that can only traverse the ground. Chen Qi's eyes brimmed with incredulity. Hanzai, I can fly. There was an urgency in his tone. He lifted one foot and gently made contact with the rather oversized mechanical shoe before him. A series of subtle pneumatic sounds erupted as the shoe's outer armor disassembled into several units, shifting to the sides and fully exposing the internal space. His heart raced with anticipation. Chen Qi placed his foot into the center of the shoe, and once more, the pneumatic sounds resounded. The shoe's armor began to coalesce and tighten, with bolts automatically securing themselves. In merely 2 seconds, the shoe enveloped Chen Qi's foot perfectly, its size reduced significantly, resembling a slightly oversized pair of metallic leather shoes. He then seamlessly fitted his other foot. Standing upon the ground, he swallowed hard, casting a glance at Hanzai, filled with astonishment and eager anticipation. The light in Hanzai's eyes flickered slightly. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the manual before attempting to operate it. Familiarize? That would be rather dull. Chen Qi inhaled deeply. Here we go. Boom. Dust erupted, rippling outward as the ground trembled slightly. Chen Qi's body surged skyward. At that moment, he could not gauge his speed, only feeling the fierce wind whipping past his ears, his hair instantly blown back, and a sensation of tearing at the corners of his mouth and eyes. Even in midair, a mere tap of his foot downward unleashed an indescribable lift that propelled Chen Qi higher into the sky. Earth's atmosphere was no longer as pristine as it once was, now shrouded in a thick haze of dust, casting a dark grey pallor. Yet the sky remained a realm long yearned for by countless scavengers. Oh ho! This is exhilarating. Chen Qi ascended to the zenith of his altitude, the gyroscope within the flight shoes proving exceptionally stable. He halted abruptly, executing a rightward dive toward a nearby billowing white cloud. Yozer! His form sliced through the sky, his heart swelling with grandeur, his voice echoing faintly amidst the clouds. I am the king of the skies, I am the king of the world. I'm the king of the world. The STC is immensely powerful, so exhilarating, it can synthesize all manner of technological refuse into unimaginable equipment. As he soared, Chen Qi gazed down upon Earth. Here lay an astonishing 4.55 trillion tons of technological waste. It was a veritable treasure trove. The legend of a certain individual seemed poised to unfold. That individual is me. I am Chen Qi, the beggar's beggar. I shall become the king of the refuse heap. At the garbage hill of 7-12-3, Uro seemed to hear the faint buzz of a mosquito. He turned his gaze skyward, spotting a wisp of black smoke several kilometers away. A subordinate, equipped with inferior mechanical legs, remarked, "Boss, it feels as though something has taken flight." Impossible. Everyone knows that the sky here is off limits. Uro narrowed his eyes, contemplating. In today's Earth, defective electronic waste is ubiquitous. That must be something that has exploded. Chapter 4, Advanced Alloys. Simpleton. Prepare to welcome my descent. This will be a flawless landing. Boom! Chen Qi brought down the only shelter he possessed. Amid the ruins, he lifted his gaze. Perhaps it was the biting wind from above that brought tears to his eyes, or maybe it was the tumultuous waves of emotion within him. After a moment, Chen Qi focused on the remaining shoes. While he eagerly anticipated the next level of the turbojet shoes, achieving that required merging all the shoes in his possession, he resolved to leave a pair of flying shoes for Simpleton. Otherwise, its two brass legs would not keep pace with his own. The future path of treasure hunting necessitated Simpleton's companionship. Once new materials were acquired, all shoes could undergo a collective upgrade. Next, Chen Qi directed his attention to the shelf on one side of the shelter. There, densely packed, lay over 100 black cylindrical objects. These were nickel-based superalloys, which Chen Qi had extracted through a high-energy crucible from countless discarded components. Although the refining process was complex, these alloys held little monetary value, typically utilized for crafting high-strength screws, and the like. They resembled the remnants of a bygone era's recycling center, where copper wires accumulated over time. 149 pieces of nickel-based superalloy, if sold directly, would fetch around 100 credit points. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I wonder if these basic materials can be synthesized. Similar technological creation detected, a material formatting initiated. The sound resonated pleasantly in Chen Qi's mind. Indeed, while the alloy serves as a fundamental material, it is also a technological creation. Just then, his satellite phone, wrapped in black tape, began to vibrate frantically. Chen Qi glanced at it. It was Hyena requesting a connection. Hyena Luke was a scavenger who had done quite well for himself. A year ago, he stumbled upon a high-value item and suddenly became prosperous, subsequently venturing into the business of loan sharking. Previously, Chen Qi had gambled everything to acquire the development rights for 7-12-3, borrowing 800 credit points from Hyena Luke. He had believed that after fully developing 7-12-3, repaying Luke with both principal and interest would be effortless. However, 7-12-3 had been seized by that scoundrel, Errol. Chen Qi was left empty-handed. Hyena Luke, true to his name, was ruthless and unforgiving. If Chen Qi failed to repay the debt, he would undoubtedly be torn apart and ground into mince, served to real hyenas by Luke. Yet, that was a thing of the past. Now, Chen Qi possessed STC. Metal intermetallic compounds composed of two or more metallic elements, characterized by high strength, hardness, and excellent oxidation resistance, suitable for manufacturing high-temperature components of spacecraft. Chen Qi gazed at the gleaming orange-yellow metal on the shelf before him, a smile gradually emerging. Intermetallic compounds. He was all too familiar with this precious material, though it was not exceedingly rare. Once, a scavenger had discovered such a metal from a decommissioned starship's engine, and that mere 100 grams had allowed him to indulge for 4 months, reveling in the company of every streetwalker on Bar Street. Today, merely 2 inexpensive nickel-based superalloys had been synthesized into a fist-sized intermetallic compound, approximately 500 grams. This would more than suffice to settle his debts. However, Chen Qi would not stop there. He possessed hundreds of basic synthetic materials. Similar technological creation detected, material formatting initiated, synthesis, amorphous alloy. Amorphous alloy, 31. Amorphous alloys, composed of various elements, exhibit ultra-high strength, ultra-high hardness, lightweight, and exceptional corrosion resistance, suitable for wear components in interstellar engine cores, classified as galaxy-level industrial materials. Similar technological creation detected, material formatting initiated, synthesis, high-entropy alloy. High-entropy alloys are disordered atomic arrangements characterized by S3 high strength, S3 high hardness, and exceptional electromagnetic shielding performance, suitable for constructing high-precision interstellar radars, classified as galaxy-level scarce materials. 5 minutes later, Chen Qi held 23 pieces of amorphous alloy and 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy in his hands. He continued to synthesize, deliberately controlling the process to retain some intermediate results. The purpose of these materials was to be liquidated. If he were to synthesize only the most advanced materials, and suddenly unveil something astonishing on this trash-laden planet, it would undoubtedly stir up a tempest, which could quickly turn into disaster. The drawback of the STC was that it did not provide a price evaluation for items. As a seasoned scavenger with 10 years of experience, Chen Qi's knowledge was quite extensive. After merely toying with them for a few seconds, he chuckled lightly. I've never heard of such things. The items synthesized by the STC represented a significant leap in quality. These 2 alloys were certainly not ordinary. Chen Qi was acutely aware that determining their value was of utmost importance. At this moment, he had devised a plan. He rose, grasping the satellite communicator, while Hyena Luke continued to call out impatiently. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chen Qi pressed the connect button. You little garbage bug. You took my money, and you think you can run. I've already received word that your 7-12-3 has been stolen. The money you borrowed from me, with interest, now totals 800 credit points. If you can't repay it, I'll dissect you, selling your frontal lobe and spinal column to those biopunk merchants. Chen Qi had only borrowed 800 points, and in less than 7 days, it had escalated to 800 points. Hyena Luke's reputation for ruthlessness was well known. Don't be hasty. Chen Qi's tone remained composed. I had a stroke of luck today and found an intermetallic compound, roughly 100 grams. What? Luke's voice registered surprise, but he quickly gritted his teeth and retorted, you claim to have it. I've seen this trick too many times, are you trying to stall? Ding. Chen Qi lightly flicked the intermetallic compound with his finger, producing a crisp and lingering sound. On the other end of the communicator, Hyena Luke fell silent for 5 seconds. This man had become quite astute. Such a clear sound could not possibly emanate from ordinary metal. Within 10 seconds, Luke had ascertained the authenticity of the intermetallic compound. Very well, 500 grams, right. Luke's voice remained fierce. Round it off, hand over the metal to me, and we'll consider our accounts settled. What a convenient rounding, Chen Qi chuckled, shaking his head. By the way, I discovered the intermetallic compound in a very sophisticated briefcase. It seems it was accidentally discarded. Besides the intermetallic compound, there was also a tightly secured compartment containing a piece of faintly white, somewhat translucent metal. Oh. Hyena Luke paused, slightly taken aback. A briefcase. Yes. Chen Qi feigned confusion. The label on this metal reads amorphous alloy. I've never encountered this type of metal. Is it valuable? The communicator fell silent for 2 seconds, followed by a faint crackling noise, as if the signal were being interfered with. Luke's voice soon came through, tinged with disappointment. I thought it would be something remarkable. It turns out to be amorphous, which is slightly more expensive than intermetallic compounds, but due to its ultra-lightweight nature, it won't sell for much at the same volume. Is that so? Chen Qi mused, weighing the amorphous piece in his hand. It is indeed quite light. Here's the deal. I'll buy that amorphous alloy at market price. I have business to attend to. Come to the bar in 3 hours. How annoying, every day I have to deal with you little garbage bugs. Hyena Luke grumbled and hung up, lacking any enthusiasm. Chen Qi placed the communicator on the table, then revealed a smile. Luke was concealing something. Amorphous alloys were indeed highly valuable, and exceptionally so. Just now, when Chen Qi mentioned the amorphous alloy, Luke may have only been silent for 2 seconds, but the crackling noise in the communicator was not due to signal interference. Rather, it was a result of Luke gripping the communicator tightly, as all these damaged communicators shared the same flaw. When squeezed or held firmly, they would emit crackling interference noises. It must be said, Luke's reaction was swift. Within 2 seconds, he had suppressed his emotions and adjusted his tone. He even pretended to be busy, scheduling their meeting 3 hours later. Being overly eager would surely reveal his true intentions. Luke's actions could be succinctly summarized in 4 words, to catch by letting go. Chen Qi couldn't help but chuckle. If Hyena Luke knew that he possessed not only this single, heart-racing amorphous alloy, but also 22 more, along with 4 even higher-grade high-entropy alloys, what would he think? He would undoubtedly find a way to eliminate you, you little rascal. On your back, sleep tight. Simpleton extended its arm, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Indeed. Chen Qi chuckled helplessly, his eyes gleaming. Setting aside the other materials, a single amorphous alloy is already enough for him to resort to murder and theft. Chapter 5. Anti-gravity gloves. Hanzai, it's time to get to work. Chen Qi stood up, brushing off his tattered blue cloak. I can vividly envision the moment I encounter the hyena. Once he realizes the amorphous material in my possession, any additional words would signify my defeat. Or he will wave his hand, and his hidden accomplices will emerge in an instant. Or more directly, he might pull out his handgun and blow my head off in a heartbeat. Upon hearing this, Hanzai nodded earnestly and stood up, solemnly declaring, then I shall not go. What I mean is, I must gather enough combat gear within 3 hours. Chen Qi's eye sparkled with an intense light. This meeting with the hyena is a final showdown. There's no evading it. I was merely jesting. Hanzai straightened his 2-meter-tall metallic frame, exuding an extraordinary presence. So, what's the plan? North side, 112 kilometers. Chen Qi stood at the entrance of the shelter, gazing into the distance. I recall, a year ago, a weapons manufacturing facility disposed of a substantial amount of refuse there. Chen Qi meticulously repaired his black goggles, alleviating the discomfort in his eyes during flight. Hanzai cautiously touched the jet turbine flying shoes with his metallic foot. The outer armor of the flying shoes morphed once more, perfectly enveloping Hanzai's foot, much to his delight, for the shoes exhibited no species discrimination. The amorphous alloys and high-entropy alloys were stowed away in the storage compartment on Hanzai's back, kept on hand in case the hyena attempted to invade their domain. Boom, two gusts of wind stirred up dust. The duo, one man and one machine, soared towards the north, without the flying shoes, traversing this brief stretch of 110 kilometers, littered with mounds of garbage and treacherous terrain, would have taken no less than 5 days. 35 minutes later, Chen Qi and Hanzai hovered high above, gazing down below. Here? What happened to make it look like this? This area had been designated as Zone B11 by scavengers, a desolate expanse spanning 100 miles. Chen Qi's memory served him well. Indeed, a year prior, a starship belonging to a weapons manufacturing facility had dumped approximately 3,000 tons of waste here, yet now, the ground's refuse had risen several meters in height. At the center stood a colossal mound of trash, towering at least 600 meters high. Within a year, a considerable amount of new garbage had been dumped here. Why was this place specifically covered? Is what I seek buried beneath? Chen Qi's composure wavered as he peered below, noticing that the fresh refuse bore numerous Red Cross markings, and moreover, some of it appears to be medical waste. Time is of the essence. Chen Qi clenched his fist. I must commence excavation. Countless battered metal cans and pungent green liquids constantly underscored the desolation and despair of this place. Chen Qi frowned as he stood at the foot of the garbage mountain, Hanzai's arm transformed into a hydraulic clamp, severing the haphazardly strewn metal ahead, then exerting force to cast aside a massive oil drum. Beneath, a dark, boundaryless iron plate emerged. Hanzai's arm morphed again, unleashing a flame-cutting tool, preparing to carve an opening in the iron plate to continue excavating downward. I'm utterly exhausted. Good news. My heart swells with fighting spirit. I believe that if given 2 years, I could unearth those weapon remnants. Bad news. By that time, the grass on Chen Qi's grave might well be 2 meters tall. Quite comfortable, indeed. Chen Qi had long grown accustomed to Hanzai's incessant chatter. Go for it, Hanzai, the universe's finest. Though his words brimmed with enthusiasm, Chen Qi's brow remained furrowed as he contemplated a significant issue. This colossal landfill on Earth, while rich in resources, posed a substantial challenge for excavation. For many years, the refuse had been layered one upon another, and they might encounter debris from starships weighing in the thousands of tons. After all, the prerequisite for activating the STC was possessing 2 identical technological artifacts. Such equipment was not lacking, yet gathering them proved difficult. Thus, the excavation endeavor would be a formidable challenge. What is this? A box of diapers, and used ones at that. What is this? A box of elongated balloons. How could there be balloons in medical waste, and expired ones at that? At this moment, Hanzai resembled a scavenger, picking up various items and scrutinizing them closely, discarding them once he confirmed their lack of value. He was naive, oblivious to the harsh truth of his existence. He was merely a collector of refuse. What is this? A box of mechanical surgical gloves. Chen Qi's eyes lit up at this revelation. Hanzai, keep this. V12 surgical assistant gloves. Internal mechanical joints assist doctors in executing highly precise movements. Detected similar technological artifacts. Proceed with synthesis. Inside the damaged iron box lay 42 pairs of clumsily crafted, oversized gloves, with exposed hydraulic tubes and alloy frameworks. No wonder they had been discarded. They appeared excessively cumbersome for surgical use. These must have been products from 200 years ago. What would the STC synthesize? Chen Qi's eyes gleamed as he swiftly began to operate, slowly raising his right hand, the crystal wristband emanating a blue glow. Disassemble into primitive units. Fusion upgrade. V50 surgical assistant gloves 11. The device is notably more lightweight, featuring metallic tendrils with a diameter of 0.3 mm that extend from the fingertips, allowing for exceedingly precise surgical tasks. Chen Qi shook his head. This is not what I desire. Disassemble into fundamental units. Merge and upgrade. S2 surgical assistant gloves 5. Incorporating micron-level circuitry and microdynamic module technology, the fingertips can emit a miniature vibrational field, enabling slight manipulation of internal organs from a distance, shattering thrombi, calculi, and other foreign bodies within the human body. Chen Qi shook his head once more. This is also not what I seek. Disassemble into fundamental units. Merge and upgrade. S55 surgical assistant gloves 2. Integrating nanometer-level circuitry and ultramicrodynamic module technology, the range of the vibrational field expands to a diameter of 2 meters, enhancing liquid flow control capabilities. Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly. This is somewhat intriguing. Detected similar technological creations. Disassemble into fundamental units. Merge and upgrade. 001 surgical assistant gloves. Defective 1. How could this result in a defective product? Chen Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. The basic gloves had already been exhausted, yet, why did this final fusion opportunity yield such a disheartening outcome? STC is infallible. Could it be that the ultimate evolution of these surgical assistant gloves culminates in failure? Upon discerning the annotations of the gloves, Chen Qi was plunged into shock. 051 Surgical Assistant Gloves. Defective technological research has reached an impasse. Researchers employed extreme measures in an attempt to achieve revolutionary upgrades, yet the final product diverged drastically from the original mission. Discarded File 051, redefining the name based on device functionality. Micro-high-power gravitational field adjustment gloves. Once the gravitational field is released, it becomes uncontrollable and volatile, causing all objects within a radius of 40 to 70 square meters to levitate, with a risk of fragmentation. So it turns out, this signifies a failure in medical auxiliary functionality. But this capability, to me, Cheng-Chi suddenly stood up, isn't it a miraculous artifact? Chapter 6. The Buried Secrets. Hanzai stepped back a bit, even further. Cheng-Chi had already donned the gravity field modulation gloves, gently flexing his fingers. The weight and thickness of these gloves were akin to ordinary leather ones, presenting a delicate azure hue. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a dense network of microchip circuitry integrated into the surface. He clenched his fist, and a dark blue energy surged across the back of his hand. Cheng-Chi looked up at the towering mountain of medical waste before him. There was no need to remove this mountain entirely, it sufficed to excavate a reasonable space at its side. Maintaining his fist-clenched posture, he advanced a few steps, his palm directed towards the tightly packed refuse. Gritting his teeth, Cheng-Chi's eyes widened dramatically as his fingers abruptly spread apart. Buzz! A sound erupted, resonating violently against his eardrums. Cheng-Chi felt as though his gloved palm had been struck by a powerful electric current, sending waves of numbness coursing through him, his scalp tingling in response. Almost instantaneously, a visible pale yellow ripple spread outward, resembling the ripples on a placid lake, extending up to 30 meters ahead. Crackle, screech, the sounds of metal grinding and polyethylene tearing filled the air. Buzz! Cheng-Chi's other palm fully splayed open, the force field intensified in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, an array of sounds of levitation followed, as iron shavings fell and dust swirled, momentarily obscuring his vision. Cheng-Chi squinted, striving to discern the scene before him, his mouth agape, utterly astonished. In the air ahead, hundreds of pieces of garbage, both large and small, floated suspended in a faint yellow force field, defying gravity without any external force. Gravity field control. Heavens! Hanzai's metallic head tilted upward. How on earth did we become celestial beings? Buzz! Boom! Cheng-Chi moved his hands laterally, causing the suspended refuse to shift sideways, drifting 10 meters away. As the force field retracted, countless pieces of debris plummeted to the ground. Before him, a space of approximately 60 square meters had been cleared of waste. Cheng-Chi's heart raced. Although he had envisioned this moment, he had not anticipated such remarkable efficiency. He glanced down at the azure technological gloves in his hands. Indeed, they were miraculous, addressing his urgent needs. Buzz! Boom! Cheng-Chi continued to employ the gravity field modulation gloves, transporting the refuse before him. Cheng-Chi, keep it up, the universe's finest. Hanzai finally had some leisure, fashioning colourful plastic bags into floral arrangements, dancing them about in a whimsical manner. An hour later, Cheng-Chi roughly estimated that he had moved nearly 2,000 tons of garbage. This was an amount he once could not have fathomed tackling. Indeed, hundreds of years ago, humanity's rise on Earth above other creatures stemmed from their ability to utilize tools judiciously. At this moment, before Cheng-Chi lay a vast basin, the medical waste nearly cleared. Throughout this process, Hanzai had also engaged in sorting. No intact technological equipment was found, only battered remnants were the norm here. Cheng-Chi stood at the basin's floor, where the ground was not exposed, but merely another layer of refuse beneath the garbage. He picked up a metallic plaque from the black sludge, gently rubbing it to reveal an inscription, Den Group War Equipment Manufacturing Corporation. Cheng-Chi's eyes sparkled. At that moment, he had truly come closer to his objective, continuing to transport and sift through the waste. The efficiency was astounding with the gravity field control gloves. In around 20 minutes, Cheng-Chi and Hanzai managed to sift through approximately 200 tons of refuse from the Den Group. They were coated in mud, their respiratory tracts laden with metallic dust. Beads of sweat trickled down Cheng-Chi's forehead. The toil and fatigue were bearable, but what was truly disheartening was that, up to this point, he still had not made any significant discoveries. The disposal standards for war-related refuse were exceedingly stringent. Core components had to be dismantled. Firearms, even more so, were usually shredded into fragments before disposal. With only an hour remaining until his meeting with the Heeners, a slight anxiety began to gnaw at Cheng-Chi. After another 10 minutes of labor, Cheng-Chi paused his efforts. Deep within the trash mountain, he uncovered a massive sealed metal fuel drum, its size comparable to a 2-story building, with all entrances meticulously welded shut. No one would handle trash that is about to be discarded. Why seal off all the entrances? Cheng-Chi manipulated the gravity field modulation gloves, gently shaking the enormous fuel drum, the sound of clattering metal resonating from within. There's something inside. Cheng-Chi squinted, then signaled to Hanzai, who understood and transformed his arm, revealing a metal cutting gun. A brilliant white flame formed a cone, slowly traversing the surface of the enormous fuel tank, the incision gradually widening. This abandoned fuel drum was surprisingly thick, taking a full 9 minutes to create an entry large enough for a person to pass through. Thud, Hanzai kicked the fuel drum, and the cutout steel plate collapsed with a resounding crash. Inside the drum, the light was dimmed. A putrid odor wafted out, mingled with unknown black ashes that swirled within. Cheng-Chi squinted, tying a cloth around his mouth and nose, cautiously stepping into the vast fuel drum. Crash! Suddenly, a mass of white, decayed matter fell from above, and skeletal hands clasped around Cheng-Chi's neck. Cheng-Chi had not anticipated such a scene, his mind thrown into disarray. He stumbled back 2 steps, regaining his composure. Only then did he realize that suspended above him was a white skeleton, not a malevolent spirit, but rather, its arms dangled limply, resting upon Cheng-Chi's neck. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he gazed deeper into the fuel drum. And the next moment, he beheld a horrifying sight. Corpses, nearly 30 bodies, like the one above him. They had long since perished, reduced to bones. How could there be corpses among the refuse of the Dan group? Cheng-Chi's heart raced with shock. Though he had previously encountered some human limbs scavenged by others, those were merely remnants from murder cases, far removed from the scene before him. Through the haze, some bodies still bore tattered clothing, not yet fully decayed. Cheng-Chi bent down to examine their name tags. Huaxia Interstellar Exploration Team, 6th Division, 3rd Special Operations Group. They are soldiers. Cheng-Chi's eyes widened. The Exploration Team, 6th Division, 3rd Group. Is this not the legendary Extreme Squad? At merely 18 years of age, he could not help but harbor dreams of heroism. Previously, he had listened to numerous military broadcasts through his grandfather's antiquated shortwave radio. The Extreme Squad had been iron-willed heroes 20 years ago. Fearless and selfless, they traversed the stars, simultaneously shouldering the mission of interstellar rescue, saving tens of thousands of refugees during their service. Whenever a member of the Extreme Squad fell, it invariably prompted widespread mourning among the populace. On one fateful day 2 decades ago, this heroic squad abruptly announced their dissolution, gradually fading from public consciousness. As a child, upon learning of this, Cheng-Chi could not help but feel a deep sense of regret, even shedding tears. At this moment, he leaned down to examine the remains nearby, his pupils constricting slightly. Something was amiss. Each of their neck bones bore signs of cutting. The weapon was sharp, the force tremendous. Cheng-Chi's body trembled slightly. They were all slashed, and then sealed within this iron can, discarded as refuse. There must be a dark truth hidden within. Out of sorrow for the heroes, Cheng-Chi began to collect their name tags one by one. Ding Feng Lin Lan Yu Long Zhanxia. Cheng-Chi etched their names into his memory, vowing that one day, when he could leave Earth, he would strive to uncover the truth behind their fates. Upon reaching the depths of the fuel drum, Cheng-Chi discovered 8 relatively large skeletal remains. More precisely, these 8 skeletons were clad in substantial combat suits. That is, Cheng-Chi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. That is the X-12 Extreme Warrior exoskeleton I have fantasized about countless times, worn by the Extreme Warriors. Chapter 7, Exoskeleton of the Ultimate Warrior. It detected similar technological creations. Proceed with synthesis. The STC emitted a prompt sound while releasing 6 scanning beams that swept back and forth over the nearby 8 corpses. Cheng-Chi's face flickered in the shifting light. His heartbeat quickened incessantly. After 10 minutes, Cheng-Chi had moved all the remains and buried them, erecting a nameless gravestone in their memory. This was the only act of respect he could offer at that moment, the most fundamental gesture of honor. Then, Cheng-Chi gazed at the ground before him, where 8 sets of X-12 Ultimate Warrior exoskeletons were neatly arranged. The legendary Ultimate 8 had become a tale from 2 decades past. With the dawn of the Great Cosmic Era, human technology had advanced at an exhilarating pace, rendering these exoskeletons relics of a bygone age. Their massive frames housed high-strength nylon linings, while robust hydraulic power systems adorned their exteriors, burdened on the rear with cumbersome power batteries. According to legend, such an exoskeleton could augment an adult's strength output by 1500-2000 N, albeit at the cost of considerable mass, resulting in sluggish movements. In fact, on this desolate Earth, possessing a complete set of X-12 Ultimate Warrior exoskeletons would grant Cheng-Chi a formidable advantage. However, the exoskeletons before him were riddled with corrosion and rust, in a state of utter disrepair. Not a drop of hydraulic fluid remained, and some of the slender hydraulic rods had become brittle, snapping at the slightest touch. Permeated by the stench of decay, they were utterly beyond salvage. Even scavengers, should they stumble upon this gear, would likely only salvage the power batteries, which, by Cheng-Chi's estimation, had little value after 2 decades of dormancy. 8 sets of exoskeletons. They can be synthesized 3 times. Cheng-Chi's countenance grew solemn. The one condition of the equipment was inconsequential to him. He anticipated the rebirth of these heroic artifacts, longing for the legend of the Ultimate Warrior to be rekindled in his hands, to once again radiate its dazzling brilliance. Disassemble into primal units, commence synthesis. Cheng-Chi raised his right hand, and the STC blazed with brilliance. One of the exoskeletons shattered into motes of white light, which flowed along a silken pathway and converged upon the surface of another exoskeleton. The miraculous wonders of technology resurfaced, the brilliant white luminescence gradually faded. Before him stood a brand new exoskeleton armor, its size reduced by nearly 50, its lining now a pure black, with hydraulic systems and fuel packs rendered more exquisite, the materials having undergone significant innovation. Just standing quietly, the aura of combat radiated from it, doubled in intensity compared to before. X-55 Ultimate Warrior Power Exoskeleton, individual combat equipment, utilizing hydraulic or electromechanical transmission to relay engine power to the limbs, composed of titanium aluminum alloy, output force 4000-5800N, an iterative version. A completely new state, reduced in size, material enhanced, and output power doubled. It has transformed waste into treasure. Chen Qi's heart raced faster. He had initially envisioned the outcome but did not anticipate such exponential growth in combat capability. The STCS synthesis was not merely conjured from thin air, it resembled a repository of evolutionary blueprints for all technological equipment, which were progressively unveiled through repeated upgrades. Disassemble into primal units emerge and upgrade. After consuming for sets of X-12, the second evolutionary version emerged. XX-23 Ultimate Warrior Armor, individual combat equipment, concealing all power augmentation structures beneath alloy armor, further reduced in size, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, with all fundamental performance metrics elevated by 240, incorporating a multi-environment respiratory adaptation system, radar monitoring system, long-range communication system, tactical analysis AI, and concealed melee weaponry. What unfolded before Chen Qi was no longer merely an exoskeleton. Its code name was Armor. It resembled a humanoid robot, devoid of any visible hydraulic power systems or exposed battery packs. The head featured a fully encompassing helmet, with diamond-shaped visual systems at the eyes emanating a faint red glow. The black coating imparted an impression of agility and swiftness, akin to a mechanical spectre capable of silently traversing the night with explosive combat prowess. The distinction between an exoskeleton and full-cover armor was profound. The front panels of the XX-23 Ultimate Warrior Armor swung open to either side, revealing the pilot's compartment within, like a divine weapon awaiting its master. Hang in there, my treasure. You can become even stronger. Chen Qi suppressed the surge of excitement within him. No ordinary man could resist the allure of a Miss EH.AT that moment. His throat was parched, and his heart felt as though it had leapt into his throat. But in the next instant, Chen Qi faltered, spinning around, his face flushed, gasping for breath. Oh my gosh, I can barely contain myself. That's the upgraded version of the X-12 Ultimate Warrior. Am I dreaming? Hanzai stepped forward, raising his fist the size of a sandbag. I could give you a punch, you know, to confirm whether you're dreaming. Then I wouldn't just be dreaming. I'd be heading straight to the grave. Chen Qi turned back, pressing his hands downward in a gesture of determination, his expression once again serious. He continued the synthesis. What would the 8 sets of X-12 ultimately yield? What would it become? Chen Qi was engulfed in unprecedented excitement, tension, exhilaration, and madness. Disassemble into primal units, emerge and upgrade. Synthesis failed, the materials have been utterly ruined. Hanzai, get out of the way. Successful synthesis. XXX-01 Memory Metal Ultimate Warrior Power Armor. Chen Qi's pupils dilated and contracted. Memory Metal Armor. Isn't that the conceptual machine proposed by the Galactic Science Alliance recently? Conceptual machines, in essence, refer to certain theoretical foundations still in the conceptual stage, unable to be genuinely manufactured. Yet, in terms of scientific and technological prospects, such a feat is achievable, albeit requiring an unpredictable amount of time. This concept often symbolizes the future, visions, and dreams. In other words, this equipment had yet to be produced within human civilization. This technology originates from a Level 2 civilization database. The latest notification from the STC left Chen Qi in a state of stupor. Technology from a Level 2 civilization. Human civilization has transcended the 0.7 level of the Earth era, significantly enhancing energy efficiency and embarking on interstellar navigation, currently approaching a civilization level of approximately 1.5. A Level 2 civilization, while seemingly only differing by a mere 0.5 on the scale, is not as straightforward as simple addition or subtraction. Humanity's ascension from a Level 0 civilization to a 1.5 level civilization, capable of fully harnessing the energy of its home planet, can be traced back to the dawn of Australopithecus. This journey, marked by the advent of bipedalism, the mastery of fire, and the creation and utilization of tools, spanned a staggering 4 million years. Moreover, each subsequent leap in civilization entails an equally protracted passage of time. What technological advancements characterize a Level 2 civilization? Can this represent the pinnacle of Level 2 civilization's technology? The criteria for advancing to a Level 2 civilization involves the adoption of more efficient energy acquisition methods, such as the employment of Dyson spheres to fully exploit the energy of the home planet. The resources and energies of advanced civilizations are also finite. Different creations demand varying degrees of research and development effort. So, that's how it is, Cheng Chi remarked, gazing ahead at the XXX-01 Ultimate Warrior Armor. It appeared remarkably lightweight, almost delicate, resembling a form-fitting dark silver bodysuit devoid of gloves or foot coverings, and conspicuously lacking any head armor. Hello, darling. Cheng Chi swallowed hard, extending a finger to gently touch the XXX-01 before him. In that fleeting moment, the metal surface of the dark silver armor rippled as if it were liquid, the undulation swiftly expanding and producing a high-frequency vibration, morphing into rapidly changing geometric shapes akin to miniature tumultuous waves. In the next instant, those surging geometric patterns began to flow, tracing along Cheng Chi's fingertip and swiftly enveloping his entire being. Cheng Chi was utterly astonished. The metal, which appeared to possess remarkable hardness, had astonishingly transformed into a liquid. Like a sheer undergarment, the XXX-01 memory metal armor seamlessly integrated into Cheng Chi's attire, rapidly covering his torso. Simultaneously, a precision metal barb unexpectedly extended from the nape of his neck, its myriad tiny hooks, resembling fine hair, piercing into his skin with a sharp click. Oh no! Cheng Chi cried out in pain. This scene was vividly witnessed by Han Zai. It resembled a silver serpent suddenly springing forth from the back of Cheng Chi's neck, striking without hesitation or empathy. Cheng Chi felt a sharp pain at the back of his head as if his brain had been struck by a jolt of electricity, plunging him into a state of blankness and numbness. Almost immediately, an irresistible force surged through his limbs, forcibly stretching him into an X shape. His arms and legs seemed to be manipulated against his will, bending at extreme angles both forward and backward, crackling sounds echoing within as his bones threatened to splinter. Could it not be gentler? This is so painful for a first time. Cheng Chi's features contorted in agony. Crack. Cheng Chi felt as though he had endured 2 centuries of torment, though in reality, it was merely a matter of seconds. Gradually, the sensation of conflicting forces dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of control. The XXX-01 memory metal armor appeared to have completed its initial synchronization, relinquishing its hold. Cheng Chi's gaze sharpened, and inexplicably, he felt a profound confidence in his mastery over his own body. Suddenly, he sprang forth, executing a flawless backflip, his body rotating a full 360 degrees before landing on one knee with a fist striking downward. The ground trembled. Amidst the billowing smoke, he slowly lifted his head. This sensation felt as though he had been imbued with an unparalleled ferocity of power, lightning-like speed, and the precision of nanowave radar. In summary, one word encapsulated it all. Fierce. Chapter 8, Combat Testing. Before Cheng Chi's right eye, a palm-sized blue void screen suddenly materialized, emanating from the armor's internal interface. XXX-01 Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Arm Action Output Force, 65, 200 N, Accuracy and Controllability. 0, 2 mm, Dynamic Response Time, 89. 1 ms, Durability and Fatigue Limit, 10-9 cycles, Biological Signal Capture Rate, 57 s per event, Stress Index, 19, 000 mPAR, Expandable Memory Metallic Capacity, 0. 4m. Due to factors such as the user's physical constitution and genetic sequence, the fundamental metrics of the battle armor have not been fully realized. Cheng Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. As a child raised amidst the ruins of technology, he possessed a fundamental proficiency in equipment maintenance. This data corresponds to capturing my thoughts every 57 microseconds while operating at full capacity. If the brain issues a command, it can deliver a punch with a force of 65, 200 newtons in a mere tenth of a second, precisely controlled within a margin of 0. 2 millimeters. This force equates to the instantaneous impact generated by a 10-ton heavy truck traveling at a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. Such an immense impact is formidable enough, and when concentrated within the confines of a small fist, it embodies a truly terrifying power. As for that stress metric, it is comparable to the firepower of antiquated firearms, such as submachine guns, which require hundreds of rounds fired at a vertical angle to penetrate the same spot. Although this is not the primary focus of a Type II civilization, it is nonetheless an astonishing feat. While it may not be earth-shattering, such a frenzied metric is astonishingly concentrated within the confines of a lightweight suit of armor. Should human technology aspire to achieve such striking force, the size of the armor would undoubtedly be immense. The clumsy figure gazed with eyes illuminated by crimson lights. It seems you are now even more formidable than I am. Due to factors such as physical constitution and genetic sequencing, the base metrics of the armor have not been fully realized. Genetic sequencing. Cheng Chi sighed softly, shaking his head in silence before rallying his spirits. What does it mean that the expandable memory metal has a capacity of 0. 4m? Following this introduction, there was a brief supplementary note. It can be subjectively controlled or automatically planned by the system. I need to conduct a test. Cheng Chi straightened his posture, squinting his eyes to fixate on a piece of starship debris towering 5 meters away. The object appeared cumbersome and dense, evoking an illusion of eternal immobility. In the instant of his consciousness awakening, the outer void of his visual interface illuminated the optimal striking point, the best angle of attack, the most effective posture, and the swiftest approach route. Cheng Chi could not help but marvel at the prowess of technology. It was indeed the ultimate wing of humanity. In that very moment, he sprang into action, his legs exerted force, the debris beneath his feet crackling as it crumbled underfoot. He deftly maneuvered along the blue trajectory that appeared in his vision, swiftly navigating the uneven clutter, and in an instant, he surged forward towards the colossal metal fragment, the optimal striking point transformed into a red halo, rapidly constricting. Cheng Chi arched backward mid-air, his tattered cloak billowing, as one elongated leg lifted, retracting significantly to create ample distance for gathering momentum. XXX01 swiftly analyzed the situation. Cheng Chi needed robust support to withstand the immense reactive force at the moment of impact. In a heartbeat, a single foot planted on the ground sprouted for dark silver metallic support arms from his ankle, anchoring themselves firmly into the earth. At the same moment, two elongated mechanical arms extended from the nape of his neck, resembling sudden, unnaturally sprouted legs of a mechanical spider, providing formidable support to his back. Moreover, the foot that propelled outward was instantaneously enveloped in dark silver metal. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, merely a tenth of a second. Whoosh, boom, the massive metal debris, estimated to weigh nearly 5 tons, visibly deformed upon collision with the back of Cheng Chi's foot, and in an explosive surge of instantaneous acceleration, it shattered the state of rest, rising from the refuse as he delivered a powerful kick. The sound of rushing air was followed by a resounding crash as the colossal metal fragment embedded itself deep within a heap of garbage 30 meters away. Cheng Chi stood firm, his chest heaving with exertion. What an incredible force of impact! In that fleeting moment, the mechanical arms that had extended from him retracted silently. As his mind raced, a flowing liquid surged from within his wrist, gradually forming a sharp dagger. With another thought, the dagger morphed, extending into a nearly 2-meter-long dark silver spear. So this is what it means. Cheng Chi felt the long spear in his hand, as if it were an extension of himself, the 0.4M expandable memory metal is at my disposal, capable of transforming its shape automatically. A fervent light flickered in Cheng Chi's eyes. The most remarkable aspect of the XXX01 lies in its slender form. At that moment, it resembled a thermal undershirt, concealed within the inner lining of Cheng Chi's attire, with only the slightest movement of the cuff revealing the silver edges of the XXX01. No one could fathom that the seemingly insignificant youth, often deemed a garbage bug, was adorned with a piece of combat armor from a level 2 civilization. Hanzai raised the communicator high, and after a series of crackling sounds, the impatient voice of Hyena came through. Kid, it's about time. Have you set off? Let me tell you, my time is precious. If you're late, I won't be taking your stuff. With that, Hyena abruptly ended the call. Cheng Chi smiled calmly, still playing the cat-and-mouse game. It was highly likely that at this very moment, Hyena was already restless, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around the bar. Hanzai, we've gathered nearly all the gear. Let's go confront the most notorious bully of this bar street. Chapter 9. The high-class woman. The so-called bar street is nothing more than a few dilapidated houses nestled in a valley of refuse, offering a diversion for scavengers. It is said that this was once the location of a pentagon belonging to a powerful European nation in a bygone era. Of course, that pentagon has long since been buried beneath layers of garbage. In the distance, a few skyscrapers, which once soared over 100 stories, barely managed to peek above the refuse. A few scavengers meander slowly, their hunched forms clad in tattered protective suits, which, in the harsh environment, appear fragile and worn. Those who have dwelled in this earthly dump are filled with complex and contradictory emotions. Despair and helplessness, numbness and adaptation, reality and fantasy, solitude and alienation, greed and recklessness. Most adult men frequent the bar street in their leisure time, indulging in a drink of low-grade alcohol tainted by various chemical elements, seeking fleeting pleasure and satisfaction. A youth, accompanied by a nurse robot draped in burlap, appears at the street corner, making his way slowly toward the bar. The shattered glass of a starship window along the roadside reflects his silhouette. The boy's long hair obscures his brows and the corners of his eyes, dust-covered. He is wrapped in a dark blue scavenger's cloak riddled with holes, serving dual purposes. It signifies his lowly status as a scavenger, and should he become ensnared in the depths of refuse, its conspicuous color could attract attention for rescue. Though, in this world, no rescue teams exist, once trapped, one merely awaits death. He dons black trousers and a jacket made of radiation-resistant material, which, to the naked eye, resembles the leather of a bygone era, reminiscent of a youthful cowboy. The youth halts, gazing at a figure in a red dress across the bar. Honer is the most exquisite sight on Bar Street, and she may well be the fairest vision on this garbage-laden planet. Perched upon a discarded fuel barrel, she leans gracefully, her vibrant red dress revealing immaculate white feet beneath. Honor possesses a beauty that seems otherworldly. In Chen-Chi's perception, every man on this trash-ridden planet is enamored with her. As Chen-Chi passes by Honor, she turns her head, her dark curls dancing around her fair neck as she blinks her elongated lashes, her beautiful eyes locking onto Chen-Chi. In her pupils, a faint blue halo glimmers, crystal clear, mysterious, and enchanting. It symbolizes high-grade genetics. With the dawn of the great cosmic era, humanity's gene modification technology has risen dramatically. Based on the quality of their genes, humans are stratified into various classes. Chen-Chi belongs to the ordinary genetic tier, akin to the common people of the old world, which in this age amounts to little more than refuse. Scavengers are all of ordinary genes, while Honor is a naturally occurring E-class, only slightly superior to the common folk, yet she shines as a brilliant jewel amidst the detritus of this planet. Her allure lies not only in her beauty, any offspring she bears have a high likelihood of evolving into a higher genetic tier, thus offering a chance to escape this garbage-laden world. Everyone desires to be near me, everyone claims to like me. Honor's voice is clear and melodious as she turns to a suitor clutching a bouquet of plastic flowers. Yet no one respects my preferences. Perhaps my criteria for choosing a partner has never been about genetic standards, but rather about finding someone I genuinely like. Maintaining her politeness, her beautiful face and captivating gaze convey, the multitude of approaches has become a source of discomfort for me. Promise me, in the future, to afford me some comfortable distance. Chen-Chi tilts his head for a moment before continuing onward. Honor's father is the leader of the Scavenger Alliance, no one can compel her to do anything against her will. Chen-Chi admires Honor, but not solely for her genetic status. She possesses an independent value system, maintaining a pure inner world amidst the squalor and chaos, akin to a white lotus flower. Foolish boy, constantly lost in unrealistic thoughts. Inside the bar, Hyena Luke secretly observes Chen-Chi, then pulls the bolt on his patched-up beam pistol, which has barely functioned after countless repairs. He then instructs his 7 subordinates behind him, everyone's in position, guard all exits. Once that little garbage enters, he won't be leaving again. Chen-Chi pushes open the bar's heavy door. Under the dim light, a few patrons, lost in a haze, are scattered about, one having fallen beneath a table, possibly unconscious or dead, for some of the drinks here are as poisonous as venom. The absence of the hyena in the main hall is unusual, yet anticipated by Chen-Chi. Behind him, a menacing figure slowly shuts the bar door and gestures toward Chen-Chi. Hyena's waiting for you in the back room. Chen-Chi strides toward the back room, passing by 2 intimidating figures stationed in the corridor. Hyena aims to obscure his actions while erasing evidence. Upon entering the back room, Chen-Chi finally encounters Hyena Luke, sporting a yellow mohawk. He sits behind a makeshift metal desk, his feet casually propped on the surface, gnawing on a moldy cigar. His teeth, replaced with sharp black alloys, render him a fearsome sight, the cigar punctured and grotesque. Hyena Luke gestures for Chen-Chi to sit, then retrieves a fully charged beam pistol from his pocket. He lightly taps the desk with his heel. From behind the desk, a blooded old man with a torn mouth crawls forth. It is Old Lin, a friend of Chen-Chi's grandfather. Scavengers often suffer from hunger, and Old Lin has rescued both Chen-Chi and his grandfather on numerous occasions, meaning that without his assistance, Chen-Chi would not have survived to this day. Hyena glances at the burly man in the corner, whose arms have been replaced with hydraulic mechanical limbs capable of extraordinary strength. He is the bar street's top enforcer, surrounding hostages and fierce muscle. Everything is arranged for Chen-Chi. Hyena Luke is determined to eliminate any potential surprises. Har har, you're not going to play that old trick of I didn't bring anything, if you kill me you get nothing, are you? Hyena Luke sneers ominously, little garbage bug, I have a few questions for you. Where did you? But Chen-Chi interrupts him, slowly pulling out a piece of metallic compound from his pocket and placing it on Hyena's desk. This is to repay your usury. Wow, the kid's got some sense. Chen-Chi produces another semi-transparent golden metal. This is what I intend to sell. What the hell, it's the real deal. Hyena Luke's eyes widen, pupils constricting as he processes the information for several seconds. This kid is too perceptive. Chen-Chi continues to ignore him, retrieving yet another piece of semi-transparent golden metal and quietly placing it on the desk. What the hell? Hyena gulps, you actually possess 2 pieces of amorphous alloy. Chen-Chi remains unperturbed, producing a 3rd, 4th, and 5th piece, a 6th piece of amorphous alloy. What the hell? Hyena Luke's eyes bulge, the cigar in his mouth snapping as he bites down. How do you have so many? In the next moment, he cranes his neck to inspect Chen-Chi's chest pocket, confirming there are no more alloys within. The realization dawns upon him, filling him with joy. This foolish boy has brought his entire fortune. It saves me so much trouble. I was worried he would hide his treasures, unwilling to confess. Clearly I was overly cautious. He truly believes I would buy from him at this juncture. If I don't kill him, my reputation is utterly ruined. Chapter 10. The first glimmer of brilliance. The faint wisps of blue smoke from the cigar gently rose into the air. Luke the hyena covered his mouth, stifling his laughter, as he gestured toward the henchman in the corner. Damn, this is hilarious. Hurry up, finish him off. I can't take it anymore. Har har. With a hissing sound, steam erupted from the mechanical arm of the first henchman. With a sinister grin, he spread his arms wide from behind, aiming to crush Cheng Chi's neck with a brutal grip. The force contained within those arms was sufficient to pulverize Cheng Chi's cervical vertebrae in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in Cheng Chi's eyes. He sprang to his feet as the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor activated, memory metal surging from his sleeves to envelop his hands in a layer of dark silver armor. With a creak, Cheng Chi pivoted instantaneously, extending his hands like lightning to seize the mechanical arms of the bar's foremost henchman, applying such tremendous strength that the henchman's limbs twisted and deformed. With a crack, the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor unleashed its power, and Cheng Chi tore the henchman's mechanical arms asunder, shards flying in every direction. As the first henchman stood in stunned silence, Cheng Chi delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending the henchman soaring through the dilapidated wooden walls of the bar, crashing through them for several meters, ultimately embedding himself in a heap of refuse outside, contorted in a grotesque manner. Damn, Luke the hyena was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Other henchmen, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, their heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. Cheng Chi glanced around and noticed a heavy safe from the bygone era in the hyena's office. With a slight bend, he effortlessly lifted the nearly 2-ton alloy safe. The surface of the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor shimmered with a diamond-like pattern as power coursed through its core to his hands. Releasing merely 30 of its kinetic energy, Cheng Chi hurled the safe with an acceleration akin to that of a cannonball. Boom, the door to Luke's office shattered, followed by a series of muffled grunts in the corridor. Moments later, another resounding crash echoed from the street as the pile of refuse was once again struck, and then, the world fell silent. Damn, Luke stood frozen. In his mind, he was certain that Cheng Chi had installed some form of cybernetic enhancement, yet in this wretched garbage dump of a planet, it was nearly impossible to acquire decent equipment. Even if one managed to cobble together a set, it was inconceivable that it could possess such capabilities, let alone lift a 2-ton safe. Thud, 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 footsteps resounded at the back door. Previously, Luke had ordered all exits sealed, and the henchman stationed at the rear sensed something amiss. A dark silver matte glimmer appeared as Cheng Chi extended his arm, releasing a 3-meter-long metallic cylinder, as thick as a thumb, which pierced through the office desk and the back door. Thud. The sound of a body collapsing echoed. This time, the world truly fell silent. Damn, Luke swallowed hard as the silver cylinder whizzed past his ear, sending chills down his spine. He could hardly comprehend how such a lengthy piece of metal had materialized from the sleeve of this little garbage bug. What kind of equipment was that? At this moment, Cheng Chi retracted the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor and leaned slightly forward. Luke the hyena, now I have a few questions to pose to you. Ask your mother. The fierce hyena instantly raised his beam pistol, aiming it at Cheng Chi's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, smoke billowed, yet, with his armored right hand, Cheng Chi grasped the muzzle of the hyena's weapon, feeling a slight warmth in his palm but nothing more. Crack, Cheng Chi's fingers closed, and the top-tier luxury item of the garbage world, the beam pistol, was crushed into fragments. Go ahead, ask away. Luke's lips twitched, first revealing a look of shock, swiftly morphing into a grimace of forced amusement. His reaction time was indeed unparalleled. Cheng Chi glanced at the amorphous alloy on the table. What is its value? That piece, roughly 1,000 credit points, Luke the hyena replied, swallowing hard. Bang, Cheng Chi slammed Luke's head onto the metal desk, shattering his black alloy teeth into a spray. I did deceive you, that piece can fetch 2,000. Luke's mouth was blooded, his gaze filled with desperation. Bang, Cheng Chi smashed Luke's head onto the desk once more. 4,000. It can sell for 4,000. Bang, the metal desk dented from the impact. Don't kill me. I'll torque. Amorphous alloy, 4,000. 4,000 per gram. This time, it was Cheng Chi's turn to be astonished. How much? Amorphous alloy, 4,000 per gram. Brother, spare my life. This is the highest price I can get. Cheng Chi's body stiffened. He had anticipated that the hyena would inflate the value, yet he had not imagined it to be this outrageous. That piece of amorphous alloy weighed approximately 50 grams, and he had 23 pieces. 4,000 credit points per gram. How much money was that? Cheng Chi had never seen such a sum in his life, nor had he ever envisioned such a figure. Steadying his breath, Cheng Chi grasped Luke the hyena's head. One last question, who has the means to purchase such a large quantity of amorphous alloy? Luke the hyena gasped for breath. He knew all too well that this little garbage bug, equipped with unimaginable gear, was not as cowardly as he had initially presumed. Finally, Luke surrendered completely, retrieving a relatively exquisite communicator from within the desk. He is not a lowly scavenger, he doesn't even reside on Earth. And this communicator is the sole means of contacting him. Chen Qi took the communicator, his eyes glinting. Thank you for your cooperation. Chen Qi supported the severely injured old Lin as they slowly exited the bar. Just as he stepped out, a resounding explosion erupted from within the decaying establishment, engulfing it in flames. Many onlookers understood that the one known as Chen Qi, the little garbage bug, had just single-handedly taken on the bar street's top fighter, toppled a local tyrant's lair, and sent the hyena to his fiery end, once and for all. Chen Qi glanced across the street, where a woman in a red dress, Honer, cast a fleeting glance toward him the moment he stepped through the bar's entrance. However, she soon turned away, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and an unshattered yearning as she gazed silently at the grey sky. Chen Qi shook his head inwardly. Honer's values were truly unique. He wondered what kind of person could earn her genuine affection. Chapter 11, The Chasm of Inequality in Contemporary Times. The footprints of human civilization have permeated the vast expanse of the galaxy. Political, cultural, social, and economic systems have undergone a profound transformation. The chaotic currencies of the bygone era have vanished, yielding to the universal currency of human civilization, the credit point. It is unimaginable for Chen Qi that the seemingly unremarkable amorphous alloy in his possession, having undergone merely 2 syntheses, could hold such exorbitant value. Indeed, material science is distinct from other fields. Each leap across tiers signifies a revolutionary advancement. Moreover, material science stands as the cornerstone of interstellar exploration. 23 pieces of amorphous alloy could be liquidated for an astounding 4.6 million credit points. Even now, Chen Qi feels as though he is ensnared in a dream, a destitute youth who scavenges for a living, suddenly thrust into the realm of immense wealth. The sheer impact of this revelation has, at times, induced a sense of dissociation within him. Unbelievable, unfathomable, inconceivable, yet it is indeed true. Through the communicator bestowed by the hyena, Chen Qi reached out to the buyer. The man, who identified himself as Mo, claimed to be a member of the superior human race residing on another planet, with the sole aim of acquiring high-value alloys, showing no concern for the identity of the seller. His words were devoid of emotion, yet articulated with a notable politeness. They agreed to meet at 9 o'clock, under the cover of night. Mo would pilot his craft to Earth, hoping to conduct the transaction discreetly. At this moment, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. The sun was obscured behind Earth's polluted atmosphere, casting a feeble light akin to a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment. With a grunt, Hanzai heaved a massive safe, leaving deep imprints with each step. As he returned to the makeshift shelter, Chen Qi squinted, a smile breaking across his face. On the shoulders of the clumsy figure, Hanzai, rested the imposing 2-ton safe from the office of the hyena, Luke. Previously, Chen Qi had utilized this very safe as a weapon during battle, casting it aside with great force. You lack the skills of frugality, Hanzai grunted as he placed the cumbersome safe heavily onto the ground. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Chen Qi could only smile wryly in response. No wonder he had not seen Hanzai during his skirmish with the henchman. It turned out that this fellow had gone off to pilfer a safe. Seemingly reading Chen Qi's thoughts, Hanzai raised a mechanical finger and proclaimed, "This is not theft. I merely salvaged some refuse. Indeed, since it was thrown away. That makes it garbage." Chen Qi and Hanzai, akin to a pair of thieves, quickly reached a tacit understanding. With a hissing sound, a brilliant white flame took the shape of a cone. Hanzai activated a metal cutting gun, meticulously slicing through the hyena's safe inch by inch. Hey hee. Both Chen Qi and Hanzai were making exaggerated gestures of salivation. With a thunderous crash, the safe door fell to the ground with a thud. Hanzai's mechanical arm reached inside and began extracting bundles of items. Lo and behold, it's pristine natural mineral water, only 2 years past its expiration date. A veritable treasure. And there's fresh, vacuum-sealed beef, expired by just a year. Good heavens. There are even 2 apples. Chen Qi was equally astonished to discover that the contents of the hyena's safe consisted of food. Yet, he could fully comprehend the rarity of such provisions in a world besieged by refuse and tainted by nuclear and chemical pollutants. On Earth, crops had all but vanished, and the remaining fauna had undergone grotesque mutations. Scavengers primarily subsisted on inferior energy liquids. The flickering campfire illuminated the small area in front of the makeshift shelter. The year-old beef sizzled to a golden crisp, releasing a savory aroma. Chen Qi took a swig of the 2-year expired mineral water, its taste as refreshing as an explosion. He then seized a piece of beef, the natural texture yielding easily to his bite, the rich fragrance flooding his mouth, the fat lingering between his teeth, enhancing the meat's succulence, while the unique flavor of the charcoal melted perfectly within. It had been at least 5 years since Chen Qi had savored anything so delectable. After devouring 3 substantial pieces of beef, tears welled in his eyes. This was not merely food. It was an exquisite delight. At that moment, Hanzai, donning a chef's hat of unknown origin, approached Chen Qi with a dented aluminum tray. Regardless of how you view it, I am, after all, a housekeeping robot. On the tray, a fresh apple, entirely peeled, lay exposed, its flesh a pale yellow, exuding a delightful fragrance. Hanzai, isn't this a bit wasteful? Chen-Chi scratched his head. Ding ding ding. Hanzai produced another tray from behind, this one filled with a heap of apple peels. How could I possibly waste food? You can eat the apple first and then the peel, or the peel first and then the apple, or, if you prefer, consume both together. Chen-Chi pursed his lips. All right, I appreciate it. After the meal, they concluded with fruit. Chen-Chi and Hanzai reclined against the roof of their shelter, gazing skyward, though the stars were obscured. Simply looking up brought a sense of expansive freedom. If only we could enjoy meat and fruit every day, that must be what they call a higher existence. Keep your spirits up. It will come to pass. Beside Chen-Chi lay a black technological box, another item salvaged from the hyena safe, though it lay damaged, its function currently unknown. The box bore a singular emblem. A perfectly circular symbol with a small white dot at its center. I have entered the Earth's atmosphere, a voice crackled through the specialized communicator. In 2 minutes, I shall land. Chen-Chi glanced toward the northern sky, where a faint light flickered momentarily before vanishing entirely. That was Mo's craft, destined for the vicinity of the bar street. Chen-Chi rose, adopting a solemn expression. May the transaction proceed smoothly. However, 5 minutes later, the communicator relayed Mo's voice once more. Mr. Chen-Chi, I sincerely apologize. Although I have landed, I have been delayed by unforeseen matters. Our meeting will be postponed by 20 minutes, but the location remains unchanged. Unforeseen matters. Chen-Chi frowned. Could it be a vendetta against the hyena? Moments ago, he had heard some indescribably strange sounds through the communicator. Chen-Chi refused to remain idle. Instead, he and Hanzai stealthily made their way toward the meeting point under the moonlight, approximately 2 kilometers from the bar street. In a secluded area, Chen-Chi spotted the small aircraft, agile and sleek, radiating a sense of advanced technology that starkly contrasted with its surroundings. Chen-Chi did not reveal himself recklessly but concealed himself behind a pile of refuse, squinting to observe. The hatch of the small craft stood ajar. Upon glimpsing the interior, Chen-Chi froze, his mind momentarily blank. He beheld Mo, clad in a tailored suit, alongside a woman in a flowing red dress. Hyena. As long as you desire, she purred, you may do anything to me. At that moment, she wrapped her arms around Mo's neck, kissing his cheek, her expression blissful, her beautiful eyes filled with seduction. As she surrendered to her desires, Mo's face bore little emotion. Miss, I must insist that you cease. This is my utmost limit. Mo gently pried Hyena's arms, which clung to him like an octopus, away and pushed her back slightly. The flush on her face had yet to fade, quickly replaced by profound disappointment. Leaning against the wall, Hyena gradually slumped down, watching as Mo descended from the craft, her expression gradually turning to stone. Mo turned and approached the refuse pile, adjusting his suit before facing Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi stood as if he were a statue. Do you know Hyena? Mo shook his head. I do not. Chen-Chi was taken aback. Then how did you? Mo raised his chin. When I landed here, that woman seemed to have discovered my craft and approached me with such a request, even pleading. Chen-Chi widened his eyes. That's impossible. Quite normal, Mo replied with a resigned smile. My genetic level is D. She, the hyena you speak of, possesses an E-level gene. She wishes to bear offspring with a higher genetic lineage, thereby elevating her status and escaping this place. Chen-Chi gazed into Mo's pupils, which held 3 exquisite blue rings. D-level genes. The tumult of emotions within Chen-Chi was indescribable. Hyena, who clearly possessed an independent worldview, was like a lotus blooming unsullied in muddy waters. Mo continued, I have encountered numerous situations like this, yet that woman was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, clinging to me without release. Chen-Chi's eyes widened. Indeed, the genes of scavengers were largely inferior. Consequently, Earth had, in an intangible way, been subjected to a sky ban imposed by certain individuals, aiming to prevent these inferior genes from escaping and contaminating the broader human civilization. Thus, this realm became a prison for scavengers, each of whom harbored a dream of transcending Earth and integrating into genuine human civilization. But Hyena, Chen-Chi faltered, perplexed that her heart mirrored such desires. She would coldly dismiss all scavengers, yet willingly engage in such acts with a stranger of superior genetic stock, regardless of time or place. She had spent her days gazing at the sky on the bar street. Chen-Chi had once thought that Hyena was lost in her own spiritual world. Little did he know, she had been waiting, anticipating the arrival of a higher genetic being. That haughty red rose, before the superior genes, was as debased as a mere dog. You seem quite surprised. Mo tilted his head, intrigued. You have never witnessed the world of higher genes, have you? Did you think I had taken advantage of someone? To be frank, that girl's beauty is rather pedestrian in the realm of higher genes. Mo even comfortingly patted Chen-Chi on the shoulder. As long as humanity endures, so too shall the existence of class. You are still young, there is hope for you. Do not confine yourself to the present, the vast universe exceeds your imagination. A transformation stirred within Cheng Chi's heart. This 18-year-old youth had just attended a lesson he would never forget. Exhaling sharply, Cheng Chi steadied his breath, his expression growing resolute as he pulled forth 23 pieces of amorphous alloy. Concerning the high-entropy alloy, Cheng Chi resolved to keep it concealed for the time being, at least until he successfully completed a transaction with Mo. Compared to scavengers, you are indeed extraordinary. Mo nodded quietly, his gaze fixated on the amorphous alloy without probing further into its origins. These alloys are of high value. What do you desire in exchange, credit points, or some other items? Cheng Chi clenched his fist, gradually raising his head. I wish to exchange for the most basic, cheapest gene catalyst. Whatever quantity you can provide, I shall take without fear. Chapter 12. An unusual purchasing obsession, is that so? Mo took out a compact technological scale, cradling it in the palm of his hand. One end of the scale emitted a golden scanning beam, meticulously scanning 23 pieces of amorphous alloy. Meanwhile, the opposite end projected a laser canopy, within which a sequence of numbers gradually materialized. Amorphous alloy, with a purity of 100, totaling 1186. 3 grams. The value is 5.016 million credit points. Mo held a technological balance with one hand, scrutinizing Cheng Chi earnestly. This is the standard market price, fair and square. Cheng Chi's brow twitched slightly. The price of 1 gram of amorphous alloy exceeds 4,000.80. That time, Heeners had already been reduced to such a state, yet they still dared to hoard their treasures. The adage men die for wealth, and birds perish for food resonates even more profoundly on this forsaken earth. In stark contrast, Mo exhibited a demeanor of utmost professionalism. According to the regulations of the Galactic Alliance, even the most rudimentary gene catalytic agents are exceedingly rare and hold significant value. Mo gazed at Cheng Chi, his voice imbued with rationality. Although the success rate of that catalyst is a mere 0.0035, the market price still reaches an astonishing 1 to 2 million per vial. Cheng Chi keenly sensed the crux of the matter. What about outside the regulations set by the Galactic Alliance? Mo smiled faintly, a glimmer of approval shining in his eyes. The black market gene catalysis serum costs 800,000 per vial, with a success rate increased by a mere 0.002%. However, the downside is the propensity for genetic dissolution, which can result in instantaneous death for the user. Cheng Chi furrowed his brow and, with startling candor, inquired, is there anything worse? What? Mo tilted his head slightly. I had assumed you were resolute in your willingness to face certain death for a chance at that minuscule probability of survival, yet I did not anticipate that you would be even more reckless than I had imagined. If it gets any worse, it would be something only I, Mo, could procure. Mo tilted his head slightly and remarked, black market gene catalyzing agents, defective products, priced at 300,000 each, with a mere 0.8 survival rate. In Cheng Chi's eyes, a glimmer of incomprehensible light flickered. This is the one. The ever-composed Mo momentarily froze. He gazed silently at Cheng Chi for a long while before nodding in resignation. I need to take your alloy with me first, can you trust me? I have heard that advanced geneticists possess far more than mere physical enhancements. Cheng Chi fixed his gaze upon Mo. Their cognition, intellectual realms, and even their morals elevate alongside the enhancement of their genetic sequences. Some individuals are indeed like that. But not all. Mo nodded, however, you need not worry when trading with me. With that, Mo placed Cheng Chi's amorphous alloy into a black leather case he carried and turned to leave. Yet after taking a few steps, he halted and turned back, saying, in light of your trust in me, I shall also bestow upon you a gift. Mo retrieved a piece of paper wrapped in a dustproof bag from the case and handed it to Cheng Chi. Cheng Chi examined it closely, discovering it to be a paper business card. In an era such as this, paper cards had become exceedingly obsolete, long replaced by digital counterparts. Huilin Zhong, the chief professor of the Muan Research Institute. Cheng Chi looked up. What is this? An information. Mo lifted the leather case, speaking slowly. The Muan Research Institute was among the last scientific organizations to evacuate Earth. Although it has been dismissed by mainstream science and even criticized, I suspect they left behind a substantial amount of research equipment and findings. You are scavenger. Mo headed back to the spacecraft, speaking over his shoulder. This information should prove useful to you. Once Mo boarded the spacecraft, Henner was promptly ushered out. She watched as the vehicle ascended slowly, clutching her chest, her expression a reflection of indescribable disappointment. Soon, Henner turned her gaze towards the heap of refuse, straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. She understood that Mo's journey was to trade with certain individuals, yet she had not beheld the true visage of that person. After confirming no one was around, Henner tidied her disheveled hair and wiped the dirt from her knees. She swirled her resplendent red dress, and in the dim light of the night, raised her smooth chin, her demeanor once again transforming into an aloof and unapproachable facade. Navigating through the debris, Henna stepped into the shadows. Behind the garbage pile, Cheng Chi's silhouette emerged, observing the receding figure of the beautiful woman. A sense of indifference flickered in Cheng Chi's eyes. Henna was no longer the exquisite red rose in his heart. Now, Cheng Chi was solely focused on ascending, striving to shatter the class barriers that had never been breached. The Muan Research Institute. What is a muon? Is it some unknown particle? Why have I never heard of it in the news? Before the makeshift shelter, Cheng Chi utilized the flickering light of the campfire to scrutinize the business card in his hand. This card likely bore over a century's worth of history. The phone number was surely obsolete, and Professor Hua Linzhong had likely long since passed away. The address, the 52nd Research Zone of Huaxia. What, pray tell, was the 52nd Research Zone? For this garbage-strewn Earth, human civilization had suffered countless disconnections. No one knew where this 52nd Research Zone had once been or what it had become. Furthermore, the 52nd Zone was undoubtedly buried beneath layers of refuse. Cheng Chi flipped the card, examining the reverse side. It was blank save for a single emblem, a black circle with a small white dot at its center. Suddenly, Cheng Chi's pupils constricted. He promptly rose, retrieving a black box from within the shelter, an item acquired from the hyena safe, hidden away alongside treasures such as beef and apples. Comparing the box to the card, he noted the identical pattern, a circle with a white dot, reminiscent of a spherical particle with a core. This box once belonged to the Muan Research Center. Cheng Chi sprang into action, beginning to disassemble the technological box before him. He had previously tested it and found it damaged. Now, he aimed to attempt its repair. 10 minutes later, Cheng Chi had completely dismantled the technological box and understood its internal structure and functions. It was a signal tracker, possessing a singular target for localization. Cheng Chi's eye sparkled with intrigue. The target of this box's localization is highly likely the Muan Research Center. And the hyena has already dismantled this box. He likely knows that treasures are concealed within. However, 4 types of chips have been completely incinerated within the localization box. Cheng Chi clicked his tongue in regret. This chip technology is outdated, and finding replacements in this entire garbage-strewn Earth will prove quite challenging. Chapter 13. The repair robot clatter, clatter, an ear-piercing dragging sound emanated from outside the makeshift shelter, reminiscent of some metal scraping against the ground. Cheng Chi lifted the tarpaulin and peered outside. A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with her hair styled into horn-like braids and rosy cheeks, stood at the entrance. A length of twine was tied around her waist, dragging a dilapidated bathtub behind her, filled to the brim with various technological refuse. The girl's slight frame was no match for the weight of the bathtub. Behind it, a mechanical dog with only 3 legs was pushing against it with its forehead. The girl had come to a halt, while the mechanical dog, unaware, continued to kick its remaining 3 legs in frustration. This little dog was equipped with a rare metal detector in its snout, serving as an excellent scavenging assistant. Cheng Chi, I heard you were blown up by a missile from Uro, she said. I heard you were dead. I came to see if you were actually dead. The girl, with her large, glimmering eyes, inquired, Are you dead? Oh, it's little Cheung, Cheng Chi replied as he stepped out of the shelter and pondered for a moment. I seem to be alive. Then that's good, the girl waved her hand dismissively. You adults really worry me. Cheng Chi chuckled. Where are you headed? Little Cheung sniffled and gazed into the distance. I'm going to the bar street to set up a stall, hoping to earn a little extra. You know how hard my mother works for just a few credits. She doesn't take care of herself at all. I'm trying to help her pay off some debts. You adults are truly worrisome. Cheng Chi gazed at little Cheung. She was merely a 5.5-year-old girl. Her father had once been a robust scavenger with a steady income, but a year ago, in his pursuit of more valuable items, he began to dig deeper into the garbage heaps, akin to the coal mines of the old era. Tragically, a tunnel collapsed, and her father was lost forever within. Consequently, little Cheung's mother, in order to support her, was forced to sell her body on the bar street. Little Cheung did not comprehend the nature of her mother's work. Since her father's passing, she felt the responsibility to bear half the burden, hence she often recited mature-sounding phrases. Cheng Chi glanced at the battered bathtub. How much do you intend to earn? 20 credits will suffice. Little Cheung nodded to herself. After all, every mature-minded individual knows that greed is unwise. Cheng Chi affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and turned back to the shelter to retrieve a large, red apple. Little Cheung's eyes widened as she beheld the shiny, crimson fruit. This must be worth hundreds of credits, right? Cheng Chi pointed to the apple and solemnly stated, This is a dream-filled apple. Should you decide to sell it or store it away, it will pop and vanish into thin air. It once quietly confided in me that its dream is to be eaten while being walked upon. With that, Cheng Chi placed the apple in little Cheung's hands. Here, help me fulfill its dream. You adults, you clearly want to take care of me but insist on weaving a fairy tale riddled with flaws, little Cheung remarked, lifting the apple to her nose for a sniff before taking a bite, scrunching her nose and shedding a tear. After wiping her eyes, she began to pull the bathtub away. I want to take advantage of you. Once I sell today's goods, we'll split it 50-50. Cheng-Chi smiled briefly before glancing towards the distant garbage piles. Little Cheung's mother had been watching from the shadows, not out of concern for little Cheung's meeting with Cheng-Chi, but rather for her daughter venturing out alone in the late hours. Just as Cheng-Chi returned to his shelter, he heard a knock at the door. Someone was tapping on the pillars of the shelter from the outside. Lifting the tarp, he was surprised to see little Cheung returning. In one hand, she held half of the apple, and in the other, a peculiar necklace. She pointed at the apple, saying, "The other half of its dream, Mama will help it come true." Then she lifted the necklace high above her head and handed it to Cheng-Chi. "Here, this is a gift for you. Don't turn your nose up at it. Finding identical beads is quite a challenge. I've been collecting them for a whole year." Cheng-Chi squinted at the necklace in his hand. It was a string of metal beads, each small and reminiscent of the glass marbles from the olden days, glinting with a silvery sheen. From each bead dangled a strand of black thread, resembling the tentacles of a round-headed octopus. Detected similar technological creation, ready for synthesis. Cheng-Chi paused slightly. Small circuit repair robot can float and move into narrow devices, equipped with 14 micro-tentacles, capable of welding and repairing millimeter-sized circuits. Cheng-Chi was taken aback. These little beads were actually tiny robots, although they had been discarded for quite some time and were entirely non-functional. STC could synthesize and upgrade them. Isn't it beautiful? The strands below the beads are called tassels. They are not ordinary bearing steel beads. Little Cheung stood with her hands behind her back, beaming with pride. These must be some kind of high-grade bearing steel beads. They are indeed lovely. Thank you, little Cheung. Cheng-Chi exhaled slowly. Sometimes, a small act of kindness could yield unexpectedly fruitful rewards. In the stillness of the night, Cheng-Chi hid within the shelter, dismantling the necklace. Upon counting, he found there were actually 35 small repair robots. Though they had all run out of power and many of the repair tentacles were damaged, it was not a problem. They would serve as ample basic synthesis material. With these repair robots, he would be able to fix the locator at the Muser base. Cheng-Chi could envision little Cheung, with her face and hands covered in grime over the past year, scouring through garbage heaps in search of similar beads, all to craft a string of prayer beads. Having aided little Cheung on numerous occasions, he knew this clever little girl was grateful. Time to begin synthesis. Cheng-Chi raised the back of his hand, and STC emitted a scanning beam. Disassembled into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Micro-circuit repair robot. 17, reduced by 50. Remote control capable. Can enter devices due to its small size. Performing simple mechanical repairs and circuit welding. Cheng-Chi paused in his actions. The tiny metallic beads before him now pulsed with new life. Their built-in levitation system allowed them to float in the air, with a small red dot flickering within their bodies, awaiting command linkage, while the fine mechanical tentacles below swayed gently in the air. They've shrunk in size, yet, for repairing circuit boards, they are still too large. Cheng-Chi's gaze flickered with determination. Continue. Disassembled into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Millimeter circuit repair robot. 8 This time, the robot's bodies had shrunk to the size of grains of rice, appearing like a swarm of tiny insects floating in the air from a distance. Still too large, shrinking down one more level should allow them to repair the circuit boards. Cheng-Chi felt a surge of excitement, drawing closer to his goal, as the shocks delivered by STC continued to escalate. Size reduction had always been a formidable challenge in the realm of robotics. Disassembled into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Micron circuit repair robot. For the repair robots had shrunk even further, resembling inconspicuous sesame seeds. In the dim light of the shelter, without the faint glow of their indicator lights, they would be nearly indistinguishable. Still using remote control, Cheng-Chi furrowed his brow. The internal circuitry is complex. Relying solely on remote control may not achieve the necessary operational precision. Disassembled into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Smart micron circuit repair sprite. 2 Who possesses enhanced intelligent recognition capabilities, can automatically detect and diagnose faults within circuits, and rapidly formulate repair plans. It can delve into extremely small circuit structures for repairs, and its individual repair speed increases by 350. Intelligent, this is precisely what I need. Cheng-Chi's eyes widened, yet the space before him was eerily empty. Oh, where are you? A faint buzzing sound emerged, and 2 pinprick-sized lights flickered to life ahead, coalescing and separating again. Cheng-Chi finally let out a sigh of relief. As they merged and split, he nearly lost track of the robots. Their size had now become minuscule. At this moment, the repair robots had reached the micron level, but this measurement referred to the repair tentacles. Their overall size still felt somewhat cumbersome, making it challenging to navigate within the circuit boards. This is the final synthesis, the only chance. Cheng-Chi's expression turned grave. STC has always been about cross-level enhancements. If I can reduce the size by another half, it will surely resolve the dilemma before me. Disassembled into raw materials, synthesis successful, boom. A tremor shook the ground. A colossal metallic cone, towering nearly 4 meters in height and with a diameter of at least 1.8 meters, descended into the shed, shattering Cheng Chi's solitary dining table into splinters. What on earth is this? It's astonishingly immense. Is this the end of everything? Chapter 14. Kyoto KP-03 Quantum Intelligence Restoration Cluster, Level 2 civilization creation, employing advanced nanotechnology and artificial intelligence algorithms. It possesses the capability to operate at a microscopic level while exhibiting autonomous learning and optimization of repair strategies. Utilizing quantum communication and quantum computing technologies, it boasts exceptional information processing abilities and precise operational skills. This Cheng Chi was momentarily speechless. No way, my friend, with such a massive size, how can you even repair anything? Wait, a cluster. Just then, the enormous metallic cone before him slowly revealed a hatch, emanating a brilliant azure glow of technology from within. Subsequently, a metal disc the size of a palm gracefully floated out, akin to a UIO. It gently rotated in the air before descending onto Cheng Chi's shoulder, whereupon the disc morphed perfectly to fit, resembling a metallic patch adorning his shoulder from a distance. Cheng Chi, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" To his astonishment, the patch on his shoulder seemed to receive a command, extending its form and transforming into a miniature UIO, drifting toward Cheng Chi's ear. The small UFO emitted a sound. "Shall I demonstrate the cluster characteristics?" Cheng Chi paused. "Go ahead, showcase it." Buzz, suddenly, from within the metallic cone, it erupted like a disturbed beehive, unleashing a dense swarm of repair robots numbering in the tens of thousands. These robots were nearly imperceptible in size, coalescing like smoke, and once dispersed, they vanished from sight. Cheng Chi stared at the swirling mist, nanoscale. My goodness, that is terrifying. Not far away, Han's Eye, who was applying lubricant to his mechanical finger joints, inadvertently snapped one of his robotic fingers off. The nano repair robots swiftly identified the repair target, splitting off a squad-like smoke, as thousands of nano repair robots retrieved Han's Eye's finger and perfectly reattached it, while another team tightened the corresponding screws. Yet another squad released miniature tendrils that emitted sparks akin to electric arc welding, the tiny flames flickering as they welded and polished Han's Eye's finger. Han's Eye gazed at his finger, now gleaming as if brand new. "They even gave me a manicure." It was only then that Cheng Chi grasped the situation. The colossal cone acted as a distribution center, while the UFO by his ear served as a mobile control terminal, capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of smaller, more intelligent nano-repair robots. The combination of these elements formed a full-fledged nanoscale intelligent repair factory. STC truly never disappoints. Even a civilization of level 2 is formidable. Cheng Chi took a deep breath, his gaze shifting towards the positioning box of the MUSI Research Center. This palm-sized black box, with a history of at least a century, bore witness to internal circuits riddled with corrosion, its 4 core circuit boards melted beyond recognition. In the vast expanse of Earth's wasteland, it seemed unlikely that anyone could restore it. At that moment, tens of thousands of miniature repair robots infiltrated the nano box's interior. Almost instantaneously, it appeared as if an ethereal hand was meticulously rotating those minuscule screws in concentric circles. In a brief interlude, the positioning box was disassembled into hundreds of components, laid out across the table. The grime and rust on the parts visibly peeled away at an astonishing rate. Subsequently, faint glimmers emerged on the chips, evidence of the miniature robots repairing the circuits, leaving behind tiny solder points. Soon after, all the rejuvenated components were reassembled piece by piece into their original positions. The entire process was refreshingly satisfying and relieving. The nano-repair robots, as the unsung heroes of this endeavor, buzzed into the air, coalescing and dispersing in a graceful dance. Beep, beep, beep. On the surface of the positioning box, the relatively primitive red light-emitting diodes began to flicker rapidly, indicating successful operation. Cheng Chi's eyes widened slightly. At the apex of the box, a small blue beam of light illuminated, followed by a 3D projection, markedly inferior to holographic technology, materializing in midair. It was a flat map of Earth's surface, depicting once majestic mountains and oceans, now completely shrouded in refuse. At coordinates 11620E, 3956N, a solitary point of light and information blinked on the map. Cheng Chi squinted his eyes. This address corresponded to the former city of Kyoto in Hoshire. And the minds of today's scavengers. It bore another moniker, the land of no return. The vicinity, stretching nearly 1,000 kilometers, constituted a wasteland largely untouched by development. There had been attempts to approach it. Reports suggested that one group had ventured merely within a 600-kilometer radius of Kyoto. That 12-member scavenger squad, armed and equipped, ultimately returned with only 3 members, severely maimed, and within a week, succumbed to infections from their injuries. The MUSI Research Center is actually located in Kyoto. A solemn expression flickered across Cheng Chi's face. One could only imagine that in such an infrequently traversed locale, the Musi Research Centre would be impeccably preserved. It was said that their hasty evacuation left behind an abundance of technological equipment. What capabilities did Musi technology possess? Regardless, it must hold extraordinary value, not to mention STC's prodigious synthesis abilities. Cheng Qi glanced at the subtly pulsating XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor beneath his sleeve, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. Chapter 15, The Land of No Return. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a dense fog. Various particles and harmful gases permeated the atmosphere, rendering the sun a mere shadow of its former brilliance. Cheng Qi and Han Zai arrived at the dilapidated transportation hub, based on the buried White Palace beneath the Bar Street. It could be inferred that Cheng Qi's base of operations was located in the bygone era's Washington City, approximately 11,000 kilometers from the capital of Huaxia. Before them stood a man with a nose resembling fermented liquor, known as Crow, who possessed a ramshackle ground effect vehicle pieced together from various parts. This contraption, straddling the line between an airplane and a hovercraft, utilized compressed air from its engines flowing downward through its wings, allowing it to soar 5 to 8 meters above the ground, gliding swiftly over both land and water. This device served a purpose akin to that of a long-distance bus, skirting the edges of aerial regulations while fulfilling the traversing needs of scavengers. Anyone willing to pay the fare could board. Among the passengers aboard the vehicle were several other scavengers who, upon learning of Cheng Qi's intent to journey to the capital, cast reverent glances in his direction. 2 scavengers rose silently, placing 2 energy bars and a bottle of filtered water before Cheng Qi. Leaving behind food and water was their final act of compassion. It was a tragic era, where many desperate souls chose to gamble their lives on perilous ventures. Passengers, hold on tight. No need for seatbelts, as this flight lacks such luxuries. With a sudden thrust on the control stick, Crow bellowed, "Take off." Boom. The ground effect vehicle erupted with fierce gusts of air, dust swirling as the craft slowly lifted off, accelerating with a jolt into the skies. In midair, the vehicle resembled a frog flinging its young, shedding various components. Cheng Qi remained unperturbed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Surely I shan't meet my demise before even reaching the capital. Suddenly, Cheng Qi spotted a massive object, billowing thick black smoke, detaching from the ground effect vehicle and plummeting to the earth. "Master!" Crow's steward robot, a discarded aircraft maintenance unit, chimed in. "The number 2 engine has departed from us." "Stay calm, it's merely a minor setback." Substitute. Crow waved dismissively, yet the maintenance robot expertly lifted another engine and affixed it to the wing, wrench clattering as it tightened the bolts, and at last, the number 2 engine resumed its function. Cheng Qi glanced into the cabin. "It appears there are no more substitute engines." "Not to worry. I've flown this route for 7 or 8 years, scattering engines like confetti. 1 or 2 may fall, but should we need to make an emergency landing, replacements are but a moment away. It's all about recycling. When I, Crow, pilot this craft, stability is assured." Bumping and swaying, Cheng Qi finally approached the outskirts of the capital. Crow guided the vehicle higher, casting a glance back at Cheng Qi and Han Zai on the ground, a hint of sympathy gracing his features. "Brother, if you ever wish to return, it's on the house." Cheng Qi waved farewell to Crow, turning to face the scene ahead. The landscape of Earth appeared largely the same, an endless expanse of refuse, with scarcely a trace of soil or ground visible. A faint green mist floated around, infused with various toxic chemical vapors. From within the distant refuse heaps, a pair of crimson eyes occasionally emerged, fixating on Cheng Qi from afar, an eerie spectacle. Cheng Qi tilted his head slightly, as the Extreme Warrior Power armor revealed a silver metal mask, its ocular components aglow with a futuristic blue luminescence. The so-called Extreme Warrior naturally possessed the capacity to withstand the harshest environments. Cheng Qi's shoulder still bore the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster's mobile control platform. That diminutive UFO nestled against his shoulder was home to tens of thousands of miniature repair robots, which had now withdrawn their mechanical appendages, resembling insects curling up for winter hibernation. This was a delightful surprise Cheng Qi had previously uncovered, never anticipating he could extract such a compact travel kit from the vast repair cluster. "Han Zai, are you ready?" "Absolutely." With a resounding roar, the jet turbine chutes beneath them activated, propelling the 2 figures skyward, where they adjusted their posture high above, surging toward the heart of Kyoto. Squeak, squeak, as Cheng Qi and Han Zai ascended, shadows began to crawl from the refuse piles below, emerging into the dim sunlight and gradually revealing their true forms. They were enormous grey-furred rats, each measuring at least a meter in length, their muscular frames accentuated by elongated, razor-sharp teeth that protruded beyond their jaws, piercing through their lower skin, dripping with putrid liquid. With eyes glowing a fierce crimson, they stood upright, fixating on the distant silhouettes of the two figures. Scavengers' moniker for these creatures was the scavenger rats. Rats had always been a resilient species, but these particular rodents had mutated due to their vitality was tenacious. Even when severed in half, they would viciously tear apart their prey. Moreover, among the scavenger rat populace, certain intelligent mutants had emerged, acting as strategists, orchestrating the group's assaults with a combination of numerical superiority and tactical acumen. At this very moment, one scavenger rat, facing north, opened its fearsome maw, emitting a bizarre, distorted sound from its throat that bore no resemblance to a rat's voice but rather echoed the roar of a large. In an instant, layers of terrifying roars resonated from the north. This was a warning, and in response, millions of formidable kin stirred. The territorial instinct of these mutated rats was fierce. Upon discovering an intruder, they would mobilize their entire clan to rend their foe to shreds. In truth, the name scavenger rat scarcely suited them any longer. Many scavengers referred to them as killing rats. This was the reason Kyoto had come to be known as the Land of No Return. Chapter 16. The ferocious killer rodents Cheng-Chi and Hanzai hovered 100 meters above, surveying the scene below. The ground was cloaked in a dim and eerie ambience, with tendrils of green mist swirling about, revealing nothing but a landscape littered with dilapidated refuse. Suddenly, a multitude of crimson points of light erupted from the earth. If the ground were to be likened to a darkened sky, then these red dots outnumbered the stars, exuding an aura of gruesome terror. Cheng-Chi squinted, and in that fleeting moment, the red lights abruptly vanished, as if extinguished. Cheng-Chi understood that these were the countless killer rodents, retreating into the heaps of garbage. Should they descend into their territory, the rodents would lie in wait, poised to spring forth from any corner, ready to viciously rend the throats of any intruders. Casting a glance at the coordinates, he noted that the final location of Meizi's research lay just 200 meters ahead. The atmosphere here was more polluted than elsewhere. In the darkness, a colossal wreck of a starship loomed, stripped of all detachable components before its abandonment, leaving behind a severely corroded hull that emanated a sense of solemnity and desolation. Cheng-Chi and Hanzai descended to the ground. As they walked, their feet crunched upon the debris, the sound piercing the stillness of the surroundings with alarming clarity. Suddenly, a stench, mingled with the reek of blood, assaulted their senses. Squeak, a ferocious mutated killing rat, measuring a staggering 1.5 meters in length and resembling a small calf, sprang forth from a nearby pile of refuse, its menacing jaws wide open, aiming directly for Cheng-Chi's neck. Creak crack, the extreme warrior armor had issued a warning half a second prior, and in that fleeting moment, Cheng-Chi extended his arm to shield himself. The rat's sharp fangs pierced his protective suit, but upon making contact with the extreme warrior armor, its ebony teeth shattered instantly. Cheng-Chi seized the monstrous rat and lifted it into the air, gripping its upper and lower jaws, and with a decisive crack, he tore the creature in two. Once, this killing rat had posed a lethal threat to Cheng-Chi. Now, it crumbled effortlessly in his grasp. In that instant, Cheng-Chi turned to survey the surrounding heaps of garbage, clearly observing at least a dozen more killing rats shrinking back. After all, they were living beings, governed by instinctual fear. "I'll hold them off," Cheng-Chi declared as he straightened his posture. "Hanzi, the precise coordinates are within the wreckage of the starship. You must enter first and excavate as swiftly as possible, but do be cautious." "Got it," Hanzi responded, turning to burrow into the starship debris. Cheng-Chi had already assessed the terrain. The wreckage offered only this single entrance behind him. As long as he could defend this position, he could buy Hanzi ample time. Squeak, the ferocity overcame fear as a dozen killing rats leaped from the ground, launching themselves toward Cheng-Chi. Memory metal coursed through his wrist, coalescing into a blade nearly 2 meters long. In an instant, it tracked the trajectories of the charging rats and outlined a lethal strike sequence. Although Cheng-Chi lacked combat experience, the extreme warrior armor transformed him into a formidable fighting machine. A silvery glimmer sliced through the gloom, and the sound of cutting flesh echoed in Cheng-Chi's ears, the stench of blood splattering onto the ground. He was acutely aware that every action was executed with precise adherence to the armor's calculations, encountering only 13 instances of slight resistance during the process. The air was filled with hisses, low growls, and the heavy thud of bodies hitting the ground. Within 30 seconds, 13 killing rats lay severed in two, thudding lifelessly to the earth. Cheng-Chi stepped forward, crushing one rat beneath his foot and severing its head, lifting it triumphantly towards the heavens. Crack, a sudden clash of lightning erupted from the ominous clouds above, illuminating the ground for a brief moment. Cheng-Chi's silhouette was mirrored in the blood-red eyes of countless killing rats. His thoughts were crystal clear. The rats had proliferated for centuries, their numbers staggering and seemingly inexhaustible. The only viable strategy was to instill terror in them, compelling them to retreat instinctively. Squeak, squeak, thousands of killing rats around him emitted low, piercing shrieks, their bodies hunched, bristling for standing on end. Yet, Cheng-Chi's strategy appeared to be effective. None dared to emerge from the refuse piles. Cheng-Chi tilted his head, observing deeper within the starship wreckage, where Hanzi was tirelessly excavating the ground with his hands transformed into makeshift digging tools. "Hanzi, any progress?" Cheng-Chi inquired. None. Who knows how long this will take? Chen Qi scanned the lurking killing rats, preparing to assist Han Zi, when suddenly, the behavior of the rats shifted. Although they kept their distance, they began to encircle Chen Qi, forming layers of an intricate formation, each rat poised like a drawn bow, claws gripping the earth, ready to strike at any moment. They intend to surround me in a 360-degree formation, launching continuous waves of attack, Chen Qi mused, squinting. Suddenly, a faint reddish sound wave appeared on the armor's holographic interface, leading him to a distant small refuse pile. In that instant, the truth dawned upon him. Squeak, the outermost ring of dozens of rats suddenly leapt high into the air. Chen Qi furrowed his brow, extending his right hand, fingers blade wide, pointing skyward as the gravity control glove activated. The rats emitted terrified shrieks, their bodies twisting in midair, unable to descend to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Qi extended his left hand towards the distant refuse pile. Debris trembled as a small, entirely white-furred rat was yanked from the refuse. This white-furred killing rat was their strategist of the horde, a unique entity that had evolved to possess intelligence surpassing that of its grey-furred counterparts. The earlier encirclement order had been its cunning ploy, utilizing inaudible low-frequency sound waves to command the other rats. Buzz, the airhead quivered as Chen Qi increased the power of the gravity control glove. Suddenly, the white rat's pupils revealed a personified expression of sheer terror and disbelief. Squeak, boom, the white rat's flesh exploded violently upon acquiring the gravity control glove. The STC annotations were clear, the gravitational field it generated was volatile and uncontrollable to a certain extent. In that moment, the other grey-furred rats were paralyzed by the unexpected spectacle, their limbs stiffening and emitting sporadic squeaks. Chen Qi's gaze was steely. He rotated his left hand once more, extracting 3 additional white-furred rats from a nearby refuse pile. Their expressions were even more distinctly personified, fear, dread, and sheer terror. Though they comprehended their current predicament, they were utterly baffled as to why this being could pinpoint them and exert control over their bodies from a distance. Boom, 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 blood splattered everywhere as the 3 white rats were reduced to mere pulp. The grey-furred killing rats stood frozen, trembling, paralyzed by fear, no longer daring to budge an inch. Capture the leader to subdue the minions. By eliminating the strategist, Chen Qi had effectively instilled terror in the ordinary killing rats. A triumphant smile crept across his face, but within half a second, that smile faltered slightly. Was the refuse trembling? No, the ground was shaking. Rumble, rumble, a suffocating stench wafted towards him, accompanied by deafening sounds all around. Chen Qi looked up, his pupils dilating in shock. A kilometer away, a massive grey wave surged, obscuring the sky. It was a rat tide. Countless killing rats rolled and trampled over one another, forming a colossal wave reaching hundreds of meters high, encroaching from all directions. What the hell, do they really think so highly of me? What have I done to warrant the mobilization of your entire horde? Chen Qi shouted, turning to Han Zi. How's it going? Not good. According to my scans, the area we seek lies 260 meters below. Han Zi replied, bent over with his rear in the air, still furiously digging. We can't reach it. Damn. Just as Han Zi's words fell, the ground beneath him collapsed, transforming into a bottomless pit, and Han Zi plummeted into the abyss. Boom, after a brief delay, the sound of debris crashing to the bottom echoed. Not good. I fell through. I nearly broke my leg. Han Zi's voice rang out, indicating he was mostly unharmed. Meanwhile, a set of data materialized on the holographic interface of Chen Qi's extreme warrior armor. The object fell for a duration of 7.28 seconds according to the formula for free fall, H12 GT, with the acceleration due to gravity assumed to be 9.8 ms. The object descended a total distance of 257.6 meters. Chen Qi's expression shifted to one of sternness. What on earth are you still doing at this hour? In the next moment, Chen Qi realized the situation. 257.6 meters. Han Zi has fallen into the depths of Kyoto. Goodness. There lies a robust alloy door, the entrance to the Muzi Research Center. The password system is malfunctioning, it won't open. Han Zi's exclamation echoed. Chen Qi glanced into the distance. The colossal tide of murderous rats was less than 200 meters away, a multitude of vicious and terrifying creatures, densely packed. Although each individual rat was easily dispatched, their overwhelming numbers posed an insurmountable threat. If entangled indefinitely, the originally negligible risk would escalate exponentially. Now that he was here, retreat was out of the question, and returning empty-handed was even less feasible. Moreover, Han Zi was still underground. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qi cast a look at the miniature repair robot perched on his shoulder. I'm counting on you. Hundreds of tiny robots ascended, resembling a wisp of smoke, and darted into the collapsed cavern. If these micro-robots could swiftly restore the entrance to the Muzi Research Center, then both Chen Qi and Han Zi could access the alloy door, effectively isolating the relentless tide of murderous rats outside. A mere 3 seconds after the repair robots ventured into the abyss, Chen Qi leaned back and leaped into the cave, hot on his heels. The swarm of murderous rats emitted a ferocious shriek, cascading into the chasm like a grey waterfall. Han Zai waited underground, the repair robot soared ahead, while Chen Qi plummeted behind, with the tide of rats in hot pursuit. Chapter 17, The Eerie Research Center. In the midst of a descent, Chen Qiqing clearly observed that below lay an immense expanse, shrouded in darkness and haze. Han Zai leaned against a grand door of a dark golden hue. A cursory glance revealed that the door was thick and robust, likely impervious to the onslaught of the murderous rodents. A miniature repair robot took the lead, drifting like smoke into the keypad affixed to one side of the door. Subsequently, as Chen Qiqing approached the ground, he executed a somersault to dissipate the impact, landing gracefully on one knee. Rising, he stood before the allure door, tilting his head to gaze into the abyss above. Countless murderous rodents, exuding an aura that threatened to engulf the very heavens, cascaded downwards. Suddenly, the waterfall of murderous rodents in midair split asunder like a torrent. Immediately thereafter, a colossal shadow surged forth from the rodent horde. Chen Qiqing's pupils constricted. What is that? A gigantic rat, the king of murderous rodents. Suspended in the air was a rodent cloaked in crimson fur, its size towering over 4 meters, resembling the bulk of a rhinoceros amidst the mist. Such an abomination existed, yet, in the next heartbeat, Chen Qiqing felt his perspective narrow. This red-furred creature was hardly the rodent king, for within moments, hundreds of enormous crimson rodents surged forth, suggesting they were some form of elite rodent. I am currently formulating a repair plan, came a voice. Chen Qiqing was momentarily taken aback, looking at the diminutive UFO perched on his shoulder. Brother, it has been several seconds, only now are you beginning to devise a strategy. Roared the red-furred murderous rodent emitted a monstrous howl from its fang-laden maw. This beast could only be defined as a creature. Upon landing, a red-furred rodent rolled upon the ground, shaking off its rigid fur before leaping 4 to 5 meters high, its gaping maw aimed directly at Chen Qiqing to devour him whole. Device repair complete. Chen Qiqing was momentarily stunned. Instant repair, quite impressive. Access control system repaired and functioning optimally. Commencing decryption process, estimated time, 88 seconds. Chen Qiqing's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, soaring to heaven and plunging to hell. Such an extended decryption time, if the rodent horde descends, the door won't even close. I might as well fight until the next lunar year, if given the chance. I must synthesize some large-scale destructive weaponry. Ding. Authorized personnel information detected. Welcome to the Muan Research Center, District 52 of Huaxia. This time, the notification emanated from within the allure door. Chen Qiqing was taken aback. What did this mean? I am an authorized personnel. How could this be? The Muan base has long been abandoned, buried deep underground for a century, and I am but 18 years old. Buzz, rumble, the allure door began to tremble, dust cascading down. Gradually, the door swung open, revealing a narrow gap. Chen Qiqing seized Han Zai and squeezed through the opening. As he entered the Muan Research Center, the door began to close slowly. Roar, a red-furred murderous rodent managed to thrust half its body through the gap, only to be ensnared by the closing door. The force of the allure door was astonishingly heavy, and the sound of shattering bones echoed as the rodent was violently crushed, its blood and entrails splattering. It howled as its body was severed in twain. Half of the red-furred rodent's carcass fell within the doorway, and Chen Qiqing presumed it was lifeless, only to be caught off guard as, in an instant, the surviving half leapt up, aiming to bite Chen Qiqing's head. Clang, a silvery blade glimmered as the extreme warrior armor materialized, a weapon, piercing through the rodent's mouth and emerging from its skull. Thud, the truly lifeless red-furred rodent collapsed to the ground, its mouth agape, oozing blackened blood. Chen Qiqing panted, acknowledging that indeed, exploring the ruins was both thrilling and terrifying. Faintly, he could hear the sound of violent pounding from outside the door, accompanied by the scraping of claws against it. Yet the entire allure door stood firm as a mountain, likely capable of withstanding a nuclear blast from the bygone era. Meanwhile, the miniature repair robot redirected its efforts to mend Han Zai's leg. Chen Qiqing turned slowly to survey the interior of the Muan Research Center. It was engulfed in darkness, the depth within was utterly indiscernible. Chen Qiqing furrowed his brow, refusing to allow even a hint of complacency. Creak, a sudden sound akin to electrical circuits merging echoed from afar. In that instant, a white fluorescent light illuminated above his head. It was as if a new world had been unveiled, as row upon row of lights flickered to life, casting a clear and brilliant white glow that extended into the distance. Chen Qiqing inhaled deeply. This place resembled a vast office space. The environment was remarkably tidy, the floor adorned with the white tiles that were fashionable in the old era, while numerous tempered glass partitions lined either side, forming makeshift offices. Yet, as far as the eye could see, it was desolate, filled only with rudimentary desks and chairs of no value. Chen Qiqing felt an ominous premonition. He might return empty-handed. Aside from the cacophony of the murderous rodents outside, the silence within was eerie, akin to a ghostly realm. Greetings, my friend. A sudden voice emerged from beside Chen Qiqing, catching him off guard and sending chills down his spine. He turned cautiously to find a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, appearing silently at his side. The man approached Chen Qiqing, his footsteps making not a sound. "Who are you?" Chen Qiqing squinted, drawing forth his blade. "I am Huolin Zhong, the head of this facility," the middle-aged man replied with a congenial smile. "Huolin Zhong, the chief professor of the Muan Research Center." Chen Qiqing furrowed his brow, recognizing the name from the business card. However, it seemed implausible. The card, like the Muan Research Center, belonged to a bygone century. He should have perished long ago. Moreover, the Muan Research Center had been buried beneath a heap of refuse. How could any living soul still survive here? At that moment, the Extreme Warrior's powered armor also relayed environmental data. The oxygen levels here were alarmingly low, necessitating the activation of life support systems. Chen Qiqing's pupils dilated. Could he possibly be a ghost? Chapter 18. In the presence of Huolin Zhong, do not be concerned. At present, I am merely a 3D projection. A projection that requires me to speak to the air in front of a camera in order to be recorded. Damn it, the man in the white coat remarked, flashing a grin that revealed a set of smoke-stained teeth towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi was taken aback. He comprehended the principles of 3D projection. However, he was rather astonished that a distinguished scientist like Huolin Zhong would employ such profane language. "Oh, I am here in person as well. I can take you to meet myself. And perhaps give you a tour of the Muan Research Center." As he spoke, Huolin Zhong rolled up the sleeves of his lab coat, revealing a tattooed arm, and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With a flick of his Zippo lighter, he expertly ignited one, inhaling deeply with an expression of pure enjoyment, before beginning to stroll leisurely. A tattooed scientist, the act of smoking appeared quite stylish, and rather edgy. Chen Qi observed the 3D projection before him, finding Professor Hu to be exceptionally charismatic. Do not take offense, during my youth, I studied abroad and strayed from the path, spending a few years on the streets. Huolin Zhong continued walking. Scientists are, after all, human, and what was once is distinct from what is now. Chen Qi nodded silently. The muon, also known as meson, he began, is a fundamental particle. It possesses unique quantum characteristics, with a spin of 1-2, and its existence and behavior can be described through quantum field theory. The muon possesses a unit negative charge and has a rest mass that is 207 times that of an electron, approximately 105. 6 MeV, and can be regarded as an overweight version of the electron. 16 years ago, I became utterly captivated by the muon. The initial objective was founded upon the exploration of entirely new energy sources. Horing, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, suddenly uttered a plethora of obscure facts and technical jargon. It is an unstable particle, with an average decay lifetime of 2 microseconds when at rest. Brilliant yet ephemeral. What fills me with renewed confidence is the monumental breakthrough we achieved 6 years ago. We invented a strong magnetic field cage that confines muons within a designated spatial region. At this moment, Huolin Zhong turned sideways, flicking his lab coat back, hands on his hips, gazing towards a conference room on the left. The conference room, which had been devoid of any presence, suddenly illuminated with a 3D projection. Countless young scientists were shouting within. We've captured it. We have finally retained the muon. Huolin Zhong appeared to be lost in a beautiful memory, a smile gracing his lips. Alas, in the subsequent decade, we achieved nothing. The projection of Huolin Zhong darkened, and he took a deep drag of his cigarette. We were under immense pressure, ridiculed by our peers, targeted by the scientific community, and faced with withdrawal of funding. In an adjacent office, another projection appeared, seemingly depicting a scene 10 years later. The young scientists wore expressions of despair, each plagued by deep circles under their eyes, their hair slick with oil. I have unwavering faith in muons. I encouraged them, consoled them, but I knew they were on the verge of collapse. The projection of Huolin Zhong continued forward. I believe muons are related to the creation of the universe, tied to the most fundamental units of the cosmos. I harbor a profound conviction that once muons are fully harnessed, the civilization of humanity will ascend to a higher echelon. Over the past decade, I have conducted various experiments and catalyses on muons. During one of these experiments, an accident occurred, and I lost consciousness in the explosion. Yet, in that moment, I felt my consciousness being drawn into time. I seemed to traverse through 93 billion light-years of the universe, arriving at the initial singularity. I beheld a sequence of numbers. 24, I knew not what it was, nor did I comprehend the significance of 24. But the shock that coursed through me at that instant, the sensation of every pore in my body opening wide, filled me with an infinite awe, solidifying my resolve to develop muon technology. Then, I saw you. As he spoke, Huolin Zhong slowly turned, suddenly locking eyes with Chen Qi. In that instant, Chen Qi felt as though Huolin Zhong's gaze pierced through the mysterious void, transcending the intangible river of time. He seemed to stare directly at him from another world, another dimension. I witnessed you, after Earth had become a wasteland, unearthing the Muon Research Center buried deep underground. I saw your face, and I also beheld your robot. I know. Hu Linzhong's voice was steady and penetrating. You hail from the future. Chen Qi felt a chill rise from his feet, his eyes widening slightly. So, you set the access permissions for me a century ago. Yet, at that moment, Chen Qi realized a crucial detail. The 3D projection before him seemed devoid of interactive capabilities. All of this was merely a pre-recorded video by Hu Linzhong. He could only speak to himself, and the reason he could mimic interactions was that he had witnessed the Chen Qi of this moment a century prior. He had mimeized Chen Qi's actions, creating a form of cross-temporal communication. When I awakened, I recounted the wonders of Muons to others. Damn it, no one believed me. Not even my good friend, Dr. Song from the 53rd District Gene Research Institute, believed me. Hu Linzhong bit down hard on the cigarette filter, the pressure so intense that the filter had deformed. He continued to lead the way, turning into a narrow corridor. So what if I was once a thug? What does it matter that the entire scientific community despises me? I do not serve them. My ambition, ridiculous yet grand. All my knowledge, if it cannot benefit humanity, is utterly useless. Humanity will inevitably confront an energy crisis. A new type of energy, efficient and stable, is humanity's sole hope, the only hope. Though I cannot become a torch. Hu Linzhong's eye sparkled with a peculiar light. I am willing to burn myself out, transforming into a spark, igniting the quest for knowledge in future generations. At that moment, projections reappeared on both sides. The personnel of the research institute moved hurriedly, with a plethora of documents strewn across the floor. Each individual was packing anything they could carry, while numerous military personnel, armed, conducted thorough checks. The 3D Hu Linzhong lit another cigarette, revealing a hint of desolation. You see, on my current Earth, energy has been depleted, everyone is migrating, and the Muon Research Center is no exception. In truth, the Muon Research Center has reached an impasse. Even if we were to reach other planets, our fate would be either absorption or dissolution. Conversely, will humanity's interstellar exploration truly proceed smoothly? Is the existing energy technology truly sufficient? Hu Linzhong furrowed his brow. Time is running out for me. Chen Qi observed the scenes. The temporal point depicted was precisely during the Great Human Migration. But I wagered with those sworn enemies, at the time, they thought I was joking. The man, biting his cigarette, suddenly chuckled. I said, as long as I, Hu Linzhong, do not develop usable technology for Muons in a day, I will not leave the Muon Research Center for a single day. At this moment, the 3D projection of Hu Linzhong came to a halt. He stood before an office door, the nameplate clearly visible. Professor Hu Linzhong. Chen Qi's expression grew solemn. Just moments ago, this 3D projection stated it would take me to meet him. This meant that the true essence of Professor Hu Linzhong resided just beyond this door. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of reverence began to blossom within Chen Qi. Professor Hu Linzhong had not departed, he had not abandoned Earth. Even as everyone else retreated, he remained here for what others deemed a laughable promise. His demeanor, though akin to a rogue, concealed a soul that was proud and obstinate. Regarding Muons, he possessed a fervent passion for exploration and bore the weight of a noble cause, forging ahead relentlessly. The wisdom left by our ancestors rings true. One must never judge by appearance. Chen Qi took a deep breath and gently pushed open the office door before him. Inside, the lights shone brightly, and something akin to willow fluff floated quietly through the air. The 3D Hu Linzhong discarded his cigarette on the ground, extinguishing it, and pushed open the door from his own temporal realm. Please, come in. He entered the office with a smile. I can see the future you, but I lack any sense of time. I do not know how many years it will take for you to find this place. Now, do you see the future me? Has this old man aged a few years? Has there been any groundbreaking progress in the study of Muons? Chen Qi stood at the threshold, gazing at the pristine office. In the center of the room stood a massive desk. Behind the desk, in a swivel chair, sat a skeleton. Chapter 19, Muon Technology. Now, you can continue the discussion with my future self. I believe this marks a revolutionary beginning. For after I beheld you, strange visions emerged in my mind. It was a blaze of intense light. It conveyed to me that Muon technology would, on some future day, astonish the entire universe. In the office of Hu Linzhong, he circled around the desk and gradually settled into the swivel chair. Subsequently, his form began to dissipate, leaving only a skeletal remains. Chen Qi found himself entranced, unable to regain his composure. The entire Muon Research Center had been vacated, leaving behind a solitary, obstinate chief scientist. Thus, that skeleton belonged to Hu Linzhong. He had been deceased for quite some time. Even the white lab coat he wore had disintegrated into drifting tufts of fluff. I once proclaimed, as Hu Linzhong, that I would not depart from the Muon Research Center until I had developed a usable Muon technology. Chen Qi's heart swelled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. He approached the desk, standing beside the skeleton, and beheld the bony hands resting upon its knees, cradling a uniquely crafted music box. Cheng Qi lifted the music box, which resembled a small patch of green earth, adorned with lush grass and a few towering pine trees. This must have been a handcrafted creation by Professor Hua Linzhong. On the bottom of the music box was a tiny play button, which Cheng Qi gently pressed. Crackle, only you can play this recording, my friend from the future. As of now, I am already 68 years old. What fills me with despair is not the malfunction of the oxygen generator within the base, but rather the fact that for 20 years, I have achieved nothing. I have failed. I attempted 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of the Mu'an. For each time I reached a critical juncture, I always felt an invisible shackle. I came to realize a frightening truth. An advanced civilization is, in some way, obstructing Mu'an technology. I utilized communication devices to share this perspective with the Human Scientific Alliance. The result was once again met with skepticism. Though it was not merely skepticism. It was a subtle disdain. I overheard them whispering that delusional madman is studying a piece of garbage. I was in error. I squandered my precious energy, even my life, on a pursuit destined for futility. Of course, perhaps the truth is that Mu'ans are, in fact, particles devoid of potential. Can my friend from the future do me one last favor? If possible, please deliver this small music box to my descendants, assuming they are still alive. This music box is nothing particularly special. Inside, it merely holds a few stable, yet meaningless, Mu'ans that emit a faint glow akin to miniature fireflies. Cheng Qi extended his finger, lightly brushing the branches of the pine trees atop the music box. He discovered that the trunks of these trees were composed of a remarkably high-purity transparent transistor. Within the transistors, a small, star-like cluster of blue particles floated silently. Cheng Qi's eyes widened, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. This is the legendary Mu'an. Although the Mu'an Research Center had been entirely emptied, the essence of decades of labor had been preserved in this manner. Cheng Qi gazed at the azure particles, pulsating like ethereal sprites. He felt that, despite their diminutive size, they possessed a profound and enigmatic depth, as if they were connected to an infinite, grand world. Suddenly, Cheng Qi had an epiphany. He gently nudged the other pine trees and discovered that within the music box, there were a total of 5 Mu'an transistors concealed. The audio from the music box began to loop. Only you can play this recording. For 20 years, I have achieved nothing. I attempted 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of the Mu'an. Detected similar technological creations. Shall we begin synthesis? The crystal wristband emitted a blue scanning beam. Cheng Qi suddenly realized that the small STC could effortlessly fulfill the dreams of countless scientists, and possessing it felt akin to shouldering a great responsibility. For reasons unknown, in that moment, Cheng Qi felt an unexpected weight upon his shoulders. Simple version of strong magnetic field spherical cage. Within it lies a stable Mu'an, and Mu'an technology belongs to the realm of microscopic particle energy, classified as level 4 civilization technology. Certain level 4 civilizations have imposed a blockade on this technology. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. The existence of technological blockades was indeed real. Professor Hua's deduction was correct. I overheard them whispering that delusional madman is studying a piece of garbage. I was in error. The frail and weary voice of Hua Linzhong continued to echo. It is not garbage. Under the incandescent light, Cheng Qi's face flickered between brightness and shadow. Commence synthesis. Dispersing into primitive units, breaking the technological blockade. Synthesis successful. Mu'an fusion catalytic reactor prototype 2. Containing a mixed gas of deuterium, D, and tritium, T. Upon activation, Mu'ans will be captured by tritium. Given that Mu'ans possess a mass 200 times that of electrons, according to the principle of inverse proportion between mass and orbital distance, another atomic nucleus is more likely to approach Mu'an hydrogen atoms, significantly increasing the probability of nuclear fusion occurring at room temperature. After deuterium and tritium nuclear fusion occurs, Mu'ans in the DT molecules are released, creating a cyclical reaction chain catalyzed by Mu'ans that generates controllable nuclear fusion energy, with an embedded Collins spiral effectively regulating volatile energy. The device's drawback. Mu'ans have approximately a 1 in 50 chance of adhering to alpha particles post-catalysis, preventing participation in subsequent nuclear fusion reactions, a phenomenon referred to as the alpha adhesion problem. Despite the device's margin of error, it can still release a terrifying energy equivalent to 500 tons of TNT in a handheld format. During its initial development phase, the device was codenamed the Gaze of the Creator. At room temperature, controllable Mu'an fusion energy. These must be the breakthrough points that Professor Hua Linzhong has long sought. Cheng Qi gazed at the device in his hand. It resembled a silver alloy flashlight, with a semi-transparent window at the bottom, through which blue Mu'ans danced and flickered. What does an energy equivalent of 500 tons of TNT signify? Chen Qi's pupils narrowed in astonishment. In the bygone era, during the Second World War, the atomic bomb dropped by the United States on Hiroshima was dubbed Little Boy, with an explosive yield of approximately 15 kilotons of TNT. In that fleeting moment, Little Boy reduced 60,000 structures in the city of Hiroshima to mere rubble. The apparatus in Chen Qi's possession possessed a power equivalent to 1/30th of Little Boy, that is to say, 1/30th of an atomic bomb. Though it may seem diminutive, it was a handheld weapon, rendering it exceedingly terrifying. I have squandered my precious energy, even my very life, on a pursuit destined to yield no results. Of course, perhaps the truth is that the muon is essentially a particle devoid of potential. The voice within the hollows continued unabated. Chen Qi felt a tumult within. How could the muon lack potential? Proceed with the synthesis. Disassemble into primordial units, once more breach the technological blockade. Synthesis successful. Initial model of the muon fusion catalytic reactor. Comprehensive technological enhancement, eliminating the alpha adhesion probability, resulting in greater stability overall, with energy efficiency and reaction time metrics improved by 185. A more refined handheld device form, which, in its dormant state, produces no energy fluctuations, rendering it undetectable to civilizations below. Level 3, capable of unleashing a terrifying energy equivalent to 10 tons of TNT in an instant. This device is codenamed the Creator's Wrath. Note: this equipment is a remarkably primitive product within the muon technology series, with an energy utilization rate of less than 1/10,000th. Chen Qi's breath quivered slightly. There were no margins for error, and the power had doubled. Life is but a dream. In the end, it may all amount to nothing, bringing forth neither gain nor loss, yet the one thing I do not regret is that I have never surrendered. Although my perseverance has turned into a jest. The muon has also become a farce. Who can truly elucidate? Farewell, my friend. Farewell, my muon technology. Farewell to this damned world. The recording replayed the concluding remarks of Holin's life once more. Chen Qi grasped the crystal-clear device in his hand, resembling the hilt of a crystalline sword, and inexplicably, a sense of responsibility and power welled up within him. Professor Holin, your persistence is no jest. Muon technology is far from a farce. One day, I shall bring to fruition the scene of your dreams. Human civilization will wield muon technology, shining like a dazzling star, reverberating throughout the cosmos. Chapter 20. Fortuitous day. Chen Qi, I have scoured this place thoroughly, there's nothing of value to be found, it's all rather empty. Upon entering the office, I noticed the enigmatic device in Chen Qi's hands. Hey, what is that? This is a scientist of coarse words yet noble intentions, a fervent obsession that remains unfulfilled in his heart. Indeed, his obsession is justified, it is merely the ignorance of the world that blinds them. Chen Qi meticulously reassembled the pine tree on the music box, within which lay a muon trap radiating a beautiful luster. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Chen Qi would be willing to assist Professor Hua Linzhong in fulfilling his dying wish by delivering the music box into the hands of his descendants. Chen Qi and Hanzai arrived at the entrance of the Muon Research Center. The alloy doors before them remained firmly shut, while the outside echoed with the menacing growls of the killer mice and the sound of claws scratching at the door. The door trembled incessantly, nearing its breaking point. Chen Qi's expression was stern as he operated the access control system from within, and the alloy door slowly creaked open. The space beyond the door was already teeming with killer mice. At the moment the door shifted, they instinctively retreated a few meters, their crimson eyes keenly surveying the situation. Chen Qi stepped forward, cautiously crossing the threshold. The killer mice quickly identified their target, the same intruder who had dared to trespass into their territory. A piercing screech erupted as countless killer mice bared their teeth and lunged forward. At that moment, Chen Qi firmly grasped the muon catalyst prototype in his hands, his fingers gliding over its crystal-like surface, illuminating with a blue glow. As his fingers moved, a progress bar appeared on the sword hilt-like device. Just as it reached 10, Chen Qi halted. Buzz, a wave of inexplicable energy surged forth, akin to translucent ripples that swiftly spread outwards. When this instantaneous energy reached a certain threshold, it induced a peculiar spatial resonance, a harbinger of an impending eruption, striking the target's psychological defenses like an invisible hammer. In that fleeting moment, all the killer mice stiffened, their fur bristling in alarm. Despite their limited understanding of the phenomenon, their instinct for survival unleashed an overwhelming sense of peril, extinguishing their bloodlust and frenzy. Chen Qi advanced the progress bar to 30, unleashing another wave of energy. The terrifying spatial resonance doubled in intensity, leaving countless killer mice frozen like statues. At this moment, the Extreme Warrior's power armor detected the low-frequency sound waves, an indication of the military mice issuing commands in the shadows. A cacophony erupted within the swarm, as many killer mice stood upright, trampling over one another to construct a towering ladder. Others scrambled up the makeshift mouse ladder towards the ground. They were frantic, terrified, and eager to escape. Ultimately, the entire mouse ladder retracted back to the earth. Observing the desolate surroundings, Cheng Qi chuckled softly, sliding his finger back to extinguish the glow of the Muon catalyst prototype. The military mouse's decision had proven sagacious. To remain was to invite annihilation. With the turbine jet-powered shoes activated, Cheng Qi and Han Zai slowly ascended into the sky. Unsurprisingly, the ground below was devoid of any killer mice. Crow's piloting aircraft, absolutely stable. My little brother is truly impressive. Today's flight is on the house. Cheng Qi and Han Zai boarded the Crow's ground effect vehicle, returning to their base. Casting a glance back at the Muon Research Center, a flicker of reverence crossed Cheng Qi's eyes. Before departing, he had concealed the entrance to the center once more, allowing Professor Hua Linzhong to rest in peace. While piloting the ground effect vehicle, the Crow discreetly observed Cheng Qi. This young brother had ventured deep into the Kyoto ruins, lingering there for a full 40 minutes. Bloodstains, the odor of carrion, marred his attire and the scavenger cloak he wore. He had encountered the carrion mice and emerged unscathed, an extraordinary feat. Adhering to his principle of not prying into matters that ought to remain unasked, the Crow knew this was the secret to his enduring success in this line of work. Little brother, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak. The Crow turned with a grin. I am as steady as can be. Cheng Qi returned to his residence in Zone B24. In the distance, he spotted a colossal transport starship hovering in midair, dumping tons of technological refuse. 7-13-5. Cheng Qi squinted skyward, observing the vessel. The rights to this debris had originally belonged to him. He had paid the requisite development fee a week prior, yet, just a day ago, Yi Luo and his subordinates had seized the resources with brutal force. Han Zai, this grudge has festered long enough. It is personal. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes as he slowly approached the mountain of refuse. Countless pieces of technological debris rained down from the heavens. Numerous scavengers, risking being crushed into paste by the enormous refuse, rushed towards the heap. No other scavengers dared to approach. 7-13-5. These individuals were all under Yi Luo's command. A 30-something scavenger rummaged through the refuse, discovering a precision technology box. He pried it open with his bare hands, his eyes lighting up upon finding an intact JI-34 nanochip. This item could fetch 110 credit points. Seeing no one around, he furtively placed the chip in his mouth, hiding it beside his teeth. They were coerced by Yi Luo. Any valuable items they found had to be surrendered, leaving them with only meager wages. Suddenly, a piercing sound pierced the air. A numbing sensation coursed through his chest, swiftly followed by intense pain. The scavenger looked down in horror to find a sharp mechanical tentacle protruding from his chest. In disbelief, he turned to see the elongated appendage extending from a tent nearby. The towering figure of Yi Luo approached him, a mixture of resignation and indifference on his face. Before Lord Pig, you still wish to play tricks? Yi Luo pried open the scavenger's mouth, retrieving the JI-34 nanochip, then kicked him into the depths of the refuse. Weighing the chip in his hand, Yi Luo slowly turned towards a massive white tent, bowing slightly as he spoke. Lord Pig, our haul is quite promising. It seems today is your fortunate day. Chapter 21. Full release. The boy in the blue cloak ascended slowly along the ridge, gaining elevation atop the garbage mound, surveying the world from his lofty vantage. Meanwhile, the bumbling caretaker robot, with a deliberate slowness, raised a brass middle finger towards the valley below. That fool. Uro tilted his head back, narrowing his eyes. Not even a missile could end him, and now he has found himself a new robot. His expression was rife with disdain, akin to the moment one discovers that a cockroach, presumed to have been squashed, has inexplicably emerged from between his fingers, strutting defiantly once more. Uro lowered his gaze, scouring the ground until he suddenly fixated on a hefty steel pipe. He bent slightly, his mechanical arm whirring into action, lifting the 100-pound pipe with ease. Spitting on the ground, he strode towards Cheng Qi. Do not act rashly, a nasal voice resonated from within the white tent. It must be this kid who incapacitated the Heeners of the Bar Street. Pig Lord. Is he relying solely on that brand new caretaker robot? The tent flaps parted as two mechanical tendrils pushed them aside, revealing an odd and colossal figure stepping forth. It was an enormous man, his bald head glistening with grease, his upper body exposed, resembling a small hill, layers of fat cascading over his protruding belly. He lacked a lower body, replaced instead by a 16-legged mechanical spider, which executed all his movements with precision and agility. You, young brother, possess some talent. Join me, Pig Lord proclaimed, looking up despite standing at a lower elevation, his demeanor exuding superiority. I am in need of capable individuals. You little trash worm, did you hear that? Pig Lord is offering you a chance. Uro's eyes darted towards Cheng Qi. Just a month ago, Pig Lord successfully assembled all the components of the B-33 combat spider and has fully integrated it into himself. Now, Pig Lord is not only my superior, he continued, but he is also the foremost combatant of Zone B-24. The Scavenger Alliance is powerless against him. Uro tilted his head back. If you join us, you could walk freely through B24, and I, as your elder brother, am magnanimous enough not to hold past grievances against you. That pathetic spider, the foremost combatant. Chen Qi scoffed. Not holding past grievances. I am sorry, but my heart is particularly unyielding. Furrowing his brow, the boy regarded the grotesque pig lord. I was wondering why Uro had become so brazen. It appears he has found a protector. Pig lord, what a fitting name, a giant pig, somewhat resembling a human. Your mother, Uro retorted, gripping the steel pipe, his brows knitting together. Looking for death, are you? Yet, Pig Lord's jowls quivered, and with an air of arrogance, he declared, Little one, you do not comprehend what true combat power entails, nor do you grasp the worth of my spider legs. Should you defy me, survival will elude you. Considering you possess some merit, I shall grant you one final opportunity, he continued. From now on, all precious junk you scavenge must be surrendered to me, and I will allocate you a 10% commission. Think carefully before responding. If I am displeased, you will never have the chance to scavenge again. As he spoke, one of Pig Lord's mechanical tendrils slithered forth, snatching the JI-34 nanochip from Uro's grasp, before depositing it into a pouch at his waist. Chen Qi's gaze sharpened, as he caught sight of a mechanical dog's head within Pig Lord's pouch. It appeared not entirely deactivated, its heavy metal detector still flickering with faint light. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a streak of fresh crimson staining the head. Thoughts of the little girl dragging the bathtub, alongside the mechanical dog that had been nudging it, flooded his mind. Chen Qi's pupils constricted in shock. Where did that mechanical dog come from? I was gifted it by an admirer, Pig Lord replied with a mocking grin. Then, looking earnestly at Chen Qi, he added, Kid, to obtain what you desire, you must seize it. That is the survival ethos of this garbage planet. By joining me, you too can take whatever you wish. Uro sneered, muttering, what a pity, that woman was thriving. I used to frequent her establishment. From now on, TSK, thankfully there's that little girl. A few more years, and she might be ripe for the picking. At that moment, Chen Qi heard a faint rustling behind him. Slowly turning around, he saw the little girl, Xiao Qiong, dragging the torn bathtub with a hemp rope tied around her waist, having climbed to the summit of the garbage mound. Her disheveled hair and red-rimmed eyes conveyed her distress, while a half-withered apple was clutched in her hand, two clear trails of tears marking her frostbitten cheeks. They killed Mama. Xiao Qiong's voice struck Chen Qi like a dagger, piercing through the distance and embedding itself in his heart. Gazing at her frail, helpless figure, a shroud of darkness enveloped Chen Qi's eyes, yet beneath that darkness, a simmering anger began to boil. He turned to face Pig Lord, his eyes devoid of warmth. The Musi Catalyst's initial machine creaked ominously in his grip. Simultaneously, he inched the progress bar of the device forward. The crystalline apparatus began to emit a burgeoning blue light, intensifying with every passing moment. What are you doing? You wish to engage me in battle? Pig Lord exclaimed, his mirth evaporating as his expression twisted into a grimace. Do you genuinely believe those scrap weapons you've scavenged can harm me? Fool. This scene seemed to please Uro, who grinned maliciously. Pig Lord, I've long found this kid intolerable. Why recruit him when we could just eliminate him? Die. The glint of murderous intent ignited in Pig Lord's eyes. The mechanical spider beneath him emitted a piercing metallic screech as 10 mechanical tendrils suddenly lifted, their joints snapping and extending, the razor-sharp tips lunging towards Chen Qi from all directions. In that instant, the fury within Chen Qi erupted. He pushed the energy progress bar of the Musi Catalyst to 60. The device, akin to a sword hilt, unleashed a blinding beam of blue light, piercing through the dim sky like a colossal sword. The recoil force was as heavy as a mountain, and Chen Qi had no choice but to grip tightly. His anger eclipsed all, and with a roar, he raised his weapon high, poised to deliver a devastating strike. Chapter 22, The Muan Eruption. Beneath the overcast sky, a blue beam was flung into a colossal arc, resembling a cerulean scythe cleaving through the atmosphere and striking towards the ground. Prior to the arrival of the Muan beam, an ultra-high temperature heatwave surged forth. The pressure on the ground rose sharply, followed by a violent combustion of air, creating a brief vacuum ahead. Lord Pig distinctly observed his tentacle, aimed at Chen Qi, transform into a vivid crimson. A flicker of terror finally surfaced on his plump visage, which was laden with fat. Subsequently, those metallic tentacles began to melt like wax, engulfed by a fierce wave of heat, transforming into molten iron, which was forcefully repelled backward. Splat! Molten iron splashed onto Lord Pig's face, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Almost immediately, the energy of the Muan beam accumulated to its zenith, radiating a blinding brilliance. It resembled a star descending upon the earth, unleashing a tremendous burst of light that momentarily blinded everyone. Boom! A deafening roar followed, rendering all momentarily deaf. The tumultuous heat currents rampaged through the surroundings, casting the world into darkness. Cries of alarm and screams of agony filled the air. This hellish moment persisted for a full 30 seconds. As the searing light extinguished, the heatwave gradually subsided. A bead of sweat trickled down Lord Pig's forehead. One of his eyes turned, surveying his chest and mechanical spider legs. What was that just now? Was it a weapon? That wretched insect actually wields such a weapon. How am I still alive? Har har har, Lord Pig's face broke into a smile reminiscent of a survivor of calamity, his facial flesh quivering. Har har har, he missed. I have survived. At that moment, Uro's face was etched with sheer terror, his lips devoid of colour. Lord Pig, your body. What body? The corner of Lord Pig's eye twitched as his right eyeball shifted to the left, only to constrict suddenly. It was no wonder he could only control one eyeball. His corpulent form had been reduced to half, the other half had been instantaneously vaporized, the wound seared shut, not a drop of blood escaping. His mechanical spider legs were similarly halved, the metallic edges glowing a fiery red, emitting wisps of smoke. On the half of Lord Pig's remaining face, one eye trembled violently, straining to look further left. His gaze froze once more, shock washing over him like a tidal wave. To his left lay a gargantuan chasm, over 100 meters wide and several kilometers long. The bottom of the chasm emitted faint wisps of smoke, accompanied by hissing sounds, as vast amounts of refuse were vaporized, molten iron trickling along the edges, radiating waves of scorching heat. The perspective lifted, revealing 2 distant mountains of garbage, also partially melted, revealing immense gashes. The earth seemed to bear the wrath of the divine, resulting in a grotesque scar. Lord Pig appeared to teeter on the precipice of an abyss, precariously balanced. His remaining eye brimmed with astonishment. True death comes from the realization of the present moment, and Lord Pig's vitality began to wane rapidly. Half of his body swayed slightly, and a gentle breeze swept by. He tilted and fell into the abyss. Thud, the mass of Lord Pig's corpulent flesh ignited upon contact with the molten iron at the bottom of the chasm, erupting into flames. That inconspicuous glimmer, much like his life, was fleeting and devoid of value, extinguishing swiftly, leaving behind only a pile of black ash. Uro, having survived, felt his pupils constrict to mere pinpoints, swallowing hard. The unfathomable attack had pierced through his very core, leaving him drenched with fear, yet, trembling like a leaf, he crawled toward Shang-Chi. Brother, your sword just now was diverted. It was fate, the heavens spared me. All the deeds I performed before were coerced by that swine. From now on, you are my brother, I shall serve you alongside my comrades. Whatever you command, I shall obey. If you tell me to go west, I shall not dare. Boom. At that moment, Shang-Chi unleashed the full power of the extreme warrior armor, a force of 60,000 newtons, delivering a punch to Uro's chest. Uro was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into a nearby garbage mountain. A sharp piece of metallic refuse impaled his chest, leaving him suspended halfway up the slope. Before him lay the vast chasm, stretching over 1,000 meters. His eyes widened as his vitality dwindled. Damn it, why am I so blind to the obvious? Ultimately, he weakly kicked his legs, his head drooping, and breathed his last. Xiao Qiong stood behind Shang-Chi, stunned by the scene before her. Her eyes widened, tears welling in her gaze, lost in thought. Shang-Chi took a few steps back, grasping her icy hand. Do not fear, let us return home. The figures of the two, one large and one small, stood atop the garbage mountain, silhouetted against the flickering crimson light of the immense chasm. Xiao Qiong's tears spilled over once more, and she nodded silently. A faint rustling came from behind. Shang-Chi turned around to find a dozen of Uro's lackeys, along with 4 or 5 caretaker robots, standing on the slopes of the garbage mountain. As Shang-Chi's gaze swept over them, they trembled and knelt before him. In their minds, they could not comprehend why this youth wielded such earth-shattering power. In the garbage-strewn world, it was an utterly unreasonable phenomenon, and in that instant of explosive destruction, their values disintegrated. I offer you an opportunity to work for me. Shang-Chi's voice was somewhat grave, yet in the profound silence of the garbage mountain, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. That previous strike had not been a miss, but rather a chance extended to these individuals. The lackeys paused momentarily, then erupted with relief. They sprang to their feet, rushing toward Shang-Chi. Brother Chi, from now on you are our leader. You command us to go east, we shall not dare. Wait, a few lackeys suddenly halted, their faces paling. Doesn't he intend to deceive us, then send us flying like Uro, to dangle on the garbage mountain, does he? Uro was inherently malevolent. As for you all, I believe you were indeed coerced by Lord Pig. The criteria are simple, all technologically crafted items of the same model, the greater the quantity, the higher the unit price. Same technology, items. The lackeys paused slightly. What about damaged ones? Shang-Chi nodded. Those are acceptable. Everyone began to ponder. The garbage dump on Earth was vast, teeming with refuse, yet 99 consisted of fragmented scrap metal or non-biodegradable plastic products. Only 1 barely retained their original forms, and technological creations were even scarcer. However, the overall base was substantial. Moreover, damaged items were permissible. The lackeys' eyes ignited with fervor. As long as they were willing to put in the effort, they could find a multitude of items. 30% of the profit was an incredibly generous reward, ensuring a future of abundance. A slender scavenger in his 20s swallowed hard. He stepped forward, summoning his courage. Brother Chi, my name is Monkey. If you trust us, could you provide us with some initial capital? Rest assured, we are wholeheartedly committed to following you. Capital? Chen Qi smirked coldly. I have none. You will have to front the costs. What? Monkey's body trembled. In these times, every leader seemed more unscrupulous than the last. Having barely escaped one den of wolves, he found himself in another. Chapter 23, a grand scheme. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon emerged as a faint, pallid spot amidst the murky atmosphere. Chen Qi returned to his makeshift shelter, a mere assemblage of weathered pillars supporting a radiation-proof tarpaulin. Scavengers often lack permanent dwellings, as the rain of refuse can bury anything at a moment's notice. In a corner of the shelter, Xie Qiong curled up, swathed in a tattered red blanket, her eyes stained with tears as she slept heavily. For now, the only pillar of support for this child was Cheng Qi, who contemplated the necessity of securing a more comfortable refuge. The monkey had already dispatched his minions to scavenge for refuse, yet Cheng Qi harbored little hope. Money can bend the will of the devil, but without it, one is left in solitude. Lacking capital, the monkey and his crew would undoubtedly lack motivation. Cheng Qi's finances were exceedingly tight. Although he had previously synthesized amorphous alloys, he had already struck a deal with the merchant Mo, exchanging all of it for gene-catalyzing agents, without any immediate profit. He still possessed several pieces of high-entropy alloy. Without a doubt, their value was extraordinarily high, yet the same dilemma persisted. He must first complete an initial transaction with Mo to establish a foundational trust before their high-entropy alloy could be introduced to the market. As of now, Mo had been absent for 24 hours. Results should soon be forthcoming. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. Let us hope no unforeseen circumstances arise. Outside the shelter, the sounds of commotion and the roar of engines filled the air. Rising, Cheng Qi lifted the tarpaulin and peered into the distance, spotting several figures atop a mound of refuse. Could they be members of the Scavenger Alliance? Cheng Qi squinted, recognizing the distinctive black hooded cloaks. As AB-897 security protection caretaker robot, Han's shoulder cover flipped open, revealing a small, full-spectrum radar, silently monitoring the conversations of those individuals. Why was I not informed? The figure turned, surveying the surroundings, her visage obscured, yet Cheng Qi clearly discerned a faint blue halo within her pupils, which appeared both mysterious and regal against the pitch-black night. Cheng Qi nodded to himself. She must be a high-ranking member of the Scavenger Alliance, a figure of authority within this refuse-ridden realm. It was said that among them, a few had elevated their genetic standing through gene-catalyzing agents, thereby asserting their superiority over all other scavengers. Cheng Qi, is this your residence? A melodious voice suddenly rang out. Cheng Qi turned to see Henner, adorned in a crimson dress, as beautiful as a rose, who had seemingly materialized before his humble abode. Today, she wore high-heeled shoes, donned light makeup, and painted her lips a vivid red, exuding an intoxicating allure. Have you seen any beings of superior genetics visiting? Henner smiled, though her demeanor remained somewhat distant and aloof. In an instant, the image of Henner from that night, akin to a vixen, flashed through Cheng Qi's mind. Through this inquiry, he understood Henner's elaborate preparations today were merely an attempt to incite the desires of superior genetic beings. Observing Henner, the admiration he once held in his gaze had faded, replaced by a sense of numbness. He replied, not entirely untruthfully, there are no beings of superior genetics here. Henner tilted her head, her bare, porcelain shoulder shrinking towards her cheek as she smiled. If you happen to encounter him, could you notify me at once? I have numerous topics I wish to discuss with the beings of superior genetics. For instance, how to resolve the food shortages faced by scavengers. Cheng Qi calmly nodded. He was more acutely aware than anyone of the true nature of the topics Henner referred to. Henner showed no inclination to linger, turning to walk into the night. However, after a few steps, she suddenly glanced back, her face drawing closer to Cheng Qi. It was merely a flicker of hope. She scrutinized Cheng Qi's eyes. Upon confirming the absence of the blue halo within his gaze, Henner endeavored to mask her disappointment, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Feeling that the distance was too pronounced, she forced a friendly smile. If you receive any news, please remember to inform me. The sound of her high heels clicking against the metallic refuse echoed crisply as her vibrant red dress swayed, vanishing into the night. Cheng Qi shook his head. Henner's smile was entirely predicated on the hope that he might provide a sliver of useful information. Were it not for this reason, she would have undoubtedly disregarded this lowest-tier scavenger. The Scavenger Alliance's investigation persisted for a full 2 hours, yielding no results. During this time, several individuals approached Cheng Qi with inquiries. He feigned ignorance to each. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone departed. Yet, from the specialized communication device designed to connect with Mo, a faint rustling sound emerged. Prepare for delivery. Chen Qi's eye sparkled with anticipation. Mo was a being of his word. He promptly stepped outside his shelter, gazing upward at the dimly lit starry sky, awaiting Mo's craft. In the distance, several exceedingly faint points of light appeared. Chen Qi blinked in confusion. Is that not an aircraft? Half a minute later, 4 black boxes, each the size of a showbox and equipped with miniature thrusters, descended before him. Chen Qi was taken aback. These were some form of small transport containers, resembling packages, and Mo himself had not come in person. As Chen Qi approached the transport box, the facial recognition system within activated, confirming his identity before the front hatch slowly opened. A gust of chilly mist wafted out. Chen Qi's eyes widened as he beheld rows of glass vials containing black liquid within the box. The specialized communicator crackled with Mo's voice. Failed products of the black market gene catalyzing agents. Your budget only permits the purchase of 6 units. However, considering this is our inaugural collaboration, I have facilitated the acquisition of 17 units for you. Chen Qi, we shall settle our accounts with complete transparency. Detected sim. As a businessman, I value time as money, and currently, my worth per second is approximately 2,000 credit points. I must terminate this communication. Mo's voice remained rational and composed. I have 4 pieces. Chen Qi suddenly interjected. Mo paused for a moment. What do you have 4 pieces of? Chen Qi replied, I weighed them earlier, they are approximately 410 grams. Mo's tone elevated slightly. What do you have 4 pieces of? Chen Qi's voice remained steady. I am prepared to sell them to you. Mo inhaled slowly. What do you have 4 pieces of? Chen Qi enunciated deliberately. High entropy alloy. On the other end of the communicator, there was a full 30 seconds of silence. Mo, isn't your worth per second 2,000 credit points? Why the silence? Chen Qi, for God's sake, do not consume those gene potions before I arrive, or this deal will be utterly ruined. Chen Qi chuckled softly. He was growing anxious. Very well, provide me with your ID. I shall first remit a deposit to you. Chen Qi, life is truly beautiful. It is not solely about the path of genetic evolution. You possess such abilities and fortune, I believe we could establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Take a moment to observe the surrounding heaps of refuse, reeking with decay and suffused with despair. Do you not find it beautiful? As a highly advanced genetic being, imbued with rationality and minimal emotional fluctuation, Mo was indeed ill-equipped to dispense motivational platitudes, particularly in his current state of mild disarray. Throughout this exchange, Chen Qi received a remittance of 10 million credit points from Mo. Chen Qi's heart quivered. 10 million, and this was merely the deposit. At that moment, a faint glimmer reappeared in the sky. Another transport crate. Upon opening the crate, it revealed a small balance scale. Chen Qi recalled that this was one of Mo's personal items, yet the scale was now entirely black instead of its previous golden hue. Chen Qi extracted the 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam, while the other displayed detailed data. High-purity high-entropy alloy, weighing 423 grams, 34 million. Although Chen Qi had mentally prepared himself, upon witnessing this final price, his heart seemed to skip a beat. For a scavenger who had long struggled at the bottom of society, this figure was astronomical. Chen Qi was not particularly concerned about Mo's earlier assertion that the pricing power of high-entropy alloys lies with the seller, for Mo's bids had always been fair and reasonable. Moreover, high-entropy alloys were not exceedingly precious to Chen Qi. He was already exceedingly satisfied with this price. Subsequently, Chen Qi compiled a list of items he wished to barter: the B343 nanny-robot, the prototype of Hanzai, medical mechanical assistive gloves, mechanical exploration boots, exoskeletons for extreme warriors, and various equipment from Mion Technology. Acquiring these items would significantly enhance Chen Qi's capabilities once more. Unfortunately, Mo interrupted Chen Qi's discourse. Do you know why I did not meet you in person? Because just yesterday, Garbage Earth was sealed off. For reasons unknown, the upper echelons of humanity have temporarily decided against allowing new technological refuse to enter Earth. And they have deployed numerous detection devices outside the planet. The black transport containers and the black scales you observed are made of special biological materials, barely capable of traversing detection signals. The gene catalyst agent being sent to you operates on the same principle. It at least does not emit electronic signals. Do not underestimate the difficulty of this. My ability to get those biotech containers to Earth is already a remarkable feat. Should their size increase or their frequency become too dense, the risk of confiscation arises, and I would be in jeopardy. The last time we met, it was a normal transaction. Now, it is smuggling. Chen Qi was taken aback. Why would the upper echelons of humanity seal off a planet overflowing with refuse? Moreover, the items you desire are all exceedingly obsolete products, long discarded by the outside world. For instance, the B343 nanny-robot can likely only be found in the debris of Earth's refuse. Mo pondered for a moment. As for the technology of Mion, I have never heard of it. Chen-Chi fell silent for an instant. It seemed there were no other options available. A true self-reliant individual can carve a path even in the direst of situations. The vast expanse of Earth's junkyard, coupled with the possession of STC, could still yield miraculous outcomes if thoroughly excavated. I have retained the 10 million credit points that were transferred. The remaining value of the high-entropy alloy will be entirely exchanged for gene catalyst agents. You are responsible for ensuring safe transport. And my principles remain unchanged. I do not seek quality, but rather quantity. The worse, the better. The cheaper, the better. Thud, thud, thud. Mo, seated in the starship's cockpit, suddenly jolted. Chen-Chi, what are you drinking? I was thirsty, so I am drinking water. You wouldn't think I was concocting gene catalyst agents, would you? Chen-Chi, remove your agents and place the high-entropy alloy into the transport containers. They will automatically return. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, and I hope that when I next contact you, you are still alive. Chen-Chi began to operate one by one. After cautiously retrieving the gene catalyst agents, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the black transport containers. Similar technological creations detected, ultra-small. Previously, 4 had transported the gene agents, and another had brought the black scales. It seemed quite reasonable to receive packaging with 1's purchases, did it not? Chen-Chi stroked his chin, contemplating whether he needed to seek Mo's approval. Then, Chen-Chi glanced at one of the containers housing the black scales. This was evidently a tool hastily crafted by Mo for trading with scavengers, seemingly lacking any significance in the outer cosmos. His grandfather had once said that in the olden days, one would receive a spoon with a watermelon, a fork with instant noodles, and a female salesperson with a Porsche. I had purchased gene agents worth over 10 million credit points. A small scale in return. Was that too much to ask? Chen-Chi continued to stroke his chin. Such a trivial matter should not require Mo's consent, should it? Subsequently, Chen-Chi extracted the small scale and stuffed 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy into the same container. The moment he sealed the container, a faint blue biological flame erupted from the bottoms of all the containers, preparing for ascent. Chen-Chi exchanged a glance. Hanzai, poised to pounce like a hungry tiger, directly pressed down on the 4 empty containers. Little darling. Where do you think you're running off to? Chapter 25. A promise worth 1,000 gold coins. Gazing at the distant, faint glimmer in the sky, the solitary black box, laden with high-entropy alloy, returned desolately. Hehehe. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 were stubbornly squirming beneath the weight of Hansi. With a lascivious grin, Hansi declared, "Oh, my little darling, there's no use in struggling. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Chen-Chi turned around to behold several peculiar figures emerging from behind a nearby pile of refuse. As their faces came into focus, a faint relief washed over Chen-Chi, mingled with a hint of surprise. It was a group of monkeys and a few scavenger brethren. Notably, one burly companion sported a rusted mechanical arm affixed to his back, not an implant, but a standalone device secured to his waist with belts and wires. In that mechanical hand rested a sizable collection of technological refuse, meticulously bound with hemp ropes. "Greetings, Brother Chi, I am Monkey," one of the slender, gangly figures chimed in, while the robust lad with the mechanical arm introduced himself as Xiongzi. Xiongzi set down a hefty bag of refuse and began to unfold its contents one by one. Chen-Chi's eyes flickered with interest as the familiar prompt sounds of the STC echoed in his ears. Detected similar technological artifacts, would you like to synthesize? Detected similar technological artifacts, would you like to synthesize? Detected similar technological artifacts. Brother Chi, time is of the essence, and our resources are limited. We could only gather this much today. Monkey scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Observing the ragged and dust-covered scavengers, Chen-Chi found it hard to believe. "You lot, Brother Chi." Monkey seemed to sense Chen-Chi's incredulity and earnestly continued, "In a survival environment like this, no one knows whether tomorrow or calamity will come first. We are the lowest of the low. Finding a leader to rely on and seek shelter from is no easy feat, though we are all mere scavengers from the bottom rung," he added. "Sometimes character transcends status. Brothers, a promise is worth its weight in gold. Once we acknowledge you as our elder brother, we shall not take our oaths lightly." After a brief pause, Monkey smiled again. "Of course, we all unanimously agree that Brother Chi is a kind-hearted soul." Chen-Chi felt a stir of emotion as he lifted his gaze to the brethren standing resolutely in the night. "I understand." While Monkey spoke of seeking refuge, there was undoubtedly a layer of trust and recognition woven into his words. "Brother Chi, the reason you sent us to find similar refuse, I surmise." Xiongzi scratched his head and chuckled. "You must be quite the formidable mechanic, intending to gather components and merge them into a functioning machine to sell." "Indeed, it is a merger," Chen-Chi replied with a smile, glancing at the somewhat simple-minded Xiongzi, though this merger was not what he had in mind. Brother Chi, whenever you have the time, could you repair my mechanical for me? It has recently been rather uncooperative. Xiongzi exclaimed, patting the mechanical arm on his back. This old fellow is over 110 years out of the factory. Xiongzi, go away, who in their right mind names a mechanical arm? Monkey interjected, hesitating slightly as he continued, Brother Chi, today's haul cost a total of 350 credit points. This is all the wealth we possess. Tomorrow we'll find a way to borrow some more. Do not feel pressured, Brother Chi. Once business flourishes and we soar to great heights, repayment can wait. Xiongzi nodded, his face beaming with an innocent grin. Yes, Brother Chi, we're not in a hurry. What is your account ID? Chen Chi looked at Monkey, his eyes reflecting newfound trust. ID. Monkey hesitated. In his mind, the seemingly unremarkable Brother Chi had struck it rich, having discovered a powerful weapon or device, and his ascent was likely brief, leaving no substantial assets behind. Heroes do not inquire about origins, but they typically lack financial backing. Monkey prepared to decline, anticipating that Chen Chi might soon reveal his entire fortune, perhaps 200 to 300 credit points. He wished to follow this leader without causing any embarrassment. However, Chen Chi raised his hand and tapped the financial module on Monkey's chest. Instantly, a three-dimensional, colorful four-dimensional code projected forth. This ID format, compared to the antiquated two-dimensional codes, featured significantly enhanced information storage capacity and security levels. ID 855596552 for 55, a deposit of 2,000,000 credit points. Upon hearing the notification, Monkey's jaw dropped in disbelief. Much, how much? Xiongzi instantly stood at attention, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, 2 million. Monkey swallowed hard, shock etched across his face as he stared wide-eyed. Brother Chi, you've been well hidden. For bottom-tier scavengers, even an amount exceeding 10,000 was considered a fortune, and 100,000 marked one as wealthy. Now, witnessing Chen Chi's nonchalant display of 2 million, the impact was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb in the hearts of Monkey and his companions. Trust is the foundation of cooperation, Chen Chi smiled. From now on, the principle remains unchanged. For every piece of similar technological refuse, take as much as you can find. As for the commission, the agreed 30% shall not waver. Monkey, he continued, you shall henceforth lead this acquisition team. You will be responsible for settling the commissions. Settlements will be made daily, never to be postponed. The eyes of the nearby scavenger brethren gleamed with excitement, their arms trembling with anticipation. Good heavens, is this really happening? Brother Chi is magnificent. Monkey, indeed a worthy confidant, hesitated slightly. Brother Chi, most of the refuse we've collected is unwanted, but many scavengers have begun to demand exorbitant prices upon hearing we are seeking these items. Monkey furrowed his brow. I've never quite grasped the art of pricing. Chen Chi smiled calmly, for he had long been prepared for this moment. Gradually, he produced a small black scale. Monkey and the others leaned in closer, exchanging puzzled glances, wondering what significance such a diminutive scale could hold. Yet, Chen Chi surveyed the surroundings, ultimately directing the small scale towards the unassuming black box used by the merchant Mo for deliveries. One side of the scale emitted a scanning beam. A nanoscale biomaterial container, equipped with a biological propulsion engine, approximately 95 new, containing about 6.5 kilograms of Class B biomaterials. On the opposite end of the scale, a corresponding price emerged, valued at 53,200 credit points. The younger brothers widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, all it takes is a simple scan to instantly identify the material and price of an item. This device is truly remarkable. Chen Chi was equally taken aback, pondering the exorbitant cost of such a gadget. At that moment, the other scavengers began to grasp the situation. Xiongzi, somewhat astonished, remarked, Brother Chi, you truly live up to your name, even a mere showbox is worth over 50,000. Brother Chi, may I borrow it for a moment? I am curious to ascertain the value of my little treasure. The I-55 mechanical lifting arm, powered by lithium iron phosphate batteries, is approximately 30 new and contains about 43 kilograms of scrap iron. Its value is assessed at 12 credit points. What? Xiongzi exclaimed in despair, my manhood is only worth 12 bucks. Chapter 26, The Synthesis of the Earth Dragon King. Rest assured, my dear brother, the speaker reassured. Starting from tomorrow, my comrades and I shall exert ourselves to assist you in collecting the refuse. The monkey cradled a small black scale, treating it as a precious treasure. No, wait, it shall commence from the day after tomorrow, for the grey storm is set to arrive this very night and will endure for a day and 2 nights. Each of us must secure a safe refuge. The grey storm. In an era long past, a tempest of unprecedented ferocity, classified as a level 12 gale, manifested with wind speeds oscillating between 32 7 meters per second and 36. 9 meters per second. At sea, the waters roared with tumultuous waves and frothy whitecaps, rendering the entire expanse a blinding white, as colossal waves surged forth like rivers unleashed, drastically diminishing visibility. On land, millions of tons of refuse were swept skyward, subjecting the few remaining edifices on Earth to yet another bout of severe destruction. In today's refuse-laden world, vegetation has all but vanished, with a staggering 99 eradicated. The winds show no sign of abating, as soil and water are relentlessly eroded, and the humidity in the atmosphere plummets. This planet has irrevocably lost its capacity to regulate its climate. Almost annually, the terrifying grey windstorm engulfs half the globe. Due to the vast amounts of metallic dust, all gusts appear grey, hence the moniker Grey Storm. Whenever this calamity strikes, numerous scavengers meet their demise. Previously, Cheng-Chi would seek refuge within the remnants of large spacecraft, cramming his body into the confined spaces, praying and enduring until the grey storm subsided. Brothers have found a secure spot, absolutely safe, the monkey stated. Chi, do you wish to join us? Cheng-Chi pondered. At present, he was prosperous, possessing 17 gene catalysis agents, a cache of biotechnological boxes, and the technological refuse just delivered by the monkey and his companions. These materials served as invaluable foundational resources for synthesis. To hastily retreat to some cramped crevice would result in unforeseen losses and damages to these materials, some of which might even be impossible to transport, not to mention, within the shelter lay a precious quantum repair cluster, along with Hanzi and Xiaoqiu. In that fleeting moment, Cheng-Chi's gaze flickered. Monkey, you and the brothers find a secure place, I have my own plans. The monkey and his companions displayed concern, yet they ultimately departed at Cheng-Chi's insistence. Crackle, Scavenger Alliance notification, in 4 hours, a grey storm will sweep across regions B12, B69, all scavengers are advised to seek shelter immediately. All scavengers are advised to seek shelter immediately. The antiquated radio within the shelter crackled to life. Cheng-Chi stood at the entrance. Suddenly, he caught sight of a patch of green grass sprouting in a corner of the shelter, its slender emerald leaf swaying amidst the debris. In such a world, its existence appeared both fragile and resolute. I have 4 hours to construct a shelter of my own. This is a task that must be accomplished sooner or later. This ramshackle shelter is undeniably unsafe. My synthesis venture has only just begun. I require a secure and discreet base. Only then can I engage in synthesis without reservations. Cheng-Chi contemplated whether evading the grey storm, radiation, or toxic gases, the most suitable method, is underground. The ground glimmered faintly. Cheng-Chi's gaze fell upon the pile of technological refuse left by Xiongzi. Small geological detector, drill crafted from titanium alloy, 240 horsepower, equipped with various sensors, capable of penetrating 30 to 50 meters underground, operational for 45 minutes, currently damaged. This device was compact, measuring no more than 50 centimeters in length and width, with a spindle-shaped front housing a dark silver drill bit. Cheng-Chi's eyes slowly drifted, his heart leaping. Xiongzi had sent a total of 8 such devices, albeit all with varying degrees of damage, completely inoperative. The capability for underground drilling. Expanding subterranean space, Cheng-Chi smiled, just what I need. Commencing synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, target model updating, intelligent mole address detector 4. Despite its name Mole, this device was notably larger, with more refined lines, and its drill head gleamed with a bright luster, while its sensor system was remarkably sophisticated. Commencing synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, large engineering-grade underground mining vehicle 2. What appeared before Cheng-Chi this time was a device the size of a truck. Below, 2 broad tracks supported it, while the enormous drill head had transformed into a certain dark metallic hue. Although it no longer reflected light, it exuded an aura of impenetrability. Cheng-Chi's eye sparkled. He was nearing the object of his desire. Commencing synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, synthesis successful, codename Earth Dragon Underground Expansion Dock. This device is not merely a mining tool but an expandable vehicle, capable of transforming into a 120 square meter underground construction command center, with formidable pressure and high temperature resistance. Among interstellar prospecting teams, it is referred to as the Earth Dragon King, and only mining teams with an annual yield of over 1 million tons are qualified to equip such advanced machinery. Just in time. Cheng-Chi had to look up at the colossal 10 meter by 10 meter metal apparatus, resembling a heavily armored tank, with stout pure alloy tracks below and for massive dark golden drill heads above. Chen Qi retrieved the remote control panel for the device and activated it. It was hard to fathom that such a massive drill could spin, generating a refreshing breeze, accompanied by only a faint hum, rather than the deafening roar one might expect, revealing the sophistication of its internal structure and the remarkable precision of its components. Chen Qi set the first engineering task for the Earth Dragon King. The entry point was directly in front of the shelter. First, it would survey the structural conditions within 100 meters underground, followed by the excavation of a 200 square meter expandable space. As the Earth Dragon King burrowed into the surface, an inevitable cacophony erupted. Debris and soil were flung about as the Earth Dragon King swiftly disappeared beneath the ground. Xiao Qiu was stirred awake, peeking out from beneath the top. Chen Qi turned back with a smile. Don't worry, soon we shall possess the finest shelter on the entire planet. Chapter 27, Auxiliary Equipment. The sky was shrouded in a hazy grey, as if a terrifying behemoth lurked beyond the atmosphere. Chen Qi cast a glance upward before redirecting his focus to the ground beneath him. The earth was subtly trembling, with tiny grains of sand seemingly dancing and gradually spreading outward. The sound of the Earth Dragon King's engine was diminishing. Having burrowed nearly 20 meters underground, Chen Qi held the control panel, meticulously observing the data feedback. He had initially presumed that the Earth Dragon King was close to the true surface, only to discover that beneath a thin layer of soil lay a thick mass of metallic refuse. Ensuring the drilling depth was imperative to withstand the impending grey storm. Based on Chen Qi's requirements, the estimated drilling time was approximately 40 minutes, with the grey storm expected to arrive in 3 hours and 50 minutes. There was ample time to spare. During the wait, Chen Qi glanced at the other debris left by Xiongzi. Electromagnetic System Auxiliary Module. He picked up one of the pieces, recognizing the module. Its exterior resembled an enlarged chip, akin to a cigarette case, with numerous frayed wire ends exposed at the bottom. It was no wonder it had ended up in the junkyard, for its existence was utterly superfluous. In simple terms, the module was originally designed to assist various intricate electronic devices, akin to an expansion component. When connected to other electronic devices, it could enhance their computational speed or optimize certain operational steps. Unfortunately, its compatibility was exceedingly limited, compounded by its reliance on physical hard connections, rendering it unsuitable for 99% of devices available on the market. Chen Qi glanced at the ground, wondering where the monkeys had procured for such chips. Beginning synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, Chen Qi was intrigued as to what such a superfluous item could yield. Mars Electronic Assistant 2. Chen Qi observed the initial product, still a dark, opaque chip. He had indeed heard of the scientist Mars, who had long since passed, but he was surprised to learn that he had improved such a redundant product. The original intention remains to optimize a series of electronic control products, now modified for radio electromagnetic field access, discarding outdated physical connection methods. However, the drawbacks are still glaring, with an exceedingly low compatibility rate. Chen Qi tilted his head as STC emitted a blue scanning beam. Continue the synthesis. Dark Blue Mars version Superconducting Electronic Assistant. Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback by the name of the new equipment. Who is Dark Blue Mars, a descendant of Dr. Mars? He is Mars from the Dark Blue Star System. The universe is vast, and 1,000,000 light-years away exists a twin solar system, a twin Earth, a twin Mars, with identical geographical environments giving rise to similar causal events. You may perceive these as parallel universes within the same dimension. There is such a setting. Chen Qi exclaimed in surprise. So, the technology that Mars did not realize was achieved by his parallel counterpart. He looked at the introduction of the brand new electronic assistant. On the distant twin Earth, breakthroughs in electronic assistant technology were made. The incorporation of superconducting metals and the advent of quaternary algorithms transformed this device from being superfluous. Its external form can undergo behavioral changes, adhering to other electronic devices and facilitating unobstructed signal interaction through superconducting metals. The quaternary algorithm can also be fully integrated into the target system. Note, this technology originates from a level 1-9 civilization. Goodness gracious. Chen Qi held the pitch-black chip, feeling a sense of awe. This diminutive STC is remarkably powerful. Technology unattainable in our universe has seemingly been provided by a parallel one. Chen Qi couldn't help but wonder, is there truly no limit to the STC? At that moment, a gust of wind laden with metallic dust swept through, forcing Chen Qi to squint his eyes. The atmospheric pressure was oppressive and somber, rendering it difficult to breathe. This was a harbinger of a dust storm. As the winds and rains approached, the earth seemed to emit a mournful wail. Chen Qi glanced at the data feedback from the Earth Dragon King, momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Why has the drilling time changed to 7 hours? Upon closer inspection of the data, Chen Qi learned that the Earth Dragon King had encountered a massive layer of metallic debris at a depth of 36 meters, and due to years of compression, the metal density in this area was exceedingly high. Preliminary scans indicated that the thickness of this debris was a staggering 170 meters, significantly prolonging the drilling time. 7 hours. Isn't this disastrous? Suddenly, Chen Qi's gaze fell upon the Muon catalytic prototype at his waist. His eyes flickered, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind, and he promptly retrieved the deep blue mass version superconducting electronic assistant. With a mindset of cautious experimentation, Chen Qi carefully aligned the two devices. The black, plastic-like chip began to bend slightly upon contact, ultimately adhering perfectly to the body of the Muon prototype, resembling a layer of black leather added to the hilt of a sword. A petite red interface was projected, Muon fission reaction device, remaining energy 70, performance optimization in progress, capable of establishing a brand new operational scheme. Original scheme, instantaneous release of Muon fission energy, causing linear incineration within a radius of approximately 7 kilometers, generating enormous destructive power. Optimized scheme, controlled release of Muon energy, projecting a delicate energy beam, accumulating energy at the beam's tip, and upon penetrating to a specific location, controlling the energy to generate extreme temperatures, resulting in a spherical incineration with a diameter of 5,000 square meters. This, Chen Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. In his mind, a wholly new operational scenario began to take shape. If this aligns with my anticipated scenario, then this optimized Muon catalytic device could indeed serve to excavate the bunker. Earth Dragon King, return to base. Chen Qi turned abruptly, the dust storm looming ominously, leaving him no choice but to take the risk. 5 minutes later, Chen Qi stood before the drilling hole left by the Earth Dragon King, clutching the optimized Muon reactor. The hole slanted downward, its depths unfathomable. Chen Qi swallowed hard, adjusting the power of the Muon catalytic reactor to 30. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed it to 50. He selected the second energy release scheme through the superconducting electronic assistant, then, extending his arms, the Extreme Warrior Armor unfolded support arms. Once fully prepared, Chen Qi activated the Muon catalytic prototype. A barely perceptible tremor rippled through the air, and silently, the Muon catalytic prototype emitted a fine blue beam, causing no disturbance as it seamlessly penetrated the dark drilling hole. Like a fleeting glimmer of light, it vanished in an instant, leaving the world in silence. Chen Qi tilted his head. Boom, boom, in the next moment, a tremendous plume of white steam, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat, erupted from the drilling hole. In an instant, the emergency protocol of the Extreme Warrior Armor activated, propelling Chen Qi's body to leap aside, while the memory metal mask flipped out to shield his face. The searing airflow brushed against Chen Qi's cheek, shooting skyward. Simultaneously, the visor of the Extreme Warrior Armor emitted a sizzling sound, releasing wisps of white smoke. Chen Qi emerged unscathed, slightly moving his neck before stepping forward to peer into the vast hole. At that moment, the side wall of the hole had formed a perfect circle, smoothed considerably by the beam's incineration. As for the interior of the hole, it remained a sloping passage, dark and deep, seemingly bottomless. Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly. Had the outcome I anticipated come to fruition? Chapter 28, the perfect space within the cave entrance, waves of searing heat emanated. Chen Qi was oblivious to the extraordinary effects produced by the ultra-high temperature combustion created by Miezi technology. After allowing the heat to settle for a full 20 minutes, Hanzai volunteered, carrying a substantial amount of expired coolant, and ventured inside. Xian Ren Ban Ban. Oh my god. Hanzai's exclamation echoed from within the cave. Chen Qi, you must cultivate your patience. Just wait a little longer, and you'll witness a delightful surprise. Like a spinning top, Hanzai seemed to have completed the internal cooling process. He then returned with 2 colossal starship steel plates, each boasting a thickness of 50 centimeters, resembling a formidable metallic wall. After a round of cutting and welding, he fashioned a massive sliding door at the cave's entrance. Subsequently, he scavenged an array of camouflage debris, welding it atop the grand entrance to create the illusion of a garbage heap. Once the door was closed, the cave's entrance seamlessly vanished into the surrounding environment. This meticulous operation consumed nearly 40 minutes. Observing Hanzai's industriousness, Chen Qi surmised that the internal conditions should be quite satisfactory. Yet, to indulge Hanzai's desire to craft a small surprise, Chen Qi tempered his anticipation. Dang dang dang. Chen Qi, the high temperature has dissipated considerably. Hanzai extended his mechanical arm. It's time to unveil the blind box. Chen Qi rose, gently rubbing his palms together. With a rumble, the small mound of refuse before him split in two, revealing a sloping entrance beneath. As Chen Qi stepped inside, his first impression was that the ground felt exceptionally smooth. Losing his footing, he stumbled forward. Had Hanzai leaked oil again? Buzz, the jet-powered shoes activated, swiftly halting Chen Qi's loss of balance, then subtly adjusting his steps, allowing him to regain his stability and walk normally. As he ventured deeper, Chen Qi's hand brushed against the wall, which felt sleek and delicate, akin to glass. Hanzai illuminated the path with the lamp on his shoulder, making the tunnel ahead unmistakably clear. What is this? Chen Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. The shallow surface was teeming with sand and metallic debris. The predominant component of the sand was silicon dioxide, subjected to the high-temperature combustion of Mersey beams. Its crystalline structure had been obliterated. As it transformed into a liquid state, the connections within the silicon-oxygen tetrahedra altered, resulting in a relatively disordered, long-range non-crystalline structure, characteristic of a glassy state. Following the recent cooling, the tunnel before him had metamorphosed into a resplendent glass corridor. Encased within this glass were various pieces of technological refuse, each possessing varying melting points. Chen Qi sighed softly. This tunnel resembled a sort of technological amber. The glass was akin to resin, while the technological refuse resembled insects entombed within, preserved through time. The illumination from Hanzai's lamp reflected countless dazzling glimmers within the tunnel. These discarded technological remnants, though rendered obsolete, had finally released their eternal brilliance at this moment. As he continued down the tunnel, Chen Qi's gaze swept over the technological refuse embedded within the walls, awakening a sense of reverence within him. NVIDIA RTX 4070 graphics card, Mate 70 phone, interstellar navigation compass, and what is this? Some items were charred and deformed, barely recognizable. Once, these had been the pinnacle of human technological aspiration. Now, they had transformed into relics of the past, worth little more than refuse. Chen Qi pressed onward through the tunnel, mentally calculating that he had likely descended around 100 meters underground. Suddenly, the space opened up before him. Chen Qi found himself rendered speechless in shock. Before him lay a colossal spherical chamber, approximately 2,000 meters in diameter. This depth coincided with the metallic sedimentary layer encountered earlier by the Earth Dragon. Here, the refuse had vaporized instantaneously at the moment of the Mersey energy explosion, forming a sleek inner wall. Looking up at the circular dome overhead, Chen Qi marveled. This is breathtaking. At this depth, sediment was sparse. Instead, a substantial quantity of metal had been melted and subsequently cooled. The dome above shimmered with rippling waves, different alloys creating varying shades of color. Interspersed among them were tiny crystals formed from unknown substances, twinkling like stars against the dark silver, intricately patterned vault above. Chen Qi spun around. This spherical space was as magnificent as the vast cosmos. This sensation, it feels as if I am immersed in a small universe that belongs solely to me. After reveling in the beauty for some time, Chen Qi finally regained his senses. Why is the oxygen here so abundant, and the temperature so perfectly balanced? In that moment, he spotted the Earth Dragon King's underground expansion dock in the distance. It had already entered the spherical space, positioned at the center, and had initiated full-scale expansion, transforming from what resembled a heavy truck into a metal structure approximately 120 square meters in size. The Earth Dragon King had also deployed numerous environmental control devices, continuously generating oxygen and regulating internal temperature. Chen Qi nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it is a divine instrument for subterranean survival. At that moment, a hovering light began to ascend from the apex of the Earth Dragon King. It resembled a lantern from a bygone era, radiating a pure white glow, casting an ever-expanding halo upon the ground. Chen Qi's eyes reflected the silhouette of the light, akin to the first star in his little universe, the first to cast its illumination upon the earth. This place is simply perfect. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled as he gently clenched his fist. Yay! Without the jet-powered shoes, Xiao Qiong decided to treat the tunnel as a grand slide, gliding down from the entrance with a single breath. The slide was lengthy and the inertia considerable. Upon entering the spherical space, she glided like a curling stone, meandering at the bottom of the spherical chamber before gradually coming to rest at Chen Qi's feet, her eyes wide with curiosity and excitement. Chen Qi turned to Xiao Qiong. Your father met his end amidst the refuse. I was initially concerned that you might reject this subterranean sanctuary. You adults worry too much. Anyone with clear understanding knows these are two different matters. Xiao Qiong stood up, feigning maturity, but the next moment, she was astonished by the stunning spectacle above, her little mouth agape, her hands clasped in surprise. Chen Qi chuckled. In less than 2 hours, a dust storm will arrive. Our next step is to prepare for relocation. This is a meticulous undertaking. Xiao Qiong raised a finger. Chen Qi, could you carry me up? I need to oversee and check for any oversights. You adults tend to complicate matters. Don't think I merely wish to slide again. Speaking of that grand slide, I believe it could use some improvement. My backside is a bit sore. On the ground, the distant sky was shrouded in darkness, deeper than any previous night. Chen Qi gazed at his scattered belongings. Whether relocating or for future transport, it would be best to have a convenient moving tool. His gaze fell upon the gift from Merchant Mo, 4 biological material transport boxes. Although Mo might not fully endorse the term gift. Detected identical technological creations, would you like to synthesize? Chen Qi nodded. These boxes were too small. After 2 rounds of synthesis, their performance would undoubtedly enhance significantly. Perhaps the upgraded boxes could assist in his relocation efforts. Disassembling into original materials, synthesis successful, biomass material transport container, 2 internal capacity 33 cubic meters, equipped with a biomass engine, capable of autonomous navigation, maximum travel distance 450 kilometers, built-in microbial inhibition system, molecular activity reduction system. If used for transporting perishable goods, can extend freshness by 150 to 230 times. Cheng Qi nodded. This leans towards food transport functionality, but it's still insufficient. Continue synthesizing. K for 43 integrated transport platform. Appearance can undergo mechanical transformation. Volume can vary. Internal capacity 10 to 210 cubic meters. Equipped with a biomass engine, capable of autonomous navigation. Maximum travel distance 20-50 kilometers. Freshness extension for perishables by 230 to 500 times. Features mechanical lifting arms and handling arms, equipped with a visual reflection system for visual level invisibility. Nicknamed Iron Mama. It can change volume, self-load and unload, and has an invisibility feature. Cheng Qi felt a surge of unexpected delight. This is simply a transport marvel. But what does the nickname Iron Mama mean? After completing the command settings, the enormous black container before him slowly opened its hatch, and a precise mechanical arm emerged. Subsequently, the biomass engine activated, silently floating like a ghost toward the makeshift shelter. The mechanical arm worked with precision and gentleness, methodically organizing Cheng Qi's belongings. Although these items were merely scraps and refuse, the mechanical arms treated each object as if it were a precious antique. Before long, the belongings were arranged in an orderly fashion, each item carefully secured within the container. The box would even deploy partitions and locking mechanisms, ensuring that every piece was perfectly aligned, stable, and aesthetically pleasing. With a low hum, the multi-ton quantum repair cluster was also lifted by the robotic arm, which then placed it precisely into the reserved space within the cargo box, akin to fitting together a puzzle, with edges barely a centimeter apart, almost a perfect fit. The transport platform utilized sophisticated algorithms, maximizing spatial efficiency to an extraordinary degree. Cheng Qi was awed, finally grasping the meaning behind the nickname. A child with a mother is a treasure. Even someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies would be impressed. Chapter 29, The Secure Synthesis. The Iron Mama was laden with a cargo, silently drifting at the entrance of the shelter. Subsequently, its mechanical arms retracted, allowing it to seamlessly enter the cave. Almost immediately, its surface rippled, rendering it invisible. Thereafter, it made its way into the underground refuge and began unloading the cargo piece by piece. Cheng Qi, unable to restrain his admiration, stood in place, weakly applauding. He had initially anticipated a tedious moving process, but to his surprise, he had been able to relax throughout. 30 minutes later, Cheng Qi sat within the underground shelter. Before him lay an array of items. The Iron Mama had successfully transported everything and neatly arranged it across the floor, with items aligned perfectly in rows, all classified meticulously. Cheng Qi stroked his chin. I possess 12 pairs of underwear, 43 pairs of socks, and Huanzai has hidden 9 copies of Flamboyant Robots magazines. One could argue that underwear is also a product of technology, at least of textile innovation. Is it possible to synthesize them? The STC activated, scanning the underwear under Cheng Qi's insistence. Technology content too low, unable to synthesize, inappropriate item. All right, my assumptions were not as I had thought. They must undergo the STC's scrutiny. Cheng Qi leaned back slowly against the chair. After all the commotion, everything had been moved into the shelter, including the similar technological refuse brought by the monkeys, all of which had been sorted. Xiao Qiong also sneaked in, her eyes filled with curiosity as she explored the expansion chamber of the Earth Dragon King. Huanzai was busy formulating new plans nearby. This underground refuge still had numerous enhancements to be made, such as stairs, water supply, and drainage systems. The large door of the underground shelter had already been sealed. Earlier, Huanzai had reinforced the door from the inside, installing dozens of sturdy alloys. The door, originally laid flat, offered minimal wind resistance and should be more than adequate to withstand the ash storm. The time is drawing near. Cheng Qi squinted. The ash storm should be upon us on the surface. The moon in the sky seemed to have concealed itself early. A terrifying pressure descended, causing all refuse to tremble. In the distance, a pitch-black wall appeared, stretching between the earth and sky, emanating a profound sense of oppression. Advancing towards the B-43 zone at an astonishing speed, beasts lay in hiding, and humans had vanished without a trace. Boom! The ash storm was not merely a tempest, it was interspersed with fierce lightning. Each flash ignited metallic dust and flammable gases in the air, as if divine retribution had descended, igniting a crimson chain of fire. Millions of tons of refuse were swept into the sky, swirling and colliding at breakneck speed, twisting and distorting, creating sparks. Not far away, the remains of a several hundred-ton interstellar excavator were whisked into the air by the gale, revealing a cavern beneath the surface. A few scavengers hiding within were struck with terror. Before they could react, their bodies were instantaneously lifted into the sky, only to be struck by lightning, engulfed in green flames, and swiftly reduced to ash. Inside the underground shelter, tranquility reigned. Xiaoqiong was sweetly asleep in Huanzai's embrace. Chengqi remained seated before the expansion chamber. A floating light illuminated the beautiful dome and surrounding walls. Before him, a small gas stove simmered a pot of hot tea. According to Chengqi's deductions, the ash storm was directly overhead, yet within this subterranean space, 100 meters below, there was scarcely any abnormality. Only the faintest tremors could be detected upon careful observation. That was the earth's quaking, inevitable. At Chengqi's feet, a small green blade of grass swayed gently. It was the same blade he had unearthed along with a small portion of soil before entering the shelter. Now resting beside him, it retained its vibrant vitality. Even in the darkest of worlds, one must provide an account for stubbornness. Chengqi lifted the hot tea, gazing at the neatly arranged 17 black market gene serums on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, this boy, who had struggled at the bottom of the refuse-laden earth for 18 years, exuded an extraordinary aura, and a fervent light flickered in his eyes. Once I drink this tea, I shall embark on my path of resurgence, liberating myself from the disdain of the gene-bearers. But why does this tea have an odd taste? Huanzai, there's something wrong with this water. It has gone bad. Chengqi ran his tongue over his lips, placing the teacup back on the table. We need to hasten the renovation of the filtration system. What's the matter? Huanzai peered in. Oh, just now, Xiaoqiong got anxious and didn't he want to dirty the floor, so she urinated in your teapot. Chengqi nearly collapsed. Isn't there a toilet in the room? Huanzai replied, oh, Xiaoqiong said she is not used to the toilet. Calm down, Grandpa said. People from the old era love to drink horse urine. Chengqi pressed his hands down, regulating his breathing. What was I saying? Oh, I shall henceforth escape the disdain of the gene-bearers. His gaze shifted slightly to the right. Gene serum containing numerous impurities, 17. These were the failed products of black market gene serums exchanged from Merchant Mo. They originated from the black market and were, in essence, failures. In thick glass test tubes, pools of flowing black liquid swirled, filled with detritus, not even fit for a dog to drink. The success rate of gene optimization is a mere 0.0035. M remarked that after consuming this substance, the survival rate plummets to a mere 0.0035, and the data indeed corroborates this grim reality. In other words, failure equates to death. However, this abysmally low success rate is nothing short of appalling. It is hard to fathom that this item commands a price of 300,000 credit points. This underscores humanity's almost frenzied desire for high-grade genes in contemporary times. Chengqi's gaze flickered as he commanded, commence synthesis. Disperse into primal matter, premium black market genetic elixir 8. The white luminescence gradually faded, revealing that the original 16 test tubes had transformed into 8. While their exterior remained unchanged, the liquid within the test tubes had morphed into a pale silver hue, flowing with a certain viscosity reminiscent of a silvery paint. The upgraded CRISPR-Cas9 technology scheme significantly diminishes destructive effects and plays a pivotal role in the optimization and repair of the human genome, achieving a gene optimization success rate of 11.23. Chengqi clenched his fist slightly, realizing that the direction of the upgrade aligned perfectly with his expectations. The success rate of gene optimization had surged over 3,000 times. Of course, such a multitude is merely a result of the original base being exceedingly small. The current success rate stands at a mere 11. Chengqi's eyes narrowed. Proceed with the synthesis. Dispersing into original substances. Synthesis successful. Premium black market gene elixirs 4. Chapter 30, Sisterly Affection. The bunker of the Scavenger Association. A towering throne fashioned from scrap metal loomed above, upon which sat a stooped and aged figure. Before him, a dozen silhouettes stood in respectful silence. A fierce dust storm raged outside, causing the entire bunker to tremble violently, with the ceiling emitting occasional creaks and groans of warping metal. The solitary tungsten light flickered precariously, casting the shadows of those on the ground to sway like pendulums. Do not be alarmed. This bunker has withstood numerous dust storms on our behalf, the elder reassured, his voice resonating with a blend of authority and weariness. Though it appears on the verge of collapse, it has always turned peril into safety. He paused, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. At present, there is a matter of greater import. The elder gradually turned, retrieving an exquisite metallic box, which he faced towards the assembly, slowly unveiling its contents, a vial containing a black serum. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, breaths quickening, yet no one dared to utter a sound. A premier black market genetic serum, the elder declared, his voice laden with age. Our alliance has toiled for a decade, utilizing every conceivable means, to procure this single vial. The sound of high heels striking the ground echoed through the room. Among the crowd, a figure clad in a crimson dress, named Honor, gazed at the black serum with fervent eyes, biting her lip in anticipation, unable to resist taking a step forward, inadvertently creating a noise. My daughter Honor, what are you wearing? The elder's voice, though devoid of ire, carried an undeniable weight. Such attire will not shield you from radiation, nor will it filter out toxic gases. Honor lowered her gaze slightly, retreating back into the crowd, striving to obscure her form. I am growing old, he continued, and someone must take my place as the president of the Scavenger Association. My eldest daughter, the elder's voice faltered as he coughed weakly. Hanyang, this serum is destined for you. A slender figure draped in a grey cloak emerged slowly from the throng. Approaching the center, she extended her alabaster arm and dramatically shed her cloak. The woman, tall and statuesque, donned fitted leather shorts that revealed her pristine legs and a firm, pert backside. Her upper body was adorned with a snug black leather jacket, exposing her narrow waist, devoid of any excess flesh, with visible abdominal muscles accentuating her physique. Long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and while her features bore resemblance to Honor, her beauty and proportions far surpassed her sister's. What captivated the gaze most were her eyes, elongated orbs shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, rendering her appearance enigmatic, icy, and regal. Her attire, much like Honor's, offered no protection against radiation, yet the elder's eyes brimmed with recognition and pride, devoid of reproach. The core members of the Scavenger Association were well aware that the president had two daughters, the elder, Hanyang, and the younger, Honor, both proud E-level geneticists. The president never concealed his favoritism towards Hanyang. President, Miss Hanyang is already an E-level geneticist, a voice interjected. Why not distribute such a precious serum among the other high-ranking members? This would enhance our overall strength. The elder's tone deepened. I have received word that within the next 48 hours, a task force from the Galactic Alliance will arrive on Earth, he continued. They are to undertake a specific covert mission. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle in. In their eyes, no number of E-level geneticists can compare to the status of a D-level geneticist. Earth has been forsaken for so long. Its environment deteriorating and resources dwindling, this presents a rare opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage this task force to convey information to the Solar System Alliance, thereby seeking aid. He took a moment, his gaze penetrating. To achieve this, we require at least one representative who can command their attention. At this moment, Honor bit her lip. Father, I am also an E-level geneticist. The elder merely cast a fleeting glance at Honor. I am well aware that even with your genetic upgrade, you lack sufficient negotiating power. Honor clenched her teeth, furrowing her brow, gradually bowing her head in silence. Hanyang, the elder turned his focus to the leather-clad woman in the center. The success rate of this premier serum stands at an astonishing 23. Even in the event of failure, its side effects are not lethal. Rest assured, I have prepared a medical team. Even if the attempt fails, you will receive immediate care. I will not lose you. Nor will the Scavenger Association. The elder inhaled deeply. You are poised to commence your second genetic evolution in 1 hour. After a brief pause, he raised his head solemnly. The future of the Scavenger Association, and indeed the fate of the hundreds of thousands of scavengers on this planet, rests upon your shoulders. As the meeting concluded and a brief respite ensued, Hanyang leaned against the thick alloy door of the bunker, crossing her arms, her back supported by the iron barrier. She tilted her head slightly, her captivating blue-hued eyes casting a glance at her younger sister. Honor mirrored her stance against the door, but her gaze fell, displaying a look of distress, her hands clasped together as she anxiously fidgeted with her fingers. Honor, Hanyang spoke, her voice clear and cool as she surveyed the bunker space ahead. Father's regard for me is a double-edged sword. It is akin to our current position. Before us lies a secure bunker, while behind looms the terrifying dust storm. Honor frowned. I can face those storms too. No, you cannot, Hanyang replied, taking a deep breath as her tone softened. I will not allow my sister to confront any risks. Honor paused, absorbing her sister's words. Hanyang continued, the Galactic Alliance has never regarded scavengers as human. In their eyes, we are akin to cockroaches in a landfill. Even as E-level geneticists, we are merely slightly larger rats. No one knows what may transpire when faced with them. As she spoke, a smile graced Hongyang's lips as she reached out to smooth her sister's hair. I promise you, if the negotiations succeed, and if we secure additional genetic serums among the resources we acquire, I will be the first to advocate for you. No matter who it may be. Including myself, all must stand behind Honor. Upon hearing this, Honor's eyes glistened with tears. She turned to embrace her sister, her voice choked with emotion. Sister, I will always believe in you. You need not bear this burden alone. Honor has her own ways. Hanyang patted her back, smiling warmly. I know, I have always known that Honor is a determined child. Miss Hanyang. A staff member called from a distance. The serum is prepared. We can begin. Hanyang slowly turned, exhaling deeply. In her beautiful yet resolute eyes, a hint of seriousness emerged. She stepped forward, but Honor gripped her hand from behind, a profound worry etched across her face. Their father had not explicitly stated the potential consequences of the black market serum's failure, however, everyone within the bunker understood that the repercussions could very well result in genetic defects, leading to the creation of flawed individuals or disabilities. With a mere 23 success rate, Hong Yang's chances of success were, in essence, a mere 1 in 5. Do not worry, Honger, Hong Yang said, offering a reassuring smile. She lifted her chin, the tungsten light illuminating her exquisite yet resolute features. I will undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 31. Blind Boxes, Special Black Market Gene Elixirs. For Cheng Qi shook his head. The success rate is merely 23, and failure may result in disability, indeed rather dismal. Let us proceed with the synthesis. Dispersing into original substances, synthesis successful, Valente gene elixirs. 2. Cheng Qi was taken aback. The formation has collapsed. Was it not supposed to yield something akin to super black market gene elixirs? Valente gene elixirs. The black market apothecary Valente, a legendary prodigy in the art of alchemy, has ingeniously developed a proprietary gene sequencing technique based on CRISPR, Cas9. He has adept harnessed this innovation to create genetically modified elixirs, achieving an astonishing catalytic success rate of 98. With negligible side effects, this remarkable data has eclipsed the achievements of the Galactic Science Association. However, these potions have become rare artifacts. After crafting 13 exclusive formulations, Valente seemingly vanished from existence. Rumors abound that he may have been either co-opted by the Galactic Science Association or abducted by sinister forces lurking in the shadows. Is a success rate of 98 really possible? Cheng Qi's heart raced. That is an exceedingly terrifying probability. The evolution of gene levels has always been a low probability event. However, in Valente's hands, it seems to be thoroughly mastered. 2 vials of pale blue elixir lay before Cheng Qi. After 3 rounds of synthesis, the enhancement effects of the potion could only be described as explosive. There remains one final synthesis opportunity. Any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards STC. Cheng Qi exhaled deeply. Proceed with the synthesis. Dispersing into raw materials, synthesis successful, Valente's Fantasier elixir. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. Valente's Fantasier. This elixir is a concept found in the notes of the genius apothecary Valente, representing the pinnacle of his technical aspirations, though he was unable to bring this vision to fruition before his disappearance. The core of this technology allows for the replication of specific gene fragments, utilizing PCR, polymerase chain reaction, technology to massively amplify targeted genes, enabling the continuous replication, stacking, and coverage of advantageous segments within the human genome, thereby overshadowing inferior genes. Cheng Qi nodded solemnly. Could it be that SCT truly encompasses all domains, transforming even the ideas from another's notes into reality? Valente's Fantasier elixir, the success rate of genetic evolution stands at an impressive 99.9. This remarkable achievement is attributed to the technology's ability to replicate and amplify existing high-quality genetic segments. Consequently, the ultimate result of genetic optimization varies according to individual constitutions, potentially leading to significant enhancement or, conversely, no discernible change. After a brief period of contemplation, Cheng Qi grasped the essence of the genetic serum's function. Simply put, it is a matter of differing talents resulting in varying effects. If one's entire genetic composition consists of inferior segments, consuming this serum would yield no benefit. It evokes a sensation akin to a worthless being donning a splendid attire. Henceforth, they would merely transform into a dressed-up waste. However, if one possesses even a modicum of superior genes within their genetic makeup, this serum would replicate those quality genes and replace the inferior ones, facilitating a continuous expansion of advantages. Should one have a sufficient quantity of quality genes, a substantial leap in evolution may occur, even the possibility of transcending to a higher tier. In simpler terms, the concoction derived from these 16 subpar serums results in a mystery box. How intriguing! Cheng Qi instinctively rubbed his hands together. With no other options available, he resolved to consume the Valent Fantasy Serum. How much potential do I truly possess? Only time will tell. Cheng Qi lifted the test tube containing a pure azure potion, devoid of impurities and not viscous, appearing rather palatable. With a pop, he removed the stopper and tilted his head back, consuming the entire vial of Valent Fantasy Serum. In the next moment, seated on a dilapidated bench with a straight back and hands resting on his knees, he gazed ahead. Following the consumption of the serum, he felt a burning sensation in his throat, akin to swallowing a shot of strong liquor. Yet, beyond that, there was no further sensation. Cheng Qi tilted his head, closed his eyes, and concentrated, but still felt nothing. Could it be? Is it possible that I am merely a dressed-up waste? At that moment, he felt as if the world had collapsed around him. There is nothing more terrifying than the realization of being a colossal waste. Cheng Qi's perspective narrowed. Indeed, there exist fears more profound than the discovery of one's own inadequacies. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood towards the sky, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. He had become a lifeless waste, time flowed gently, the world shifting like clouds, everything around seemed to change, yet simultaneously remain unchanged. In this dark realm, a narrow white fissure appeared, opening and closing until, supported by an immense force of will, it fully expanded. Chen Qi gazed into the vibrant, spherical ceiling above, his mind a blank slate. Oh, I must have fainted. Hanzai surely rescued me, I am now safe and resting. Hanzai is indeed a reliable companion. Chen Qi felt a wave of weakness wash over him as he struggled to rise, only to discover a white cloth draped over him, with a pile of firewood and an old diesel barrel beneath him. Nearby, Hanzai and Xiaoqiong, clad in white plastic garments resembling mourning attire, squatted not far off, weeping softly. Chen Qi, alas, you have truly passed. You concocted a serum and ended up drinking yourself to death. Truly, there is no one as foolish as you. Chen Qi's complexion turned ashen. They were remarkably swift in their preparations for cremation. Suddenly, with a click, Hanzai, without looking back, pressed the ignition switch beside him. Electricity surged through the wires, igniting the diesel beneath Chen Qi with a loud explosion. What the hell? Chen Qi was momentarily stunned, but in that instant, a primal instinct surged from the depths of his mind, striking his nerves like a bolt of lightning. In a split second, Chen Qi sprang to his feet, his body moving like a gust of wind, swiftly propelling him several meters away. It all felt instinctual, his conscious mind had yet to catch up. What just happened? Did I just transform into a bolt of lightning? He stared incredulously at his hands. No, this is the emergency evasion response of the Extreme Warrior armor. The next moment, Chen Qi beheld a rather shocking sight. That fool Hanzai, he had removed his Extreme Warrior armor and set it aside. Is he even human? Does he truly fear that the armor might become a burial offering? Wait a moment, Chen Qi's eyes widened once more. I am not wearing the armor. Chapter 32. Ascending beyond limits. Chen Qi, I knew you would surely survive this calamity. I was merely jesting. But do not hold it against us, you were unconscious for a full 48 hours. Hanzai chuckled, scratching his metallic head with his metallic fingers. She stared at Chen Qi's face and suddenly clasped her hands over her mouth. Your eyes have changed. Hanzai, ever quick-witted, swiftly found a smooth piece of metal to serve as a mirror and presented it to Chen Qi. As Chen Qi gazed into the reflection, his eyes widened in astonishment. An inner jubilation erupted within him like a torrential flood. His pupils glimmered with a faint blue halo, crystalline and profound, signifying status, respect, and everything that matters in this society. Have I transcended from a mere natural being to an E-level gene user? Chen Qi's eyes widened even further as he pinched his thigh, fearful that he was ensnared in a dream that would dissipate at any moment. According to his knowledge, an E-level gene user is defined by excellent overall genetics, devoid of any flaws. In terms of intellect, physique, and personality, they exhibit outstanding levels, capable of adapting to various environments and challenges, and through personal effort, achieving remarkable accomplishments. In essence, E-level gene users are not extraordinary superhumans, rather, they are the C-army de la C-army among humanity. Then, what could be the explanation for my physical prowess? Chen Qi was perplexed, instinctively blinking his eyes. With that blink, a series of lightning-like images flooded his mind. There was a DNA double helix quietly spinning in the void, radiating a magnificent and mysterious glow. Simultaneously, certain segments of the DNA were continuously shattering and reassembling. This scene resembled memories from his period of unconsciousness, slowly resurfacing at this moment. When Chen Qi shook his head and opened his eyes once more, he froze in utter disbelief. His gaze was wide as he beheld an astonishing sight. In the mirror, a second azure halo appeared within his pupils. 2 halos, staring into the mirror, Chen Qi's mind was awash with confusion. I have transcended to a D-level gene user. D-level gene users exhibit remarkable talents in specific areas, such as profound comprehension in certain academic fields or significant advantages in sports, music, and the arts. Typically, D-level gene users are regarded as elite genes. They represent the upper echelons of human civilization, tycoons, musicians, scientists, or influential figures in the political arena. They achieve success more easily than ordinary people and acquire power and status with greater facility. This is the reason why higher-level gene users are held in such high esteem. Does being a D-level gene user grant me the speed I just demonstrated? Chen Qi pondered, his mind grappling with the implications. At that very moment, a slight dizziness washed over him. Lightning-like images surged once again within his mind. The dazzling DNA double helix flickered, spinning faster and faster, with an increasing number of segments reassembling. Chen Qi felt a sense of suffocation, as if deprived of oxygen, and his vision began to blur. This sensation persisted for nearly a minute before his sight gradually sharpened, and the world around him came into focus. In that instant, Chen Qi felt as though struck by lightning, his body once again turning to stone. He discovered that within the mirror, a third faint halo emerged within his pupils. The halo transitioned from ethereal to solid, slowly emanating an eerie blue glow. I have transcended 3 levels. Chen Qi was momentarily speechless. I have become a C-level gene user. C-level, C-level. C-level genes are often referred to as exceptional genes. Individuals with this designation typically possess outstanding talents across multiple domains, and with effort and opportunity, they may aspire to reach the pinnacle of power and status. Furthermore, the C-level gene represents a watershed moment, as from this level onward, the genetic subject's physical attributes begin to undergo a transformation due to the breakthrough of DNA limitations, resulting in enhanced strength, speed, endurance, and agility. No wonder I could perform such feats. It must be due to the characteristics of the C-level gene. Chen Qi marveled. Does this imply my future will be? Suddenly, he began to stutter, as he abruptly realized that a copious amount of thick, black liquid was surging from every pore of his body. His mouth was no exception, frothing at the corners. Purifying the essence and refining the marrow, is it? Expelling impurities, perhaps? What a cliché plot, author, you. Every system optimization typically follows a similar procedure. Expelling impurities, this appears to be an immutable truth, a cycle of renewal wherein one must first cleanse before achieving enhancement. Furthermore, Chen Qi had not consumed any decent food over the past several years. Expired products and substandard energy bars contained a plethora of impurities and harmful substances. His body had accumulated a significant amount of toxins, which were now being purged in a single sweep. With the assistance of the Earth Dragon King's expanded bathing system, Chen Qi luxuriated in a thorough cleansing. As he stepped out of the shower, he felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, feeling light as a feather, invigorated, and mentally clear. Gazing into the mirror, Chen Qi was astonished to find that his skin had become notably fairer and smoother, the contours of his features appeared more defined, and his eyes, enhanced by the 3 blue halos, had transformed into deep, enigmatic pools, exuding an indescribable noble aura. Although Chen Qi had yet to undergo systematic training to fully harness the benefits bestowed by his C-level gene, there were faint hints of muscular definition emerging, resembling a nascent sculpture. His pectorals and abdominal muscles were slightly pronounced, exuding both beauty and a sense of strength. I finally comprehend how much of a failure I once was. And I now understand why so many ordinary individuals strive with all their might yet remain shackled by the label of mediocrity. In the bygone era, there existed inherent genetic disparities among individuals. And now, we are confronted with the advent of genetic science. The chasm created by genetic differences is an insurmountable divide. Chen Qi felt his thoughts crystallize, his energy surge, and a brilliance ignite in his eyes. This sensation is exhilarating. Chapter 33. The advantage of speed. Chen Qi. Prepare for the delivery. According to the conversion of high-entropy alloys. This time, I've procured 82 failed black market gene serums for you. The communicator, designed specifically for contacting the merchant Mo, crackled to life, transmitting Mo's voice. Chen Qi, stationed within the expansion dock, felt a sudden spark of excitement. Mo was sending the second batch of serums at this critical moment. Was this not akin to indulging in explosive delights, a thrilling explosion of fortune? 82 vials. As always, Mo was operating on an entirely different level. After synthesizing these, how extraordinary would I, Chen Qi, become? Chen Qi, are you dead? Mo's voice remained as cold and rational as ever. If you do not respond within 10 seconds, I shall assume you have perished. This transaction will profit me handsomely. Chen Qi felt somewhat speechless. Mo likely believed he could cavalierly manipulate those black market gene serums like livestock. Even if I were dead, I would rise as a spirit to reclaim my serums. Good to know you're alive, Mo replied, his tone still calm. My 20 biotechnological crates have entered Earth's atmosphere. I've just realized that there seems to be a massive storm on Earth. You should hasten to collect the goods. My previous for transport crates and the specially designed scales appear to have been lost in the storm, resulting in significant losses. Oh. Chen Qi's gaze flickered. Indeed, this grey storm is quite formidable. Take my advice, prepare for the worst. Following that, Chen Qi ended the communication. After consuming the serum, he had succumbed to slumber for 48 hours. Thus, the situation on the surface should now be at the tail end of the grey storm. Although it was no longer as terrifying as during its peak, the probability of the biological crates having gone astray remained high. Time was of the essence. The loss of so many serums and crates was utterly unacceptable to Chen Qi. Xiao Qiong drifted by. Chen Qi, could you please put on some clothes? Only then did Chen Qi realize he had just emerged from the bathroom, still unclothed. Rest assured, I have encountered numerous clients in their natural state. I have grown accustomed to it. Xiao Qiong continued on her way. You adults truly lack consideration. Even such trivial matters as dressing must be pointed out. The clumsy lad also passed by, mimicking Xiao Qiong's stance with his hands behind his back. Do you not feel any shame? Chen Qi took a few strides forward, standing directly in front of the extreme warrior armor. The diamond-patterned surface of the armor shifted and enveloped Chang-Chi in an instant. The data panel of the Extreme Warrior armor suddenly activated. User S gene sequence detected to be elevated. The core performance of the armor has risen by 284, nearing its performance limit. Excellent, excellent. Indeed, in the minds of the strong, the entire world is gentle. Once the Extreme Warrior armor was fully donned, Chang-Chi slipped into his jet turbine shoes. The airflow beneath his feet surged, lifting his body into the air as he soared towards the exit of the underground shelter. Creak, creak, the electronic control system of the shelter's door functioned normally, slowly opening, albeit with a piercing noise. The grey storm that had persisted for over 40 hours had warped the door, yet it remained unyielding. The lad's craftsmanship was indeed reliable. The wind outside had diminished considerably, yet it still carried a biting chill. The mask of the Extreme Warrior armor extended, shielding Chang-Chi's face. He stepped cautiously out of the shelter and closed the door behind him. At that moment, the surface was shrouded in grey dust, countless metallic particles swirling through the air, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. One could vaguely discern changes among the surrounding mounds of refuse. Various fragments and displacements occurred. After each grey storm, the topography of garbage earth underwent a transformation. For scavengers, this was a newfound opportunity arising from the aftermath of a catastrophic disaster. Many valuable items buried beneath the surface would be unearthed, basking in the light of day once more. Chang-Chi tilted his head towards the murky northern sky. With the naked eye, nothing was visible. However, the reconnaissance system of the Extreme Warrior armor quickly locked onto 20 distant points of light. They were hurtling towards the ground at great speed, but the high altitude still bore remnants of fierce winds, causing the trajectories of these lights to wobble erratically. Those were most transport crates. Chang-Chi squinted, suddenly noticing that the parts of several crates exhibited severe deviations. They were on a collision course high above, likely to crash. Chang-Chi's expression shifted, his legs bending slightly as he summoned all his strength and sprinted toward the anticipated landing point of the crates. Boom! The refuse beneath him erupted as he propelled himself forward, and within the grey environment, he seemed to become a fleeting shadow. Chang-Chi himself was taken aback, completely unaware that his speed had surged to such an extent. Unprepared for this sudden acceleration, his mind spun from the inertia. The Extreme Warrior armor emitted a warning tone. User speed is nearing the armor's limit, with an overwhelming overflow likely occurring. Chang-Chi was momentarily stunned. This meant that his speed had surpassed the armor's limit. He recalled the moment he had instantaneously moved from the incineration platform to the ground within the shelter. Speed. After gene evolution, had acquired a substantial increase in speed. Moreover, could the human body's speed truly exceed that of machinery? At this moment, Chang-Chi found himself beneath the transport crates, visibly noting that 3 of them were teetering precariously. Boom! Chang-Chi bent his legs again, leaping into the air. The surrounding wind howled fiercely, and Chang-Chi felt a twinge of surprise. In his haste, he had neglected to activate the turbine-powered shoes. Yet, how high had he leapt? Surely around 20 meters, nearly the height of a 6-story building, with the armor's core performance elevated by 284. It was indeed remarkable. However, this time, the Extreme Warrior armor did not issue the data overflow alert. The propulsion stemmed from leg strength. In other words, the current height of his jump was a result of the synergy between his legs and the Extreme Warrior armor. Strength had not overflowed. Yet speed had. Were both driven solely by leg power. Were these two aspects calculated separately? As he sensed his own condition, Chang-Chi's mind became unexpectedly clear. In an instant, he grasped the answer. High-speed movement relied not solely on leg power, but on the collaboration of all muscles in the body. Factors such as arm swing and body posture significantly influenced speed. To put it simply, no sprinter could achieve victory solely through leg strength. Thus, strength is a singular metric, while speed is a composite indicator derived from multiple data points. Relatively speaking, building strength is straightforward, but enhancing speed is a formidable challenge. At that moment, Chang-Chi gradually realized that what he had acquired was a rare enhancement of speed. Chapter 34, Dual Gene Sequence in Midair. Chang-Chi deftly caught 3 transport crates with precision. He then descended to the ground, carefully placing the crates with great caution. Afterward, he leapt once more, replicating the process to retrieve additional transport boxes. During his final jump, Chang-Chi caught sight of a bizarre scene unfolding on the distant ground. Amidst the chaotic air currents and thick clouds of grey dust, something was crawling upon the earth. It appeared to be half a person. To be precise, it was hardly even half. It possessed merely a head, a small portion of a shoulder, and one arm. The arm incessantly swung forward, clawing at the protruding debris on the ground, laboriously and slowly inching forward. Given its form, it bore no resemblance to a robotic entity. Was that truly a human? How could one still be alive in such a state? Chang-Chi squinted, but a gust of grey metallic dust swept by, and the quartered figure abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. With a moment of hesitation, Chang-Chi resolved to gather all the transport crates and return to the subterranean shelter. With so many valuable items in hand, he could not afford to let curiosity dictate his actions. Within the underground refuge, the colossal steel matron extended its intricate mechanical arms, methodically arranging 20 biological material crates and systematically opening them one by one. 82 illicit gene serums, all deemed failures, were meticulously arranged in a straight line, with a spacing error of less than 0.1 millimeters, a precision that was astonishing. As the ground of the shelter was slightly curved, one of the vials rolled slightly. The mechanical matron promptly corrected its position. Chen Qi observed these serums. Based on their materials and appearance, they exhibited no flaws whatsoever. Merchant Mo once again demonstrated his integrity. Chen Qi then turned his gaze toward the black biotechnology transport boxes. The principle remained the same. Having purchased so many items, is it unreasonable to expect a few packaging bags? That is certainly not unreasonable. Chen Qi nodded to himself. With these boxes, the mechanical matron can undergo another upgrade, though I hope her obsessive tendencies do not worsen. His gaze returned to the gene serums. As a C-level gene user, Chen Qi felt a slight tremor in his arm. He was acutely aware of his unparalleled and terrifying potential for growth. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembled. Even Wang Zilf would become subservient. Chen Qi swallowed hard. Let the synthesis commence. Dispersing original units, synthesis successful, premium black market gene serums, 41, Chen Qi's eye sparkled. Indeed, the synthesis route remains unchanged with the same original materials. Dispersing original units, synthesis successful, special black market gene serums, 20. Dispersing original units, synthesis successful, Valent gene serums, 10. Dispersing original units, synthesis successful, Valent fantasy serums, 5. Chen Qi's actions paused momentarily. Previously, he had reached this juncture in synthesis but had consumed the Valent Fantasy Serum due to a lack of additional materials. It was this very serum that enabled him to evolve 3 times, achieving C-level status. Chen Qi's lips quivered slightly. What might he obtain if he continued to synthesize? Could it elevate him to the legendary S-level gene? In the past, Chen Qi had only heard snippets of wild tales from the old, temperamental interstellar radio left by his grandfather. S-level gene progeny were said to be abundant, regardless of which planet one visited. Various stunning beauties would pounce like hungry tigers, transforming into humanoid vacuums. Oh, no, all manner of beauties would eagerly seek to embrace, hoping to unite with high-level gene users to produce superior offspring. Of course, this was merely folklore. Chen Qi believed that true S-level gene combinations did not possess such vulgar needs. Even if progeny were indeed plentiful, it would stem from a spirit of altruism. As for the abilities of S-level gene users, folklore was just that, folklore, often glossed over the details. After all, the essence of such tales lay in their sensuality and allure. Thus, Chen Qi remained oblivious to the true nature of the legendary S-level gene users and what realm they inhabited. At this very moment, his anticipation surged exponentially. Let the synthesis begin. Dispersing into original substances, synthesis successful, live bud, gene sequence liberation serum, 2. Humans, as carbon-based life forms, are inherently bound by their carbon-based structure. Regardless of genetic enhancements, the term carbon-based life forms refers to organisms founded upon carbon elements, the construction of vital biological molecules such as proteins, carbohydrates, and carbon compounds within the human body relies on the chemical properties of carbon. Human respiratory and circulatory systems are also dependent on carbon. Even DNA, the crucial macromolecule that carries genetic information, is composed of carbon-based nucleotides. And natural life forms, birthed from Earth's environmental factors, can only be carbon-based organisms. Humans are born of carbon elements and are thus constrained by carbon. Chen Qi gazed intently at the STC virtual screen, baffled by the emergence of such annotations. Nevertheless, he endeavored to comprehend them. Simply put, humanity's existence on Earth had predestined its carbon-based structure. Breathing relies on carbon, food decomposition depends on carbon, even heredity necessitates carbon. Without carbon, there would be no humanity as we know it. Should humans lose their carbon, they would disintegrate at a molecular level, leaving not even a trace behind. This encapsulates the essence of carbon-based life. At this moment, Chen Qi's attention sharpened. A particular phrase at the bottom of the STC display captivated him. LifeBud, gene sequence liberation serum, technology derived from a level 5 plant civilization, possesses a certain probability of fundamentally altering the foundational system of carbon-based life forms, allowing for evolution to an entirely new gene sequence. For instance, silicon-based life forms. Chen Qi inhaled sharply. Silicon-based life forms, this serum transcended the conventional understanding of gene enhancement, flipping the table entirely. Its ambition was to evolve humanity into silicon-based organisms. A sequence, it would leap across an entire sequence. Chen Qi struggled to believe such possibilities existed, but what of this plant civilization? Did the cosmos harbor not only technological civilizations but also other forms? A plant civilization? Could it be a societal system comprised of tree-like beings? It was at this moment that the STC annotations turned a page, revealing yet another line of text. Special note, the success rate of the gene sequence liberation agent is a mere 7. Should the liberation fail, the user's original genes will suffer irreversible damage, leading to a phenomenon known as gene dissolution, resulting in instantaneous demise. Conversely, if liberation is successful, the user will metamorphose into a wholly new elemental substrate. However, due to surrounding environmental factors, the user may find it difficult to breathe smoothly or to convert internal energy. For instance, if the individual transforms into a silicon-based life form while situated on Earth, where silicon elements are scarce, their life cycle will face catastrophic repercussions, resulting in immediate death. The repetition of instantaneous demise left Chang-Chi utterly bewildered. How perplexing. Is this not a dead end? What purpose does this agent serve? It would be more prudent to shatter that glass vial and end it all without troubling your esteemed self. Though he expressed his frustrations, Chang-Chi had not yet reached the final juncture. At this moment, he held 2 gene sequence liberation agents in his possession, allowing for one last synthesis. Dissolve into primordial substances. Synthesis successful. Tree of Life. Balanced sequence liberation agent 1. Building upon the foundation of the life bud, this agent's efficacy has been significantly enhanced, achieving a harmonious balance between its therapeutic effects and side effects. The success rate of gene liberation has risen to 67. 7. Having discarded the adverse effects of gene dissolution and firmly established a direction for liberation, targeting the transformation into silicon-based life forms. Furthermore, upon successful liberation, the original genetic sequence of the user is preserved, allowing them to evolve into a dual gene sequence organism, reaping the benefits of both genetic advantages while their shortcomings complement one another. Chang-Chi experienced a sensation akin to being struck by lightning. A dual gene sequence, and one that does not result in immediate demise. Chapter 35, Success or Failure. The Underground Fortress of the Scavengers Alliance. Potion Laboratory. The rusted metal door creaked open, releasing a waft of white steam that enveloped the air. Within the mist, a tall, alluring figure emerged, her long, elegant legs and slender waist captivating all eyes. With her voluptuous bosom and cascading long hair, her silhouette was undeniably striking. She took deliberate steps, her movements steady as she advanced outward. On the outside, the president of the Scavengers Alliance, along with 7 or 8 high-ranking scavengers, and the elegantly attired Hannah in a crimson dress, watched with bated breath as the figure drew closer. As her visage became clearer, it revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face, exuding an air of icy pride. Clad in tight shorts that accentuated her pert posterior and a fitted leather jacket over a low-cut black top that showcased her smooth curves and alabaster collarbone, she embodied the dream girl of countless admirers. Yet, at that moment, a pallor washed over her radiant cheeks, the sound of her heels clicking against the ground echoed in the silence, but after only a few steps, her body began to falter. Soon, crimson streaks appeared on the inner side of her thighs, the vivid red contrasting starkly against her fair skin, forming an alarming pattern. Suddenly, she could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling forward and collapsing onto the ground. Hong Yang. Sister. The crowd rushed forward, hastily supporting the pale-faced woman. Tears brimmed in Hong Yang's eyes as her trembling lips uttered, "I'm sorry, everyone. I have failed." In that moment, her pupils were still illuminated by a singular faint blue halo, though now it appeared dimmed from her grievous injuries. The elderly president felt a wave of darkness envelop him, his body swaying unsteadily. Nearly a decade's worth of accumulated wealth had been expended without securing even a single D-grade gene bearer. His eyes brimmed with sorrow as he gazed at his weakened daughter, a heart-wrenching pain surfacing within him. Sister Hannah's tears streamed down her cheeks as she clung to her sister's shoulders, her voice choked with emotion. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to bear the burden myself." President. A member of the Scavengers Alliance stepped into the gathering, visibly anxious as he reported, "The combat team from the Interstellar Alliance has arrived." The president's body stiffened slightly. At this juncture, such news was hardly reassuring. After a brief pause, the aged leader pondered, "How many have they brought?" 2 Hawk-class transport starships. The member replied, fear evident in his voice. In the previous visits, there has never been a simultaneous arrival of 2 starships. Each Hawk class can carry up to 2,000 personnel, which means their numbers exceed 2,000. The president's hands tingled with numbness. So many. Farther, we must seize this opportunity. We possess only E-grade gene bearers, and counting you 2 sisters, we have merely 3. To them, E-grade bearers are hardly more than a token of respect, devoid of any real authority. Farther, I came across this by chance. Hong Yang retrieved a small box from her leather jacket, opening it to reveal 2 fingernail-sized black membranes. These are invisible contact lenses made from a biological material. Taking a deep breath, she placed one of the lenses on her left eye. In an instant, the tiny film softened and adhered, and a small blue halo illuminated the surface of the lens. Combined with Hong Yang's inherent E-grade gene imaging, her pupils now glimmered with 2 distinct halos. "You." The president's voice trembled. "Child, are you fabricating this?" "This lens was fortuitously obtained from a scavenger," Hong Yang replied, her brow furrowed. Such devices have circulated within the interstellar black market and are indeed used by various unscrupulous elements, but the technology contained within is sophisticated enough to evade standard detection. And the combat team from the Interstellar Alliance, being a military unit, likely won't carry overly intricate gene testing equipment. Hong Yang clenched her teeth. Thus, I have a chance. Foolishness. The president's facial muscles quivered. Do you realize what consequences await if you are discovered? Determination shone in Hong Yang's eyes. All I know is that if we fail to secure support, every scavenger on Earth will face a dire fate. The air fell into a profound silence. The president trembled yet found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, with Hannah's assistance, Hong Yang gradually rose to her feet. Sister, accompany me to freshen up, and please, help me apply the most exquisite makeup. The president watched his two daughters lean on each other as they vanished down the corridor. To one side, a doctor from the Scavengers Alliance remarked, President, Miss Hong Yang's body has suffered a backlash from the gene serum. Firstly, she is extremely weak, her health barely a third of what it should be. Secondly, the doctor hesitated, she has lost her ability to bear children. The president's body visibly trembled. He looked up at the ceiling, a stream of bitter tears cascading down his cheeks. In the face of all this, he felt utterly powerless. Dual gene sequence. Chen Qi gazed at the potion in his hand, contained within a glass test tube. At first glance, the liquid appeared as ordinary as water, yet, when Chen Qi raised the vial against the light of the underground shelter, his pupils dilated as he beheld countless tiny specks of luminescence swirling within the transparent potion, akin to stars scattered across the cosmos. Gently swirling the test tube, Chen Qi felt as though he possessed a vantage point from a higher dimension, cradling the universe within his palm, watching it revolve in serene silence. No matter the source, he had never heard of humans becoming silicon-based life forms. Naturally, he had never encountered the notion of dual gene sequence humans existing in this world. Or perhaps, once one possessed a silicon-based gene sequence, could they still be considered human? What, indeed, did the fabled silicon-based life forms resemble? Chen Qi's gaze flickered with intrigue, with a success rate of 67.7. It is undoubtedly worth a try. In an instant, Chen Qi unscrewed the vial, inhaling deeply. Tilting his head back, he poured the mysterious elixir into his mouth in one swift motion, determined not to waste a single drop. With his head thrown back and mouth agape, he watched as the final droplet of potion slid down the neck of the vial, eventually landing on his tongue. As that crystalline droplet hung suspended in midair, Chen Qi experienced an illusion of time slowing down. He could distinctly see his reflection on the surface of the droplet. It was as if the flow of time had altered. The droplet descended slowly while Chen Qi's eyes widened in a moment of revelation. He noticed that his pupils had transformed from their previous inky blackness into an intricate geometric structure. Deep within his irises, tightly interlinked triangles emerged, blossoming outward like flowers unfurling their petals. Chen Qi was struck by an overwhelming sense of wonder. Concurrently, a lucid prompt materialized in his mind, akin to a sixth sense triggered by impending crisis. He sensed his body becoming increasingly disjointed, on the verge of disintegration. In that fleeting moment, the tightly knit triangle spread across Chen Qi's visage, causing his face to bloom like a flower. Soon after, his entire being followed suit. Bang, like a diminutive firework devoid of flame, Chen Qi's form shattered into countless tiny triangles, vanishing from sight. Chapter 36, Silicon-based life forms. The world lay shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the cosmos prior to its inception. Chen Qi found himself devoid of any sensation of his corporeal form, as though his very existence had been obliterated. Before his gaze, 2 points of brilliance suddenly ignited. These luminous orbs expanded, growing ever larger until they coalesced into 2 magnificent and enigmatic structures. One of them manifested as a resplendent double helix radiating a cerulean glow. It represented the fundamental essence of humanity's propagation over millennia. If humanity itself is the most intricate and exquisite creation of Earth's ecosystem, then this was the core designer of that creation. The spirals resembled celestial ladders, each rung comprised of successive base pairs, housing an immense reservoir of genetic information. As Chen Qi beheld it, an inexplicable reverence and awe welled up within him. Opposite the human DNA, a structure pulsating with violet luminescence emerged. It appeared akin to a form of DNA, yet it astonishingly took the shape of a dodecahedron, comprised of 12 rhomboidal faces. It was adorned with an intricate tapestry of sequences reminiscent of cosmic codes. This too likely contained information akin to base pairs, yet in terms of sheer volume, the data within this dodecahedron seemed to far surpass that of human DNA. Surely, this must be the DNA of silicon-based life forms. Chen Qi mused, uncertain if he had uttered the words aloud, only feeling the reverberation of his voice echoing through the vast void. The so-called silicon-based life, he continued, is fundamentally grounded in the element silicon. Suddenly, another voice resonated within the dark expanse, low and ancient, as though it emerged from the depths of history. Chen Qi felt enveloped in tranquility and comfort. For reasons unknown, he harbored no feelings of rejection or inquiry, instead listening intently to the discourse. We possess profound distinctions from carbon-based life forms. From external appearance to internal structure, and even to our core operational systems, we are entirely dissimilar. At that moment, a figure gradually materialized within the silicon-based DNA structure before him, a translucent silhouette, towering approximately 3 meters. Cheng Qi observed this remarkable life form, which remained still, its limbs outstretched, resembling a holographic model. Its body was composed of a resilient crystalline structure, akin to radiant silicon gems. These gems adhered to an underlying order, exhibiting remarkable symmetry and defined lines, a visage that could only be described as stunningly beautiful. We do not rely on water and organic molecules to sustain our life activities as carbon-based organisms do. Our skin is a semi-transparent silicon membrane, capable of filtering and refracting light, rendering it a kaleidoscope of colors. Before Cheng Qi's eyes, the silicon-based life form gently rotated, emanating an even more dazzling brilliance. Our mode of movement diverges from that of carbon-based life forms, as we do not rely on muscular contraction and relaxation. Instead, we manipulate electromagnetic forces or the growth and contraction of crystals to alter our positions. The silicon-based life form subtly oscillated its arm, producing a crisp sound of friction. Our eyes are acutely sensitive to electromagnetic waves, enabling us to perceive various energy frequencies, including radio waves, infrared, and even X-rays. Our ears may capture minute electromagnetic vibrations, allowing us to discern distant information. Our communication transpires through the transmission of information via fixed-frequency electromagnetic waves, a method that is swift and efficient, capable of conveying vast amounts of complex data instantaneously. We can also produce sound through the vibrations of the silicon crystals on our bodies, with frequencies that encompass a wide range of biological hearing capabilities, facilitating seamless communication with other life forms. At that moment, radiant beams of purple light erupted from the facial features of the silicon-based life model, these beams clear and elongated, seemingly capable of connecting with the heavens. Due to the properties of silicon, our bodily structures maintain remarkable stability in high-temperature environments, unlike carbon-based life forms that decompose under such conditions. We harness high temperatures to drive internal chemical reactions, absorbing and storing vast amounts of thermal energy to sustain our life activities. Our silicon structures also possess the ability to resist radiation damage, even converting radiation energy into useful forms. We have long thrived in environments characterized by high temperatures, high pressures, and intense radiation, such as the scorching surfaces of planets near stars or the interiors of planets rich in radioactive materials. Suddenly, the holographic model erupted in a blaze of fire, adorned with solar-like prominences, yet these extreme temperatures posed no threat to the silicon-based life form. Rather, they rendered its gem-like skin even more resplendent. Throughout this extraordinary experience, Cheng Qi felt as though he were on a wondrous journey, gaining insight into a form of life previously unknown, silicon-based life. He grappled with words to encapsulate his thoughts, finding it inadequate to liken it to a superhuman entity, for it was not human in any conventional sense. It inherently possessed extraordinary and formidable abilities, shared by its entire kind. However, he could not deny that if a silicon-based life form were to descend upon human civilization, certain aspects of its existence would be deemed divine. Gradually, clarity began to dawn in Cheng Qi's mind as he posed a question into the surrounding void. Who are you? I am no one. I am not an individual, nor a life form. I am the genetic information contained within silicon-based life DNA. As you can observe, the information within silicon-based DNA far exceeds that of carbon-based life. It not only encapsulates the blueprint for the organism's development, but also includes information akin to my own. Each time a new silicon-based life form emerges, it continued, I impart essential foundational knowledge to it. You can perceive me as the very essence of heritage. Cheng Qi's intellect encountered a haze once more. Heritage, for whom? For you. The enigmatic voice resonated with finality, its 2 words reverberating within Cheng Qi's heart like a resounding bell. He felt as though the entire world was swaying, spirals appearing before his vision. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, and his perspective sharpened. He beheld the vibrant spherical ceiling of the underground refuge, the glass vial held in his hand, and the droplet of genetic serum poised to fall. Drip, at last, the droplet descended into Cheng Qi's mouth, imparting a sweet and cool sensation upon his tongue. He shook his head, bewilderment clouding his eyes. Had he truly remained seated here all along? What had transpired moments ago, was it merely an illusion? Yet in the next instant, Cheng Qi felt his body stiffen slightly. He gazed at his right hand, which had been holding the vial, now transformed. It was no longer a human arm, instead, it was a limb that reflected dazzling light, akin to a resplendent diamond. Chapter 37, Electronic Resonance. What is happening to me? Following the line of his arm, Cheng Qi's gaze gradually descended. He beheld his shoulder, chest, and legs, all shimmering with a dazzling radiance reminiscent of iridescent glass, resplendent and breathtaking. He moved his hand ever so slightly, all actions felt normal, yet, his arm conveyed a disconcerting sensation of weightiness and rigidity. Simultaneously, he perceived a faint sound of crystalline friction emanating from his joints. Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly. Our skin is a semi-transparent silicon membrane, capable of filtering and refracting light. Our mode of movement is not akin to carbon-based beings, relying on the contraction and relaxation of muscles. The echoes of the words from inheritance reverberated in Chen Qi's mind, instilling an increasing sense of horror within him. In that instant, he clenched his fist with fervor. A crystalline armor swiftly manifested upon his knuckles, and sharp crystalline spines sprouted from the crevices of his joints. Perhaps due to his inexperience, this phenomenon triggered a cascade of reactions. In a fleeting moment, crystalline spines erupted from his elbows, shoulders, and knees. He resembled a magnificent thorn flower. Chen Qi gasped in astonishment, "My armor." As if sensing something, he abruptly turned around. He discovered that the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor had, prior to his awakening, disengaged from its equipped state. It now stood behind him like a silver, headless automaton, silently observing. The armor must have detected certain incompatibilities, leading it to automatically detach from Chen Qi's form. Confirming that the Extreme Warrior armor remained unscathed, Chen Qi exhaled a sigh of relief, yet, within the span of a mere second, his heart ignited with fervor once more. All of this was elucidating a singular conclusion. A success rate of 67.7. He has triumphed. The current version of himself must be the legendary bearer of the dual gene sequence. This is likely not an ordinary advanced genetic being, but rather an unprecedented existence. Chen Qi's chest rose and fell slightly. The process of the potion's effect was astonishingly wondrous. It felt as though he had traversed through a fantastical dreamscape, spanning across time and space, during the final drop of the potion. Suddenly, within Chen Qi's diamond-like, brilliant eyes, he beheld some peculiar phenomena. Delicate, translucent blue ribbons floated gracefully in the air, animated and enigmatic. All these ribbons originated from the same point, Chen Qi's own body, yet they diverged toward various destinations. One connected to the distant, quietly resting Iron Mamar. Another linked to the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, while yet another reached the interior of the dock, where the naive Zai was engaged in a game of Do Diju with Xiao Qiong, secretly scheming. What is this? Chen Qi's mind was filled with uncertainty. Inheritance seemed to offer no explanation for this phenomenon. Gazing at the distant Iron Mamar, a strange sensation of communication suddenly emerged deep within Chen Qi's consciousness. With a mere thought, the distant Iron Mamar stirred slightly, its massive frame illuminating with blue indicator lights. With a soft hum, it activated its levitation system, slowly moving forward by 10 centimeters. Chen Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had merely envisioned this scenario in his mind, yet the mechanical matron had executed it. Are those blue ribbons some form of connection? A preliminary hypothesis began to form in Chen Qi's mind, prompting him to issue another command. The indicator lights flickered gently as the distant mechanical matron raised its mechanical arm toward the sky before lowering it back down along the same path. Chen Qi's heart surged with excitement. It truly is possible. He then turned his gaze toward the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock and issued another command. Chen Qi hoped for the levitating illumination lights to rise another meter and increase in brightness by 20%. In the next instant, the underground shelter brightened considerably, as the proximity of the levitating lights to the dome made the metallic pattern ceiling appear even more resplendent and beautiful. Chen Qi looked up in astonishment. Although his expression was somewhat vacant, his diamond-like physique harmoniously complemented the grandeur of the dome. Why is this happening? Chen Qi was filled with disbelief. Have my thoughts formed a connection with the control center of the mechanical body? Yet consciousness and electronic signals are fundamentally disparate entities. As he gazed at his diamond-like hands, Chen Qi's eyes flickered. Wait, I seem to have been somewhat presumptuous and stagnant. I am no longer carbon-based. I have become a silicon-based life form. I need to adopt a different perspective. The brain of computers and artificial intelligence is the chip. And the primary material within the chip is silicon. Once purified, silicon transforms into silicon wafers. Subsequently, through techniques like photolithography and etching, transistors and circuits, the main components, are formed within the chip. This is analogous to neurons, brain nerves, and cerebral blood vessels. The self-awareness, thought, judgment, and execution of robots all arise from that small silicon chip. Iron Mamar and the Earth Dragon King's equipment represent pure, primitive artificial intelligence. They are also a form of silicon-based life. Or perhaps a rudimentary variant of silicon-based life. Their existence is founded upon silicon elements, and they possess the capacity for thought and autonomous awareness. Chen Qi experienced an epiphany. In the bygone era, people often perceived silicon-based life as distant. In truth, it is quite the opposite. If approached from a different angle, one could argue that our laptops and smartphones are silicon-based life forms as well. If one believes these devices lack human characteristics, the concept can be further embodied, such as in Siri, Xiaoari, and Baidu. They are, in essence, silicon-based entities existing among humanity, albeit of a lower order and artificially created. Once I transformed into a silicon-based life form, I will resonate with other silicon-based entities. This aligns with the unique communication methods attributed to silicon-based life as described by inheritance. No wonder I can remotely control them. Chen Qi's eyes widened. If this is the case, then all the technological creations I synthesize in the future, as long as they possess silicon-based chips, can be manipulated from a distance. This is astonishingly convenient, almost ethereal. At that moment, Chen Qi glanced towards the distant eye. Xiao Qiong, let me tell you. A connecting line from A to 6 is akin to the extravagant public vehicles of yore. Your bomb is of no use to me, har har. Chen Qi squinted. This fellow certainly knows how to apply his knowledge. With a thought, he observed Zai suddenly spring to his feet, one hand on his waist and the other pointing skyward, beginning to dance. Dinosaurs resist wolves, dinosaurs resist. Dinosaurs resist wolves, dinosaurs resist. Hey, why am I dancing? Chapter 38. Humanization. With a playful jest at the naive one, Chen Qi turned his gaze inward. The combat prowess and adaptability of his silicon-based life form remained to be tested, the only certainty was its resplendent brilliance. He could not simply venture out in such a conspicuous manner. Since it is a dual gene sequence, the two types of genes should be interchangeable. How should I operate this? Chen Qi furrowed his brow, harboring grave doubts that he might be the sole human possessing a dual gene sequence, a concept likely unknown to anyone else. Switching, he murmured, and in that instant, he felt the space around him plunge into darkness. He found himself once again in a dim realm devoid of spatial awareness, transformed into a formless consciousness. Before him shimmered two magnificent strands of DNA, representing the double helix structure of carbon-based life and the dodecahedral structure of silicon-based life. In that fleeting moment, the two strands of DNA began to intertwine, exchanging positions in a dazzling display, casting soft shadows. The double helix DNA erupted in radiant light, flooding Chen Qi's vision. With a shiver, he returned to the underground sanctuary. He raised his hands to inspect himself, discovering that his form had reverted to that of human flesh, the familiar sensation of bodily control returning to him. Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly. The experience was surreal. Chen Qi, do you truly enjoy running about in the nude? Why do you adults always refuse to listen? Little Qiong floated by, shaking her head and maintaining her gaze straight ahead. Chen Qi was taken aback. Having just donned the extreme warrior power armor in a state of nudity, it had automatically disengaged while he transformed into a silicon-based life form, leaving him bare once more. Little Qiong and her companions had not witnessed his metamorphosis into silicon life, they only beheld the aftermath. Chen Qi hastily clothed himself and re-equipped the extreme warrior power armor. In his carbon-based state, the armor's assistance was indispensable. Subsequently, he retrieved a palm-sized mirror and gazed into his own eyes. At that moment, his eyes were nothing short of enchanting. Within his pupils, 3 azure rings radiated a mysterious and regal glow. The innermost ring no longer held the typical human brown iris. Instead, it bore a geometric pattern reminiscent of triangular crystals, exquisite and intricate, emitting a gentle golden light. Chen Qi's eyes blinked in astonishment. The magnificent geometric shape within his pupils expanded slightly, exuding a hint of delicate purple radiance through the gaps. Chen Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. This is rather stunning. My splendid eyes could captivate all. The transformation within his pupils was evidently a reflection of his silicon-based life form, yet, it merely cloaked the innermost ring of light. Chen Qi pondered. This indicated that the genes of silicon-based life also possessed levels. Just as in the eyes of carbon-based superior genetic beings, where a higher genetic level corresponds to more rings of light, so too did the genetic level of silicon-based life determine the number of covered rings. No wonder it is referred to as a gene sequence. It is likewise a system capable of advancement. Chen Qi exhaled softly. At that moment, he felt as though his path ahead was both vast and boundless. Then, his gaze fell upon the 20 biological transport containers on the ground. Each of these held a value exceeding 50,000 credit points, sufficient for a scavenger to live comfortably for several years. To think they were so generously gifted, Boss Mo is indeed magnanimous. On a starship hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Mo suddenly sneezed. He felt puzzled. According to his genetic level, such an odd physiological response should not occur. But why had his biological containers not returned? Had they once again become lost in the tempest of Earth? Chen Qi glanced back at the Iron Mother quietly docked beside the sanctuary. What kind of device would it become when the 20 containers were integrated into Iron Mother? He could not let Boss Mo's goodwill go to waste. With determination, he acted. Detected similar technological creations, a beginning synthesis, dispersing into raw material, biomass material transport containers, 10. K for 43 Integrated Transport Platform. 5. The official designation of Iron Mother's equipment was the K for 43 Integrated Transport Platform, and at this moment, Chen Qi possessed 6 Iron Mothers. Should their obsessive tendencies manifest, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying spectacle. Continuing the synthesis. S255 Atomic Transport Platform 3. Compared to the previous generation K443, a revolutionary upgrade has been implemented, significantly enhancing performance in all aspects, incorporating atomic compression technology. Through a special ER field, it can reduce the atomic spacing of items on a microscopic level, achieving volumetric reduction on a macroscopic scale, greatly enhancing storage capacity. An atomic transport platform. Chengchi mused, volume reduction. The S255 atomic transport platform before him bore little visual difference from its predecessor, still resembling a dark container, yet its size had diminished by 50%. It could compress other items' volumes and contain them within. Upon reading the final annotation of the STC, Chengchi nodded in realization. This technology originates from a level 2. For civilization, Chengchi was profoundly intrigued by the technology that shrank atomic spacing. Instinctively, he rose to locate the control panel of the S225 atomic transport platform. However, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, plunging him once more into that shadowy realm. Before him, two sets of DNA, one representing carbon-based life and the other silicon-based, floated silently. A crisp sound of separation resonated through the air. On the dodecahedron symbolizing silicon-based life, a rhombus-shaped fragment, resembling a purple crystal, abruptly split off. Its surface was densely adorned, bearing a wealth of genetic information from silicon-based organisms. With a soft click, this exquisite genetic shard traced a graceful arc, adhering to the double helix representing carbon-based life. A surge of brilliance ensued as the two entities merged into one. Shaking his head vigorously, Chengchi's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, sensing a peculiar disquiet in his eyes. He blinked, and suddenly, a clear, faint sound of collision emanated from his eyeball. Hastily, he sought out a mirror, discovering that his eyes were now covered with resplendent diamonds, radiating a magnificent glow. As he gazed ahead, that ethereal blue ribbon reappeared in his line of sight. One end of the ribbon was connected to the S225 atomic transport platform, while the other was linked to the center of Chengchi's forehead. Stunned, he was reminded of the STC's prompt, possessing dual genetic advantages, with shortcomings that complemented each other. Could I partially siliconize? This seemed exceedingly humanized. A 5-star review. Such a trait could eliminate the vast majority of complications, not only avoiding conspicuous risks but also allowing for covert displays of ability. Incredible. Chengchi immediately issued a command. He instructed one of the S225 atomic transport platforms to encapsulate another S225 of equal volume within itself. Under normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly be deemed a cunning maneuver, yet, the present situation was quite the opposite, as the act of shrinking and loading was precisely the core functionality of the S225. The S225 slowly opened its hatch, revealing an internal space of approximately 15 square meters. At the top of the hatch, what appeared to be a small force field generator emitted pale yellow ripples of energy. The other S225 was entirely enveloped by the force field, its body resonating with a peculiar vibration. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as the S225, ensconced in the force field, suddenly manifested an outline akin to a phantom, which became increasingly ethereal before dissipating. What remained was indeed a S225 that had shrunk in size. Moreover, this was merely the first reduction. With a continuous release of 3 force fields, the S225 underwent 2 more diminutions, ultimately resulting in a decrease of a full 70 from its original size. The mechanical arm moved with the same precision as before, effortlessly encasing the shrunken S225 within the other S225. Chengchi watched in astonishment. Such terror. What if we continue to synthesize? What would the S225 evolve into? Chapter 39. Unexpected toxin. It dispersed into primitive matter, successfully synthesized. X14 remote transmission transport platform, retaining all functionalities of S225 while optimizing, with an enhancement of 240 in ER force field efficiency and a 93 increase in intelligence, along with the addition of 4 directional transmission modules, significantly improving loading efficiency. This time, the transport platform transformed into a triangular structure approximately 4 meters in height, radiating a matte black finish. The anti-gravity engine at its base emitted a blue glow, allowing it to hover gracefully in midair. Chengchi's eyes widened in astonishment. On the body of the X14, 4 palm-sized external devices were conspicuously embedded, easily detachable. Chengchi exerted a gentle force and removed one of them. It resembled a slightly thicker playing card, composed of a heavy black metallic material. The surface bore an X-shaped slit that traversed all 4 corners. Is this the so-called directional transmission module? Chengchi grasped it tightly, and the X-shaped slit suddenly radiated a blue luminescence, exuding an aura of advanced technology. With a click, a mechanical sound emanated from the small card, accompanied by a peculiar energy vibration. The metallic playing card in his hand abruptly split apart, expanding into a blue beam door roughly 4 meters in height and 3 meters in width. Chengchi was left in awe. Simultaneously, he noticed that the X14 remote transmission transport platform also emitted a sound, as 2 hatches slowly opened, revealing an interior space where a cerulean beam door gradually materialized. Could it be? Chen Qi cautiously picked up a small stool that had just been set down, raised his hand, and tossed it into the beam door. A magnificent flash of light ensued. The chair was transmitted through the air, reappearing within the storage space of the X-14, and had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. This? Chen Qi was genuinely astonished. Isn't this a miniature version of the directional Stargate? A century ago, the invention of the directional Stargate revolutionized the future of humanity, ushering in the era of the Grand Cosmos and indirectly leading to the current plight of Earth. However, Chen Qi had once glimpsed that so-called directional Stargate in a discarded poster. That contraption was colossal, towering hundreds of meters high, and when it first presented itself to humanity, it required 122 heavy transport helicopters for deployment. Even now, despite multiple optimizations and upgrades, it remained a behemoth, yet, in Chen Qi's grasp was merely an auxiliary module of the X-14 remote transmission transport platform, akin to a data cable gifted upon purchasing a smartphone in the bygone era. The fact that it possessed functionalities akin to the directional Stargate was astonishing. Moreover, in its dormant state, it was no larger than a playing card. If the scientific alliance of humanity were to behold this device, would they not go into a frenzy? This device originates from a level 3 civilization. Chen Qi's pupils quivered, and the sense of awe laced with fear intensified within him. Merely a transportation device, employing such extraordinary technology, advanced technological civilizations indeed transcend human imagination. Subsequently, Chen Qi conducted a series of tests on this module, and once again, he was left astounded. He discovered that the two modules could also transmit to one another. Furthermore, fully armed, he conducted a transmission test, which was equally successful. It appears that the applications of this equipment are exceedingly numerous. It is even more practical than the platform itself. Chen Qi realized that he could simply place one transport module in his underground shelter while carrying the other with him. Whenever he desired, he could return to his sanctuary through this miniature directional Stargate. Even with the module deactivated, the micro Stargate could sustain itself for approximately 30 seconds, alleviating any concerns regarding retrieval. Was this not the epitome of a portal? Chen Qi's heart brimmed with astonishment. It seemed prudent to invest time in enhancing his underground shelter, as it could serve as his safest, most comfortable, and readily accessible base of operations. After a series of tests and operations, Chen Qi felt a slight dryness in his throat. Exploring the ocean of technology was undeniably filled with novelty and awe, easily leading to exhilaration. Gaining a deeper understanding of each machine's principles and delving into their applications could easily evoke thirst. This must be what they call thirsting for knowledge. His gaze fell upon a bottle of azure liquid. This was one of the items within a biological container, a complimentary gift from Mo. It must be said that Mo was not only reliable but also adept at business. Each delivery came with an extra treat. Previously, he had received Professor Holland's business card, and this time, a bottle of beverage. High-energy protein extract, a daily drink containing various high-molecular, purified nutrients that can effectively replenish human energy in a short time and has a certain purifying effect on inferior genes, slightly enhancing human physical attributes. Chen Qi chuckled. Mo had previously stated on the radio that this nutrient solution, even among extraterrestrial human civilizations, was considered a luxury, boasting an exquisite flavor and remarkable efficacy. Moreover, this particular version was a customized product from Mo's entire family, outperforming market alternatives by 20. Under normal circumstances, the price of a bottle is 12,000 credit points. How extravagant indeed, a bottle of beverage costing 12,000. Chen Qi exclaimed, is Mo a scion of a distinguished family? Their lineage is truly opulent. However, it is only fitting, for Mo himself is a prosperous businessman, and naturally, he has cultivated a family of exceptional caliber. Then I must extend my gratitude to Boss Missouri for his generous and continuous gifts. Chen Qi lifted the beverage, unscrewed the cap, and was about to take a sip when the STC on his wrist emitted a fan-shaped beam of scanning light once more. Special toxin detected. This toxin is exceedingly rare, classified as a cytotoxin, possessing a unique genetic lock. While short-term consumption may not yield immediate consequences, prolonged ingestion will insidiously undermine the human structure, ultimately resulting in irreversible demise. The origin of this toxin is not of human civilization. Even the pinnacle of contemporary medicine is incapable of effectively neutralizing it. The toxin's effect is estimated to last approximately 2 to 3 years. During this time, the victim's pupils will exhibit barely perceptible golden specks, alongside a pronounced photophobia. It is evident that this toxin is not inherent to the energy drink itself, but has been added subsequently. Chen Qi's arm stiffened. Poisonous within the beverage, a genetic lock, and a concealed chronic toxin. Moreover, Mo had stated that this drink was custom-made for his family. Chen Qi inhaled sharply. So, the perpetrator's intentions are quite clear. They seek to covertly bring about the downfall of the Mo family. It appears that Mo's family has been consuming this beverage for quite some time, were they not all already afflicted with this potent toxin? Mo's act of bestowing the drink upon me was evidently done in ignorance. If there exists but one individual in this world who genuinely cares for Chen Qi's life, it would undoubtedly be Mo. There is no romantic undertone to this. Mo is merely concerned about preserving his financial interests. This certainly poses a dilemma. Chen Qi's gaze flickered, and his brow furrowed slightly. He held Mo in high regard. The thought of Mo's entire family, including Mo himself, potentially succumbing to the effects of this toxin in the future was a prospect Chen Qi dreaded. Technology, at times, can also be a cycle of rebirth. Interestingly, 120 years ago, the esteemed Earth physician Song Dai had developed a gene completion serum, conducting experiments on laboratory mice. Yet the results were unsatisfactory. 5 years later, Song Dai publicly declared the experiment a failure, asserting that the serum could not complete any gene. However, in truth, the so-called failed serum devised by Song Dai possessed a certain probability of resolving various cytotoxins. Staring at the lines of text appearing on the blue screen of the STC, Chen Qi found himself momentarily dazed, appreciating the wealth of information it provided. Song Dai. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. The name seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He had heard this name in the final words of Professor Huolin Zhong. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his genes, Chen Qi's cognitive potential had received some augmentation, and a lightning bolt of realization flashed through his mind. The recording left by Professor Huolin Zhong vividly replayed in his thoughts. When I awoke, I shared the marvel of the Muan with others. Damn it, no one believed me. Including my good friend, Song Dai from the 53rd District Gene Research Institute. He too did not believe. Chen Qi's expression shifted. Logically, such research institutes should be relatively centralized to optimize the efficiency of security and other resources. The Muan Research Center in Huolinzhong is located in the 52nd District, while Song Dai's Gene Research Institute is situated in the 53rd District. Their designations are remarkably close. If all goes as expected, their proximity should not be great. Thus, could it be that the 53rd District harbors the gene completion serum left behind by Song Dai? Chen Qi exhaled slowly, gazing northward. Boss Mo. I, Chen Qi, am a person who understands the importance of reciprocity. I shall set forth immediately to Kyoto once more. I will not falter in my duties. Yet, the remainder is contingent upon the fate of your family. Chapter 40, a simple test. The Grey Tempest had nearly reached its conclusion, leaving behind only a few erratic air currents above the ground. A haze of dust still lingered in the sky. Chen Qi emerged from the underground shelter and stood on the surface, casting his gaze around. Although the surroundings remained an endless expanse of refuse, the overall topography had undergone a dramatic transformation. In certain areas, the terrain had risen significantly, while many former flatlands had been relegated to depressions. The very shape of the earth seemed as if it had been reshuffled anew. Han Zai and Xiao Qiu resolved to stay here, determined to meticulously craft their new home. Knowing there was much work ahead, before departing, Chen Qi issued a stern reminder: they must not stray too far from the shelter. Once outside, it was imperative to carry a miniature directional stargate. Furthermore, Han Zai was required to remain in close proximity to Xiao Qiu. After all, Han Zai was now a brand new A24 environmental adaptation nanny-robot, and compared to the desolate Earth of refuse, its combat capabilities were still commendable. In mid-air, a sudden resounding and deep vibration reverberated. Chen Qi looked up, his brow furrowing in concentration. He beheld two large transport starships slowly emerging above the atmosphere, exuding an imposing presence. Did not Mo claim that the Galactic Human Alliance had prohibited the disposal of waste? Why are there still starships? Chen Qi's pupils constricted as he suddenly noticed a significant enhancement in his vision. He discerned the insignia on the starships, a galaxy swirling like a colorful vortex, with a sharp sword suspended above it. Is it the Galactic Interstellar Alliance's combat team? Chen Qi's expression sharpened. Is it a routine inspection? In the era of the Great Universe, humanity's footprint spanned across multiple star systems. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance's combat team was akin to the regional military divisions of the bygone ERA. In other words, they were regular troops, soldiers. Despite the desolation and remoteness of the refuse-ridden Earth, it remained territory of the Human Alliance, subject to an annual routine inspection. I fly like a crow, always steady as a rock. Chen Qi boarded the dilapidated ground effect flying vehicle. At the helm, the pilot Crow exuded an air of confidence. Little brother, you're truly impressive, treating Kyoto as a tourist destination, going wherever you please. I and the entirety of Refuse Earth, no one else comes close. Chen Qi offered a slight smile. Crow was always brimming with enthusiasm. Before setting out, Chen Qi once again harnessed a natural ability of silicon-based life forms, inheritance, which allowed them to adjust their skin color according to external light. Utilizing this capability, Chen Qi altered the hue of his pupils. Now, his eyes appeared to be ordinary black, yet they were composed of countless minute black triangular shapes. To the untrained eye, nothing seemed amiss. Chen Qi also perfectly concealed the 3 luminous rings that indicated his Class C superior genes. At that moment, Chen Qi continued to observe the 2 massive starships hovering silently in the sky. Little brother, regarding the visit from the Interstellar Alliance team, I have some insider information. Crow suddenly turned his head, raising an eyebrow. Oh. Chen Qi's gaze sharpened. What insider information? Crow spoke mysteriously. They are searching for something. Searching for something? Chen Qi inquired, puzzled. How could you possibly know such insider information? Crow chuckled. While I certainly lack direct access to the Interstellar Alliance, I have been in the transportation business for many years, encountering a diverse array of passengers, including members of the Scavenger Alliance. Chen Qi nodded. What are they searching for? That, I do not know. Crow shook his head. You must have noticed that they have brought 2 starships this time, and their manpower has increased several-fold. Thus, whatever they are seeking must be of great importance and value. Chen Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. However, Crow sighed, whether in the old era or now, we common folk must abide by the rules. Even if a scavenger strikes it lucky and finds that item, they must dutifully hand it over. At best, they might receive a certificate of merit. Enough of that. The flying machine seems to be experiencing some issues. Engine 3 has gone offline. Damn. Engine 6 has also failed. Damn. My nanny robot has fallen. A minor issue, a minor issue. Bouncing and jolting, Chen Qi finally arrived in Kyoto. The air was still thick with chemical toxins and excessive radiation. Everything was dim and desolate. Crow stood atop the flying vehicle, watching as Chen Qi gradually stepped into the shadowy haze. He smirked. You really went in there completely unprotected, truly impressive. From his vantage point, he could not discern that the Extreme Warrior armor had already deployed its visor, shielding Chen Qi's face while the life support system activated, filtering out all harmful gases. There remained a distance to the location of the Muzi research. Chen Qi began to walk, his footsteps crunching upon the debris, producing a faint cracking sound. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Chen Qi's eyes flickered. The Extreme Warrior power armor suddenly disassembled, standing silently to the side. In that very moment, a diamond-like brilliance erupted from Chen Qi's body. He aimed to test the adaptability of silicon-based life forms in such a hostile environment. Strange winds swirled around, incessantly blowing in clouds of green toxic gas that coiled and writhed like vengeful spirits come to claim lives. The Extreme Warrior armor was also sounding alarms. The radiation intensity in the surroundings has exceeded the normal levels by a staggering 16-fold, reaching an alarming rate of 2.3 microsieverts per hour. This figure recalls the data from the aftermath of the Chernobyl explosion, when flames were reignited. Chen Qi frowned slightly, feeling utterly indifferent. Silicon-based organisms do not require respiration as defined by human standards. Furthermore, the dire environment surrounding him poses no threat according to the criteria of silicon-based life forms. Chen Qi curled his lips and extended a finger to scratch his arm. The sensation of itching was far more pronounced than the peril presented by the environment. Here, it is already among the most hostile environments on Earth. It appears that, across the entirety of this trash-laden planet, there exists no means to gauge the upper limits of silicon life forms' resilience. A low, rumbling growl echoed around him. Chen Qi caught sight of a multitude of crimson eyes glimmering from the nearby refuse heap. They belonged to the killer rats. Although Chen Qi had previously managed to terrify them into submission, their territorial instincts and ferocious nature would inevitably lead them to cast aside their trepidation, poised to strike at any moment. With a thought, Chen Qi's DNA began to transform, and the diamond-like sheen of his body gradually faded. Simultaneously, he stepped backward, as the Extreme Warrior power armor swiftly enveloped his form. The test for silicon-based life had failed, yet, Chen Qi possessed another carbon-based life form. He adjusted the armor speed assistance to 0. Having sensed a notable enhancement in his speed since evolving to C-grade genes, he now intended to utilize the killer rats to assess the variation in speed while in carbon-based form, ideally aiming for precise measurements. As the adage goes, to know oneself and to know one's enemy is to win 100 battles without a single loss, and historically, knowing oneself has always preceded knowing the enemy. Chapter 41, Astonishing Speed. A sharp, piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the air. A pair of crimson eyes flared to life in the darkness. From the shadows emerged a colossal, blood-red murder mouse, lunging forth with a gaping maw that exuded a foul, metallic stench, its jaws grotesquely agape, aimed directly at Chen Qi's head. In response, a glimmering dagger unfurled from the wrist of his Extreme Warrior armor. Chen Qi's gaze hardened as a fleeting thought crystallized in his subconscious. Speed. The muscles in his calves surged, and in an instant, he exploded forth like a bolt from a crossbow, debris scattering beneath him, while the thinner metal around him warped and twisted. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Chi's silhouette collided with the murder mouse. In that very moment, he crouched slightly, seamlessly parsing through the belly of the leaping beast. Roar! The red-furred mouse missed its strike, crashing to the ground and swiftly pivoting around, emitting a primal howl. It then leaped again, 3 to 4 meters, aiming for Cheng Chi once more, yet, at this moment, Cheng Chi stood his ground, his eyes glinting with a frosty light. With a sickening thud, the murder mouse felt a sudden numbness in its abdomen, and it beheld a scene of utter disbelief. A vivid crimson line had materialized upon its belly, which then erupted with a violent pop. Blood sprayed forth like a celestial shower, its innards ruptured, bursting under some internal pressure, scattering across the ground. Thud! The massive red-furred creature collapsed, blackened blood oozing from its mouth, the fierce glow in its eyes gradually extinguishing. Cheng Chi's pupils constricted. In that fleeting instant, he had executed a forward charge, engaged in combat, delivered a lethal cut, and retreated, all within the span of half a second. He cast a glance at the data provided by the Extreme Warrior armor, movement speed, 28 ms. Cheng Chi pondered within himself. This velocity was akin to that of a cheetah from the bygone era. For the swiftest creatures on Earth, such speed could only be achieved in brief bursts, not sustained over time. At 28 meters per second, this speed flashed before human eyes like a suddenly swung club, leaving no time for the brain to analyze or process the details, only a fleeting, indistinct impression. This was what one might call an afterimage. C-grade genes enhance the human body to such an extent. I knew I was fast, but never anticipated this level of velocity. The annotations I heard on the radio seemed to imply otherwise. Cheng Chi was bewildered, yet found no one to consult. In his prior understanding, the enhancement provided by C-grade genes was limited. He had not expected his newfound speed to transcend the boundaries of species. Do I possess some hidden attribute? Cheng Chi mused, am I the chosen one? The feral roars around him grew increasingly dense. Cheng Chi prepared for the next phase, a test of speed endurance. How long could he maintain this speed of 28 ms? Surely not just 3 seconds for a true man. The terrifying roars of beasts surged, as horrifying figures emerged from the refuse. Cheng Chi was evidently granted high-level attention. This time, he was besieged by red-furred murder mice towering over 4 meters in height. The ground, already dim, felt even grimmer as Cheng Chi pushed his speed to the limit, moving rapidly across the terrain. The processing speed of the murder mice's brains lagged behind that of humans. In their perception, a visual persistence phenomenon occurred. In most instances, Cheng Chi's figure transformed into streaks of black, only momentarily crystallizing on their retinas during his lethal strikes, rendering them capable of perceiving nothing but a blurred, colorless afterimage. The roars intensified, infused with both the wrath of the murder mice and the fear that resided within them. What on earth is this creature? Is this ever going to end? 3 minutes and 28 seconds, Cheng Chi, breathless, bent over with his hands resting on his knees. This was his limit, the utmost threshold for sustaining his maximum speed. 3 minutes and 28 seconds, truly impressive. Just days prior, he could hardly fathom possessing such an extraordinary physique. As he slowly raised his head, Cheng Chi beheld a ground strewn with the corpses of red-furred mice, roughly counting at least 50. The remaining living mice, now hunched and growling, dared not advance recklessly. Suddenly, Cheng Chi noticed something glimmering within the abdomen of a dead murder mouse. That radiance caught the light and reflected into his gaze. Could it be a core? Cheng Chi froze momentarily. Is this not a realm of science fiction? He took a few steps forward and bent down to retrieve the shining object, discovering it to be an oval-shaped item, its surface uneven and somewhat translucent, resembling metal in texture. At that instant, the STC on his wrist activated, releasing a fan-shaped blue scanning beam. Detected similar technological artifact, would you like to synthesize? This object is an amorphous alloy containing impurities, its functional characteristics and application scenarios akin to those of amorphous alloys, but with a purity of 70. Cheng Chi was taken aback. Is this amorphous alloy? The STC had activated due to the presence of similar objects scattered beneath the remains of 7 other murder mice, resembling a collection of metallic potatoes. Scavenger mice possess formidable chewing and digestive abilities. Due to mutations, their gastric acid exhibits a unique molecular corrosiveness. They are omnivorous, routinely consuming vast amounts of refuse, including various alloys. However, their digestive capabilities ultimately have limits, resulting in a gradual accumulation of certain indigestible metal elements, which over years coalesce within their stomachs into a disordered atomic arrangement of alloy, thus forming an amorphous alloy rich in impurities. Cheng Chi was astounded. The gastric stones of scavenger mice turned out to be amorphous alloy. Who could have predicted this? Once, hyenas would brawl fiercely over a single piece of amorphous alloy, killing and stealing without hesitation. Yet now, this coveted alloy, which they so desperately sought, lay scattered around him, nestled within the bellies of these murder mice, and in astonishing abundance. Of course, even if the hyenas had known this information while alive, they would have lacked the means to penetrate deep into the capital, let alone slay the red-furred mice. Chen Qi surveyed his surroundings. According to the STC's notes, the formation of amorphous alloy required years of accumulation, hence it was only probable to find it on such large red-furred mice. Among the nearly 50 corpses of red-furred mice before him, 8 pieces of amorphous alloy had emerged, bringing the drop rate close to 20%. Chen Qi couldn't help but recall the massive rodent tide that had besieged him days earlier. The reproductive capabilities of mice are exceptionally strong, coupled with a breeding cycle spanning a century. How many red-furred mice must there have been? How much amorphous alloy must have been produced? Amorphous alloys and high-entropy alloys, in Chen Qi's eyes, were hard currency, akin to silver and gold, especially in a world where the garbage planet remained sealed. Surely, there would come a day when it would be unsealed. And perhaps in the future, Chen Qi would have the opportunity to escape the garbage planet, embarking on his own cosmic era. Without wealth, there could be no hope. Chen Qi's gaze fixated on the surrounding red-furred mice, his expression contorting into a snarl, his eyes ablaze with avarice. Brothers, I've struck it rich. The hundreds of red-furred mice around him trembled in response. The aura emanating from him felt 100-fold more terrifying than before. Though their intelligence was low, an instinctual sense of impending doom surged from the depths of their souls, compelling them into an uncontrollable frenzy. A voice within seemed to whisper to them, every biological group has its ultimate fate, and yours is to be annihilated. Chapter 42, The Murderous Rodent Navigation. In Chen Qi's mind, a detailed plan had already been devised. First, he would lure out the massive tide of rodents. Subsequently, he would unleash the Muon catalyst machine to harvest wildly. This would result in a bounty of amorphous alloys, which could then be synthesized further, increasing in value, and ultimately sold. Har har, Chen Qi chuckled, but suddenly his smile froze. There is a crucial step in this process, hiss. Boss Missouri. You absolutely must not perish. Otherwise, how will I liquidate my gains? Chen Qi's expression shifted, revealing a sense of camaraderie. I genuinely care about your survival, for I cannot afford to have my financial lifeline severed. He temporarily abandoned the entanglement with the murderous rodents. With a thunderous roar, Chen Qi's turbo-powered shoes activated, propelling him into the air towards the former site of the Muon Research Center. The gene research facility of Dr. Song was located in Zone 53, while the Muon Research Center was situated in Zone 52. Therefore, to locate the Gene Research Institute, one must use the Muon Research Center as a focal point and then explore the surroundings. 10 minutes later, Chen Qi hovered directly above the Muon Research Center. During his flight, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his control over the turbo-powered shoes had improved several-fold compared to before. Although the turbo shoes could only be worn on the feet, and despite their built-in gyroscope, achieving perfect mastery remained somewhat challenging, often giving him a sensation of heavy feet and light head. However, now that Chen Qi's physique had been enhanced through C-gene reinforcement, his overall muscle coordination and balance had significantly improved. He also realized an important point: any wearable equipment is fundamentally reliant on the physical body. The stronger the body, the greater the control, and thus the performance of the wearable equipment would be maximized. This applied to the jet-powered shoes, and even more so to the Extreme Warrior armor. Yet, all technology has its limits. For instance, when he had just evolved to C-Class, the armor had issued a warning of energy overflow. The limitations of the Extreme Warrior armor could no longer accommodate his peak physical capabilities. This particularly pertained to speed. It could not support his maximum velocity. However, the armor's other functionalities remained highly practical, such as the life support system and the memory metal that could transform into weapons at will. It is understandable that the Extreme Warrior armor was designed for ordinary individuals, and during its development, it would not have accounted for exceptional cases like Chen Qi. This is akin to a bucket with a hole that cannot be repaired. To hold more water, one must find a way to increase its volume. Thus, upgrading the Extreme Warrior armor through synthesis would be a mutually beneficial choice. However, the probability of finding another Extreme Warrior armor amidst the detritus of Earth was akin to a common person winning the lottery, and then successfully claiming the prize. The encounter with the corpses of the Extreme Warrior squad was not a normal occurrence. It was clearly an incident of murder and concealment. Yet, the Extreme Warrior armor was not destined to be a unique item. Chen Qi firmly believed that future opportunities would surely arise. As for the silicon-based body, Chen Qi needed to utilize it judiciously, for there remained an unknown factor. If he were to entirely switch to a silicon-based biological DNA sequence, his body would need to function within the complete silicon-based biological system. Since it was a living organism, it would inevitably require a reasonable intake of energy. Chen Qi was still uncertain about how to supply energy to a silicon-based life form, as such beings did not necessitate the consumption understood by carbon-based life. They might even lack a digestive system and circulatory system. It was a stroke of fortune to have acquired it, but if mismanaged, it could lead to damage, which would be rather reckless. Regaining focus, Chen Qi gazed down at the ground. The former site of the Muon Research Center lay directly beneath him, but where was Dr. Song's Gene Research Institute? If he were to excavate blindly, it might take a year and a half without yielding results. During this time, it was quite possible that the entire Mo family had perished. Simultaneously, a multitude of murderous rodents emerged from the garbage piles, rising up, their grotesque faces snarling at Cheng Chi hovering in the sky. This area could be considered the heartland of the murderous rodents. Should Cheng Chi descend, the rodents would fight fiercely, disregarding their lives. Cheng Chi's mind began to churn. The Muan Research Center was designated as Zone 52, with its entrance facing east. According to the ancient Chinese adage of the right hand is dominant, Zone 53 should lie to the right of Zone 52. It was akin to a house number. When facing the entrance, the numbers to the right would typically be larger. To the right, which is now south. Cheng Chi squinted his eyes, his body slightly rotating. In terms of direction, Zone 53 is highly likely situated to the south. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of refuse. The capital had been abandoned for 100 years, and the Gene Research Institute was undoubtedly buried deep underground. No signs could be discerned on the surface. Roar, roar. Just as Cheng Chi was slowly advancing, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the murderous rodents below. These rodents had abruptly become exceedingly agitated, emitting louder and more furious growls than before. What is happening? Cheng Chi furrowed his brow. He soon realized that the further south he moved, the more frenzied the rodents became. They coalesced into a massive swarm, their crimson eyes fixated on Cheng Chi hovering above, yet they lacked the ability to fly, merely seething with rage. They do not wish for me to proceed southward. Cheng Chi's eyes gleamed, but why? Moments later, having moved 400 meters south, he hovered in midair. According to his calculations, the site directly below was likely the remnants of the Gene Research Institute. However, Cheng Chi refrained from descending, for he had observed a rather strange phenomenon. The vast swarm of rodents beneath him had calmed significantly now that he had ceased his movements, as if liberated from a certain threat. Cheng Chi squinted his eyes, activating the turbo shoes to advance another 10 meters southward. Roar, roar, the thousands of murderous rodents below erupted into chaos once more. Oh! Cheng Chi seemed to grasp something, moving another 20 meters southward. Roar, roar, the rodents grew even more frantic. Some spun in circles in desperation, while others, robust red-haired rodents, viciously tore apart the metallic refuse around them with their The rodent swarm became increasingly restless. Even the hidden strategist rodents emerged, screeching angrily towards the sky, as if cursing. Cheng Chi pressed on a further 100 meters south. Unexpectedly, the rodent swarm began to gradually settle down, as if once again free from a threat. Oh! I must have gone too far. Cheng Chi grinned mischievously. You are simply living navigators. Immediately, Cheng Chi retreated 50 meters. The rodent swarm surged into a frenzy once more, retreating 25 meters. The intensity of their agitation more than doubled. Retreating 10 meters, the rodents became utterly chaotic, their screeches and growls intertwining as they merged and dispersed, frantically gnawing at the refuse, even trampling over one another. It seems this is the place. Cheng Chi displayed a profound curiosity. Let me see what you are protecting, and whether it is related to the Gene Research Institute. Chapter 43. Gene Research Center. The murderous rodents are quite irritable. But I must delve into this heap of refuse. Suspended in midair, Cheng Chi pondered. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, and a madcap scheme took shape in his mind. He slowly extended his hands, and the gravity field adjustment gloves emitted a soft blue glow. He then adjusted the gloves to their maximum power and gently pressed them against his chest. In Cheng Chi's eyes, a flicker of near madness sparkled. Buzz, the gravity field within the gloves erupted, enveloping Cheng Chi in a faint halo of yellow ripples. At that moment, the brilliance of diamonds radiated from his eyes. Simultaneously, the extreme warrior armor swiftly disengaged from its wearing state, retreating behind Cheng Chi, along with the gravity field adjustment gloves and turbo flight shoes, reassembling into a humanoid form. In the dim sky, an even more dazzling light reflected. Cheng Chi's body underwent complete siliconization, transforming him into a resplendent humanoid diamond. The crystalline structures on his body grew at an astonishing rate, sharp crystals emerging from his shoulders, elbows, waist, and legs, congregating beneath his feet. Ultimately, Cheng Chi resembled a conical structure composed entirely of colorful crystals. In that instant, the tumultuous gravity field activated. Whoosh, boom, Cheng Chi plummeted from the sky, piercing the refuse pile like a drill bit. The murderous rodents were rendered speechless. Unconventional tactics. Boom, boom, boom. Cheng Chi surged forward, penetrating layer after layer of debris. His subjective experience was akin to being cocooned within a crystal shell. Regardless of the chaos of external gravity or the intensity of collisions, he felt an overwhelming sense of safety. This crystal, a transformation of his silicon-based biological body, seemed to belong to another dimension. Its hardness appeared to be a conundrum, as if no force could shatter it, not even a scratch. Boom, Cheng Chi pierced another layer of material, this time encountering a texture reminiscent of concrete. Immediately, he felt his footing give way, as if he had entered an expansive subterranean chamber. He swiftly controlled his silicon-based form, retracting the crystalline armor and performing acrobatics in midair to dissipate his momentum. After completing a final somersault, he knelt on one knee, driving his right fist down to stabilize himself completely. Chen Qi slowly rose, his diamond-like form emanating the intrinsic glow of silicon-based life. Everything around him seemed to be reflected in a kaleidoscope of colors. As Chen Qi scanned his surroundings, he discovered that he was indeed in an office space buried deep underground. Above him, the opening through which the extreme warrior armor descended, unfolded its form midair, flipping layers back to reveal its wearing state. The moment it touched Chen Qi's body, the armor seamlessly integrated with him. Just before the visor flipped down, Chen Qi altered his genetic sequence, reverting to the appearance of a carbon-based organism. The opening above began to collapse, soil and refuse cascading in from either side, ultimately sealing it shut. Chen Qi could vaguely hear the howls of the murderous rodents outside, which had commenced their excavation. However, the nearly 150-meter depth was no jest. They would require a considerable amount of time to dig. Swish! The shoulders of the extreme warrior armor revealed 2 rows of illumination lights. 2 broad beams of light shot forward. Ahead loomed a reception desk, thickly coated in dust, the walls adorned with layers of cobwebs. Yet the owner of the webs, a spider the size of a fist, had long since perished, reduced to a desiccated husk. Evidently, this place starkly contrasted with the Muzi Research Center, where Professor Holin had lived alone for 20 years, maintaining a relatively decent environment. In contrast, this office had been abandoned from the outset. The dust and filtration systems had long ceased to function, leaving it in a state of disrepair. Over the years, Chen Qi approached and reached out to tear away the cobwebs from the wall. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he beheld 4 large characters inscribed upon it, Friendship Center. Chen Qi paused. What is this? At that moment, he noticed something beneath his feet, some plastic letters scattered across the ground. Hu Shi Yn Huan Ying G Wi Gu J Rn Guing Ln Bn. Chen Qi's realization dawned upon him. Together, these letters formed the phrase, Hu 11 Gene, welcome to all international. I thought that my esteemed Hu 11 capital had established a friendship center for the benefit of comrades. Chen Qi halted. Is this the Gene Research Institute? In an instant, a glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Qi's eyes. He had stumbled upon the place he sought. Of course, it wasn't entirely by chance. He owed a debt of gratitude to those navigational murderous rodents. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qi ventured further into the interior. The power supply system had been utterly rendered inoperative, leaving the surroundings devoid of bright illumination. An eerie silence enveloped the area, pierced only by the distant sound of dripping water. Chen Qi cautiously made his way inward, first traversing a vast office area before gradually entering the experimental zone. Within a room marked by a large sign reading Sample Room, Chen Qi was met with a chilling sight. Surrounding the walls of this chamber were countless glass jars, roughly estimated to be over 10,000. Each jar contained a tiny skeleton, possessing 4 legs, an elongated spine, and a tailbone. Chen Qi squinted. These are the skeletons of white mice. He recalled that the SDC's introduction to the Gene Research Institute had clearly stated that after Dr. Song developed the prototype of the serum, a 5-year-long experiment commenced, with white mice serving as the subjects. The white mice before him were likely the abandoned experimental subjects left behind after humanity's exodus from Earth. Chen Qi scrutinized the glass jars. Many displayed chaotic scratches on their interiors, while the corresponding white mice's claws showed significant wear. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. They had been living beings when abandoned. As time passed, no one fed them, and eventually, driven by hunger, they instinctively sought survival, yet their efforts were futile. They could not break free from the glass jars and ultimately perished from starvation. Chen Qi shook his head, feeling a sense of melancholy. Humanity had chosen white mice as experimental subjects due to their physiological structures and metabolic processes being somewhat analogous to those of humans. Moreover, the genetic similarity between white mice and humans was striking, with a staggering 85% resemblance. Additionally, white mice reproduced rapidly and were docile, making them easy to handle. They are weak, docile, and similar to humans. So they became experimental subjects. If this is an unyielding truth. Chen Qi frowned. Then, hypothetically, what if humans too are perceived as weak, docile, and highly similar in the eyes of some advanced civilization in the universe? What if humans are also treated as experimental subjects? What if some advanced civilization, due to a certain experiment, begins to ruthlessly torment and slaughter humanity? Surely, humanity would take the moral high ground to condemn the cruelty and malevolence of the aliens, painting that advanced civilization as demonic. Perhaps the white mice experienced something akin to this. They simply lacked the ability to express it. Chapter 44. The king of murderous mice. Chen Qi pressed onward, eventually arriving at the pharmaceutical warehouse. Before him, the metallic door lock lay in a state of decay. With a gentle squeeze, it crumbled and fell to the ground. With a resounding crash, he pushed open the grand door. His gaze fell upon dozens of enormous metal canisters, each towering at least 5 meters high, arranged in rows. Cheng-Chi approached one of the canisters and delicately brushed away the dust from its nameplate, revealing an inscription, "The Gene Complementation Serum of the esteemed Dr. Song." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there truly be so many canisters? Was this serum developed in tons? Cheng-Chi had never anticipated that gene serums could be stored in such colossal containers. He extended his finger and tapped on the canister before him, his expression darkening instantly. An echo of emptiness resonated from within. "It's empty." He quickly stepped to another canister and continued to knock, also empty. Subsequently, Cheng-Chi hastily examined all the canisters. His demeanor grew increasingly despondent, until a shroud of gloom enveloped his face. They were all devoid of contents. "This is not as it should be," Cheng-Chi mused, furrowing his brow. Didn't he Dr. Song acknowledge his failure? If so, this serum should be considered a waste product. Why go to such lengths to transport it all? Its bulk is considerable. Cheng-Chi leaped onto the top of one canister, straining his arms to pry open the hatch. The illumination from his extreme warrior armor flooded the interior with brilliant light. Indeed, it was empty, not a single drop of liquid remained. Meanwhile, Cheng-Chi noticed circular markings on the interior wall of the canister, with slight crystallization evident. This was easily understandable. The liquid had diminished layer by layer, leaving behind traces on the corresponding surface after drying. Have these serums evaporated? Cheng-Chi pondered, momentarily dazed. Yet, in the next instant, he discerned something amiss. The circular markings were not uniform. If it were evaporation, the water level would have receded gradually, leaving behind even traces. The current state of the canister's interior clearly defied logic. The spacing of those markings varied, some wide, others narrow. This signified that the liquid had vanished dramatically at certain intervals, while at others, it diminished only slightly. There was no fixed pattern whatsoever. This phenomenon, Cheng-Chi's eyes widened slightly. It's as if something has consumed this liquid. The thought sent a chill down his spine. There were other creatures lurking in this underground space. It must be something astonishing, for it had ingested hundreds of tons of gene complementation serum. Cheng-Chi dropped to the ground, his silver dagger flipping into his hand, squinting as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Drip, dot from the depths of darkness, the sound of water droplets echoed, reverberating through the space. Rustle, dot a faint sound emerged from afar, akin to fur brushing against metal. Beads of cold sweat formed on Cheng-Chi's forehead beneath his armor's visor. His eyes darted, scrutinizing every detail before him. What could it be? Drip, rustle. In that instant, Cheng-Chi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He spun around abruptly. The illumination from his armor's shoulder light illuminated the area ahead. Before him, standing motionless on the crisscrossing black pipes, was a small white mouse. Cheng-Chi's pupils constricted sharply. This diminutive creature was no larger than a palm, its fur pristine and soft, its tiny claws a delicate shade of pink, and its eyes gleaming like two exquisite gems. "You." Cheng-Chi was taken aback. This unexpected creature was nothing like the monstrous beings he had envisioned. It was a fluffy, seemingly harmless little being. Yet, Cheng-Chi remained vigilant, his mind racing with various thoughts. Could it be a surviving experimental subject? That seemed improbable. Setting aside its lifespan limitations, what did it consume? Could it have ingested the gene complementation serum? But its size appeared far too small. Drip. Rustle. The little mouse extended its tiny paws, mimicking a hand-washing motion with the condensation on the nearby pipes. Cheng-Chi realized that the light emitted by his armor had dimmed slightly, failing to reach the mouse's head. He straightened his posture, causing the light to gradually rise. To his astonishment, he beheld an extraordinary sight. The little mouse lacked a skull. Someone had meticulously removed the top portion of its cranial structure and affixed a small metallic apparatus atop its head, exposing its brain to the open air. It was evident that this was a means of experimentation, aimed at studying the mouse's brain. Cheng-Chi inhaled sharply. Could it truly be a laboratory mouse from a century ago? When humanity evacuated, no one had attended to this mouse, nor dismantled the corresponding apparatus, leaving its somewhat horrifying appearance intact to this day. Yet, this was not what shocked Cheng-Chi the most. What truly astonished him was that clusters of pink crystals had sprouted from the mouse's brain, resembling a miniature thicket, glimmering with an enchanting and mysterious radiance. Gazing at the crystalline structures, Cheng-Chi's astonishment deepened. They bore a striking resemblance to characteristics of silicon-based life forms. Was his earlier extravagant speculation correct? Had it indeed survived for over a century by consuming gene complementation serum? Throughout this process, it must have undergone some form of genetic mutation, manifesting traits akin to those of silicon-based life forms in its brain. Squeak! The little mouse halted its actions, turning to face Cheng-Chi, its mouth moving as it emitted a faint squeaking sound. Cheng-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he noticed a blue ribbon floating from within the pink crystal atop the mouse's head, gracefully swirling through the air before converging at Cheng-Chi's brow. In that instant, Chen Qi astonishingly comprehended the mouse's words. Human. Cruel and malevolent, like a demon. A tremor coursed through Chen Qi's heart. Those words echoed exactly what he had imagined. The only difference was that the mouse could articulate them. In the next moment, Chen Qi realized the mouse was not merely speaking human language, it possessed not only the characteristics of silicon-based life but also some of their abilities. The earlier form of communication was a unique method of interaction between silicon-based beings. This had been previously described. The communication among silicon-based life forms occurred through specific electromagnetic waves. Thus, were it not for Chen Qi's dual gene sequence, he would have only heard the squeaks recognizable to carbon-based organisms. Chen Qi felt the entire Gene Research Center tremble. To be precise, the ground underwent a cataclysmic alteration, the vibrations cascading downwards, ultimately affecting the 100-meter-deep subterranean space. Simultaneously, Chen Qi heard the furious roars of countless murderous mice. It was unimaginable that, despite the thick earth separating them, those roars could still reach Chen Qi's ears. This indicated the sheer madness and rage of the murderous mice at that moment. The ceiling began to tremble. Chen Qi could hear the sounds of excavation growing ever closer, intermingled with the sounds of the murderous mice's claws snapping, yet they pressed on recklessly, desperately approaching him. Chen Qi finally understood everything. This little creature before him was the sole surviving mouse within the Gene Research Center. It had consumed all the gene serum, resulting in its astonishing transformation. It could emit special signals through the pink crystals atop its head, thereby commanding the entire murderous mouse population. No wonder the murderous mice had exhibited such fury and madness when Chen Qi had neared the Gene Research Center. They were compelled to protect their Mouse King. Chapter 45. The stars surround the moon. Confronted with the diminutive white mouse before him, Chen Qi was cognizant of its possession of certain characteristics inherent to silicon-based life forms. The squeaks emanating from the mouse's mouth were translated into comprehensible language by Chen Qi's silicon genes. Throughout this process, he refrained from initiating any form of communication. Consequently, the small mouse had yet to receive any feedback. Chen Qi tilted his head back, the visor of his extreme warrior armor slowly rotating. His pupils began to morph, revealing intricate geometric patterns that radiated a dazzling light. I am not the human you perceive me to be. As he spoke, a blue ribbon unfurled from his lips, winding and coiling until it converged within the pink crystal atop the mouse's head. The mouse abruptly halted, its tiny head tilting in curiosity. It had never anticipated the possibility of communication. Squeak. This time, its sound bore no discernible meaning. It was a mere instinctual expression of surprise. From a certain perspective, we belong to the same category. Chen Qi raised his hand, the layers of his extreme warrior armor dissipating with a crystalline chime, revealing a shimmering layer of crystal in his palm that mirrored the colors of the crystal above the mouse. Squeak. The mouse's glossy eyes reflected Chen Qi's form, astonishment deepening within them. After centuries of solitary evolution and survival, coupled with an ever-expanding consciousness, the mouse sensed that it was fundamentally distinct from the world around it, even from its own offspring. Gazing at this humanoid entity, the mouse could keenly feel a shared essence on certain levels, a resonance of origins it had never dared to hope for. Weakness is not a sin, Chen Qi's voice reverberated gently. Once, I was cast aside and scorned, much like you, forced to passively endure all that life bestowed upon me. But now, the tide has turned. Like you, I have opened a new door, and I believe that, moving forward, we shall share a splendid future awaiting us. Squeak. The mouse relinquished its wariness, nimbly descending the pipe and traversing the ground until it climbed up Chen Qi's pant leg and settled on his shoulder. It extended its delicate snout, sniffing at Chen Qi's cheek. He could feel its soft whiskers brushing against his face, a sensation both ticklish and delightful. Chen Qi smiled. We are both extraordinarily unique beings. We should not engage in mutual destruction but rather strive to become the best of companions. Companions. The mouse's eye sparkled with brilliance, its small form momentarily stiffening. I need a companion. There is no food left here. Can you take me away? The blue ribbon swayed gently, and Chen Qi heard a clear, melodious voice akin to that of a young girl. Of course. This seems fated, Chen Qi mused, glancing back to see all the containers empty. The food the mouse referred to was the gene completion serum. However, I came here seeking an antidote for a friend. Chen Qi furrowed his brow, a hint of disappointment evident in his eyes. As it stands, I fear I cannot assist him. An antidote. The mouse extended its pink paw, gently slicing a small wound upon itself, from which a droplet of crystalline red blood coalesced. It lifted the ruby-like droplet with its delicate claw, declaring, this should suffice. Then, the mouse turned its head slightly, and Chen Qi noticed a massive spider lying belly up in the corner of the supply room. This spider was at least 2 meters in length, and with its 8 legs fully extended, it spanned over 6 meters. Its abdomen bore peculiar, vibrant patterns resembling a flamboyant skull. Judging by its appearance alone, this spider was undoubtedly venomous, yet, it had long since perished, leaving behind only a lifelike exoskeleton. The mutated spider is highly toxic, yet it poses no threat to me, the mouse squeaked, but to Chen Qi, it was still that pure, crystalline voice of a little girl. Chen Qi gazed at the droplet of blood from the mouse's claw. Within the vivid red liquid floated countless minuscule hexagonal crystals, mesmerizing and beautiful. At that moment, the STC released a scanning beam. Half-silicon-based serum, having merged and purified a substantial amount of gene completion serum, can repair damaged genes. Detoxification efficiency increases exponentially. Neutralizing cellular toxins is an extravagant use of resources, even when diluted thousands of times, it surpasses all existing human antidotes. This item is a naturally occurring byproduct and cannot be synthesized. Chen Qi was taken aback, then smiled with newfound clarity. Boss Missouri is saved. Boom. Just then, the ceiling of the underground laboratory collapsed. Countless giant killer rats emerged from the gaping hole. Landing with a thud, they arched their backs and emitted a roar akin to a shockwave. However, upon spotting the small white mouse perched on Chen Qi's shoulder, their ferocity visibly diminished, and they ceased their howls in unison. At that moment, the pink crystals adorning the mouse's head began to emit a flickering glow. It was communicating with its kin. After several seconds, Chen Qi was witness to a startling scene. Hundreds of grotesque red-furred killer rats suddenly lowered their front paws to the ground, bowing their heads before Chen Qi in a display of submission. What is this? A sign of deference. Chen Qi was utterly unprepared for this regal sensation. He never imagined that the first time he would be treated with such significance would come from a horde of hideous, ferocious mutated rats. If you have needs, the mouse squeaked, you can communicate with me. My subjects will heed your command. Chen Qi was momentarily stunned. Could it be that I am destined to be the king of refuse, now commanding an army of rats? How many subjects do you possess? Chen Qi inquired, a hint of suspicion in his tone. 145,332, 145,308. Chen Qi made his way back towards the surface through the shattered opening. You ought to have a name, he said, glancing at the mouse on his shoulder. How about Squeak? Squeak? It chirped in approval of the name. A seemingly innocuous, even endearing little white mouse was, in truth, the monarch of over 140 million mutated rats on this wretched planet. What will you eat from now on? Gene catalyst serums should suit your palate. However, that requires a substantial amount of money. Chen Qi suddenly recalled something. Those colossal red-furred rats of yours, they have some hard alloys within their bellies. I can no longer pursue them, but do you have any solutions? Those substances are foreign to them, Squeak replied. This is easily resolved. On the ground, waves of green grass fluttered past. They stirred Chen Qi's scavenger cloak and tousled the bangs that fell outside his visor. At this moment, the young man's heart was a tumult of emotions. What does it feel like to have tens of thousands of grotesque red-furred rats heaving before you? Chen Qi was experiencing just that. The mutated rats, now grotesque beyond measure, seemed to collectively revile his appearance, unable to contain themselves as they expelled the remnants of last month's meals. These rodents appeared to encounter something even more repulsive than themselves. Chen Qi rested a hand on his forehead, pondering, though I understand the cause, why do I still feel a blow to my pride? As the first wave of rats finished expelling their contents, a second wave encircled him. Like stars surrounding the moon, they commenced a new round of retching. Chen Qi wrinkled his nose, his eyes twitching. This is exceedingly insulting. Chapter 46, Overflowing Bounty. As deduced by Chen Qi, only the colossal red-furred rats possess the ability to nurture alloys. Moreover, not every one of these rodents harbors such precious metals within their bellies. The ultimate probability stands at roughly 1 in 8. However, given the vast numbers, this fraction translates into an extraordinary value. Perched atop a towering mound of refuse, Chen Qi surveyed the landscape. Scattered across a 5-kilometer radius lay a myriad of amorphous alloys, glistening and reflecting radiant light. Does anyone understand this? Chen Qi's facial muscles twitched with excitement. This must amount to 50,000 pieces. Just imagine how many credit points this could be worth. It's simply outrageous. The garbage-laden earth conceals astonishing treasures, yet ordinary individuals lack the fortune and capability to unearth the immense wealth that lies within their reach. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of distant planets, at the moment they discarded these refuse, had already made a subjective judgment, deeming the detritus in their hands as utterly devoid of value. They could scarcely fathom that all of this would become the very foundation upon which a certain youth from a garbage heap would rise to fortune. The sight of the inferior amorphous alloys scattered about, sullied with the vomit of red-furred rats, posed a conundrum for Chen Qi. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he pondered momentarily, his gaze shifting. Suddenly, a smile illuminated his face. He retrieved from his pocket a meticulously crafted metallic playing card, and with a gentle grip, a soft blue technological glow emanated from the X-shaped slit in the card. With a hum, a towering blue beam of light materialized before him, and forth came a third-generation Iron Mama, gliding through the gateway. Upon reaching the open ground, the cargo doors before it slowly creaked open, revealing a significantly smaller Iron Mama, reduced in size by 90%. As the diminutive Iron Mama began to maneuver, ethereal shadows enveloped its form, expanding outward in concentric circles. By the time it completely exited the cargo bay, it had returned to its standard dimensions. The surrounding red-furred rats bared their teeth, bracing themselves against an impending threat, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Although the one perched on its shoulder possessed considerable intelligence, it lacked experience, its small eyes shimmering with astonishment. Chaotic, filthy, and scattered, this was indeed the domain of the Iron Mama. The third-generation Iron Mama bore a triangular physique, its surface a matte black metal, while its hovering system emitted a blue glow, allowing it to levitate approximately 50 centimeters above the ground. Mechanical sounds resonated as 9 mechanical arms extended from its 3 cross-sections. Within the Iron Mama's metallic body, a tremor reverberated. Suffering from severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, it appeared somewhat impatient. Cheng Chi chuckled, "Thank you for your hard work." With a hum, the 2 Iron Mamas plunged into the refuse heap. They deftly collected fragments of amorphous alloys, then produced an array of artificial fiber cloths and bottled cleaning solutions from within their interiors. Creaking and splattering, they sprayed the cleaning solutions onto the amorphous alloys, vigorously wiping every inch with a cloth in a frenzied manner. Clam, one of the Iron Mamas, lifted a freshly cleaned piece of alloy, and even in the dim sunlight, it shimmered with a dazzling luster. Creaking and splattering, the 2 third-generation Iron Mamas scurried back and forth within the landfill, their 18 mechanical arms flitting about. Meanwhile, the storage compartments on their abdomens, a series of impeccably clean amorphous alloys, arranged with the precision of standing eggs, displayed a meticulous spacing of exactly 0.1 centimeters. The interior of the storage space featured fixed ribbons that were artistically twisted around the central axis of the alloys, ensuring their stability, with all ribbons maintaining a uniform height, perfectly aligned both horizontally and vertically, creating a visually pleasing symmetry. Cheng Chi scratched his head and remarked, "There are indeed advantages to obsessive-compulsive disorder, it feels so satisfying." Although Steel Mother's operational procedures were intricate, her computational speed was remarkably swift, her movements precise, and her efficiency astonishing. Before he realized it, the amorphous alloys on the ground had nearly been collected. "This is fantastic!" Cheng Chi exclaimed with delight. Coupled with a vast quantity of subpar amorphous alloys, his haul this time was nothing short of a windfall. Over 50,000 pieces of alloy, along with the new companion model, Gigi, and behind Gigi lay a legion of 140 million murderous rats. Most importantly, he had also acquired the antidote from Boss Missouri. Upon reopening the miniature Stargate, a blue beam portal materialized before him. Cheng Chi stepped into it. The sensation was akin to the very fabric of space folding, and for Cheng Chi, it felt as though he merely took a step, his body experiencing no discomfort. In the next moment, he found himself in his underground sanctuary. Prior to his departure, he had already set the return coordinates for the miniature Stargate. With this device in his possession, all his journeys could be rendered unidirectional. However, unbeknownst to him, Crow had traversed the outskirts of Kyoto for the 3rd time. He stood atop a ground-effect flying vehicle, gazing into the mist-laden expanse of Kyoto. Alas, Crow shook his head. Has Chi-Ji perhaps faltered? Such a pity for that brave young lad. Cheng Chi, upon surveying his underground sanctuary, felt a sense of astonishment. The efficiency of Hanzai and Xiao Qiong was remarkable. They had not only reinforced and camouflaged the entrance to the sanctuary, but had also installed wooden stairs in the gently sloping tunnel. Naturally, the stairs occupied only half the space, with the other half designated for Xiao Qiong's slide. Inside the sanctuary, they constructed a wooden platform in front of the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, accompanied by a wooden railing. This platform elegantly resolved the curvature issue of the ground. Additionally, it extended into a wooden corridor, reminiscent of a winding wooden bridge, seamlessly connecting with the staircase at the entrance. Cheng Chi then noticed a small mound of soil on one side of the platform. The small grass he had previously transplanted was nestled at the mound's center, gently swaying. They probably wished to create a vegetable garden, or perhaps a botanical garden. What a splendid idea! If realized, this place would be truly beautiful. Yet, on today's Earth, land is scarce and likely contaminated. Gathering enough soil is a formidable challenge. Cheng Chi stared at the small mound, somewhat speechless. Why does it feel like a patch of wild grass atop a grave? Hanzai is so fond of cremating me. Now it seems we have even a burial site. We could go all in for a one-stop solution. Chapter 47, The Pinnacle of the Universe. The 2 Iron Mothers returned punctually. As the cargo door swung open, a vast expanse of densely packed, immaculately arranged, and pristine amorphous alloy greeted the eye. The data revealed a total of 49,803 pieces of alloy. Chen Qi suddenly felt invigorated. This was extraordinary, utterly extraordinary. His joy was beyond words, compelling him to take action to make this harvest even more remarkable. Frantic synthesis commenced. Impure amorphous alloy dispersing into raw materials, beginning synthesis, amorphous alloy, 24,901. The stomach of the red-haired mouse was, after all, no match for advanced forging techniques. The amorphous alloy they produced was of inferior quality. Now, after a single synthesis, half of the quantity had been consumed, resulting in just the formation of standard amorphous alloy. Yet, Chen Qi felt no regret, for these alloys were nearly as good as free, and even halved, their quantity remained astonishing. Dispersing into raw materials, beginning synthesis, high-entropy alloy, 12,450. He har har har, as Chen Qi gazed at the ground strewn with high-entropy alloys, radiating a translucent, milky sheen, he found himself momentarily entranced. Who could have anticipated this? Who would dare to dream it? Previously, merely 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy had brought him an income of 34 million credit points, leaving even the aloof boss of Mo somewhat at a loss for words. High-entropy alloys were exceedingly rare and costly. Before him lay an entire expanse of high-entropy alloy, not just a few pieces or piles, but a veritable sea of it, a veritable sea. Such a quantity would surely surpass what even the Interstellar Alliance's reserves could hold. This must be synthesized further. Chen Qi could even hear the thunderous pounding of his own heart. What astonishing materials might emerge from the high-entropy alloy? Unable to continue synthesis, Chen Qi heard the cold, unfeeling voice of the STC, as if an entire Arctic Ocean had poured down upon him, chilling his fiery heart. Chen Qi was taken aback. What is happening? Lacking blueprints for technology above level 4, unable to synthesize corresponding grades, users can unlock high-level synthesis by collecting corresponding information fragments. Chen Qi looked at his crystal wristband, where the blue starlight continued to flicker. Your information is incomplete. Chen Qi pondered carefully. The items he had previously synthesized, no matter how advanced, had never included any technological creations above level 4. One thing Chen Qi understood clearly, everything synthesized by the STC had a corresponding item in reality. What it executed were always pre-designed blueprints, and once a blueprint was missing, even the mighty STC could not generate the corresponding item. So this is the limitation. That means my struggle and motivation lie therein. Chen Qi's heart enlightened. But how do I obtain the information fragments? I have suffered immeasurable damage. My civilization has also endured significant blows. We are scattered throughout the vast universe. I hope that one day, you can help us stand proudly at the pinnacle of the cosmos once more. Before that, I will do my utmost to assist you. Chen Qi was momentarily dazed. The STC indeed hailed from a higher civilization. It was truly a technological product of advanced civilizations, the pinnacle of the universe. Chen Qi's eyes flickered. Were they once the most powerful technological civilization? Yet, no nation lasts forever, no bell tolls eternally. They had been defeated by other civilizations at some point. Why me? A fierce battle intent ignited within Chen Qi. The STC had chosen him for some reason. This was a weighty mission. Because I have bad luck. What? Fragments fall like meteors, uncontrollable. My essence just happened to crash into you, the most unpromising of bugs. I'll tell you this. Why the hell would I help you revive a civilization? I'll just lie flat. I'll just make money and arm myself. In the future, if I encounter fragments, I'll just steer clear. Such an impolite civilization deserves to be obliterated. The moment I was activated, everything was already predetermined. You will ultimately succeed. On behalf of an entire civilization, I express my gratitude to you. Chen Qi was taken aback again. Your tone shifted rather swiftly. In truth, banter aside, possessing the STC, Chen Qi would never choose to simply lie idle. The completion of the STC was of paramount importance. Who in this world would disdain their own formidable abilities and abundant equipment? I will ultimately succeed. Chen Qi pondered. In theory, technology should be able to master time, but I wonder what level of technological civilization holds the secrets and keys to time. Could it be that all of this was beyond what Chen Qi could currently comprehend? Regardless, at this moment, the STC encompassed all design blueprints for civilizations below level 4. The human civilization that Chen Qi inhabited had not even surpassed level 2. In other words, the existence of the STC was undoubtedly a dimensional strike. Provided it was utilized appropriately, the path to ascension would remain uninterrupted. As for the vast expanse of high-entropy alloy, it would currently have to be sold to the aloof boss of Mo. Chen Qi felt a tinge of anticipation. What expression would the boss of Mo wear upon learning of this transaction? Zizizi, calling boss Missouri. Chen Qi activated the dedicated radio. Your destined great client, unparalleled benefactor, is online. Chen Qi. Mo's voice remained as steady as before. I conducted an investigation. The grey storm on Earth concluded 4 hours ago, yet why have my 20 technology boxes not returned? Har, this fellow truly lacks any sentiment. Chen Qi exhaled slowly. Do you not know? The world is unpredictable, misfortunes occur in abundance. What? Mo's voice echoed, you need new materials to claim them for yourself. Did you misunderstand, or is the signal poor? Chen Qi felt somewhat speechless, your line of thought is incorrect. I cherish the opportunity to trade with you. What do you mean? Mo continued, those boxes are expensive, they certainly cannot be free. What the? Chen Qi narrowed his eyes, this fellow figured it out but did not directly expose him. In this regard, I must say, this high-level geneticist indeed possesses high standards, his speech is so refined. Those are inconsequential, the grey storm struck, and I obtained a large batch of good goods. What? This is a matter of principle, don't think you can gloss over it. What the? Chen Qi was taken aback again, Boss Mo, you are truly a genius, you are betting everything on this, are you preparing for an exam? Clearing his throat, Chen Qi stated, I managed to acquire high-entropy alloy. What? Mo was no longer holding back, he had not anticipated that, within such a short time, Chen Qi could produce high-entropy alloy, which astonished him greatly. Are you hiding an astonishing secret? Mo's voice brimmed with questions, high-entropy alloy is a scarce commodity throughout the entire solar system. How can you claim to have it? Didn't I mention, the grey storm swept through, stirring up a massive amount of debris. And I have always been lucky, just happened to stumble upon some high-entropy alloy. Chen Qi spoke naturally, though he too was somewhat puzzled. He was clearly a level C geneticist, higher than Mo, yet why could he speak with such ease, unflinching? How many did you acquire this time? Mo's voice took on a serious tone. Any matter involving high-entropy alloy was a significant business, furthermore, he had already shown ample trust in Chen Qi, specifically using the term how many, 12, 450 pieces. What, 12, 450 pieces? What? Is your signal truly poor? 12, 450 pieces. I've said it several times. Thud, suddenly, Chen Qi heard a strange sound from the communicator. Did Mo just fall off his chair? Chen Qi scratched his head. As a big boss high-level geneticist, was he really so unstable? Nothing to it. Wait. The transport boxes will arrive shortly. And, do not consume those inferior genetic potions. Chapter 48, an uninvited guest. Chen Qi arrived on the surface and discovered that Hanzai was indeed meticulous. The exit of the underground shelter had once again been camouflaged with an abundance of refuse, all either welded or adhered together, without the onslaught of a dust storm. This disguise was remarkably sturdy. Once the entrance was entirely sealed, it was surrounded by heaps of indistinguishable debris, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to discern its presence. Not far from the entrance lay the makeshift dwelling where Chen Qi had previously resided. Hanzai had propped it up once more, yet it was undeniably just a ruse. However, such a detail was sufficient to allay any concerns from others. After all, Chen Qi would inevitably frequent the area, and he certainly needed a nominal residence. Perfect, Chen Qi nodded. Hanzai truly lives up to its designation as a caretaker robot. Subsequently, Chen Qi awaited the arrival of Mo's transport box, gazing skyward. To his astonishment, the two interstellar alliance ships he had previously spotted were still hovering in the vicinity of the atmosphere. Why haven't they descended yet? Chen Qi pondered, feeling perplexed. These self-proclaimed superior beings typically harbored disdain for Earth, arriving and departing with great haste, unwilling to linger for even a moment. A subtle sense of alertness emerged within Chen Qi's consciousness. Only then did he notice that the underbelly of the massive ship above was continuously emitting expansive scanning beams. These beams were not visible light, thus evading detection by the naked eye, or more accurately, the eyes of carbon-based life forms. Chen Qi narrowed his gaze. The pilot, Crow, had mentioned that his purpose for coming was to seek something. Initially, Chen Qi had doubted the reliability of Crow's intelligence, but it now seemed that Crow's sources were indeed credible. Upon closer inspection, Chen Qi discerned that the scanning beams from the starship could only penetrate about 50 meters underground, entirely failing to uncover his shelter. Although they could detect tunnels, this refuse-laden Earth was rife with scavengers profiting from digging, making such tunnels commonplace. Little Cheung's father had met his demise underground precisely due to digging such tunnels. Suddenly, Chen Qi heard a faint sound emanating from a refuse pile approximately 500 meters away. This was made possible by his genetic enhancement. Otherwise, he might have failed to notice it. What could it be? This marked the second time Chen Qi felt an inkling of life in the vicinity. The first instance had been during a dust storm when he had glimpsed a quarter of a person struggling across the ground. Was it some form of life, or perhaps a malfunctioning robot inadvertently activated by a short circuit? Chen Qi cautiously shifted his position, only to hear Mo's voice through the communicator, prepare to receive the box. Staring at the chaotic and desolate refuse pile ahead, Chen Qi halted in his tracks. He turned his gaze skyward, where a substantially larger black biological container slowly materialized in the distance. The previous container had been roughly the size of a showbox, but this one was comparable to a small refrigerator. The box's trajectory was cunningly crafted, skillfully utilizing the scanning blind spots. Earth was under lockdown, yet they still dispatched heavy troops. Mo was quite audacious, smuggling right beneath their noses. Cheng Chi shook his head. In the realm of commerce, risks are trivial when weighed against sufficient profit. The dust storm had entirely receded. The air was remarkably calm as the refrigerator-sized biological technology box descended smoothly before Cheng Chi. He scrutinized the box before him. It was merely an enlarged version of the smaller box, lacking any technological upgrades. Naturally, due to the exponential increase in manufacturing materials, the cost of this item had skyrocketed. What a pity. How much alloy could such a small box contain? Perhaps 500 pieces at most. How many trips would that entail? Cheng Chi felt a sense of resignation as he stepped forward, pressing the box's switch. A pneumatic sound echoed as the compartment door gradually opened. Cheng Chi was momentarily taken aback. Within the box sat a perfectly sized chair. Seated upon it was Mo, impeccably dressed in a suit, leaning on a cane, nonchalantly crossing his legs, and quietly observing Cheng Chi. "Why have you returned?" Cheng Chi felt a chill under Mo's penetrating gaze. Mo maintained his cool, formal demeanor. "Pull me out, I can't get out." Cheng Chi exerted some effort to pull Mo from the box, surprised at the considerable effort he had undertaken to transport himself. The box was too large and prone to interception, too small, and he could not fit inside. Left with no choice, Mo had opted for an extreme size, resulting in his perfect entrapment. Cheng Chi sighed. "Given such high stakes, why did you come in person? Do you think I wish to come?" Mo's eyes were filled with a resentful longing as he gently caressed his biological box. "If I hadn't shown up personally." Had he been led into a trap? The rhetoric of these superior genetic beings was truly intricate. Did they never tire of it? At that moment, Cheng Chi noticed that Mo appeared frail. "That is nearly impossible." In that instant, Mo froze entirely, swallowing his remaining words, for Cheng Chi had approached the dwelling, swiftly lifting the tarp with a flourish. The blinding reflection nearly blinded Mo's eyes. Before them stood 4 individual pyramids, each soaring to a height of 7 meters. Previously, Cheng Chi had instructed Steel Mother to stack the 450 units of high-entropy alloy within the shelter. The precious high-entropy alloy was meticulously piled, each dimension precisely calibrated to an astonishing degree, resembling exquisite works of art, radiating a soft golden glow. Clink. Cheng Chi tapped the with a smile, he declared, "Mo, have you ever encountered such a wealthy dog?" Chapter 49, The Price. Unbelievable. Is there truly this much? Mo stood on the ground, his hands propped on a cane. However, due to overwhelming excitement, his hands trembled, causing the cane to shake violently, driving it 5 centimeters deep into the earth, and his body leaned forward increasingly askew. This quantity. Indeed, there are tens of thousands. This will be my largest transaction in nearly 3 years. Even within the entire family, it should not be underestimated. I shall once again make a remarkable impression on the interstellar trading market. Mo's superior genes had been keeping his verbal indiscretions in check, yet his pupils quivered incessantly. He then endeavored to regain the professionalism of a merchant, continuously counting the high-entropy alloy. Mo found it increasingly hard to believe. How could there be this much high-entropy alloy on the trash heap of Earth? And concentrated in Cheng Chi's hands at that, it was simply too absurd. Despite the many doubts swirling in his mind, Mo maintained his commercial principles and refrained from voicing any questions. "I will soon find a secure means of transport to move these alloys. Once the alloys are transported, I will calculate the price. Rest assured, there will be no deception. The standard market rate will apply. Before that, I need to store the alloys with you. We are friends now, after all." Mo suppressed the excitement. "Do you need cash or items for exchange?" The total selling price of these alloys far exceeded 500 million, yet Mo was indeed generous. At present, he did not intend to transport the alloys. The transaction had not been smoothly completed, but he was still willing to offer a credit limit of 500 million. In his view, if Cheng Chi were in urgent need, this sum should suffice. Soon after, Mo heard a familiar request. Although he was somewhat incredulous, Cheng Chi uttered the words. "Black market gene serum failures. I do not seek quality, only quantity. How many? What about the previous ones?" Yet in the next moment, Mo proactively provided an answer, frowning. "Do you possess some sort of serum extraction technology?" Cheng Chi seized the opportunity, feigning mystery. "Don't tell anyone." Mo took a step back, momentarily dazed. Then he advanced 2 steps, locking his gaze onto Cheng Chi's pupils, which were pitch black. "The extraction of gene serums is one of the most challenging technologies in this world. I hope you succeed." Mo shook his head. While human gene modification technology might not be the most difficult, it was undoubtedly the most complex. Extracting gene serums in the civilian sector was akin to a welder handcrafting an atomic bomb in the old era. Operational difficulties were insurmountable, and the success rate was as minuscule as dust. Chen Qi's choice to pursue this path warranted only one word from Mo: he was indeed very brave. Chen Qi was also scrutinizing Mo's pupils, straining his vision to discern the barely perceptible golden specks floating deep within. SDC's annotations were quite explicit. In the eyes of the poisoned, golden specks would gradually emerge, accompanied by an increasing sensitivity to light. Chen Qi appraised Mo. Has Boss Missouri been feeling unwell lately? You can hardly part with your cane. I've recently visited some unusual environments, perhaps I've contracted some virus. Mo casually shook his head. The family employs the finest physician in the even in the starship's cockpit, he unconsciously opted for the dimmest illumination, and every night, he felt an inexplicable comfort. Mo immediately raised his chin. How do you know? Chen Qi chuckled. With your family's wealth, you must have a grand estate, yet regardless of the butler's wishes or other directives, the lighting in the mansion has been rather dim of late, hasn't it? Mo furrowed his brow, recoiling for a moment. How do you know? Chen Qi continued. Have other members of Boss Mo's family been experiencing some discomfort lately, a slight weakness in their health, though not overly apparent? Mo frowned. My family is vast. My father is the second in line, and I am the fourth son. To be honest, my father's branch has always been somewhat marginalized, including myself, which is why I am not well acquainted with the conditions of others. However, he will mostly utter ambiguous platitudes in an attempt to comfort you. He likely knows the truth, but feels powerless, and who knows, he may be preparing to flee. Mo's eyes widened. Why? Because Chen Qi fixed his gaze on Mo. Your entire family has been afflicted by a type of cell liquid toxin, one that current human civilization's medicine cannot conquer, nor even shake. Chen Qi paused briefly before continuing. The symptoms of poisoning include a gradual weakening of the body, light sensitivity, and the emergence of golden specks in the pupils. What? Mo's body stiffened, swaying slightly, barely managing to support himself with his cane. How do you know all of this? Chen Qi spoke slowly. This toxin originates from the high-energy protein extract provided exclusively by your family. Mo was utterly stunned, fear flickering in his eyes. He then slowly turned to face Chen Qi, his expression growing increasingly incredulous. Was all of this truly real? Had he discovered a clue from that bottle of drink? Yet if it surpassed the limits of human medicine, how had he become aware of it? Mo's heart raced faster, each revelation striking him like a hammer, making it difficult for him to bear. You just mentioned that your father has been marginalized, and you have faced exclusion. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Knowing me is truly your good fortune. This time, my friend, I will help you stage a comeback as the underestimated young master, striking back and saving your entire family. Mo responded in a daze. I am not useless. I am merely a bit overlooked, not to the extent of having my mouth twisted into a Nike swoosh. All right, all right. Chen Qi waved his hand, then produced a glass test tube. Inside was a single drop of blood, congealed and shimmering like a ruby. Mo gazed at the droplet, noticing countless minuscule crystalline structures flickering within, mysterious and beautiful. This is certainly no ordinary substance. Mo's professional instincts kicked in. He swiftly retrieved a miniature golden scale from his pocket and initiated a scan. This semisilicon-based biological blood, filled with a plethora of gene completion crystals, theoretically capable of repairing all flawed genes. There are no precedents for trading this. Its value is incalculable. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you acquire such a thing? Perhaps you should pay more attention to your own family. Go back and interrogate your family physician thoroughly. Compel him to reveal the truth. Chen Qi tilted his head. Of course, your so-called top physician may also be one of the masterminds behind this. As for that cell liquid toxin, to dissolve it, across the entire solar system, it seems this single drop of blood is the only solution. I have already confirmed that the concentration of this drop of blood is substantial. Even if diluted 10,000 times, it will retain its efficacy. As Chen Qi spoke, he looked up at Mo, directly offering the test tube, and slowly enunciated a single word: give. You give this to me. Mo's eyes widened to an exaggerated degree. What price? Chen Qi merely smiled, remaining silent, yet he extended the test tube forward once more. Mo accepted the test tube, staring at the crimson droplet, his lips quivering, his expression shifting continually, rendered almost speechless. Chen Qi shrugged. I have braved countless dangers and endured hardships to procure this drop of blood, intending to save someone's family, yet that someone suspects I have pilfered his transport container. TSK, Boss Missouri, do you not think this person has a heart of a wolf and the liver of a pig? Mo was momentarily taken aback. Did you mean a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog? Chen Qi stared back. Yes, a dog. The corners of Mo's eyes twitched as he took a slight step back. Chapter 50, The Peculiar Squad. Mo held the test tube tightly, his expression filled with uncertainty, and a fine sheen of sweat began to form on his forehead. He raised his gaze, regarding Chen Qi with utmost seriousness. Upon my return, I shall initiate an investigation. If all of this proves to be true, then my family, the Mo clan, owes you an immeasurable debt of gratitude. Chen Qi, should you require anything, my entire family would be willing to traverse fire and water for you. Your words are too grand, Mr. Mo, Chen Qi replied. I merely fear the severance of our financial lifeline, he continued. Chen Qi waved a hand dismissively. By the way, what exactly does your family do? Are you all merely merchants of goods? I must confess my error, Mo said earnestly. My surname is not Mo, he clarified, puffing out his chest. Our entire lineage bears a name that has shone brightly throughout the millennia of Huaxia's history. We are descendants of Mozi, the great philosopher. At that moment, a glimmer of sacred reverence appeared in Mo's eyes. Currently, the head of our family is named Mo Yu, but he has ventured into the stars and has not returned for a century. Oh, Mo Yu. Chen Qi shrugged. I have never heard of him. Regardless, you have not turned a blind eye to my family, Mo stated with a serious demeanor. To express my initial gratitude, I must share certain information with you. Mo glanced up at the 2 starships in the sky. Concerning this interstellar coalition combat squad, he continued, his expression grave. Before arriving on Earth, they procured a substantial quantity of weaponry and ammunition from the interstellar black market. This is entirely illogical, for as regular military personnel, they should have a standard allocation of munitions, yet they chose to acquire more. This indicates that they have operational plans that fall outside the established protocols. Outside the regulations. Chen Qi frowned. What exactly do they intend to do? All remains shrouded in mystery, Mo replied. No one knows what clandestine affairs they are concealing. He turned his gaze to Chen Qi. From this point onward, you must exercise caution, or rather, the entire wretched Earth must remain vigilant. Mo's eagerness to return was palpable. It was as if he had unleashed some latent potential, swiftly re-entering the confines of the biologicalized transport capsule. Meanwhile, Chen Qi rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a bottle of blue liquid, which he tossed into Mo's arms with a smile. Drink this on the way. Mo's face shifted from green to purple, for the space was cramped, forcing him to cradle the bottle while wearing an expression of disdain. Did you not mention that this beverage might be poisoned? Are you suggesting I drink it on the way, or are you urging me to hurry along? Chen Qi grinned mischievously. If this drink is indeed toxic, then it will inevitably become refuse. Rather than waste it, why not find a way to transport it all here and gift it to me? Chen Qi's eye sparkled with excitement. After all, this beverage possesses a slight enhancing effect on physical strength. Mo's mind struggled to comprehend, and he ultimately sighed. Let me investigate further before we discuss this. As he watched Mo's transport capsule gradually vanish into the atmosphere, Chen Qi gazed at the 2 starships in the distance, a frown slowly forming on his brow. He then activated his communicator, summoning Hanzai and Xiaoqiong to return to the shelter promptly. Wow, who is this? In the underground shelter, Xiaoqiong gazed at the little white mouse perched on Chen Qi's shoulder, her round eye sparkling with curiosity. Being merely a 6-year-old girl, her innate affection for such adorable creatures proved irresistible. It's called Gigi, Chen Qi replied. It will be our new member from now on, he continued with a smile. Hanzai and Xiaoqiong, covered in dirt, had once again gathered a considerable amount of wood and soil, seemingly intent on continuing their efforts to fortify the underground refuge. Gigi. Xiaoqiong extended a finger, gently stroking the mouse. He is my first pet. Hanzai raised his gleaming arm. Silly, come on, I'm incredibly handsome, you know. Xiaoqiong busied herself, rummaging through a pile of wood until she discovered a handful of dried grass, which she crafted into a small hat to place atop Gigi's head. This simple adornment instantly multiplied Gigi's cuteness by 100-fold. Standing upright like a person, wearing the grass hat with its tiny paws folded across its chest, Gigi's snowy whiskers quivered, resembling a little sprite. Moreover, the exposed brain and pink crystal atop its head were perfectly concealed. Xiaoqiong was unbothered by Gigi's initially daunting appearance, for in this post-apocalyptic world, such sights had become commonplace. Besides, she had no true understanding of what a genuine pet ought to resemble. The 2 starships above us do not bode well, Chen Qi remarked. You 2 must not leave the shelter for the time being. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Hanzai, contact the others and instruct them to halt their scavenging for now. Find a place to hide, and I will inform them when it is safe to resume operations. Understood. Keep your worries at bay. Hanzai was not truly foolish, he would not engage in reckless behavior when danger was evident. Xiaoqiong, Hanzai lowered his head. Did you hear what Chen Qi said? For the time being, we will remain here. We have much work to do and cannot wander off. Xiao Qiong nodded earnestly. I will listen to Cheng Qi. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. At that moment, we must extend the utmost respect. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. You two stay here, I will go alone. With that, Cheng Qi donned the tattered scavenger cloak, ensuring that his extreme warrior armor was perfectly concealed beneath. He checked his jet turbine shoes and anti-gravity gloves, confirming that the unique light refraction feature of his silicon-based jeans successfully masked the 3 circles within his pupils. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi stepped toward the exit. I shall see what this interstellar combat squad intends to orchestrate. Chapter 51. The vanguard in front of the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, a vast expanse of refuse has been compacted and leveled, forming an expansive square. Flanking the square are 8 towering pillars, sculpted from various melted metallic debris, standing resolutely beneath the sun. Here, amidst the desolation of garbage earth, is the grandest spectacle one could behold. Thousands of scavengers have gathered in this place, water resources as scarce on Earth, making bathing a relatively extravagant luxury. Over the years, the scavengers have developed an unmistakable odor of mildew, creating an atmosphere that repels those who approach. Cheng Qi stands quietly within the throng, observing everything with keen interest. Xiao Qi calls a woman in her 50s, her head adorned with a red scarf, as she thrusts a small cloth pouch into Cheng Qi's hands. Aunt Lan. Cheng Qi blinks in surprise, opening the pouch to reveal several circular energy food blocks. What is this? Aunt Lan's weathered face breaks into a smile. I've recooked the ordinary energy blocks, removed the impurities, and added a touch of sugar. Take them home to eat. Aunt Lan's husband, Old Lin, was a close friend of Cheng Qi's grandfather. During the Highlander plan's attempt to seize Cheng Qi's amorphous alloy, Old Lin was kidnapped as leverage, but Cheng Qi ultimately triumphed over the Highlander gang and rescued him. Regardless of the changing circumstances, Old Lin's family has always kept a watchful eye on Cheng Qi, providing him with care and support. Aunt Lan is an adept cook, often transforming the energy blocks distributed by the Scavenger Alliance to enhance their flavor and texture, selling them in exchange for credit points to sustain their daily lives. You're being stingy, you old woman. Old Lin pushes his way through the crowd. Cheng Qi is still growing. Such a meager portion is hardly sufficient. As he speaks, he removes his satchel and produces another package of energy blocks. Here, take my rations as well. Aunt Lan promptly restrains his hand. No need for yours. Old Lin looks taken aback. I know my energy blocks haven't been purified, but they still provide sustenance. Aunt Lan shakes her head. No, your energy blocks are made from the impurities. President is here. The president has arrived. At the sound of the scavengers' exclamations, Cheng Qi looks up towards the main entrance of the headquarters. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, emerges first. His square face bears deep wrinkles etched by time, his hair and beard as white as snow, and he makes a concerted effort to straighten his back, striving to present an image of vitality. Flanking the elder are 2 figures. To his right stands a woman in a red dress, akin to a rose amidst the apocalypse. Hannah. The moment she becomes visible, countless men wave and call out to her, their praises ringing in the air. Cheng Qi's gaze lingers on Hannah for half a second before instinctively frowning. He then shifts his attention to the other figure behind the elder, clad in a grey cloak. Her tall and graceful silhouette hints at an extraordinary presence. Most, including Cheng Qi, remain unaware of her true identity. In the distant sky, 2 Hawk-class starships hover without descending. The door of one starship slowly opens, and a shuttlecraft gracefully emerges. 3 seconds after the shuttle departs the starship, Cheng Qi observes a shimmering layer of a defensive field composed of countless blue diamond shapes encircling the ship. The field appears robust and solid, suggesting formidable protective capabilities. One of the diamond fields flickers as the shuttle passes through, landing on the square below and stirring up a cloud of dust. The scavengers hold their breath in anticipation. Even the president on the step swallows hard. Cheng Qi squints slightly. With a soft hiss, the shuttle door opens, revealing a descending staircase. A tall young man steps forth from within, dressed in military uniform that adopts elements of formal wear. He appears neat and dignified, exuding a sense of aesthetic appeal. A dark gold epaulet adorns his shoulder, featuring 2 slender golden stripes and 2 golden stars above. However, his face is obscured by a black high-polymer gas mask, concealing his true visage. As the young major descends from the shuttle, a dozen armed soldiers follow in succession. The young man strides forward, surveying the scavengers standing on either side. His mask gleams with a cold light, imparting a palpable sense of intimidation. The scavengers widen their eyes but remain silent, not daring to utter a sound. Suddenly, the young man extends his pale finger and removes his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with dark hair and piercing eyes that shimmer with faint blue rings. Numerous female scavengers discreetly cover their mouths in awe. How incredibly handsome he is. Hello, everyone, he greets warmly. My name is Ning, you may call me Major Ning from now on. The young officer's smile radiates warmth as he waves to the crowd. A soldier beside him interjects, "Major, the air here, you should really put your mask back on." Major Ning furrows his brow and whispers, "If everyone else is unmasked, wouldn't it seem a bit elitist for us to wear ours?" The soldier pauses, then raises his hand to remove his own mask, revealing a rugged face marked by a scar. The remaining soldiers follow suit, all discarding their masks. Cheng Chi is taken aback by such courtesy. The president of the Scavenger Alliance, observing this interaction, experiences a slight tremor in his pupils. In the next moment, the tension on his face begins to fade as he hurriedly descends the steps to greet them. President Lee, Major Ning calls out, extending his right hand from afar. "Welcome to you all." President. At that moment, the figure swiftly sheds her cloak, revealing a striking silhouette clad in a leather jacket atop and fitted shorts below, her long legs white and straight. Upon seeing her face, Major Ning's expression sharpens. Gasps ripple through the crowd of scavengers. Who is this? Could she be the president's eldest daughter? She seldom makes an appearance, many have never laid eyes on her. How can she be so breathtakingly beautiful? Chapter 52. Resurrection Honor had always been regarded as the red rose of the apocalypse, yet, in comparison to that figure, she appeared like a mere shadow, utterly eclipsed. Hong Yang's visage was adorned with a delicate layer of makeup, accentuated by a subtle tint of crimson on her lips. Her beauty, her form, her very presence seemed to belong to a realm far removed from this trash-laden earth. "Greetings, Colonel Ning," Hong Yang stepped forward. "As you can see, the current state of Earth's resources is dire, and the survival of scavengers is particularly arduous." Hong Yang, it was Chairman Lee who interrupted the discourse. "Colonel Ning has only just arrived. Is it not somewhat premature to discuss such matters?" "Not at all," Colonel Ning replied with a smile, gazing into Hong Yang's eyes. "Miss Hong Yang, I must say, you possess D-grade genes." Hong Yang paused momentarily, then gently nodded. Colonel Ning bowed slightly, expressing his respect. Even in the desolation, flowers can bloom, which is truly commendable. At that moment, two soldiers approached, carrying a massive black box, positioning themselves beside Colonel Ning. "Colonel, as per protocol, if we encounter any individuals with E-grade or higher genetic traits during our inspection, we are required to conduct a genetic assessment." Upon hearing this, Hong Yang's beautiful eyes quivered violently. Meanwhile, both the chairman and Honor trembled slightly. Cheng Chi observed everything from the shadows, sensing something peculiar in the large beauty's gaze, yet unable to articulate what felt amiss. Har, Colonel Ning waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Hong Yang's appearance speaks volumes. I see no need for an examination." The two soldiers hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Understood." A sense of relief washed over Hong Yang. Chairman Lee burst into hearty laughter. "Brave soldiers who have journeyed from afar, please, come inside. Let us sit and converse." "There's no hurry," Colonel Ning replied earnestly. "I have comprehended Miss Hong Yang's intentions. Shortly, I shall submit a request to the Alliance for essential supplies, fresh water, food, energy cells, and I shall ensure they are procured in ample quantities and delivered with utmost expediency." "Really?" Chairman Lee's eyes widened, his lips quivering with excitement. "I never anticipated you would be so enlightened, so benevolent." Tears of joy nearly welled up in his eyes as he turned to the gathered scavengers. "Did you hear that?" A chorus of cheers erupted among the crowd of scavengers. "Long live the Interstellar Alliance of the Solar System. Long live Colonel Ning." Colonel Ning also smiled, nodding at the crowd. He turned back to Chairman Lee. "Moreover, to demonstrate the upper echelon's commitment to the people of Earth, a group of heroes has been assigned to this inspection team." Chairman Lee paused, astonished. "Heroes?" "Indeed, renowned heroes." Colonel Ning slowly turned, fingers together, pointing towards the landing craft's door. In that instant, the sound of intricate machinery echoed, and 8 formidable figures gradually emerged through the hatch. A profound silence enveloped the thousands of scavengers. Before them stood 8 warriors clad in exoskeletal armor. Their towering figures stood at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, clad in robust and formidable exoskeletons forged from titanium aluminum compounds. A sleek, obsidian fuel cell was affixed to their backs, while in their right hands, they wielded dark silver cleavers, and their left arms bore 20mm beam machine guns. President Lee's pupils dilated as if shaken by an earthquake. "Is that the Extreme Warrior 8? In the crowd, Cheng Chi's pupils momentarily contracted. He harbored a secret unknown to all. The Extreme Warrior 8 had long since turned to dust. They had been entombed within a fuel tank, buried deep underground for 2 decades. At this very moment, how could the Extreme Warrior 8 still make an appearance? Cheng Chi's gaze flickered, scrutinizing the equipment of these 8 figures. It was their X-55 Extreme Warrior-powered exoskeleton. This was an iterative product of the original Extreme Warrior exoskeleton, a result of Cheng Chi's synthesis process in the past. Compared to the memory metal extreme warrior armor he donned, it was 2 generations behind. Cheng Shi recalled that this equipment could output a force ranging from 9000 to 9800 N. Could it be the extreme warrior team had been re-established? Had they recruited new pilots? Furrowing his brow, Cheng Shi endeavored to find a plausible explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the Extreme Warrior team is intended to inspire everyone, to embolden you all to face whatever challenges lie ahead, Major Ning stated, turning to salute the Extreme Warrior team. Hiss, hiss, a faint sound of hydraulics resonated as the metallic visors of the 8 exoskeletons slowly lifted, revealing faces weathered by time yet still resolute. They too saluted the scavengers in unison. Extreme Warrior Team, Ding Feng. Extreme Warrior Team, Lin Lan Yu. Extreme Warrior Team, Long Zhanxiao. Extreme Warrior Team, they each proclaimed their names, their presence augmented by the formidable exoskeletons, exuding an aura of invincibility. Chen Qi's pupils suddenly constricted, Ding Feng, Lin Lan Yu, Long Zhanxiao. Chen Qi distinctly remembered retrieving those exoskeletons, burying the remains within, and collecting their nameplates. At that moment, he had been filled with reverence, vowing that one day he would uncover the truth for them. Thus, he had long since etched those names into his memory, yet now, a group of exoskeleton pilots, aged approximately 40 to 50, suddenly appeared, claiming to be members of the Extreme Warrior team and bearing identical names. As you can see, Major Ning declared with a righteous smile, 20 years ago, they undertook an exceedingly perilous mission. The outside world was led to believe they had heroically perished, but in truth, they relied on their formidable combat skills to turn the tide and ultimately returned safely to headquarters. Perhaps people were drawn to tales of miraculous escapes and heroic rebirths. A fervent applause erupted in the venue. Cheng Qi clenched his teeth slightly. Nonsense, the true Extreme Warrior 8 had perished, they had been betrayed, their throats slit from behind. Observing Major Ning's gallant and noble demeanor, Cheng Qi squinted his eyes. Who are you really? What is your purpose? Chapter 53, Breaking news. The scavengers gradually dispersed, their hearts brimming with joy as they awaited new supplies. Colonel Ning and his group also made their way into the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. Chen Qi stood still, observing the armed combat team of the Galactic Alliance as they cordoned off the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. Several piercing gazes turned towards him, signaling Chen Qi to make haste in his departure. He subtly shifted his stance, positioning himself just beyond their perimeter, continuing to disregard those scrutinizing looks. If only he could overhear their forthcoming discussions, it would provide him with additional clues. As Chen Qi pondered, he tilted his head, his gaze falling upon the imposing antenna that loomed atop the Scavenger headquarters. This was the broadcast system of the Scavenger Alliance. All the announcements previously heard on the radio were transmitted through this very antenna. Chen Qi's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he turned away from the combat team. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils shimmered with a dazzling brilliance akin to diamonds. He saw their air above him suffused with an array of blue ribbons, which were, in fact, electromagnetic signals converging at the apex of the grand antenna. Chen Qi felt as though he had entered a trance, his perspective tracing along one of the ribbons, penetrating the inner workings of the antenna, and traversing the circuitry until it settled within the communicator located inside the Scavenger headquarters. Within the digital display of the communicator, the frequency of the band fluctuated slightly, the value increasing by 0.01. Yet, this detail went unnoticed by anyone. Just 5 meters to the right of the communicator sat Chairman Li, Colonel Ning, Hong Yang, and others. In the next moment, Chen Qi overheard their conversation. Colonel Ning, the reason you brought heavy weaponry this time is due to an SSS-level wanted criminal hiding on Garbage Earth. Li's tone was noticeably altered, infused with palpable terror. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi instinctively widened his eyes. This was indeed significant information. Chen Qi recalled some news from 7 years prior about a genetically modified being who had slaughtered half of a colonial planet, with a wanted level of merely S. Now, to consider this SSS level, what manner of creature could it be? The complexity of this information was astounding. First, Mo had mentioned that this squad had procured a substantial amount of black market weaponry and ammunition. Subsequently, the emergence of the resurrected elite warrior squad had transpired, and now, there was an SSS wanted criminal. What on earth was unfolding? What connections existed? Chen Qi listened intently. The reason it is classified as SSS level, Colonel Ning's voice continued, is that it was once one of the highest tiers of the Galactic Alliance's military operations. Have you heard of a Kunlun, Chairman Li? Kunlun. Li's voice was filled with astonishment, the Kunlun that stands as a sentinel of the galaxy, revered for its might. Colonel Ning's voice came slowly, indeed. Li's voice sharpened considerably. Isn't it one of the 4 legendary generals of the Human Legion? Its name derives from a majestic mountain on Earth, a source of pride for humanity. That was in the past, Colonel Ning replied softly. Now, it has betrayed all of humanity. A cacophony of chaos ensued, as Li appeared to have overturned the cup in his hand. It has been gravely injured, and to regain its combat capabilities, it requires external equipment. Li trembled again, but Earth is rife with technological debris. Colonel Ning seemed to shake his head. They are of no assistance whatsoever. Then Li inquired further, what am I to do? Colonel Ning's voice responded, you and the scavengers need not do anything, we will handle everything. The remainder of the conversation yielded no further critical information, merely routine checks. Chen Qi blinked, his pupils returning to their dark hue. He cast a glance back at the towering headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance under the grey sky. The soldiers continued to expel him. Chen Qi began to stride back toward his underground refuge. Along the way, he pondered, was everything truly due to this SSS-level wanted criminal? Yet that did not seem quite right. Why were they procuring ammunition outside of regulations? What secrets lay behind that elite warrior team of 8? Was this squad genuinely righteous or nefarious? The likelihood of malevolence was substantial, but the question remained, was it merely certain individuals or the entire squad? After all, they were the regular army of the Interstellar Alliance. Before he realized it, he had returned to his underground sanctuary. Chen Qi sat before the Dragon King expansion dock, deep in thought, absent-mindedly lifting a tattered teapot to soothe his throat. Hanzai. Why has Xiao Qiong used the urinal again? Chen Qi lamented. Hanzai poked half of his brass head out from behind the room. You told us not to go out, so we have been obedient, but then Xiao Qiong panicked and couldn't hold it, not wanting to dirty the floor, and the toilet is awkward to use, so she had no choice but to urinate in your pot. Chen Qi rubbed his forehead and then asked, where is Xiao Qiong? What is she doing? She isn't behind the house. Nor is she fussing over her new pet. The denial was glaringly obvious. Chen Qi scratched his head, gradually rising and walking toward the back of the dock, suspecting that Xiao Qiong was once again crafting some peculiar attire for Gigi. After all, he was a mutated mouse king, deserving of a modicum of dignity. Upon reaching the back of the dock, Xiao Qiong appeared flustered, her hands behind her back. Gigi's new outfit isn't finished yet, it can't be shown for now. Chen Qi tilted his head and saw a half-human high rack behind Xiao Qiong, topped with a tattered piece of burlap. Chen Qi furrowed his brow, what is inside there? That is, Xiao Qiong's gaze darted, it's Gigi. Chen Qi's brow knitted even tighter. Gigi. From one side of the ground, Gigi nimbly crawled out, scaling Chen Qi's pant leg, and clambering onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, the burlap behind Xiao Qiong remained utterly still. Chen Qi's voice grew somber. I ask you again, what is inside there? Chapter 54, An Unexpected Surprise. Little Qiong was merely 6 years old, her psychological fortitude still in its infancy. At this moment, she nervously rubbed her hands together, her eyes brimming with panic. Chen Qi, feeling helpless, shook his head. He recalled how little Qiong had referred to Gigi as her second pet, while the first was undoubtedly not Hanzai, but rather the mysterious contents of the burlap sack. His expression turned grave as he stepped forward and decisively ripped open the tattered sack. What met his gaze was a rudimentary metal platform, upon which lay a round birthday cake crafted from edible energy blocks. Har har. Chen Qi, happy birthday. Little Qiong giggled, her face adorned with a look of reproach. You adults are truly worrisome, you even forgot your own birthday. Chen Qi, on this day 18 years ago, Grandpa found you, and we don't even know when you actually arrived. Thus, today has been designated as your birthday. Hanzai produced a welding rod, heating it with his arm's flamethrower, and inserted it into the birthday cake. Happy birthday, you silly child. Chen Qi stood there in utter astonishment, his eyes gradually moistening. We're all family. Since we're celebrating your birthday, why are you shedding tears? You adults have such low thresholds for tears. Gigi. Even Gigi, perched upon his shoulder, seemed to be one of the orchestrators of this surprise. No wonder Hanzai had acted so suspiciously earlier. He had intended to lead Chen Qi to the back of the house. As for little Qiong, Chen Qi had just criticized her for her childishness and lack of acting skills, yet her actions were indeed quite masterful. With a cheerful smile, little Qiong remarked, this cake may not be perfect, but you can imagine it in various flavors, perhaps the tart sweetness of cherry or the soft, sticky taste of banana. Whenever I think of it like that, I can't help but salivate. Chen Qi nodded, resolving that once he acquired the means, he would certainly achieve fruit freedom. Chen Qi, hurry and blow out the candles. I heard that those who can't extinguish the birthday candles are destined to be short-lived. Gazing at the glowing welding rod, Chen Qi wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. How was he to blow this out? Regardless, his heart was filled with overwhelming emotion. He offered a genuine smile. Thank you all. I had previously underestimated your intentions, thinking you had taken in something unworthy. Suddenly, a dark mass plummeted from the ceiling, smashing the energy block cake into a pulp. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively looking up at the splendid and beautiful dome above them. Their gazes then collectively shifted down to the object that had crushed the cake, an entity that resembled 1/4 of a person. 10 minutes later, this unidentified object was propped up on a metal frame. Chen Qi, Hanzai, Little Qiong, and Gigi surrounded it, their eyes wide with curiosity. It bore a human head, distinctly feminine, with exquisitely proportioned features that radiated vigor. At present, its eyes were tightly shut, its lifelike lashes elongated and clearly defined. Much of its synthetic skin had been scorched, revealing a mottled face that exposed the internal metallic skeleton. Once adorned with a waist-length red ponytail, the beautiful hair had been singed, leaving only half intact. It possessed half a shoulder, the jagged edge shattered, exposing a silver alloy structure within, from which a crimson liquid dripped incessantly onto the floor. To the left of its shoulder was an arm, albeit severely burned, its synthetic skin entirely eroded, revealing the twisted and deformed metal beneath. Below its neck, a slender mechanical spine remained, yet another half was missing. The neural interfaces on its surface were charred, resembling a terrifying mechanical centipede swaying in the air. "This is not just a robot," Chen Qi exclaimed in astonishment. "This is a highly cybernetic life form. It had once been human, but for some reason, perhaps due to bodily malformations or an insatiable desire for power, it had continuously modified its body, replacing its organic limbs with mechanical prosthetics. Ultimately, it had replaced nearly all of its human organs, including its limbs, internal organs, and spine, leaving only its brain intact." Chen Qi scrutinized the cracks on its head. "The remaining brain has also been modified." Was this the indistinct figure he had seen struggling on the ground earlier? When had it entered? He glanced at the ceiling, where the only object was the suspended light of the Earth Dragon King. Had it been lurking on the light fixture all along? Clearly, this mysterious object was not a product of the garbage planet. Its technology, materials, and components were unlike anything Chen Qi had ever encountered. He found himself momentarily entranced, having previously speculated on every conceivable possibility. One such possibility was that the Interstellar Alliance's combat team had fabricated an SSS-class wanted criminal to obscure some ulterior motive. Now it appeared that he had indeed hit the jackpot. The SSS-class wanted criminal was not a fabrication. The scene before him was alarmingly vivid. If Chen Qi failed to connect the dots between these two events, he might as well empty his mind and flush it down the toilet. However, was there a minuscule chance that this entity was merely discarded refuse, having inadvertently regained a modicum of energy and crawled into Chen Qi's underground shelter? After all, if it truly was the SSS-class wanted criminal, it would undoubtedly be a hot potato to hand it over to the Interstellar Alliance's combat team, yet the moral standing of that team was still uncertain. Refused to turn it in. What if it were indeed a heinous human traitor? Chen Qi, she seems to have already perished. Little Qiong gazed at the dismembered form before her, seemingly filled with pity. "She is such a beautiful sister." Hanzai's bulbous eye sparkled. "She's not dead yet. Her brain still exhibits faint activity." Chen Qi resolved to perform rudimentary repairs on her, hoping to gather more information. Tilting his head, he activated the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, which resembled a metallic pyramid, glowing with a cerulean light. The hatch before it slowly opened, enveloped in a misty halo, as thousands of nanoscopic repair robots floated like wisps of smoke, converging upon the damaged cybernetic life form. Chen Qi's command was clear. "First, restore our communication capabilities." Chapter 55, Kunlun. The nano-repair robots flitted and scattered. Within the brain of the cybernetic life form, minuscule arcs of electricity flickered. Due to severe damage to various circuits, only remedial repairs can be executed. The outcome of the repairs is unpredictable. A diminutive UFO hovered before Chen Qi, relaying maintenance information. Chen Qi nodded silently. This was garbage Earth. Given the extent of the damage, had he not encountered Chen Qi, and had he not fortuitously synthesized a quantum repair cluster recently, it would have been utterly impossible for it to be restored. Suddenly, the eyelids of the cybernetic entity trembled, and its eyelashes quivered. With a swift motion, it opened its eyes, but only the left eye lacked human-like pupils and any semblance of genetic classification. Instead, it appeared to possess an electronic eyeball, with a dim red dot flickering at its center. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Qiong instinctively recoiled. Chen Qi attempted to communicate with it through the electronic resonance characteristic of silicon-based life forms, yet received no response, for it lacked a core CPU. Its consciousness was entirely derived from a human brain. The red dot within the eyeball flickered momentarily, transforming into a crimson halo that gradually expanded and then contracted, ultimately coalescing into a red pupil. One had to admit, its eye was strikingly beautiful, exuding a breathtaking allure. The left eye of the entity began to tremble, yet despite its efforts, it remained shut. The quantum cluster's repair work was nearing completion. Chen Qi steadied his mind and slowly spoke. "Who are you?" "I." The slightly dusty red lips slowly parted, producing a crisp yet frigid voice, weak, yet melodious. I do not recall." Chen Qi furrowed his brow. "Has the biological brain sustained damage?" The scene before him was undeniably bizarre. A person with merely a head and half an arm, its spine exposed, swayed slightly as it spoke, unable to provide its own identity. Chen Qi exercised patience. "What do you remember?" The red halo in the cybernetic lifeform's right eye flickered gently. I was betrayed. Cheng Chi's heart tightened. It increasingly resembled that SSS class wanted criminal. What else can you recall about yourself? The red lips atop the head trembled. I believe my surname is Hua, as in flower. It seemed unable to see Cheng Chi, perceiving only the void before it. My name is Hua Kunlun. Hiss. Wonderful, wonderful. So it is indeed the Kunlun, who stands resolute at the pinnacle of the galaxy. No. The beautiful head quivered. My father said that a daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to be the first in all endeavors. Cheng Chi clicked his tongue. Your father is quite ruthless. What a fine daughter, transformed into such a state. In past times, Cheng Chi had heard tales of General Kunlun on the interstellar radio. He knew he was valiant and unmatched, with a record of illustrious achievements, yet most information about him remained classified. The reason was evident. He was not a human in the traditional sense. However, Cheng Chi was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Kunlun was, in fact, a woman. And them. Who? And them. The tone of the beautiful had suddenly pitched higher. That group who slandered my name, branding me a traitor. Their true identities are a band of interstellar bandits from 20 years ago. They slaughtered an entire interstellar squad, donned military garb, altered system records, and brazenly terrorized for 2 decades. Cheng Chi's pupils suddenly constricted. The information was overwhelming. Kunlun had been wronged. The true identity of that interstellar combat squad was a band of brigands. They had masqueraded as lawmen, seamlessly transforming their identities. According to the quantum repair cluster's indications, the head of the cybernetic life form before him had not been entirely restored. Rather, it was the subconscious of its biological brain that sustained all its actions. In other words, this information stemmed from her subconscious, a genuine expression from the depths of her being. She had not lied. Nor could she lie. I must expose them. I must eradicate them. I cannot allow this to continue. As she spoke, the previously sluggish left eye suddenly opened wide, and the beautiful head's eyes radiated a crimson glow, akin to a fierce battle spirit, as her head began to shake violently. I will never fall. I shall fight on eternally. In Cheng Chi's eyes, she appeared merely as a shattered vessel, suspended on a metallic frame, her sole arm entirely incapacitated, half of her exposed spine, and her crimson ponytail swaying violently with the motions of her head. What Cheng Chi beheld was only the plight of a forlorn hero, a lamentable sight. I was betrayed by traitors. I was destroyed. I lost my body and fled to Earth. The battle spirit of the beautiful head waned, her gaze gradually lowering, yet she seemed to recall something. But amidst the rubbish, I saw a youth, bearing technology far superior to Earth's level. He can help me, only he can help me. Please, help me. The voice of the beautiful head dwindled, and gradually, her eyes lost their luster, staring vacantly ahead, devoid of further movement. Her energy levels are critically low. Self-preservation protocols have forcibly activated, entering a state of dormancy. The quantum repair cluster transmitted diagnostic information. Cheng Chi took a deep breath. The truth was that the Interstellar Alliance squad was the real traitors. They were not even worthy of that label, merely a gang of thugs. Surely, the massacre of the genuine elite warrior squad 20 years prior had been orchestrated by them. 20 years, to masquerade as a regular army without detection. There must be higher authorities shielding them. That individual was the true human traitor seeking rebellion. As for Hua Kunlun, she was merely an obstacle in their path. The squad's mission was indeed to hunt down General Kunlun, but Kunlun was not an SSS-class fugitive. She was someone they needed to eliminate entirely. Cheng Chi pondered the scenario. After Kunlun had fled to Earth, she had inadvertently encountered him amidst a dust storm, utilizing the extreme warrior armor to leap dozens of meters to retrieve the transport container from Boss Missouri. Thus, her residual consciousness led her to believe that Cheng Chi might be an exceptionally skilled mechanic or repairman. Though the underground shelter was concealed, it currently lacked any alarm systems. Kunlun likely seized the opportunity during one of Han Zai and Xiao Qiong's outings to slip in through an open door. Once a magnificent human general, reduced to such a fate. It is all due to her unyielding obsession. One cannot help but feel a tinge of pity. Cheng Chi sighed. The beautiful head drooped, her eyes cast downward, her visage retaining the last remnant of expression. A plea, the metallic ground, melted into a reflective surface, mirrored Cheng Chi's figure, casting him in a slightly elevated perspective, rendering the youth somewhat imposing. In that moment, Cheng Chi straightened his chest and turned to Han Zai. Contact Monkey and the others. We can commence covert procurement operations. Inform them that I require some cybernetic limbs. Torso, arms, legs, weapons, any and all components, the more, the better. Chapter 56. Undercurrents in the heart of the Galactic Alliance. Aboard the KRF-02 Hawk-class starship, Major Ning traversed the corridor of the command bridge with a measured pace. The illumination above flickered, casting alternating shadows across his visage. Following closely behind him were 2 soldiers, each bearing a slender, rectangular box aloft. with a posture as straight as an arrow, Major Ning reached the very center of the bridge, the hub of operations. He raised his hand in a slow, deliberate salute. "General." The light in the center of the bridge was dim, barely revealing a grand and robust mechanical seat, at the center of which loomed a nebulous figure. The figure responded in a deep, resonant voice. "What have you discovered?" Major Ning stepped aside, allowing the two soldiers to place the dark box flat upon the ground. With a mechanical whir, the lid of the box gradually slid aside. Beneath it, a soft white glow illuminated the contents, revealing hundreds of fragments of various sizes. Most of these shards were adorned with a crimson coating, their interiors composed of a translucent metal, arranged meticulously to replicate their original structure. They now resembled half-formed humanoid shapes. The shadowy figure in the mechanical seat extended a hand slowly. Understanding the unspoken cue, Major Ning retrieved a shard from the box and reverently offered it to the figure. The figure lifted the fragment towards the distant light, narrowing its dim eyes slightly. It let out a low, sinister chuckle. As it rotated the piece in its grasp, the shard revealed its melted and warped surface, the paint flaking away to expose what appeared to be an insignia, once embedded in a mechanical body. The emblem depicted a majestic mountain, rendered in simple lines, its fiery red hue bordered with gold. "General," Major Ning continued, 30 of these fragments originated from the battlefield of space, the remaining 70 were sourced from the garbage Earth. The soldiers spent over 4 hours collecting these. He paused, then added, "Our mechanics have assessed that her body has been irreparably shattered. Even if she still lives, she possesses no combat capability." The figure in the shadows continued to admire the shard in its hand. Major Ning pressed on. "She chose Earth, a place seemingly devoid of surveillance, believing it to be a sanctuary, yet it is truly a dead end. She will find no useful components here. Perhaps she could piece herself together from the refuse, but she would undoubtedly become a fragile wreck. No one here will come to her aid, and no scavenger would be foolish enough to assist her." A faint smile crossed Major Ning's lips. Perhaps she has already been discovered by some scavenger, disassembled, and displayed in the marketplace. After all, these scavengers harbor only a meager hope for survival. "Major Ning," the figure spoke slowly, "you once served as an aide to Kunlun, lurking by her side to provide intelligence on her movements, ultimately aiding us in the annihilation of her 24 fleet. That was indeed a significant achievement." The shadowy figure's voice grew cold. "But I must make it abundantly clear, I demand her brain. I wish to witness her brain death with my own eyes, and I intend to embed her within my seat, so she may forever endure the humiliation of my dominion." The figure fixed a chilling gaze upon Major Ning. "If you fail to procure her brain within 72 hours, then you shall forfeit your own." Major Ning shuddered, bowing his head rapidly. "Yes, General." Chen Qi once again found himself at the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. The premises remained under the vigilant guard of soldiers from the Interstellar Coalition. Harnessing his silicon-based biological capabilities, he infiltrated their communication systems. His mastery over silicon-based DNA was still shrouded in uncertainty, akin to navigating an electronic labyrinth. He felt like a headless fly lost for an eternity. At last, he sighted the bedroom of Chairman Li, an elderly man in his 60s, seated alone on his bed, deep in thought. "Chairman Li," a youthful voice suddenly emanated from the now silent communicator. "Who are you?" The old man's countenance reflected shock as he stared at the communicator in the room. "You are a hacker. You've breached my communications. What do you intend to do?" "The Interstellar Coalition squad you received is suspect," Chen Qi replied. "As a fellow scavenger, I feel compelled to offer a warning." Chairman Li's expression flickered. "They are regular forces of the Interstellar Coalition. Prior to their arrival, I received an official communique from the Solar System Alliance, identification verification, keys, everything was in order. You must take responsibility for your words." "They are indeed regular forces now," Chen Qi conceded. "But in the past," Chairman Li interrupted him sharply. "Your grasp of such advanced hacking technology makes you an impressive scavenger, yet I implore you to channel this ability toward noble pursuits rather than engaging in frivolous pranks." "Chairman Li, do you truly wish to remain obstinate?" "Obstinate?" The old man furrowed his brow. "If you were in my position, would you trust a well-documented regular army or a scavenger hacker? People say I am moderate, that I am timid, yet my duty lies in balancing the interests of thousands of scavengers against the authorities. Everyone is awaiting salvation from the Interstellar Coalition, and you expect me to question them based on a few utterances. What if the one communicating with you is a high-level gene specialist?" Chairman Li trembled slightly. "A high-level gene specialist? How high?" C-class." The old man fell silent for a long time, the data weighing heavily upon him. He approached the window, gently drawing aside the curtain to gaze at the silhouette of a youth draped in a blue scavenger cloak in the plaza below. Memories of his daughter, Han Yang, flashed in his mind, alongside the decade's worth of wealth he had sacrificed for a black market potion. How could a C-class gene specialist emerge from garbage Earth? He sighed deeply. Child, heed my advice. Refrain from employing biological invisibility lenses to deceive others. You may fool them for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Chen Qi paused. What manner of reasoning is this? Child, I too have discerned some anomalies. This squad is overly modest, projecting an air of approachability. Past inspections were never like this. They seem to be diligently polishing their camouflage. Chairman Li mused, yet it cannot be denied that, to them, garbage Earth holds no value whatsoever. We are but a swarm of vermin, a horde of rats, as the saying goes, thieves do not enter a poor man's home, we have nothing to lose. On the contrary, I can exploit their camouflage to strive for what I desire. For instance, leveraging their friendliness and humility to secure next year's rations. I exist in the interstice, finding clarity in confusion. Child, do you comprehend? At that moment, Chen Qi suddenly noticed several small transport vessels appearing in the distance, breaching the atmosphere and descending toward the southern side of the scavenger headquarters plaza. As the hatches opened, crates filled with edible energy blocks were revealed. Scavengers surged toward the transports in a frenzy, as if caught in a grand revelry. Meanwhile, Chen Qi stood solitary on the northern side of the plaza, unmoved by the commotion. The situation on the ground was starkly clear. In that instant, Chen Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone has their own motives, whether stemming from differing needs or divergent stances. Next, regardless of the antics you all wish to engage in, the youth gazed skyward at the starship above. I, Chen Qi, shall stand alone against you. Chapter 57 Eyes Lieutenant Colonel. In the past 2 hours, we have discovered another 12 fragments of the Kunlun. A non-commissioned officer remarked, yet, there remains no trace of her main brain. Could it be that some sightless scavenger has hidden it away? Rising slowly from behind his desk, Lieutenant Colonel Ning gazed down through the observation glass of the starship at the garbage-laden Earth beneath the cloak of night. I doubt a scavenger would possess the audacity to undertake such an act. Lieutenant Colonel Ning furrowed his brow, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. However, these scavengers, akin to rats and bedbugs, are not entirely without merit. The officer inquired, perplexed, what value could they possibly hold? With a low chuckle, Lieutenant Colonel Ning replied, inform the brothers that the long-anticipated plan can now commence. Really? The officer's eyes sparkled with excitement. The brothers have been feigning for years, nearly bursting with frustration. At last, they can indulge themselves on garbage Earth and revel in it. However, this plan must be executed gradually. Tonight will only yield a small maneuver. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's eyes glimmered with a sinister light. I still require some opportunistic performances. Detected similar technological creations to be synthesized in the underground shelter. Chen Qi surveyed the expanse of technological refuse before him. This was the laborious yield acquired by the monkeys before the Grey Storm, just recently delivered. Meanwhile, the monkeys were tirelessly executing Chen Qi's new orders, fervently acquiring cybernetic bodies. Previously, Chen Qi had commanded Hanzi to construct a 300-square-meter wooden warehouse to the east of the underground shelter, which would serve as his future workspace. I lack vision. Within the workspace, Chen Qi pondered, I require an effective and discreet surveillance system to track the movements of that counterfeit army. His gaze shifted downward, contemplating today's raw materials. Antiquities from a bygone era, 22 camera probes, all of them bore identical models, their white bodies corroded, and their lenses caked with substantial amounts of dirt. They were likely unearthed by some scavenger. In this age, such devices are worth little, and their original owner would likely curse the monkeys for their folly. Chen Qi's eyes flickered. Commence synthesis. Dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful. DF-011 Drone 11. Lightweight aerial reconnaissance drone, equipped with night vision system, 200x zoom capability, for wide-angle cameras, fixed surveillance range of 3 square kilometers, operational time of 4 hours. Chen Qi shook his head. It fell drastically short of expectations. Before me stands a drone with a wingspan of no less than 1.5 meters, devoid of any counter-surveillance systems. Once it takes to the skies, the noise it generates will undoubtedly be astonishingly loud. Anyone with sight can easily detect it. Disassembling into primordial matter, synthesis successful. DF-058 Flying I-5. A comprehensive military aerial monitoring platform, equipped with sonar systems, high-precision thermal imaging, and 28 intelligent tracking cameras. Its power system upgraded to a magnetic levitation system, with cruising noise levels below 35 dB. It's enormous, Chen Qi remarked as he gazed at the apparatus before him, its diameter extending at least 4 meters outward. The overall design bears a striking resemblance to a diminutive black UFO. One can imagine its flight characterized by a serene silence, yet, the same issue persists, it is exceedingly conspicuous. Disassembling into primordial matter, synthesis successful. AF-21 Ecological Camouflage Monitoring System 2. Chen Qi observed the device with a hint of amusement, his mind brimming with curiosity. Before him stood a metal cage towering taller than a person, its slender bars forming a semicircular top, while a row of red indicator lights flickered at its base. Chen Qi leaned forward, peering through the gaps in the cage. Inside, he beheld a labyrinth of interwoven metal branches, upon which perched dozens of small grey birds. Birds. Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly. This device camouflages the appearance of aerial monitoring equipment as tree sparrows, simultaneously emitting ecologically simulated chirps and bioelectromagnetic waves. Under a Level 3 technological civilization, it remains undetectable from a distance, and the tree sparrow is equipped with 2 high-precision cameras, capable of thermal imaging, wide-angle shooting, and extended endurance among 7 capabilities. The tree sparrow is an omnivorous species with a remarkable reproductive capacity, one of the few birds that proliferate globally. This device, due to its outstanding performance and excellent concealment, has been assigned the codename Birdcage. Birdcage, Chen Qi sighed in resignation. The tree sparrow is indeed the scientific name for the common sparrow. This bird once thrived across the planet, becoming a nuisance, and at one time was even classified as one of the 4 pests in Huaxia, yet now, it is extinct, having vanished entirely from our polluted Earth. Even the 4 pests cannot withstand nuclear radiation and chemical toxins. If we were to release them, their calls would not be mere chirps. But rather I have a problem. I have a problem. I damn well have a problem. Chen Qi steadied his mind. Continue with the synthesis. Disassembling into primordial matter, synthesis successful, SF-100 ecological camouflage monitoring system. Another ecological camouflage system. Yet its designation begins with ers. Chen Qi paused, staring at the enigmatic object before him, his complexion shifting from red to purple, then to white. What on earth is this? Before him lay a mass of metallic excrement. To be precise, it was a tower constructed from layers of silver metallic discs, each progressively smaller towards the top, culminating in a small peak. Chen Qi stared in disbelief. This shape is impossible not to evoke certain associations. Never mind. It must be a creation of a technologically advanced civilization with peculiar aesthetic sensibilities. Chen Qi noticed that the surface of the metallic structure, the mysterious device, harbored inconspicuous seams, suggesting it could be opened. Gently, he touched it, and the entrance revealed itself. Chen Qi's eye twitched, for within this device lay layer upon layer of minuscule compartments. Each compartment housed a vertically standing white worm, clearly visible, its body adorned with spiraling ridges, writhing with motion. Chen Qi was both astonished and speechless. STC, is this device's code name really Worm Nest? Its code name is Thousand Eyes because it perfectly replicates the most powerful compound eyes found in nature. At that moment, the white worms began to writhe more violently. Suddenly, slender black tendrils pierced through the skin of the maggots, and one by one, tiny black flies emerged from within, trembling their translucent wings as they acclimated to their newly formed bodies. Then, these flies swiftly rotated their heads and collectively turned to face Chen Qi. In that instant, Chen Qi's pupils constricted. He beheld that within each fly's 2 eyes were dense clusters of compound eyes, each seemingly reflecting his own form with clarity. A low hum, a kind of imperceptible tremor, emanated, and the small flies simultaneously quivered their wings. Each of their compound eyes reflected a tiny glimmer, though minuscule. These gleams numbered in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. They are not true flies. They are mechanical entities. Chen Qi experienced an epiphany, and each of their compound eyes serves as a surveillance camera. Each fly contains approximately 8,000 compound eyes. This provides a 360-degree field of vision, simultaneously observing the surroundings from all directions, leaving no visual blind spots. The compound eyes possess an extraordinary capacity for perceiving and tracking moving objects, processing and reacting within an exceedingly brief span of time. While the human eye requires approximately 0.5 seconds to discern the contours of an object, a fly accomplishes this in a mere 0.01 seconds. When humans attempt to swat a fly, it appears to them as if the action unfolds in slow motion, allowing the fly to effortlessly evade capture. In the SF-100, the fly is, in fact, a hybrid entity, part biological and part mechanized, endowed with the functionalities of a fly's compound eyes, along with attributes such as long-range signal transmission and intelligent control. Remarkably, it can even replenish its biological energy through feeding, enabling it to achieve exceptionally prolonged endurance. In the present ecological landscape of Earth, the environment seems tailor-made for the SF-100. Here, it functions as an almost invincible surveillance system. This device originates from a Type 2. 6 biological civilization. Chapter 58, Perspective. It is indeed formidable, Chen Qi remarked, his expression a tapestry of astonishment. In this desolate realm we now inhabit, aside from the omnipresent rodents, flies have also managed to endure, proliferating near human settlements, buzzing incessantly, a nuisance reminiscent of a bygone era. Next, I shall test its efficacy. With a slight closing of his eyes, Chen Qi reopened them, revealing iridescent orbs akin to brilliant diamonds. A delicate, flowing blue ribbon materialized within his field of vision. The body of Thousand Eyes radiated a luminous blue technological glow. Buzz, in the next instant, a swarm of over 10,000 flies ascended, coalescing into a distinctly visible black whirlwind, obediently drifting towards the exit of the underground shelter at Chen Qi's command. Where did all these flies come from? I'll swat you flat. Unbeknownst to the outside world, Hanzai, the high-end nanny-robot, reacted instinctively, its arm transforming into a massive metallic fly swatter as it pursued the swarm. However, the flies had the upper hand, and with Chen Qi having already opened the exit, Hanzai failed to strike its target, left puffing in frustration. As he watched the flies vanish from view, Chen Qi suddenly had an epiphany. Wait a minute, first it was the squeaking of little mice, and now it's the buzzing of flies. Have I truly descended into a garbage heap? Is this some deliberate ploy by certain individuals? Has the title of King of Garbage been firmly established once again? Well, never mind, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome is of utmost importance. At that moment, a straight beam of light emanated from the tip of the SF-100 ecological camouflage monitoring system. Chen Qi felt somewhat speechless. Is this truly necessary? The beam fanned out in a sweeping scan, and in the blink of an eye, it conjured a colossal virtual screen in the air. Chen Qi was taken aback. The screen displayed a multitude of monitoring perspectives, densely packed like a jigsaw puzzle, showcasing millions of dynamic images, each no larger than a fingernail. Under normal circumstances, such a display would overwhelm the senses, potentially inducing adverse reactions. Yet, this device was equipped with a gaze-capturing feature. As Chen Qi's eyes moved, the myriad perspectives shimmered like a sunlit water surface, creating exquisite ripples of technological elegance. When his gaze lingered, the corresponding area magnified instantaneously. What he focused on was a rusted tin can, rendered in 88K resolution, every detail vividly apparent. The can bore faded inscriptions, Hualien Food Factory Pecan, produced on August 17, 2024. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Qi perceived all the information simultaneously, for the can had been aggregated into a form akin to a four-dimensional model, allowing him to view its front, back, sides, top, and bottom all at once. This was a miraculous perspective, akin to X-ray vision but far clearer, as if Chen Qi were standing around the can, observing it from every conceivable angle. Is this the perspective of a fly? Chen Qi pondered, then looked up. In the overhead view of the can, he spotted another fly, one that was also a member of Thousand Eyes. However, this fly flew slowly, its wings seemingly ensnared in viscous air, each tremor distinctly observable. It's not that the fly is slow, Chen Qi exclaimed in astonishment, but rather that Thousand Eyes' capture and reaction speed is extraordinarily rapid. Simultaneously, on the right side of the virtual screen, a map was being drawn at a remarkable pace. In mere moments, the B24 district, where Chen Qi resided, was completed. As Chen Qi's gaze fell upon the map, the corresponding area magnified instantly, revealing multi-angle real-time images. All of this was made possible by the flies, which now permeated the vicinity, spreading over a range of dozens of kilometers. Chen Qi also discovered, within the SF-100, a new batch of flies was hatching. Wow, this is incredibly powerful. Chen Qi realized that he could configure various warning alerts for Thousand Eyes, such as for fires, wild beasts, or even those counterfeit soldiers. Moreover, the Heavenly Eye was equipped with additional biological invisibility lenses that could be worn on the eyeballs, enabling constant surveillance of the monitoring footage. In that moment, Chen Qi inadvertently caught sight of something peculiar. It was a village. This was not a mere placeholder name, it was genuinely called a village, comprising a handful of scavenger families. The small settlement now lay in eerie silence, as dawn broke with a greyish hue enveloping it. Chen Qi's eyes widened as multiple perspectives materialized simultaneously. All the villagers of a village were deceased. They had not perished from weapon attacks, most had their necks twisted or their spines broken. Some were thrown atop the shanties, their lifeless bodies dangling, mouths oozing dark crimson blood, eyes wide open in eternal rest. Chen Qi's pupils constricted. A village. I may not know the others, but Old Lin and Aunt Lan reside there. In the next moment, a glimmer of hope emerged. He saw Aunt Lan and Old Lin, their bamboo baskets slung over their backs, appearing at the entrance of a village. They gazed in horror at the scene within, their bodies freezing in shock. Aunt Lan's cloth bag tumbled to the ground, scattering the unclaimed flavored energy blocks within. A hypothesis began to form in Chen Qi's mind, as a simmering rage gradually surfaced in his eyes. It was Kunlun's doing. Major Nink sat in the hall of the Scavenger Alliance, sorrow etched across his face. May those scavengers find peace in the afterlife, free from suffering. President Li trembled slightly. No wonder I couldn't reach a village last night. I had intended to send them provisions. Hong Yang clenched her fists. Has Kunlun gone insane? Why would she slaughter the scavengers? The essence of Kunlun is malevolent, Major Nink remarked with a furrowed brow. Perhaps the villagers refused to cooperate with her, unwilling to be coerced. Alas! He paused, lifting his gaze. I believe it is time to reveal the truth to the scavengers. I will disseminate the possible status of Kunlun, and you must inform everyone of two crucial points. First, absolutely prohibit anyone from offering any form of assistance to objects suspected of being Kunlun. Second, upon discovering any suspected Kunlun entities, notify me immediately. Chapter 59. Their hunting game within the KRF-02 Falcon-class starship, Colonel Nink strode purposefully, flanked by a cadre of soldiers, each wearing a peculiar smile as they hurriedly navigated the corridors. The sound of polished shoes echoed crisply against the floor as he traversed one passageway after another, passing through a series of hatch doors. In his stride, Colonel Nink loosened the collar of his shirt, nonchalantly exposing his chest. He also unfastened his cufflinks, rolling up his sleeves to reveal arms adorned with freshly washed tattoos, faint creases marking their surface. An elderly man clad in a white lab coat approached, a sycophantic smile gracing his features as he extended a tray. Colonel, here is this month's anti-aging serum. Har har. Colonel Nink paused momentarily. What are you chuckling about? The old man bowed slightly. My apologies, it's a colloquialism from my hometown. I've grown accustomed to it. With a sharp glare, Colonel Nink seized the syringe from the tray, bit off the needle cap, and deftly injected the pale blue serum into his arm, discarding the syringe carelessly. The old man nodded with a bow, maintaining his smile as he knelt to retrieve the discarded syringe. Watching Colonel Nink depart with a click, the aide pushed open the enormous double doors. Colonel Nink's figure gradually emerged in the doorway, revealing a transport bay filled with over 500 soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance. Upon seeing Colonel Nink's arrival, the soldiers remained seated, neglecting to rise or salute. They continued their jovial banter, some polishing their firearms, others indulging in spirits. Most glanced at Colonel Nink, nodding in greeting. Brothers, Colonel Nink remarked nonchalantly, the hunting operation can commence. Oh. A number of soldiers perked up, rising to their feet. Boss, how shall we proceed this time? Har har. Colonel Nink sauntered further inside, casually perching himself atop a crate, raising one leg to rest on the edge. During the day, you are all to scour for the whereabouts of Kunlun. There can be no slacking once night falls, however, it will be our time to revel. Last night, the first group successfully framed that small village for the slaughter, implicating Kunlun. Colonel Nink's face broke into a smug grin. Panic has already begun to set in. From here on out, no matter what transpires, those foolish scavengers will instinctively continue to blame Kunlun. A spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of many soldiers. What a brilliant tactic. The brothers can hardly contain themselves. Why pretend to be a formal army, adhering to orders, acting like iron-blooded warriors? If we don't spill a little blood, it's as if we haven't eaten. We feel utterly lifeless. Watching the scavengers, who seemed so feeble, made their hands itch with anticipation. One soldier, mimicking the obsequious demeanor of Chairman Lee, hunched over and squeaked, Heh, Colonel Nink, it's an honor to finally meet you. I admire you greatly, you are so formidable. Har har. Brother, my dream is to join the military when I grow up and serve the Interstellar Alliance. Another soldier parroted the voice of a scavenger child, eliciting uproarious laughter. At that moment, the soldier imitating the child straightened up, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he growled, When I become a soldier, I yearn to crush their heads and rip their bellies open. Colonel Nink exhaled slowly. The anti-aging serum we've been using has its side effects. It tends to awaken the primal instincts within. You've all endured much over the years. No worries. A soldier, his face marred by a deep scar, looked up. Isn't this the time for relaxation? Same old rules, points system. Colonel Nink casually picked up a dagger, fiddling with it in his hand. Based on combat prowess, the first group will enter the hunting grounds, followed by the more formidable beard group in 10 minutes, and then the axe group another 10 minutes later. This will continue in succession. Scavenger children earn 1 point, women 2, and adult males 3. The dagger spun rapidly between his fingers as Colonel Nink declared, under no circumstances should any live witnesses be spared. If any group reveals their identity, their points will be immediately reset to 0. Other groups will then be dispatched to eliminate all within 100 miles of the location, with a total duration of 4 hours. The moment dawn breaks, everyone must return to base. The soldiers were already itching for action, their eyes glinting with ferocity. It sounds exhilarating. Moreover, no firearms are permitted tonight. We will engage in hand-to-hand combat. Colonel Nink surveyed the crowd. Is that understood? Understood. The soldiers clamored eagerly. Boss, when do we begin? A countdown of 5 minutes. Colonel Nink plunged the dagger into the crate with a sinister smile. After tonight, a multitude of scavengers will meet their end at Kunlun's hands, transforming her into the most fearsome spectre. Who will dare to assist her, or conceal her whereabouts? One soldier guffawed. Indeed, they would be eager to provide us with information, hoping we capture Kunlun swiftly. Har har. As the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are sharp, and their power is immense. Har har har. Colonel Ning squinted. This way, we can expedite the capture of Kunlun while allowing the brothers to enjoy themselves. The first group, consisting of 12 members, stood ready. Dressed in black tactical gear, they positioned themselves 10 meters from the landing craft, poised to sprint. The so-called first group was, in fact, the vanguard of interstellar marauders, tasked with gathering intelligence and scouting ahead. Within the cargo bay of the Falcon-class starship, a large screen illuminated, displaying the names of the groups, First Group, Axe Group, Beard Group, and so forth, while a table below awaited the input of points. They would report the battle status in real time via communicators, ultimately verifying their success by the number of human right ears they brought back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence. The crew of the Mao Chu team swiftly boarded the landing craft, which roared to life and departed from the starship, descending towards the desolate surface of the garbage-laden Earth. Beneath the cloak of night, the air currents swelled as the landing craft selected a location far removed from any habitation. Silently touching down, members of the Mao Chu team emerged from the hatch, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. This time, our score must surpass that of the Huzi team. Those fools have mocked us for months. After all these years, it's high time our strength was reassessed. Indeed, I have long grown weary of wearing the Mao Chu label. I propose we set aside our competitive spirit, and instead focus on relishing the pleasures of the moment. Life demands wisdom. Wisdom my foot. I recall my first landing. I marked the spot well, 12 kilometers east. There's a scavenger's den that houses at least 20 souls. Look at you, utterly lacking ambition. You'll never escape the Mao Chu moniker, fixated solely on your coordinates. I know of another place, where no fewer than 30 reside. A dog cannot change its nature, you are just as unrefined. Alas, why are there so many flies? This garbage-laden Earth is truly repugnant. Chapter 60. Points in the nocturnal haze, a youth clad in a cerulean scavenger's cloak emerged slowly from behind a mound of refuse, positioning himself before the group of ruffians. Him? A visitor, perhaps. Our luck seems to be turning. 12 members of the ruffian group lifted their gazes, only to be met with the sight of several flies swirling around the boy, their faces contorting in disgust. Absolutely revolting. Don't be picky. Anything to toy with is better than nothing. One particularly brawny member stepped forward, clenching his fist, the sound of cracking bones reverberating. I'll take this one. Let's score a point. So you derive pleasure from slaughtering scavengers. The boy in the shadow spoke slowly. One of the ruffians tilted his head in confusion. Has this brat been eavesdropping on us all this time? What is the use of eavesdropping? The robust member at the forefront retorted, look at him. He seems so frail, he probably struggles to fill his belly, let alone survive. In the eyes of these hulking brutes, a faint, earthy hue shimmered, a sign not of superior genetics, but rather a mark of modification, a result of their prolonged consumption of enhancement drugs that fortified their physical prowess. Each one was a veritable colossus, their muscles solid, their combat capabilities several multiples stronger than that of an ordinary individual. Within the Interstellar Coalition squad, Major Ning was the sole high genetic individual, while the others were all of this enhanced variety. In essence, their foray into the scavenger realm was akin to wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep, reaping with impunity. This is Garbage Earth, the sanctuary of scavengers, and my home. The boy inhaled deeply, ere I could wreak havoc here. To put it mildly, other scavengers are equally free to do as they please. At that moment, the boy suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and piercing. But you cannot. Shit, is this kid out of his mind? The brawny man swung his arm and stepped forward. Let us give him 3 points. Boom. The ground where the boy stood erupted with debris as he vanished from sight. In the darkness, a fleeting shadow rushed towards the muscular man, who, upon seeing the boy's youthful visage, froze in astonishment. In the next instant, the man felt an overwhelming force grip his throat as if an unyielding iron hoop had ensnared him. He felt his head grow heavy, his feet light, and before he knew it, he was being hoisted by his neck, his body spun around with tremendous force, and then he was slammed headfirst into the ground. Crack, crack, the sound of splintering bone echoed from the man's skull and spine. His cranium shattered instantly, dark blood oozing from his features as he was dispatched in an instant. The remaining members of the ruffian group stood dumbfounded, their minds struggling to comprehend what just transpired. Inside the exosuit of the extreme warrior, a trajectory with 11 distinct pauses appeared, with each pause corresponding to a lethal maneuver. The talent bestowed by the C-grade gene allowed Cheng-Chi's speed to exceed the limits of the armor, yet even this restricted speed was beyond the comprehension of these ruffians. Clang! A flash of silver glimmered before one of the bandits' necks. His pupils dilated in shock as he recognized a curved dagger. However, the trajectory seemed slightly askew, veering just 2 centimeters from his skin before suddenly shifting towards the back of his neck. The bandit exhaled in relief. He had dodged, yet, the next moment, the curved dagger whirled rapidly, resembling a sharp spiral, spinning countless times around his neck in an instant. The bandit felt a chill envelop his throat, and then his perspective whirled skyward. He caught a final glimpse of the desolate garbage earth, only to plummet heavily to the ground, his vision tilting to behold the dark, demonic figure that was methodically dispatching his comrades. Thud, thud, one by one, the ruffians fell, each struck down with lethal precision. The total elapsed time scarcely surpassed 100 seconds. The boy's scavenger cloak billowed gently in the wind. He flicked his wrist, retracting the metallic dagger, and surveyed the lifeless bodies on the ground, murmuring softly, at 36 points. Aboard the Hawk-class starship, Major Nink tapped the silent communicator, shaking his head in dismay. The ruffian group is still inept. 9 minutes have passed without a shred of news or any points scored. Then, casting a glance at the nearby ranks, he remarked, "The bearded squad is ready to deploy. I hope you enjoy yourselves and achieve commendable results." Cheng Chi inspected the 12 corpses, disheartened to discover they bore no firearms. However, he did uncover 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 devices resembling miniature signal jammers. After securing these spoils, he casually dug a shallow grave and buried them. Just as he completed his task, he heard a sound, turning to see another landing craft emerging from the Hawk-class starship. Are they truly conducting the points competition as per protocol? Chen Chi's eyes flickered with intrigue as he concealed himself behind a nearby refuse mound. The landing module descended gradually. 12 members of the bearded squad filed out, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Those fools from the ruffian group are utterly clueless, likely wandering aimlessly. I've pinpointed the nearby water source. After sunset, the chemical toxins here will lessen slightly, and a horde of scavengers will flock to fetch water. A burly man abruptly removed his wig, revealing a bald head adorned with tattoos. He extended his tongue and licked his lips, declaring, "East side, 1.5 kilometers, I shall lie in wait at the water source." The phrase "lie in wait" is aptly employed, a deep voice interjected. Perched atop a mound of refuse sat a youth, draped in a tattered scavenger's cloak, set against the backdrop of the hazy silver moon. The bald man was evidently the leader of this ragtag group. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "I have long maintained that even when confronting scavengers, one must not underestimate them. This place is rife with toxins, and one cannot dismiss the likelihood of encountering certain genetic mutations." The bald man assumed a defensive stance. Look at that towering heap of garbage, and that diminutive metal box. He sits there with unwavering steadiness, having remained silent for several minutes. This individual must possess considerable agility. Old 3, you have just administered an agility-enhancing serum. Go probe his capabilities. The rest of you, encircle him, and await the opportune moment to strike decisively. 4 minutes later, Cheng Chi stood atop the tattooed bald head. Its owner lay blooded from a single punch, his tongue lolling out grotesquely. Cheng Chi slowly wiped his palms, muttering, 72 points. Subsequently, he casually dug a pit and buried the members of the mustache squad. He once again acquired 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 devices resembling miniature signal jammers. Afterward, he cast a hopeful glance at the Hawk-class starship hovering above Earth, a vast expanse with sparse population. It may prove somewhat underwhelming. Too much time has been squandered in the search for targets. 10 minutes have elapsed. Major Ning shook his head. Axe squad, prepare for the next round. Chen Chi gazed at the Hawk-class starship in the sky, the days dragging on like years. He attempted 2 endeavors. First, he sought to interface with the control systems of the 2 starships through the genes of silicon-based life forms, yet there was no response, perhaps due to the distance or the formidable defensive field enveloping the starships. Second, he endeavored to utilize STC to scan the 2 vessels and synthesize them, only to receive an unexpected response from the STC. The 2 Hawk-class starships share a common control brain, which possesses autonomous consciousness and distinct personality traits. STC's fundamental tenet: do not plunder, do not forcibly synthesize objects with clearly defined ownership. This is an unwritten rule passed down within the mother civilization. Chapter 61, Preliminary Ecology, 108 points. The extreme warrior armor retracted its sleeves as Cheng Chi tilted his head slightly. All 12 members of the Axe Group hung lifelessly on the rubbish mound. The leader of the Axe Group was formidable. According to the assessment of the extreme warrior armor, his punch bore force close to 2,200 newtons, an extraordinary existence for an ordinary person. At this moment, he was pierced through the chest by a dozen metal spikes, blood dripping incessantly, yet he was still clinging to life. With bulging eyes, he fixated on Cheng Chi's retreating figure. We might have caught the attention of the Interstellar Alliance. It's impossible for such powerful scavengers to exist, however. He had no time to relay any message before his head slumped, and he breathed his last. Chen Qi casually dug a pit and buried the axe group. He once again collected an array of equipment. Colonel Ning stretched languidly. To ensure the legitimacy of their demise, we shall dispatch these 3 teams today. Everyone, rest early and anticipate their reports in 4 hours. The bandits felt a mix of disappointment and anticipation, for this hunting game had only just begun. As dawn gradually broke through the deep night, Chen Qi still awaited the 4th wave. It appears the preliminary selection has concluded. They must be engaging in nocturnal slaughter, pretending to be regular troops during the day. Chen Qi summoned a multitude of thousand-eyed flies, deploying them beneath the 2 starships to meticulously monitor every movement of the crew aboard. Should they venture outside, Chen Qi would receive immediate alerts. Afterward, Chen Qi returned to his underground sanctuary. In the workspace, today's spoils were neatly arranged on the ground, 36 particle-cutting daggers and 18 small electronic shielding devices. Chen Qi had buried 36 bandits, thereby acquiring 36 small electronic shields, which also possessed internal communication capabilities, serving as the communication apparatus for the bandit team. Chen Qi suspected that these communicators might be equipped with tracking systems. To be safe, he conducted a synthesis in the field. Now, these communicators had transformed into an entirely new device, rendered inactive, thus eliminating any possibility of being tracked. He picked up a particle-cutting dagger, its side embossed with the steel seal of an Interstellar Alliance squad, official military equipment now grasped in the hands of a band of outlaws, stained with the blood of countless innocents. Chen Qi then turned his gaze to the 18 electronic shielding devices. Currently, the most critical need in the underground sanctuary was a comprehensive shielding system, preferably integrated with monitoring capabilities. This would not only prevent deep scans from the starships above but also detect any anomalous intruders, such as the Kunlun. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful. Magnetic shield 9. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful. High energy beam signal defense emitter 4. EOOP gravitational field shield 2. Innocence Defense Array 1. Chen Qi proceeded seamlessly, synthesizing everything to their highest level, and before him floated a metallic football radiating a golden sheen, slowly revolving. Universal shielding blocks all probing signals below level for civilization, or can arbitrarily modify their signal feedback. Even to the naked eye, it can release a visual distortion field. Achieving a seeing the Menton is not a Menton effect. Built-in high-energy sniping beam capable of instantly eliminating anomalous intruders upon the user's command. Incorporated ionized plasma defense shield system, which can passively activate once due to energy limits, with a maximum resistance of 20 million ampere. This device originates from a level 3 technological civilization. Simply perfect. Chen Qi's eye sparkled. The shielding capability far exceeds expectations. The pinpoint sniping beam is unexpectedly effective, and that plasma defense shield, 20 million ampere. The pressure at Earth's core is only 400,000 ampere. This last function is an incredibly powerful lifesaver. Chen Qi raised his hand, and the metallic football ascended slowly, hovering at the apex of the underground sanctuary. Chen Qi opened his eyes wide, his pupils radiating brilliant gem-like light. The football received its command and began to activate, emanating a faint yellow glow that formed an almost imperceptible yellow ripple, perfectly enveloping the entire underground shelter. Finally, a halo of the same soft yellow hue emitted from the football, slightly tilted. The entire device completed its activation, presetting, and deployment. Entering a state of stillness, the halo did not dissipate, appearing remarkably beautiful from a distance. Chen Qi tilted his head. The dome of the sanctuary, already resplendent like a galaxy, now resembled Saturn, with the Saturn rings being strikingly similar. For a fleeting moment, Chen Qi experienced an illusion, as if an incomplete universe was situated above him. Shaking his head, Chen Qi turned back to the workspace, observing the row of particle-cutting daggers on the ground. He hesitated slightly. Currently, he lacked not for cold weapons, as the extreme warrior armor could manifest various weapons on demand, infinitely versatile. Chen Qi decided to leave himself with some anticipation. Later, upon collecting more identical daggers, he would conduct another grand synthesis, directly upgrading to level 7 technology. The long night stretched on, and Chen Qi's gaze resumed its search. On one side of the workspace, there remained a small portion of rubbish collected by the monkeys. Among them was a half-man-high aluminum barrel, containing thousands of small green capsules, rounded and lightweight, reminiscent of pills from a bygone era. Soilless cultivation capsules. Upon contact with water, they can form soilless cultivation containers with a diameter of approximately 10 centimeters, suitable for planting various potted flowers. This represented a highly convenient planting method. Regrettably, the harsh environment of garbage earth lacked sufficient light to cultivate healthy plants. Such a considerable quantity. It should be able to synthesize something astonishing. Chen Qi raised his wrist-mounted STC, and a cerulean fan-shaped beam gradually unfurled. Synthesis successful. Max Soilless cultivation capsules 3365. Upon contact with water, the soilless cultivation container expands to 300 centimeters. Chen Qi shook his head. Simply increasing the volume held little significance at present. Dispersing into primal matter, KN ecological gel, 1682. Abandoning the form of nutrient solution, upgraded to integrate various trace elements necessary for plant fusion, while also retaining moisture and permeability functions, thereby reducing plant disease rates and shortening growth cycles by 240. The planting medium has changed. Efficiency has increased significantly. However, for the ecological environment of garbage earth, it remains far from sufficient. Chen Qi tilted his head, continue synthesizing. Limited space detected around, extracting a portion to execute synthesis operations. Chen Qi paused. He had not encountered such a situation before. The STC's design was quite user-friendly. KN-03 Ecological Planting Platform 8. Expandable to 50 square meters of ecological gel, equipped with a miniature artificial sun, providing effective illumination for crops while purifying the surrounding air, thus offering optimal growth conditions, with growth efficiency increased by 860. An artificial sun. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled. Proceed. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful, SN11 ecological recycling platform, max expandability of 1000 square meters of ecological gel, featuring an upgraded artificial sun and an inorganic matter decomposition system. Effectively decomposes various inorganic materials, transforming them into clean energy or nutrients required for crops, while integrating microbial civilization's biological symbiosis enhancement technology to create a symbiotic relationship between specific microorganisms and plants, enhancing plant growth efficiency by 6400. This technology originates from a level 4 technological civilization. Before Chen Qi, a towering black rectangular prism, 5 meters in height, emerged, its surface etched with intricate electronic patterns that glimmered with a life representing green light. Reached the pinnacle. Chen Qi's gaze flickered. It seemed that level 4 civilizations no longer needed to cultivate crops for sustenance, they likely resorted to synthetic food or protein synthesis, or perhaps employed methods beyond imagination. The SN11 ecological recycling platform was not a mainstream device, rendering deep research unnecessary. It is akin to a flashlight within the annals of human civilization. You might categorize it as a technological marvel of a level 1.5 civilization, and indeed it is, yet scarcely anyone employs it. However, Chen Qi fixated on the annotations of the STC, astonished, to decompose inorganic substances and transform them into energy or nutrients. Does this not elevate us to the realm of molecular manipulation? What constitutes inorganic matter? Metals, glass, ceramics, gravel. Chen Qi's eyes widened. In this wretched earth, everything within sight is, quite literally, inorganic. Chapter 62. The enchanting ecosystem. Chen Qi maneuvered the SN11 ecological cycling platform beyond the confines of the workshop. Glancing at the northern side of the underground shelter, he noted the small grave mound still defiantly standing. In pursuit of their dream of a modest vegetable garden, Han Zai and Xiao Qiong had diligently gathered for an extended period, yet had managed to procure only approximately 50 kilograms of pristine soil. Technology transforms lives, Chen Qi mused with a smile, his gaze shimmering brilliantly as a blue ribbon unfurled. Suddenly, verdant green fissures appeared on the surface of the SN11 ecological cycling platform. Subsequently, its covering mechanism split apart, initiating the expansion mode. A faint mechanical whir emanated, as the SN11 first expanded into a rectangular platform measuring 10 m by 10 m. To Chen Qi's astonishment, a water wheel, constructed from metal, emerged from the platform's surface. Indeed, it resembled the ancient yet practical irrigation tool of yore. Crafted from wood, the water wheel, with a diameter of 3 meters, was connected to a submerged water basin below. Creak, creak. As the water wheel rotated, it seemed to possess a sound system mimicking the sound of wood friction. Its water-lifting apparatus was a bucket fashioned from silver metal, drawing forth barrels of translucent gel from the submerged basin. This gel was crystal clear, imbued with a delicate green hue. Gradually, the buckets tilted, pouring the gel onto the ground. The pale green gel accumulated, flowing gently, gradually covering the earth on the northern side of the shelter, resembling a vast expanse of delectable jelly from a distance. Chen Qi's eyes sparkled with wonder. Is this the ecological gel mentioned in the annotations? At that moment, the SN11 platform opened its hatch once more, and a small artificial sun radiating dazzling brilliance began to rise slowly, ultimately hovering at the apex of the ecological canopy. Chen Qi gazed upward and observed that this synthetic sun was continuously adjusting its light intensity according to the surrounding environment. After approximately 10 seconds, it transformed into a comfortable luminosity, bright yet not blinding, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It has been ages since I last felt genuine sunlight, he remarked, his pupils shimmering like crystal in the golden glow. He glanced at the floating lights of the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock and promptly issued a command, causing the floating lights to descend gently, retracting into the Earth Dragon King's body. Turning his gaze back to the shelter's dome, he beheld a backdrop adorned with exquisite metallic stripes, the northern side forming a satin created by the Innocence Defense System, while at the center lay the sun formed by the SN-11 ecological platform. It increasingly resembled a miniature universe. Shang-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of the cosmic process of evolution, from chaos to rebirth, stirring within him a profound wave of emotion. Upon looking down, he saw the water wheel still creaking and rotating, having already cultivated a patch of fertile soil. At the forefront of this field, a peculiar flower had sprouted, though he could not recall when it had come to be, standing no taller than 20 centimeters. Its flowerhead was compact, surrounded by a ring of blue petals. It resembled a blue sunflower, its head gently rotating to always face the artificial sun. Shang-Chi recalled a moment of insight. This was the biological symbiotic enhancement technology that integrated microbial civilization, capable of creating unique microorganisms that enhanced plant growth efficiency by 6400. Reflecting on it now filled him with intrigue. Were microorganisms a form of civilization? Did they possess their own hierarchy of technological advancement? Seeds. The ecological environment is now ready. I require seeds. Hastily, Shang-Chi rummaged through his previous belongings. Once, while out collecting scrap, he had encountered a mysteriously enigmatic scavenger, a man with a bushy beard whose face was obscured. The scavenger had taken an interest in a micro-nano chip Shang-Chi held but could not afford it, offering a bag of seeds in exchange. Seeds were a rare commodity on present-day Earth, yet utterly useless as they lacked any viable space for growth. Shang-Chi agreed to the exchange, contemplating that should hunger strike, he could always cook the seeds. Thank goodness I didn't cook them. He unearthed the small cloth pouch and discovered a few apple seeds, remnants from the apples he had retrieved from the hunting dog safe. Upon opening the pouch, he found an assortment of seeds, vibrant in color and varying in size. Shang-Chi had no knowledge of the plants they would yield, however. With the SN-11 platform, clarity would soon be revealed. He scattered all the seeds evenly over the ecological gel. The gel felt solid underfoot, yet upon landing, the seeds seemed to encounter a certain embrace, sinking to various depths that appeared to be their optimal planting depth. The gel was semi-transparent, allowing a clear view of the seeds surrounded by a mist of tiny water droplets. In a remarkable display, the seeds began sprouting visibly. Shang-Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first encounter with the process of plant growth, and the only words that filled his mind were vitality, an exuberance of life bursting forth. The boy, born and raised in a landfill, was now overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement. Green was a rarity in the wasteland, a scarcity so precious. It was the most beautiful color. In an instant, countless verdant sprouts broke through the soil. Simultaneously, the artificial sun above adjusted its light, reducing intensity slightly to protect the fragile sprouts from dehydration. 3 minutes later, the majority of the sprouts had grown to a height of 5 centimeters, displaying distinct shapes and forms. Wow, incredible! Shang-Chi's hands trembled with excitement as he gently cradled a leaf before him, cautious not to exert too much pressure. Fearful of inspiration struck him. Inorganic materials. He hurried to the surface and gathered a substantial amount of discarded refuse, rusted metal, broken ceramics, and scattered gravel, placing it all upon the conveyor belt. Buzz. The conveyor belt whirred to life as the SN-11 platform emanated a blue luminescence, meticulously scanning the inorganic materials, reminiscent of the security machines of the old era. At the junction between the ecological gel and the SN-11 platform, a burst of green light erupted, illuminating the entire ecological gel, which shimmered like a radiant green crystal, swarming with countless tiny green specks that danced within, subsequently absorbed by the roots of the plants. It truly can convert inorganic materials. Shang-Chi was exhilarated. This was the pinnacle of technology within the SN-11 platform, molecular recombination or some other extraordinary principle. This was the true strength of a level for civilization, touching upon the realm of creation itself, astounding. Countless plants began to grow at an accelerated pace. Concurrently, a miraculous scene unfolded. The small blue sunflower at the edge of the field suddenly began to sway rhythmically, as though imbued with life, emitting a charming chirping sound, adorable and delightful. The blue sunflower seemed to release a cloud of blue pollen, creating a gentle mist that settled evenly upon each newborn plant. Meanwhile, the growth rate of the other plants appeared to multiply several times over. Chapter 63, as the dusky atmosphere of Kunlun gradually lightens, an indistinct dawn finally emerges. 86:09 a.m. Xiao Qiong, still in a state of drowsiness, awakens, clad in a patched nightgown as she slowly steps out of the Dragon King's dock. Upon standing on the wooden platform ahead, she is suddenly taken aback. On either side of the wooden walkway, verdant life flourishes, apple trees, pumpkins, tomatoes, morning glories. Wow, that must be grapevines, and below them, a carpet of strawberries. TCH. Xiao Qiong raises an eyebrow. I thought I had awakened, but it seems I am still dreaming. Thud. She looks up to find a cherry tree that had mysteriously sprouted beside the Dragon King's dock, and a ripe cherry falls, striking her on the head. TCH. Quite realistic, indeed. Xiaoqiong nonchalantly shakes her head, her arms dangling like noodles. She turns to re-enter the dwelling. Thud, on the other side, Hanzai stands beneath a towering coconut tree. When a coconut drops and hits his metallic head, naturally, he remains unscathed, yet spirals appear in his electronic eyes. Wow, Hanzai, you are in my dream too. I've heard that dying in a dream means you can awaken. Xiaoqiong sways her way to the coconut tree, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hanzai, glancing up as she deliberately shifts her position to stand beneath a precariously hanging coconut. Immediately, Hanzai's eyes spiral. Xiaoqiong, still groggy, parts her lips slightly, her arms swaying like noodles. The two remain in quiet anticipation. Crack, crack, a faint sound of breaking comes from above as the coconut ripens and suddenly plummets from the tree. Xiaoqiong stands perfectly positioned, a 100 chance of a headshot. Thud, as if a whirlwind has swept through, Cheng Qi appears beside Xiaoqiong, catching the coconut in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he produces a metallic dagger, deftly slicing the coconut open before pouring the clear, sweet coconut water into Xiaoqiong's mouth. Millimeter. Xiaoqiong's eyes widen in astonishment. Millimeter. She savors the flavor, the coolness in her throat, and the fragrant essence that envelops her mind. From now on, please call me Inventor Cheng Qi. The youth gestures behind him. Last night I toiled through the night, and my efforts have borne significant fruit. I have created a device that can be deemed extraordinary. Xiaoqiong has finally awoken. She discovers that reality surpasses her dreams in magnificence. Cheng Qi, you are amazing. Oh my. Har har har. Large watermelon. Enormous pumpkin. Giant persimmon. Xiaoqiong's legs transform into flying black dots as she dashes into the botanical garden. Hee hee. Cheng Qi chuckles, for everything before him also appears dreamlike. He plucks a green apple and bites into it with a crunch. The tartness fills his mouth, affirming the reality of it all. Har har har. Massive grapes. Colossal strawberries. Enormous peppers. Big? Cheng Qi, what is this? Xiaoqiong stands deep within the botanical garden, pointing at a purple plant towering at least 2 meters high, her expression momentarily stunned. Xiaoqiong had previously seen a magazine that introduced various plants, yet this peculiar specimen was entirely unfamiliar to her. Cheng Qi approaches, also gazing up at the plant. He too is at a loss regarding its identity. The seeds of this plant originated from a small cloth pouch, the source of which remains untraceable. This plant is extraordinarily unique. Its roots and branches are perfectly aligned, extending symmetrically to form a geometric shape, while its purple leaves are perfectly round, distributed symmetrically on either side of the branches. From a distance, this plant resembles a totem, its intricate geometric structure imbued with a sense of religious design, as if it symbolizes something ancient and mysterious. Moreover, its growth rate is significantly slower than that of other plants. Up to now, there are no signs of flowering or fruiting. In an ordinary environment, its growth cycle may extend to several hundred years. Everything about this plant signifies its exceptional nature. Cheng Qi speculates that it could be an alien plant or perhaps a vestige of an ancient species from Earth. What it truly is will only be revealed once it blooms and bears fruit. Large peach. Giant celery. Xiaoqiong resumes her frolic through the botanical garden. Cheng Qi notices, in the distance, Kunlun, still fixed to its stand, perhaps having accumulated some energy, slightly revives. She gazes at the lush greenery of the garden, at the running Xiaoqiong, and at the quietly standing Cheng Qi. Kunlun's beautiful eyes flicker, and an image projects within her crimson pupils. It is a vast and beautiful field. A little girl with a red ponytail stands beside a strong man clad in military attire. Daddy, can I keep my right hand? The little girl lowers her head, extending her hands. Her right hand is fair, human skin, while her left hand has transformed into a dark grey metallic form. Through the gaps between her hands, her feet, too, are revealed to have been replaced with cybernetic limbs. The strong man bends down, gently stroking the girl's head. Child, without replacing your limbs, how can you gain the strength to surpass others? You are my child, and the descendants of our family are destined to become the strongest soldiers. A smile plays on the man's lips. This is supreme honor. But the little girl looks down, tears welling in her eyes. I like this hand. I do not want to replace it with machinery. The man's brow furrows. Have you been listening to some mad ramblings? The little girl clutches her clothing with her mechanical arm. The other children are scared of me. They are moving further away. What do they understand? Those ordinary people do not comprehend your worth. The man's voice rises, laced with anger, causing the girl to take a step back in fright. In that moment, the military man inhales deeply, his tone softening as he smooths the girl's hair. A daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to lead in all matters. Be obedient. Daddy promises you, no matter what you become in the future, I will ensure that your beautiful red hair remains. As long as it exists, you will always be the most beautiful girl. At this moment, Kunlun's shoulder trembles slightly, the half-burned red ponytail begins to quiver minutely, she possesses no tear ducts, yet the images projected in her pupils grow increasingly blurred. Sister, here. At this moment, Xiaoqiong stands beside Kunlun, offering a freshly picked peach to her lips, sweet things can bring happiness. Kunlun's expression momentarily falters. Chengqi approaches, Xiaoqiong, your sister does not need to eat. Xiaoqiong turns, you adults, I know perfectly well that she is a cyborg, I do this to show her that someone cares, hoping it brings her comfort. Then I thank you on her behalf. Chengqi nods, his gaze fixed on Kunlun, I understand that your greatest anguish lies in humiliation and resentment, especially after enduring such a steep price only to end up in this predicament, while those responsible remain unpunished. Kunlun's pupils flicker, her lips trembling. Rest assured. Chengqi raises his chin, I will assist you. What I provide will far exceed your expectations. Chapter 64, Bait, it must be the work of Kunlun. At 6 in the morning, Colonel Ning stood beneath the Harrier-class starship, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of refuse before him, his eyes trembling violently. His 3 squads had been missing for a full 6 hours, with neither a trace of life nor a remnant of death. It has to be Kunlun. Colonel Ning clenched his fists tightly. In this sea of trash on Earth, there is no one who could silently annihilate my 3 squads without a trace, even suppressing their locator signals. These refuse-dwelling insects lack such capabilities. She must have outfitted herself with some form of detritus limbs, after all, she was once a Valkyrie. Colonel Ning gritted his teeth in frustration. Alas, my valiant brothers who fought alongside me. They must have perished, but where are their corpses? Suddenly, Colonel Ning's gaze sharpened as he noticed a considerable swarm of flies congregating atop a distant mound of refuse. Dig there. His voice trembled with urgency. Quickly. 3 minutes later, a soldier, wrinkling his nose, pointed at the excavated pile of garbage and reported, Colonel Ning, this is the refuse of those scavengers. Colonel Ning's lips twitched in irritation as he gestured towards another area swarming with flies. Over there. Report, Colonel Ning, this too is refuse. Damn it. Colonel Ning seethed through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Chengqi chuckled discreetly in the underground shelter, who would have thought, I certainly did not, flies can indeed become my soldiers, these creatures have donned uniforms by day, executing standard search operations. Has the penetrating scanning beam not arrived yet? Colonel Ning, exasperated, shouted. Report, it has already been installed on the Harrier-class starship. Initiate a comprehensive scan, depth set to 300. No, 500 meters. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I demand that Kunlun be unearthed. A robust, crimson beam of light was instantaneously unleashed from one of the Harrier-class starships, traversing a distance of over 100 meters before penetrating the surface of the derelict Earth. This penetrating beam, which took root underground, unfurled like a blossoming lotus. In a mere 30 seconds, it reached the subterranean refuge of Chengqi. Chengqi tilted his head slightly, gazing at the diminutive satin atop the dome. At that moment, its rings emanated a soft golden glow, which, in an instant, erupted into another golden shield, swallowing the crimson beam whole. Lieutenant Ning observed the feedback results of the penetrating beam displayed on his virtual panel. The location of Chengqi's subterranean sanctuary had been entirely disguised, resembling a serpentine belt of rubble. Lieutenant Ning's gaze swept across the rubble without a moment's pause. Nearby, a fly lifted its hind leg and grummed its wings. In its 8,000 compound eyes reflected 8,000 images of Lieutenant Ning, capturing every gesture and subtle expression, which conveyed themselves to Chengqi's perception. Chengqi smiled faintly, reclining gently in the lounge chair. Breakfast is served. Charcoal-grilled whole wheat bread, steamed pumpkin, tomato melon soup, accompanied by a selection of 18 different fruits for dessert. Hanzai, adorned in an apron, a Model A24 caretaker robot, finally put its culinary module to use, presenting 2 laden trays of food before Chengqi. Chengqi breathed in deeply, the aroma of the fruits was intoxicating, while the whole wheat bread exuded an explosion of fragrance. In the context of the derelict Earth, these provisions transcended mere luxury. They were, in fact, an impossibility. Lieutenant Ning once again made his way to the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, embellishing the narrative to implicate Kunlun in the murder of soldiers. This stirred a climate of fear within the entire Scavenger Alliance. Throughout the day, throngs of scavengers coordinated with soldiers to commence a sweeping search operation. Chengqi observed the trepidation etched on President Li's face as he stood before Lieutenant Ning, surrounded by a multitude of bowing scavengers. It dawned upon him that what bent their spines was not their identity or status, but rather an intrinsic sense of inferiority. As night fell, within the cargo hold of the Harrier-class starship, Lieutenant Ning remained empty-handed, his demeanor exuding palpable impatience. Continue the hunt. The 12 members of the Dagger Squad stared at the scoreboard, which was devoid of points, and collectively swallowed hard. Are you certain, Commander? Absolutely. Lieutenant Ning narrowed his eyes. If my conjecture holds true, Kunlun will likely ambush you from the shadows. Should there be a large-scale troop movement, Kunlun will certainly remain concealed. The Dagger Squad exchanged looks of surprise. Are you suggesting we serve as bait? Fear not. Kunlun merely cobbles together some refuse components. Lieutenant Ning's gaze shifted to the depths of the cargo hold. But they are a different matter altogether. From the recesses of the cargo hold, 8 colossal figures gradually materialized, exuding an aura reminiscent of metallic titans. They will follow in your wake. Once Kunlun is locked onto, the rest is not your concern. Lieutenant Ning chuckled darkly. Whoever succeeds in eliminating Kunlun will earn the Dagger Squad a bounty of 1,000 points. After Kunlun is captured, we shall linger here for several days. This 1,000 points is no trifling sum. The members of the Dagger Squad's eyes gleamed with avarice. Let us do it. As the night deepened, a landing craft descended gently onto the derelict earth. This time, the Dagger Squad was armed with ROM 16 beam rifles, cautiously disembarking from the landing vessel. Previous teams had landed like beasts in search of prey, but now the Dagger Squad restrained their presence, gripping their weapons, crouching low, and remaining ever vigilant, akin to furtive rodents. There's someone ahead. Whoever it is, fall back and let those 8 handle it. The psychological defenses of the Dagger Squad crumbled in an instant, scattering in disarray. A heavy sound of pneumatic movement echoed as 8 massive figures advanced with deliberate strides from the landing craft. A youth clad in a blue scavenger cloak stood resolutely before them. The Innocent Defense Array, situated 20 kilometers away, released a directed camouflage beam, enveloping a 1-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, within the Harrier-class starship, Lieutenant Ning beheld a different scene. From his vantage point, the Dagger Squad proceeded with utmost caution, while the 8 elite warriors lay in wait. I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's merely a young scavenger. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, revealing a complex hydraulic power system and an imposing metallic chassis. A formidable metal mask lifted to reveal a stern, righteous middle-aged visage. I am Long Zhanxiao of the Extreme Warrior Squad. I command you to step forward for inspection. Unbeknownst to anyone, within Long Zhanxiao's exoskeletal arm, a dark, gaping muzzle had silently emerged. Their mission was to apprehend Kunlun. There was no need to waste a single moment on such a wretched insect. Chapter 65, True and False Heroes. Oh. Are you the 8-member Extreme Warrior Squad? A spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of the boy clad in a blue cloak. The squad hailed as the vanguard of the universe, which has explored over a dozen new planets and completed countless arduous missions. The arm, concealing a black gun barrel, hesitated momentarily. Long Zhanxiao revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, that is us. 20 years prior, they underwent facial reconstruction, fingerprint alteration, dental imprint modification, and genetic disguise, transforming from notorious bandits into the Extreme Warrior Squad. Their higher-ups instructed them to maintain a low profile, shunning any unnecessary exposure, gradually fading from the public's view. Yet, this directive scarcely satisfied their vanity. After laboriously cleansing their reputation, they found themselves deprived of the chance to bask in glory, to revel in accolades and admiration. Years ago, one member of the squad covertly ventured out, assuming the identity of an extreme warrior, and slept with his own wife, a woman who appeared virtuous and dignified but was, in reality, exceedingly promiscuous, oblivious to the betrayal. However, this squad member was met with a brutal punishment, receiving 6 times the sensation of pain from a drug administered by the second-in-command, enduring a relentless beating for 2 full hours. Since that incident, the Extreme Warrior Squad adopted an even more discreet demeanor, to the point of near invisibility. The diminutive figure before them was evidently an ardent fan of the Extreme Warriors. His expressions, demeanor, and the praises he uttered filled Long Zhanxiao with a sense of enjoyment. He slowly retracted the gun barrel, warmth blossoming within his heart. He resolved to spare the boy's life. The youth tilted his head back, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What you're wearing must be the X-55 Extreme Warrior exoskeleton, correct? Hey, a true diehard fan. The material is a titanium aluminum composite, with an output force ranging from 900 to 9800 newtons. The sounds of machinery and pneumatic mechanisms resonated, and Long Zhanxiao, filled with pride, clenched his fist, white steam billowing from the elbow joint. Let me share some good news with you. Upon completing this special mission, our entire squad will be upgraded to the new generation XX-23 Extreme Warrior armor. At that point, we shall be exponentially more formidable. By the way, what you idolize is, in fact, this impressive exoskeleton. As for who pilots this exoskeleton, it matters little, does it? The imposing figure paused. What I mean to say is that whether it is I, Long Zhanxiao, or another Long Zhanxiao, we shall both become your idols, correct? You, this Long Junxiao. Then if you are Long Junxiao, the boy chuckled, retrieving a warrior's nameplate from his pocket, raising it high. Then who are they? Bathed in the dim, hazy moonlight, the nameplate spun gently, reflecting faint glimmers. Crafted from high-strength aluminum alloy, these plates are designed to resist deformation and melting under normal conditions, ensuring that the names deeply engraved upon their surfaces endure long after the chaos of battle. At times, even when the owner has become mere ashes, the nameplate allows for the confirmation of true identity. At the very least, it provides a gravestone engraved with the correct name. Gazing upon a familiar name, Long Junxiao's eyes narrowed sharply, a chilling glint flashing within their depths. He slightly tilted his head, addressing a nearby teammate, who disposed of the bodies of those 8 men. It was that fool, Ghosthead. Did he toss the corpses into the trash heap? Boss, those 8 exoskeletons were severely damaged, and the Alliance issued new equipment, so Ghosthead must have discarded both the exoskeletons and the bodies together. This little pest is so well prepared. Could it be that he scavenged those obsolete exoskeletons? It seems he must have dismantled some weaponry, which emboldened him to stand before us with such audacity. Long Junxiao was filled with malice, fixing his gaze on Cheng Chidao. It seems you possess some forbidden knowledge, don't you? Truly a foolish little pest. What does it matter that we are the Extreme Warrior Squad? What difference does it make? Do you wish to avenge the heroes you idolize? After hearing a few stories and watching a few videos, you feel as though heroes are within reach, believing that one day you too shall step into the realm of heroes. I tell you this. With a click, Long Junxiao's visor descended, concealing his fearsome visage. His electronic eyes glowed a menacing red. Whether in the bygone era or the present, tales of heroism are merely exceptions, for the authorities prefer to disseminate such narratives to you. You have been conditioned, coerced into cultivating this so-called spirit of selflessness. The truth is, 99 of those who seek to be heroes end up utterly obliterated. Boom! Long Junxiao's fists collided with a resounding crash. Then he strode forward, his footsteps thundering like a locomotive charging ahead. The opposing exoskeleton was cumbersome and outdated. In Cheng Chi's eyes, it moved with the sluggishness of a tortoise. He raised his hand, leaning the 8 nameplates against an abandoned refrigerator, their surfaces gleaming silver, directed toward the battlefield ahead. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Junxiao was profoundly provoked, unleashing a low, frenzied roar. For reasons unknown, the light reflected from those small nameplates seemed to pierce through his visor, causing his eyes to sting painfully. He took several strides, finding himself before Cheng Chi, extending a mechanical hand, larger than an average person's by 3-fold, directly aiming to crush Cheng Chi's skull. Yet, Cheng Chi maintained a calm demeanor, extending his right hand and suddenly whipping it around. From within his sleeve, a silvery liquid metal erupted, swiftly coalescing into numerous diamond-shaped fragments. These modular units enveloped his fist, forming a lightweight and agile armor. The 7 extreme warriors in the distance were taken aback. What is that? Does that resemble the memory metal extreme warrior armor? Isn't that a concept machine from the Scientific Alliance? We applied for testing qualifications over a year and for months and were never granted access. How could a mere pest possess such equipment? I must be seeing things. Even Long Junxiao was stunned. At such close proximity, he saw clearly, this was impossible, but the momentum of his charge had already been established, leaving no room for adjustment. Long Junxiao distinctly observed as the diminutive pest retracted his left leg, the silver-armored right hand delivering a straight punch. Boom! Cheng Chi's fist collided with Long Junxiao's palm. In prior skirmishes, Cheng Chi had not unleashed the full extent of the Extreme Warrior armor's power. At this moment, he held nothing back. With a striking force of 130,000 newtons, one could liken it to a 30-ton heavy truck colliding at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. However, if the area of impact is reduced to the size of a fist, the force of the impact multiplies geometrically. Long Junxiao witnessed his exoskeleton fist disintegrate in an instant, shattered fragments shooting forth. Subsequently, his entire arm twisted and collapsed, the shoulder mechanism fracturing in that fleeting moment. Cheng Chi's punch was devoid of flamboyance, yet utterly unstoppable. A surge of excruciating pain washed over Long Junxiao, and he felt darkness enveloping his vision. Then came an even more deafening sound of shattering and the crack of splintering bones. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, Long Junxiao felt a fierce gust sweep past his right side. His body swayed but did not topple. When his vision cleared and he glanced at his right side, he was horrified to discover that his entire arm, both the exoskeleton and flesh within, had vanished completely, leaving only a gaping, blood-soaked wound at his shoulder. Behind him, shattered remnants and mangled flesh lay strewn about like a bouquet of flowers that had burst apart. His mind was a void, unable to grasp the reality before him. In the next moment, a crackling sound of electricity erupted within his visor, the internal screen exploding into shards. His visor was forcibly ripped away and thrown aside. Long Junxiao beheld a boy soaring through the air, his eyes aflame with fury, raising a fist to strike at his face. Bang! Boom! Long Jianxie's features contorted as his massive form lost balance, crashing onto his back. Chen Qi's fist followed closely behind, smashing into his visor, breaching the helmet, and erupting from the back of his skull, shaking the ground beneath them. In the next heartbeat, deep crimson blood and white brain matter oozed from the shattered helmet. Due to a reflexive response, Long Jianxie's legs twitched violently, then, his entire body went limp, utterly motionless. Chapter 66, Not a single one left behind. Boom, a blinding white flame engulfed Chen Qi's form. In the distance, an exoskeleton of an extreme warrior unleashed searing flames. Meanwhile, several others activated their beam machine guns, unleashing oval-shaped projectiles that sliced through the air like a swarm of luminous eggs, pouring down upon him. All firepower was concentrated on Chen Qi. The remaining members of the Extreme Warrior Squad were gripped by terror, yet a vivid image materialized in their minds. That insignificant little bug was charred black, riddled with bullet holes. It is said that anyone pulling the trigger in a state of panic will envision a similar scene, yet this was merely imagination. From the blaze, a figure clad in silver armor slowly emerged. Every inch of his skin appeared to be covered in a layer of diamond-shaped metallic plates, which shifted and expanded fluidly as he moved, providing an impenetrable defense. His face was obscured by a silver mask, with dark blue gleams flickering in his eyes. Clink, a beam bullet struck Chen Qi's face, causing him to merely tilt his head slightly before returning to an upright position. The remaining members of the Extreme Warrior Squad were utterly astonished. Is that truly the memory metal Extreme Warrior armor? It seems even more sophisticated than the conceptual machine. How could this be possible? Chen Qi's voice resonated low. Are you envious? Allow me to inform you that I will soon possess armor beyond your comprehension, but alas, you will never have the chance to witness it. The scene was illuminated by flickering flames, casting shadows on the nameplates of the 8 true Extreme Warrior Squad members, as if their spirits were peering through these plaques to witness the unfolding chaos. The sounds of metal shattering, bones cracking, and anguished screams reverberated incessantly. Chen Qi tore off the masks of the 8 counterfeit warriors one by one, shattering their skulls in succession. Though they all wore Extreme Warrior armor, the difference between them was marked by 2 iterations. The disparity was staggering. In the end, Chen Qi stood amidst the scattered corpses, slowly turning to gaze at those 8 nameplates. This serves as a small tribute from a humble fan to you, as well as a fulfillment of this fan's hero dream. At that moment, a distant landing craft began to power up, its thrusters emitting blue flames. The members of the Dagger Squad, terrified beyond measure, scrambled aboard the landing craft, eager to escape back to their base. The pilot, disregarding everything else, activated the engines before all members had boarded. One member of the Dagger Squad was still sprinting on the ground, taking 2 steps at a time, leaping towards the landing craft's hatch, his body suspended in midair. Damn it! What on earth is that? 8 extreme warriors were taken out in an instant. How brutal! How could such a thing exist on this garbage planet? What the hell are we hunting here? The member hanging onto the landing craft cried out, "Someone pull me up, you bunch of bastards, hurry and pull me up." A gust of wind blew by, and a figure dashed forward with the speed of a cheetah, covering nearly 100 meters in a single bound, leaping into the landing craft. Don't be anxious. In the next moment, a figure clad in silver armor leaned out from inside the hatch, extending an arm with a smile. "I'll pull you up." "You?" The Dagger Squad member hanging on exclaimed in shock. "How the hell did you get up there?" He released his grip, plummeting towards the ground. At that moment, the ground seemed far safer than the inside of the landing craft. Swish, a silver arm grasped the Dagger Squad member's hand. The boy smiled devilish. "That won't do. I can't let anyone fall behind." The Dagger Squad member's body stiffened as he instinctively swallowed hard. He was then hoisted back into the landing craft by that powerful grip. The hatch was forcefully closed. Screams, collision sounds, and a cacophony of noises mingled together. Bang, bang, bang. The hull of the landing craft was repeatedly dented from within. 0.5 minutes later, the landing craft crashed. 144 points. Chen Qi shook his arms and slowly exited the landing craft. Behind him, blood steadily oozed from the hatch, accumulating more and more. In the spirit of a black eats black profession, Chen Qi returned to dig a pit and bury the members of the Dagger Squad. He once again collected a plethora of equipment, including the standard 12 particle cutting daggers, 12 small signal jammers, and 12 ROM 16 beam rifles. Chen Qi then approached the 8 extreme warrior exoskeletons. This was what he considered most precious. After extracting the 8 corpses, he casually dug a pit to bury them. Chen Qi glanced at the 2 colossal vessels in the sky, uncertain if there would be a second wave tonight. But before that, he decided to complete a series of synthesizations. Rubbing his hands together, Chen Qi declared, "Let us start with some appetizers." ROM-16 beam rifle, the standard-issue weapon of the Human Civilization Military Corps, equipped with an internal energy magazine containing 240 rounds, capable of launching high-energy beams at a velocity of 900 ms, with a range of 900 meters, delivering immense destructive power, penetrating, ablating, or shattering target objects. Not to mention 12 rifles. Even a single fully functional beam rifle with a filled magazine would allow one to dominate on this garbage planet. However, the regulation of weaponry is exceedingly strict, making it nearly impossible to assemble a beam pistol from broken parts. Disassemble into raw materials, commencing synthesis, ROM-Long 102 beam rifle 6. Chen Qi glanced at the annotations. The magazine capacity was increased, power enhanced, and weight reduced, but it was merely a more advanced rifle. Disassemble into raw materials, commencing synthesis, intelligent high-energy particle cluster rifle 3. This weapon replaced beam bullets with high-energy particle clusters, delivering nearly 9 times the lethality, capable of penetrating various heavy vehicles and large mechs. However, due to the particle clusters requiring a fraction of a second to coalesce, the firing interval was slightly delayed. Yet this rifle was equipped with an intelligent targeting system, allowing it to automatically lock onto targets and assist the user in adjusting grip strength and stance, significantly enhancing accuracy. Chen Qi shook his head. Disassemble into raw materials, commencing synthesis, particle cluster tracking rifle 1. A lightweight handheld weapon capable of firing tracking particle clusters, with a coalescing time reduced by 370. The particle clusters can slightly alter their trajectory through minor particle oscillations while moving and can penetrate 1 to 20 targets as their energy diminishes. Chen Qi picked up the dark red, approximately 50 cm long lightweight rifle before him. Its design exuded a sense of advanced technology, yet surprisingly featured a small aiming scope akin to a glass lens, which seemed somewhat outdated. Nevertheless, being a product of 3 synthesizations, Chen Qi did not dare to underestimate it. He gently raised the rifle, mimicking the stances of regular army soldiers in his mind, resting his cheek against the stock, with one eye aligned to the small glass sight. Swish! To his astonishment, the small sight blossomed like a lotus, splitting into 20 independent lenses. Subsequently, 20 distinct images materialized within these lenses, instantly scanning the terrain ahead, revealing 20 moving crosshairs. Could it be? Chen Qi's eyes widened. This rifle also integrated a gaze tracking function. When he paused slightly on the 20 target debris ahead, the crosshairs shifted from blue to red. Click! Chen Qi pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A bright yellow particle cluster, the size of a bullet, was launched from the rifle's muzzle, completing its coil acceleration almost instantaneously. Without any delay, it pierced through the black barrel ahead. What followed astonished Chen Qi. The bright yellow particle cluster did not extinguish. Instead, it altered its trajectory as if propelled by a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water at 100 times speed, creating a luminous web in the air. Bang bang bang, the sounds of penetration overlapped, and in the blink of an eye, all 20 targets were struck without exception. In the deep night sky, the interwoven light web shattered into countless particles. It was unimaginable that such a trajectory could be formed by a single bullet in an instant. It could even execute a 90-degree turn mid-flight, continuing to strike the next target. Moreover, in the final moment of energy depletion, it still penetrated a steel plate 3 centimeters thick. Damn! Chen Qi glanced at the rifle. At that moment, the particle cluster explosion effect was merely a preset value, at a mere 26. The first struck barrel had already been blasted open, creating a hole the size of a soccer ball. Hiss! This weapon excels in infantry skirmishes. 1 rifle, 1 bullet, capable of instantaneously eliminating 20 foes. And with no concerns of overheating, allowing for continuous firing. What a formidable weapon advantage this is. Chen Qi cradled the dark red rifle in his hands. To my knowledge, the Interstellar Alliance squads have yet to be equipped with such weaponry. Correct. Chapter 67. The brand new armor. Chen Qi gently set the dark red rifle aside. It is often said that everyone possesses a heart that cherishes talent and an appreciation for beauty. In truth, the love for objects is also a universal sentiment. This particular firearm brought Chen Qi immense delight. While its lethality might not be the most formidable, in terms of practicality, it undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle. Chen Qi was not eager to mar its pristine finish just yet. He then turned his gaze toward the 8x55 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons. Compared to the beam rifles, these were far more rare. Were it not for these counterfeiters delivering equipment from afar, Chen Qi would have had no chance of acquiring them. The slight damage incurred in the earlier skirmish was inconsequential. Each synthesis conducted by the STC would upgrade and refurbish the gear. Disassembling into raw materials, commencing synthesis, Chen Qi's visage was illuminated by the azure beams of the STC, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. XX-23 Extreme Warrior Armor 4. XXX-01 Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Armor 2. Chen Qi's pupils quivered with astonishment. Before him were two dark silver armors identical to his own, conceptual machines of the Interstellar Science Alliance. Should he continue the synthesis, it would yield a creation beyond the imagination of even the Interstellar Science Alliance, a true artifact of a higher civilization. Disassembling into raw materials, commencing synthesis, one of the memory metal armors gradually transformed into white particles, merging with the other. Chen Qi nervously rubbed his fingers together. Synthesis successful. I-type biochemical armor 1. The Sensory-type external biological armor relies on biological neural responses to detect human movement trends, utilizes bioelectromagnetic signals for command reception, enhances the host's physical capabilities through muscle fiber strengthening, and increases biological energy limits through nourishment. Note, it is, in essence, a living organism. What? Chen Qi exclaimed, taken aback. It is a living organism. He had envisioned the memory metal armor evolving into a more powerful technological creation, boasting a dazzling exterior and enhanced combat prowess, yet never did he anticipate that the armor could evolve into a biological entity. Chen Qi gazed at the so-called I-type biochemical armor. It was, astonishingly, a mere half-meter long eye. Its eyelids were tightly closed, and its body was an intricate network of black muscle, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, encasing a massive eyeball. The reason he identified these formations as muscle was that Chen Qi could clearly see the muscle fibers, which were subtly undulating. The eye remained suspended in midair, supported by 3 muscular tendrils extending beneath it, standing like a tripod upon the ground. Chen Qi's eyelids twitched. STC, you dare to call this thing armor? The so-called I-type biochemical armor actually originates from a level 3 biological civilization, a resident. Resident? Chen Qi's voice rose a notch, his expression one of utter disbelief. Let me get this straight. This creature is not a piece of equipment from a higher civilization. It is, in fact, a being from a higher civilization. To reiterate, it is a higher biological civilization. They do not categorize civilizations by technological prowess or creations. For them, civilization levels are determined by environmental adaptability, population evolution, and the continuity of future generations, among other factors. If one day you venture into the cosmos and find a planet filled with valleys and greenery, inhabited by life forms that still resemble animals, requiring sustenance or water, this does not imply they belong to a lower-level civilization. The universe is wondrous, teeming with all manner of existence. Chen Qi's eyes widened. I stand enlightened. The organism before you hails from the distant Triangulum galaxy, which contains billions of stars and nurtures multiple racial civilizations. The so-called I-type biochemical armor is essentially a self-aware biochemical species. Some civilizations above level 6 capture them during their juvenile stages and, through various training and modifications, create auxiliary biochemical armors. The one before you is of such origin. Please note, it is currently the only I-type biochemical armor in the entire Milky Way. The only one in the Milky Way. It is no wonder. The predominant species in the Milky Way is humanity, which lacks the capability to capture such armors. Chen Qi regarded the I-type biochemical armor, pondering, yet, the thought of donning such a creature leaves me at a loss. After a full 3 minutes of hesitation, Chen Qi steeled himself. He resolved to proceed, for this armor was exceedingly rare. He slowly extended his arms, the first step being to remove his current memory metal extreme warrior armor. The intricate diamond-patterned metal plates on his chest shimmered as the entire suit transitioned to an undraped state, gradually retreating behind him to form a silver silhouette, standing silently to the side. Chen Qi stood there. The previous counterfeit extreme warriors had unleashed high-temperature flames, reducing his ordinary clothing to ashes. His only remaining covering was the former memory metal extreme warrior armor. Now, shedding it left him exposed beneath the moonlight. With a deep breath, Chen Qi thought, this matters not. A true man's dream is to don the mightiest armor. At that moment, a spectre-like figure suddenly darted across the distant rubbish heap. Its speed was blinding, appearing instantaneously behind Chen Qi, its crimson eyes gleaming ominously in the darkness, a damp tongue lolling from the corner of its mouth, and in its hand, it wielded a particle-cutting dagger crackling with electricity. Swoosh, with fluid grace, it swiftly slashed at Chen Qi's throat from behind. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, leaving only a trail of after-images as it retreated into the rubbish. What was that? Chen Qi stood firm, raising a hand to lightly touch his neck, realizing in that fleeting moment he had indeed been slashed. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered a delightful surprise. His silicon-based genetic sequence seemed to have collaborated with the instinctual awareness of carbon-based life forms. And the instant his throat was cut, the skin on his neck transformed into a silicon-based life form, akin to an indestructible crystalline structure. As he touched his neck, he noted that the localized crystallization persisted, bearing no trace of a wound, yet radiating a searing warmth. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. The recent incision had not inflicted actual harm. However, the rapid friction had generated considerable heat. One could imagine that had it been an ordinary life form, their trachea would surely have ruptured, blood spewing forth. Perhaps even the cervical vertebrae would have suffered deep lacerations. Marks. A throat slash. Cheng-Chi's eyes widened with realization. This fiend has been lying in wait. It must be a member of that band of brigands, possibly the very perpetrator behind the massacre of the Extreme Warrior Squad. Cheng-Chi's deduction was spot on. The assailant, witnessing Cheng-Chi discard his armor, had seized the moment to strike for a fatal blow. At that instant, Cheng-Chi felt a fierce gust of wind from his left. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch to the side, yet he struck nothing but air. Predictably, he felt the telltale sensation of friction against his neck once more. In the ensuing chaos, the shadowy figure vanished as swiftly as it had appeared under the cover of night. Cheng-Chi stood naked, squinting. This creature's speed was undoubtedly greater than 28 meters per second. Was it swifter than I, who possessed the gift of speed? What on earth is this being? Chapter 68. Biochemical being. Swish, swish. Cheng-Chi stood still, observing the shadow darting rapidly among the refuse. It would occasionally pause, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, but only for a fraction of a second before it transformed back into a blur of darkness, its eyes trailing a faint red glow. From time to time, Cheng-Chi would hear a high-pitched laughter, reminiscent of a bizarre creature mocking him. Although the 2 prior attacks had spared his life, the entity seemed unhurried, fully aware that it held the upper hand and was currently toying with Cheng-Chi. Cheng-Chi's gaze subtly shifted toward the I-type biochemical battle armor. Let us assess your performance through this inaugural battle. With a grave expression, he slowly extended his arms, forming a T-shape under the dim and hazy moonlight. Cheng-Chi had anticipated that the I-type biochemical battle armor would unveil its brilliant eyes and then dramatically fuse with him. However, after a full 30 seconds of silence, there was no movement from it. Finally, the massive eyelids of the armor stirred, and a soft, tar-like black tentacle began to inch its way up Cheng-Chi's body, inch by inch. It coiled and slithered around him like a python or an octopus appendage, exhibiting a distinctly lethargic demeanor, as if it were reluctant to engage. Subsequently, that enormous eye slowly turned and pressed against Cheng-Chi's chest. At this juncture, the black tentacles enveloping Cheng-Chi began to thin, increasingly resembling a black matte bodysuit. From the collar, 2 slender tentacles emerged, adhering to Cheng-Chi's temples. Soon after, the webbing seemed to meld into Cheng-Chi's skin, flashing a fleeting black luminescence before vanishing entirely. The large closed eye on his chest also grew increasingly thin, ultimately reducing to a mere centimeter in thickness, resembling a delicate and intricate embroidery. In that instant, a connection was established. Cheng-Chi felt a buzzing sensation in his mind, followed by the emergence of a peculiar perspective. Before him lay a crimson planet, where rocks, soil, and rivers were all painted in shades of red, and 3 deep crimson suns floated in the sky. This place was home to a myriad of strange flora. Enormous black flowers trembled slightly, releasing white pollen, while countless vividly colored mushrooms twisted in peculiar shapes. A gigantic bird with over 20 claws soared above, only to be consumed by a dandelion measuring 10 meters in diameter. Numerous catfish-like creatures stood upon the ground, their eyes weeping a spectrum of colors, though it was unclear whether they were lamenting or secreting something. The owner of this perspective appeared to be a diminutive being, surrounded by 7 or 8 massive, black-eyed creatures that clamored for the perspective's owner could only offer up the food, cowering in a corner, trembling. The enormous eyes emitted strange sounds, akin to a Zulu. Zulu? Whether it was a curse or the name of the perspective's owner remained unknown. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed across the distant crimson terrain, heralding the emergence of a colossal plant, towering thousands of meters high. Its branches were symmetrically aligned, and in an instant, it sprouted countless buds, which then bloomed to reveal enormous, multicolored eyes within. All flora and fauna on the red planet assumed submissive postures, with some laggard creatures kneeling and bowing in reverence. The perspective's owner followed suit, hastily prostrating before the immense plant. Cheng-Chi was suddenly struck by a wave of emotion from within that being. In moments of worship, it seemed, the fragile creature found solace, shielded from bullying and granted a fleeting chance to breathe. The scene shifted, seemingly to another time. A mysterious and grand starship appeared above the red planet, commencing the capture of its inhabitants. The perspective's owner was illuminated by a blue beam, slowly levitating into the air, subsequently taken away from its homeland. Chen Qi shook his head vigorously, the bizarre imagery dissipated, and he was once again confronted with the dim refuse of Earth and the shadow moving rapidly in the distance. He lowered his gaze to his own body. At this moment, he resembled someone clad in a black bodysuit, with the enormous eye transformed into a totem upon his chest. Was that scene merely a glimpse of the triangular star system? The homeworld of this biochemical armor, STC had mentioned that the I-type biochemical battle armor was a captured organism. Was that perspective a representation of its experience, a small armor that had endured much torment, perhaps? Chen Qi's gaze flickered as he attempted to utter the sound, Zulu. In the next instant, a surge of overwhelming emotion flooded his mind, the information chaotic yet distilled to a singular sentiment, hunger. Suddenly, the enormous eye on Chen Qi's chest burst open, revealing a scarlet iris. Its eyelids transformed into a gaping maw, extending 2 meters outward before letting out a resounding howl. It devoured the memory metal extreme battle armor that stood beside Chen Qi. Crunch, crunch. The massive eyelids closed, chewing rhythmically within, producing crisp sounds. My goodness, my armor. Chen Qi's mind went blank. The eye upon his chest resembled a mouth stuffed with food, effortlessly crunching the highly durable memory metal as if it were mere peanuts. What is this? Chen Qi struggled to comprehend. An eye capable of consuming, did it possess organs akin to a digestive system? How did it absorb sustenance? Was it swallowed through the pupil? Well, since it belonged to a higher biological civilization, it must. Chen Qi reassured himself, though a dull ache lingered within. The memory metal armor was a precious asset. He had initially intended to keep it as a backup. After all, the ability of the memory metal to morph into weapons at will was exceedingly practical. Now, the eye upon his chest gradually diminished, and in mere moments, the memory metal armor was digested. Chen Qi wore a sorrowful expression. He had no idea where the memory metal armor had gone, what form it had taken, or whether any remnants remained. At that moment, Chen Qi sensed something unusual in his palm. He slowly raised his hand, observing that the surface was enveloped in the I-type biochemical battle armor, akin to wearing a black silk glove. Suddenly, the black silk glove morphed. In an instant, it coalesced into a pitch-black dagger. Chen Qi stared in astonishment. From a distance, it appeared as if he grasped a dagger, yet the hilt was completely fused with his skin. In the next moment, the dagger transformed into a cleaver, then swiftly morphed into a spear, then, like a revolving lantern, it continually shifted into various weapons, over 100 kinds that Chen Qi had encountered or not, could wield or could not. Simultaneously, black spikes began to sprout from his back and soles, embedding themselves into the ground like enormous spider legs, serving to stabilize Chen Qi against powerful recoil. Chen Qi's eyes widened in realization. These were indeed the functions of the memory metal armor. Only then did he comprehend. The I-type biochemical battle armor had ingested the memory metal extreme battle armor, thereby acquiring similar capabilities. The rapid succession of weapons flashing before him was evidently a test. The I-type biochemical battle armor was adapting to its newfound abilities. Chapter 69, The Swift Assassin. Well, what exactly is the extent of your enhancement abilities? Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly as he began to scan the refuse, searching for the elusive figure that resembled a spectre. In that fleeting moment, he locked onto his target. The opponent's crimson eyes were concealed behind a heap of garbage. Furtively observing him, Chen Qi slightly bent his body, retracting his right foot by 20 centimeters, pressing it firmly into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the strength in his legs erupted. Unbeknownst to him, the surface of his I-type bio-armor suddenly bulged with muscular fibers, resembling thick steel rods twisted together. The fibers contracted and expanded, revealing numerous small blue grids that emitted a dim afterglow, an unmistakable characteristic of an extraterrestrial life form. Chen Qi transformed into a series of afterimages, instantly propelling himself over 100 meters. During this rapid advance, he distinctly sensed that the previous sensation of energy overflow had vanished. The enhanced version of himself, due to genetic augmentation, had surpassed the speed limit provided by the memory metal armor, implying that a portion of his speed had been wasted. However, at this very moment, he experienced an entirely different sensation. He felt that the I-type bio-armor had no limits whatsoever. It functioned as a completely different form of assistance. The memory metal armor had provided Chen Qi with an experience akin to wearing a suit of iron. Although it reacted swiftly with almost no delay, there remained a sense of constraint. Certain movements, if they exceeded the armor's threshold, felt as though he had collided with a wall, forcing him to retract his strength. Conversely, the I-type bio-armor offered a sensation that transcended mere clothing. It was an all-encompassing external aid. For instance, when Chen Qi ran, at the moment he lifted his leg and fully released his power, the I-type bio-armor simultaneously unleashed another force, akin to a pair of all-encompassing hands that propelled him further. Chen Qi pondered this assistance carefully. If he exerted 3/10 of his strength, the I-type bio-armor would amplify it to 6/10. If he unleashed his full strength, it would culminate in a force of 20/10. This was the essence of his conclusion. It possessed no limits, it would only enhance Chen Qi. This imparted a feeling of soaring freely in the vast skies and swimming unrestrained in the expansive seas, embodying the essence of uninhibited expression and infinite possibilities. As for whether this I-type bio-armor possessed a striking force of 130,000 newtons, Chen Qi had already formed a conclusion in his mind. If all went as expected, the memory metal armor, once devoured, had likely passed on its power to the bio-armor, and it was highly probable that it had been further augmented. Chen Qi estimated his speed. It should have doubled compared to before, reaching 56 ms. This equated to the velocity of a strong typhoon, or 1/5 the speed of a bullet from a handgun. At such a speed, a sense of visual disarray ensued. Distant objects would appear in his field of vision, only to become alarmingly close in the next instant. In a mere heartbeat, Chen Qi found himself at the rear of the garbage heap. The mysterious assassin had not anticipated Chen Qi's sudden burst of speed and stood frozen in shock. Finally, Chen Qi beheld his true form. He was a gaunt old man, with disheveled silver hair resembling a bird's nest, emaciated features, and murky eyes. As Chen Qi brushed past the assassin, both were taken aback. Chen Qi, having just experienced a significant surge in power and utilizing the I-type bio-armor for the first time, was still unaccustomed to the control it afforded him. Boom! As he overshot, Chen Qi tumbled over a dozen times before crashing into a mound of refuse, which cascaded down, burying him. Is it time to clock out? The assassin's lips twitched. He deduced that the young man must have activated some sort of propulsion device, but was unable to harness the immense thrust, resulting in his fall. He knew well that such a force would not be fatal to Chen Qi. His eyes flickered, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, changing hiding spots to seek another opportunity for assassination. With a splash, Chen Qi sprang from the rubbish, standing upright with an unusually exhilarated expression. This feels exhilarating. With a resounding crash, Chen Qi kicked countless pieces of debris aside and surged forward once more. The assassin, amidst the heaps of garbage, leaped and dodged with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the assassin caught sight of a youthful face adorned with a smile beside him. His first instinct was to glance around. All the surroundings were retreating rapidly, and the wind howled fiercely in his ears. What? He was unarmed. It was impossible for any human to match his speed. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as he secretly pushed his movement speed to the limit. To his astonishment, the young man remained parallel to him. Meanwhile, Chen Qi also glanced at the lower half of the assassin's body. There, a blurred shadow was in rapid motion, clearly not resembling human legs at all. Suddenly, Chen Qi stumbled over a large piece of garbage, tumbling and rolling several times before crashing into another heap. The assassin's expression changed sharply. Hiss! In the next moment, Chen Qi once again sprang from the refuse, feeling invigorated. He transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly closing the gap on the assassin. This time, the I-type bio-armor appeared to have adapted and learned. As Chen Qi sprinted, numerous small black wings unfolded from various parts of the armor, akin to the stabilizing wings of an aircraft, adjusting their angles to significantly enhance stability by detecting the surrounding airflow. Squeak! This time, Chen Qi extended his arm and seized the assassin's neck, eliciting a scream akin to a squawking chicken. Subsequently, Chen Qi performed an abrupt stop, sliding across the ground for dozens of meters, displacing countless pieces of garbage until he finally came to a halt. The mysterious assassin was now in his grip, his complexion turning purple, eyes rolling back in his head. His lower half ceased its frantic movement, dangling in the air and twitching slightly. Chen Qi was somewhat taken aback. The assassin possessed 6 stout little legs, devoid of toes or even feet, forming a cylindrical shape and presenting a pale grey hue, resembling a diminutive version of elephant legs. These bizarre limbs were evidently not the assassin's own organs. A massive, exposed sutured wound adorned his waist, indicating that his upper body was human while his lower half had been stitched together. Indeed, it was these 6 grotesque and unwieldy legs that bestowed upon the assassin superhuman speed. Cheng Shi tilted his head and noticed that the assassin clutched a particle-cutting dagger, its blade marked with the clear insignia of an Interstellar Alliance squadron. He was wielding military-grade weaponry. It appeared that he was indeed one of Lieutenant Ning's subordinates. First, there was the garbage squad, followed by a counterfeit extreme warrior squad, and simultaneously, a hidden assassin was dispatched. The mantis stalks the Sicarder, unaware of the Oriole behind. Lieutenant Ning was cunning. In his scheme, he intended to eliminate Kunlun. A strange sound emanated from the assassin's throat as he extended a bony finger, pointing at Cheng Shi's palm. He attempted to speak, but Cheng Shi tightened his grip around his neck. Cheng Shi's eyes glimmered as he slightly loosened his hold. The assassin promptly knelt before him. Cheng Shi observed that the assassin's neck was covered in pale grey growths. His physiology had evidently been gradually assimilated by those elephantine legs. He could no longer produce human sounds, but a small speaker hung from the side of his neck, with wires embedded in his throat, presumably capable of detecting the vibrations of his vocal cords. Crackle. The speaker emitted a distorted and hoarse voice of an elderly man. I was coerced, I was transformed by that gang of bandits. They sewed me together with alien life forms. I was forced to obey their commands. The assassin trembled, pleading in a tone of desperation. Cheng Shi narrowed his eyes. For 20 years, you were responsible for the deaths of the Extreme Warrior Octet. I was also forced. I was born in a small mountain village. I never wanted to kill, but I had no choice, because, if I go a day without tasting human blood, I cannot endure it. The assassin's voice suddenly turned sharp and fierce, the feeble demeanor vanishing in an instant. He grasped the dagger beside him and lunged at Cheng Shi's right eye with lightning speed. In his mind, Cheng Shi had consumed a drug that enabled his body to achieve a certain degree of hardening, leading to his 2 failed attacks. However, this drug also bore weaknesses. In 99 of cases, a person's eyes were the vulnerable point. Thud, a sharp sound rang out as the dagger pierced leather. The assassin's face twisted with a sinister grin. But in the next moment, his smile froze. The dagger's tip was a mere 5 centimeters from Cheng Shi's pupil, yet hung suspended in midair, failing to advance even an inch. The assassin's eyes bulged in disbelief as he gazed at Cheng Shi's palm. Unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black spike had coalesced in Cheng Shi's hand, penetrating the old man's chest. I have lived on this garbage planet for so long. I have witnessed too much concerning pity, helplessness, and despair. Cheng Shi shook his head. Your act is simply too contrived. The assassin's entire facial muscles quivered. How could he be faster than me? How did he see through my ruse? He appeared so foolish. Why? Roar. Arg. Cheng Shi merely feigned a slight gesture, only to be astonished the next moment. The enormous eye on his chest suddenly transformed, its eyelids morphing into a gaping maw, directly swallowing the assassin whole. To be precise, it devoured the 6 elephantine legs that comprised the lower half of the old man. The upper half, lacking support, collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood pooling around him. He had already breathed his last. This half-human body elicited no interest from the enormous eye. Crunch, crunch, the sound of chewing resonated within the eye once more. This time, it was unmistakably consuming flesh, sending a shiver down Cheng Shi's spine. Cheng Shi extended his palm, facing downward, and slowly pressed down, striving to steady his inner turmoil. It turned out that the I-type bio-armor's so-called replenishment of biological energy required the consumption of other entities. The memory metal armor, the 6 extraterrestrial elephant legs, what it consumed was anything but ordinary. Cheng Shi pondered quietly, suddenly feeling a jolt of realization. Wait, after the I-type bio-armor devours something, it will inherit corresponding abilities and manifest them biologically. Then Cheng Shi lowered his head slightly, only to feel a surge of despair upon discovering that his once handsome, elongated legs had transformed into 6 grotesque, pitch-black elephant legs. Chapter 70, Compromise. The 6 elephant legs appeared for but a fleeting moment. The Type 1 bio-war armor seemed to have conducted some form of assessment, determining that the speed enhancement provided by such limbs was inferior to that of Cheng Shi himself, and thus retracted the 6 elephant legs. At this very moment, Cheng Shi sat quietly atop a mound of refuse. 2 hours had elapsed, and the Hawk-class starship had yet to dispatch a second wave of troops. Was this all there was to tonight? Cheng Shi felt an unquenchable yearning. In truth, over the past few days, he had been contemplating how to merge the 2 starships in one fell swoop. Firstly, it would be ideal to completely strip the contents of those 2 vessels. Secondly, he aimed to maintain the integrity of both starships. Should they crash and explode into a heap of debris, the possibility of synthesis would be severely diminished. Lastly, he needed to find a way to nullify the ownership rights of the 2 starships, which should inherently belong to the captains of those vessels. Previously, he had discovered that the starships were equipped with formidable defensive fields. Any reckless assault could result in exposure if the battle did not conclude swiftly, and the starships were undoubtedly armed with powerful destructive weaponry. Moreover, Given their current designation as regular troops, brazenly antagonizing them would provoke the wrath of the Galactic Alliance, a veritable hornet's nest. In summary, a direct confrontation was not a prudent choice. Conversely, a clandestine and surreptitious approach, reaping rewards while remaining undetected, constituted a far more favorable compromise. Furthermore, Cheng Chi had been mulling over yet another. Cheng Chi summoned 90 of the 1,000-eyed flies to hover directly beneath the starship. Any hint of commotion would be immediately relayed to him. Subsequently, Cheng Chi employed a miniature directional stargate to transport to Day. Simultaneously, he retrieved his turbojet-powered shoes and anti-gravity gloves, preparing to take a stroll across the garbage-laden Earth. As he reclaimed the shoes and gloves, he feared that the eye embedded in his chest might consume them. Yet, in reality, he had worried needlessly. The shoes and gloves did not attract the attention of the Type 1 biowar armor, perhaps due to their relatively low technological grade, which rendered them devoid of any desire for consumption. When Cheng Chi donned the gloves and slipped on the shoes, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The Type 1 biowar armor emitted black tendrils that enveloped the gloves and shoes, resulting in a peculiar fusion, or perhaps the armor itself possessed a remarkable compatibility. The encased turbojet shoes seemed to melt away, shrinking several sizes and becoming lighter and more delicate, akin to a pair of stockings. The once bulky gravity gloves, which had exposed some wiring, were now entirely integrated, transformed into sleek black gloves. Cheng Chi tested the flying and gravity adjustment functions, both of which were intact and had become even more precise and manageable. The monitoring system of the 1,000-eyed flies, which resembled the invisible glasses Cheng Chi wore, was also assimilated by the Type 1. Cheng Chi marveled inwardly. This development was immensely convenient. However, he also felt a twinge of discomfort, for he now resembled something of a deviant, a grown man clad in a black bodysuit, his feet adorned with black stockings, and his hands. The exterior of the Type 1 biowar armor straddled the line between monster and human, opting for an SM aesthetic, and teetered between normalcy and aberration. At that moment, two inebriated scavengers stumbled past, leaning on each other for support. "Hey, what is that kid wearing? Oh, what's so strange about it? On this oppressive garbage Earth, it's perfectly normal for people to exhibit certain abnormal behaviors. Quick, let us go before that kid takes an interest in us." Cheng Chi pressed his lips together. Just then, the eye on his chest slightly opened a crack, emitting a biological scanning beam visible only to Cheng Chi, which thoroughly scanned the two scavengers from head to toe. Zulu, Cheng Chi heard the type. In that instant, the SM ensemble adorning Cheng Chi underwent a bizarre transformation. It astonishingly replicated the appearance of the two scavengers, crafting an entirely new exterior, patchwork trousers, an oversized and tattered top, a black mask smeared with grease, and a pair of dilapidated shoes with peeling soles. Cheng Chi gazed at his body, eyes wide with astonishment. One of the scavenger's outfits was an exact match. He then looked at his hands. The black gloves had become transparent, revealing his own skin beneath. "You can change your appearance. Then, I wish to have my original look." Cheng Chi closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the attire that had turned to ashes. Zulu, at that very moment, the attire that Cheng Chi had just simulated transformed into a black organic substance, rippling like asphalt before reconstituting and filling with color. It was Cheng Chi's signature outfit, black long pants and a denim jacket crafted from radiation-resistant material, complemented by a blue scavenger cloak riddled with holes draped across his back. When Cheng Chi opened his eyes, they sparkled with delight and satisfaction. It felt comfortable. A gentle breeze swept through the night on garbage Earth, where darkness prevailed, accompanied by an indescribable dimness. Cheng Chi walked for a while, his gaze scanning the heaps of refuse around him. Complete trash was scarce, let alone identical technological creations. Suddenly, Cheng Chi noticed a distant, hazy light illuminating a small patch of sky, where several swaying scavengers were bustling in and out. That was the Pentagon of the bygone European era, now transformed into a bar street, the only place with any semblance of life on the garbage Earth during the late hours. Cheng Chi slowly stepped into the area, discovering that the bar he had previously demolished during his rampage was rebuilt, now bustling with patrons. Upon entering, he scanned the interior and soon spotted a particularly peculiar presence in the corner. It was a woman of grotesque appearance, nursing a giant glass of subpar beer all by herself. Cheng Chi approached and sat down across from her, sharing the table. The woman, somewhat dazed, bore a mask. Despite her alluring figure beneath a grey cloak, her visage was enough to frighten away any man. The Type 1 biowar armor had assimilated Cheng Chi's invisible glasses, allowing it to provide unexpected insights through visual imaging. For instance, the woman before him wore relatively advanced biological skin to mask her true face. Her actual appearance, in the context of garbage Earth, could only be described as stunningly grotesque. Cheng Chi was certain She was the eldest daughter of the Scavenger Alliance's president, Lee Hongyun. Chapter 71, Talent R. Did you witness the scene that day? What do you mean by that day? What scene? There's no specific time or reference. How could I have seen anything? Within the bar, two inebriated scavengers were engaged in conversation, the latter, evidently possessing sharp logical reasoning, struck at the heart of the matter. After pompously filling a cup, he tilted his head back and downed the drink, only to find that the alcohol had rendered his cerebellum numb, causing the entire contents to spill into his nostrils. It was the day the Interstellar Alliance squad arrived. Did you see Miss Hongyang, the eldest daughter of President Lee? She is breathtakingly beautiful. I did see her, but what of it? Such individuals are beyond the reach of someone like you or me. Miss Hongyang is as beautiful as a celestial being, like a flower blooming in a desolate wasteland, a diamond amidst refuse, akin to a rare single-leaf plant clinging to a cliff's edge. Any attempt to pluck such a treasure would surely lead us to our demise. Oh, Miss Hongyang, she will surely depart from our dreams, radiating with resplendent brilliance, elegantly turning her back on us, carrying the hopes of all scavengers as she escapes this garbage-laden earth. Only those of superior, elevated status, perfect as the sculptures of ancient Greece, could be worthy of Miss Hongyang. As he spoke, the latter gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with longing. My dear brother, you possess a remarkable talent for words. The other scavenger clasped his hands together. We've only just met. May I ask your name? Gladly, the scavenger with the alcohol dripping from his nose returned the gesture. I am Wang Zi. Oh, no surname, no surname, no surname, my friend. In honor of your name, tonight's drinks are on me. Oh, come now, we are all just scavengers. Why the need to distinguish between us? Bartender, bring us 8 more cups. 0.5 meters away, Cheng Chi sat before Hongyang, who was filled with curiosity. The bar had vacant seats, yet this youth chose to share a table with this unfathomably ugly woman. She leaned forward slightly, squinting at Cheng Chi, her movements causing her grey cloak to tighten, revealing her graceful silhouette, her slender waist, paired with a firm and pert posterior reminiscent of a ripe peach, and her long, elegantly crossed legs, were captivating. Yet her face was a cause for revulsion. Cheng Chi paused, then heard a sizzle sound. The biological imaging system concealed behind his eyes instantly stripped away Hongyang's facial disguise. Before him lay her true visage. Stunningly beautiful, with skin akin to mutton-fat jade, glowing with a pristine sheen under the light. At that moment, a hint of intoxication colored her cheeks, her gaze a mix of dazed curiosity. Her face hovered close to Cheng Chi's, her breath fragrant, laced with a subtle scent of alcohol, rendering the atmosphere somewhat intimate. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful. For a fleeting moment, Cheng Chi felt his heart flutter. Thanks to the Type 1 biobattle suit, he beheld the true Hongyang. This flawless face, complemented by an impeccable physique, observed from such proximity, was an unparalleled delight for any man of sound orientation. Furthermore, Cheng Chi could indulge in this visual feast under the guise of impartiality, relishing in the experience. Hongyang tilted her head, her mischievous nature evident. She was fully aware of her current appearance and sought to gauge Cheng Chi's reaction. Gazing at him, she suddenly smiled, flashing a beguiling look, her white teeth lightly biting her vibrant red lips, emitting a soft sigh. I in the distance, a drunken man witnessed the scene, his mouth twitching. Good heavens, who can withstand this? Cheng Chi's eyes widened. Good heavens, who can withstand this? At that moment, Cheng Chi perceived a perspective unlike any other man in the bar. It transcended mere perspective. It was a beautiful new world. Who could have imagined that the stunningly aloof Miss Hongyang was, at this very moment, doing her utmost to entice him? Giggle. Hongyang chuckled, her playful antics concluded as she returned to her seat. She did not disguise her voice, which was clear and resonant, embodying the legendary dominant female voice. Why would you choose to sit with someone as hideous as me? Cheng Chi shrugged, his gaze resting on her exquisite features. Isn't he the purpose of drinking to unwind and find joy? Why concern oneself with others' appearances? Hongyang nodded. I appreciate your perspective. Cheng Chi had uncovered a truth. And oh wonder, the majority of scavengers had not encountered Miss Hongyang before. Some were even unaware of her existence. It turned out she presented herself in such a manner daily. Cheng Chi glanced toward the bar, where the owner, a plump middle-aged woman, greeted the throng of patrons with a warm smile. I recall that this bar's business was not so thriving in the past, Cheng Chi mused. Oh, not long ago, a brash young man killed a hyena and demolished this place, Hongyang replied. Then Rita rebuilt the bar. Hongyang turned her attention to the portly owner. Rita is diligent and earnest, so I offered her some ideas regarding management and marketing strategies, which gradually improved the bar's business. Oh, Cheng Chi's eyes flickered. He remembered that Hongyang was a high-level geneticist, and those below Class C possessed some form of talent or gift. Could it be that her talent lay in management? Chen Qi smiled. What ideas did you propose? Hong Yang mischievously replied, tapping her glass, diluting the drinks with water. Chen Qi was taken aback. Aren't you concerned about ruining the bar's reputation? Quite the opposite, Hong Yang laughed. Life on Garbage Earth is oppressive and arduous. Scavengers entering bars primarily seek relaxation, not merely alcohol. If a drink can be finished in a few sips, that precious time for unwinding becomes fleeting. Chen Qi's eyes shifted, so, by diluting a small drink with water, it transforms into a larger one, making it more enjoyable. Absolutely correct, Hong Yang blinked playfully. This is a well-known secret among patrons, yet other bars fail to grasp this concept, even driving away those who finish their drinks for the sake of revenue. Thus, Rita's Bar has gradually become the most popular establishment on Bar Street. Chen Qi lightly applauded. Clever. Chapter 72, The Day of Dreams. What is your name? My name is Chen Qi, and you? I am Yun. Oh. Miss Yun, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hong Yang, cradling a wine glass, leaned gently against the back of her chair, surveying the entire bar. Thanks to the guardianship of those nameless heroes from the Interstellar Alliance squad, we are able to sit here, healthy and unthreatened by the spectre of death, enjoying our drinks. Chen Qi clicked his tongue and slowly replied, Indeed, our safety is largely owed to the protection of these nameless heroes. It won't be long before the traitor Kunlun is apprehended. Everything here will return to normal. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Hong Yang's eyes. When that time comes, I shall embark on a grand endeavor. Chen Qi, you should know that some matters are perilous to even discuss aloud, she admonished. Chen Qi shrugged off the comment and shifted the topic. You mentioned earlier wanting to undertake a grand endeavor. How do you plan to go about it? Speaking of that. Hong Yang suddenly perked up, her face unable to conceal her excitement. I am in high spirits today because we have just received a significant shipment of relief supplies. Therefore, I have decided to declare today the Day of Dreams for all scavengers. Chen Qi was taken aback. Huh. To his astonishment, Hong Yang lifted her skirt. She raised her wine glass high. Everyone, listen, I hereby declare today as the Day of Dreams for all of us. The patrons were momentarily bewildered. They gazed at the girl on the table, who appeared comically disheveled and swayed unsteadily. What dreams do we have? However, Hong Yang paid them no heed, elegantly spinning 360 degrees atop the table. Silence, allow me to speak, tonight, all expenses. Yet, when they saw the bar owner, Rita, wiping her hands with a towel and smiling, all right, whatever Miss Yun says goes, their disbelief began to fade. Wow. Truly. Miss Yun is so generous. Long live Miss Yun. With a beaming smile, for today is the Day of Dreams for scavengers. Absolutely. My dream is to marry Hong Yang. My dream is to save up 20,000 credit points. I aim to establish a fair commercial system, a stringent judicial system, recruit talent, and research new energy sources and agricultural techniques. Her words resonated, leaving all the scavengers in stunned silence. Each one gazed quietly at the girl on the table, her intoxication evident yet her passion palpable. Do you know? Hong Yang raised her glass, gazing up at the ceiling as if her eyes could pierce. Silence enveloped the room, yet everyone secretly clenched their fists. Indeed, why should we passively accept all of this? Why must we remain forever shrouded in loneliness and despair? Why do we not resist? Why not challenge? Hong Yang once again raised her glass high, the liquid swirling within. When the time comes, I, Miss Yun, will need each of your support and assistance. Absolutely. We wholeheartedly support Miss Yun. We shall follow Miss Yun to break the chains of fate. In a drunken frenzy, the crowd erupted with cheers. The scavenger who identified himself as Wengzi was particularly impassioned, downing a large mug of beer before collapsing in a heap. Chen Qi observed quietly, taking in the scene. It was a late-night bar, and everyone had indulged to some extent. They were oblivious to what they were saying or with whom they were conversing. Miss Yun was, in fact, Li Hong Yang. She was the eldest daughter of the Scavenger Association president, who was now aged and would eventually pass the leadership to Hong Yang. When that time arrives, the scavengers will realize that the fervent words spoken under the influence of alcohol today are no jest. Cheng Chi's gaze flickered, and Li Hongyang, she truly stood apart from all the scavengers. She was a high-level gene carrier, and from her brief words, it was clear she possessed certain talents for management. Could she truly change all of this? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, but she undoubtedly needed an opportunity. Cheng Chi glanced into Hongyang's eyes, which were now entirely dark, as she likely wore some form of biological disguise lenses. However, her glasses were of poor quality, and the Type 1 bioarmor saw through everything in an instant. In her eyes, there was only a single light ring. She was the most basic E-level gene carrier. The persona she presented in front of Colonel Ning was merely an illusion. A manifestation of madness, reckless and unconsidered. Hey, Cheng Chi! Suddenly, Hongyang peered down from the table, her gaze fixed on him. What is your dream? The crowd turned to look at him as well. Hey. My dream, Cheng Chi chuckled softly and stood up. My dream pales in comparison to everyone else's. It feels almost too insignificant to voice. Oh come on. Today is the day of dreams. Speak your mind, no one will mock you for whatever you say. The crowd urged him on, the atmosphere lively and spirited. Cheng Chi, influenced by this energy, placed one foot on the stool and shouted, Then I shall say it, my name is Cheng Chi, the beggar's beg, and my dream is to become the king of garbage across the entire planet. Har har har. Ridiculous. This lad has had too much to drink. Well, what ambition. Har har har. Hongyang laughed heartily, nearly losing her balance. Har har, Cheng Chi, your dream sounds even harder to achieve than mine. Cheng Chi rolled his eyes. Wasn't that a line from you? Self-improvement is the magic of the weak. Har har, true. We all have our magic. She also set a large mug of beer before Cheng Chi, just as he was about to lift it. Suddenly, he received a warning from the thousand-eyed fly. Colonel Ning had dispatched 3 more squads. These individuals were slender, clad in night gear, and moved swiftly, clearly some sort of scout role. Colonel Ning, perhaps growing impatient, had sent more personnel to gather intelligence. Cheng Chi took a deep breath. Miss Yun, some work has unexpectedly come up. I must take my leave. Hongyang turned to him, her expression slightly forlorn. However, Cheng Chi smiled, you treated me to drinks, and in the spirit of reciprocity, I shall treat you to one as well. With that, Cheng Chi produced a test tube containing a light blue liquid from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. He then waved goodbye and stepped into the dim night. Chapter 73, Magic. The bar was alive with raucous revelry, the atmosphere charged with the intoxicating effects of limitless libations, causing patrons to succumb to inebriation with alarming swiftness. In stark contrast, Hongyang sat alone in a corner, increasingly lucid amidst the chaos. She meticulously recalled Cheng Chi's words, have you considered that Hua Kunlun might be wrongfully accused, and that the squad in question may not be as legitimate as it seems? Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Hongyang suddenly rose and plunged into the shrouded night. Utilizing the concealment of refuse piles, she stealthily approached the area beneath 2 hovering Hawk-class starships. She yearned for a vague answer, for instance, whether the starships remained eerily still, suspended in the air without any discernible change. Suddenly, Hongyang spotted a team clad in dark tactical gear. She quickly shrank behind a mound of garbage, her eyes widening in surprise as she observed them. In their hands, they wielded military-grade particle-cutting daggers. Were they members of the Interstellar Alliance? Yet, why were they not in uniform? What were they doing out here at such a late hour, searching for Kunlun? But why only 1 squad? Perplexed, Hongyang inadvertently stepped on a metallic scrap, producing a sharp clatter. The distant squad, seemingly endowed with acute hearing, turned in unison at the sound. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, enhanced by some form of night vision equipment. The squad's movements were remarkably agile. In an instant, they began to encircle her position. In that fleeting moment, Hongyang found herself exposed to a dozen blood-red gazes. Her body quivered, and just as she was about to speak, a member of the squad broke the silence. A scavenger. How utterly repulsive. Isn't that how scavengers always look? A woman's ear counts for points. Let us take her out. Without hesitation, one squad member stepped forward, drawing his particle-cutting dagger with a flash of cold steel, aiming directly for Hong Yang's ear. In this deadly game, points were awarded for obtaining the ears of scavengers. In a flurry of panic, Hong Yang raised her arm to block the strike, the dagger slicing a shallow wound across her forearm. The assailant, growing impatient, pivoted his wrist, positioning the dagger horizontally, the blade now aimed at her throat. First, eliminate, then collect the ear. Suddenly, an unexplainable force manifested, enveloping the surroundings in a faint green ripple of energy. The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief as his dagger could advance no further. It was as if a chaotic gravity had emerged, impeding all movement. "What is happening?" a squad member exclaimed. Once more, the disordered gravity surged, launching the entire squad several meters into the air. Hong Yang was astonished, only she remained unaffected. Just then, a figure descended from above, emanating a dark green bioluminescent flame from their feet. Hong Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Unfortunately for her, she was positioned directly behind this figure, shrouded in darkness, rendering the stranger's face indistinguishable. All she could discern was that the figure appeared to don a tattered scavenger's cloak, extending a hand that radiated a series of gentle green waves, each wave crashing against the Hong Yang's heart raced with mounting trepidation. What manner of equipment was that, unseen before? Moreover, how could he descend from the sky on a garbage-strewn earth, where aerial travel was strictly prohibited? Such gear could hardly be casually acquired. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Chi, who had just dealt with another scout squad. His gravity field manipulation gloves and jet turbine-powered boots, now integrated with Type 1 biohazard armor, had undergone a transformation, releasing a gravity field and jet flame. Cheng Chi maneuvered with a newfound ease, his control far more intuitive than before. The green ripples emanating from his gloves intensified, the gravity field growing more formidable. The fallen scout squad could only lie prostrate, their faces contorted in grimaces as they struggled to rise. With a sickening crunch, the gravity field exceeded their body's capacity to endure. In an instant, the scout squad's bones shattered, their skin splitting like bursting tomatoes, spraying forth a torrent of blood. Once whole, they were reduced to mere pulp in the blink of an eye. They scarcely had time to comprehend their assailant before being utterly obliterated. Cheng Chi waved his hand, the signal jammers and particle-cutting daggers carried by the squad floated gently, enveloped in the green waves. Then, activating his bioturbine jet boots, he ascended gracefully into the air, the equipment following him as if drawn by an unseen force. Moments later, both he and the array of equipment vanished into the night sky, for a third scout squad awaited his grim harvest. As for the reason he walked with his hands clasped behind his back, it was merely for aesthetic appeal. He fancied the look reminiscent of an ancient sage. Hong Yang beheld the entire scene, her eyes wide, rendered utterly speechless. Who was he? What level of technology did he command? He seemed not to belong to Earth. Yet why was he draped in a scavenger's cloak? The effects of his equipment appeared almost magical, like sorcery. In the next moment, Hong Yang shook her head vigorously, the intoxication within her transforming into cold sweat. The Interstellar Alliance squad is truly suspicious. I must return swiftly to inform my father, to alert my sister. In the cargo hold of the second Hawk-class starship, the atmosphere was somber. The 600-odd imposter soldiers had yet to participate in the hunting game when news reached them from the first starship. All the squads sent down previously had been wiped out, with not a single body recovered. Had Hua Kunlun truly repaired herself, a shroud of terror enveloped their hearts as they recalled the formidable female warrior, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Suppression, suffocation, the unknown. This was the most distressing state, especially as the current orders from above mandated that they remain aboard the starship, unable to venture anywhere. Clack. Clack. The demeanor of several imposter soldiers shifted as they glanced toward a nearby transport crate. To maintain their act as regular troops, they had requested energy blocks, and these crates were meant to transport them. However, the crates had been emptied 2 days prior, and the empty containers had returned to the starship. Yet now, strange sounds emanated from within. Thud, thud, someone was knocking from inside the crate. In an instant, the imposter soldiers seized their weapons, encircling the crate. One brave soul stepped forward, trembling slightly as he unlocked the crate's latch, flinging the door open, and immediately aimed his firearm inside. The next second, the imposter soldiers were taken aback. Inside the crate was a stunning woman clad in a flowing red gown. Her hands trembled as she adjusted her long hair. "Hello everyone, my name is Honor." The imposter soldiers were momentarily stunned. A scavenger woman. "I'm so sorry," Honor said, biting her lip. "I was hiding in the crate, entering here with the transport ship." "Don't you worry, I merely wanted to meet your Colonel Ning. I've been hiding here for 2 days without a chance to sneak out. I might need a little food and water now." Hona shrugged her shoulder, attempting to display an alluring smile. "Afterward, could you take me to see Colonel Ning?" Hee hee. Suddenly, one of the imposter soldiers burst into laughter. "I heard that low-tier gene carriers can become the pets of high-tier gene carriers to ascend the ranks. I didn't believe it until now. Har har, indeed, who would have thought it would be the same on this garbage planet?" Look, she's just an E-grade gene carrier. Hey, brothers, have you ever experienced an E-grade gene woman? We've been cooped up for days. We need to relieve some pressure. A flicker of terror crossed Honor's face. What are you saying, you're soldiers? Hee, little girl. Even if we were to bring you before Colonel Ning, he might not take a liking to you. But we won't turn you away. Look, we've also injected physical enhancement serums. We have faint yellow halos in our eyes. The 600-odd imposter soldiers slowly closed in, their mouths watering, their eyes glinting with a devilish light. Honor could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. Her eyes widened in horror as she shrank back into the depths of the crate. What are you doing? Stay away. Chapter 74, The Genius General. Tap, tap, tap. Colonel Ning strode across the bridge, the sound of his military boots echoing against the steel floor. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Only 12 hours remained to capture Kunlun, yet the general had suddenly requested to see him. He traversed the lengthy suspension bridge, arriving at the central circular platform. Colonel Ning came to a gradual halt, offering a precise military salute to the shadowy figure ahead. Logically, aboard a large starship like the Hawk class, the bridge should be bustling with personnel, a constant flurry of activity. Yet, at this moment, an unusual silence enveloped the space. Not a single staff member was present. Nevertheless, the entire starship operated flawlessly. With a whoosh, a dim light illuminated the platform, gradually revealing the general's visage. He was a robust man in his 50s, clad in a black captain's uniform, exuding an imposing presence as he sat upon a massive metallic seat. His face bore the hallmark of a square jaw, his skin a deep shade of bronze. Yet, a conspicuous flaw marred his countenance. He was afflicted with a congenital cleft lip, his upper lip split and extending outward, a hereditary genetic issue. The general tilted his head back to regard Colonel Ning, his voice low and resonant. Tear off that hideous mask of yours. Colonel Ning furrowed his brow but complied, raising his hand to his right jawline. A remarkably lifelike biological mask was peeled away, revealing his true face under the dim light. No longer the handsome figure he once appeared to be. He too possessed a square jaw and dark skin, along with the same congenital defect, a cleft lip. With a slight bow of his head, Colonel Ning's gaze wavered. Brother. The general remained with his head held high. Fourth brother. At that moment, a stark contrast between the two faces emerged. Colonel Ning and the general shared a striking resemblance, nearly 90 alike, save for the general's age and Colonel Ning's youthful countenance. Fourth brother, do you remember our joyful childhood on planet K-23, the four of us? Colonel Ning looked down. I remember. The general placed his hands flat on the metallic armrests of his chair, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Our father was a notorious interstellar bandit. He raised us four brothers with stolen money and food. He imparted his decades of experience in battling the Interstellar Alliance to us, teaching us to arm ourselves. Yet, our father ultimately perished under the onslaught of the Alliance, leaving not even his ashes behind. The general let out a slow sigh, his tone heavy with wisdom. From that moment, I grasped a vital truth. In direct confrontation, we would never triumph over the Interstellar Alliance. But if we were to turn the tables and infiltrate the Alliance under false identities, we could gain legitimate standing and gradually undermine that colossal entity from within. At that time, none of you supported my notion. I had no choice but to follow my own path. I enlisted alone, becoming a Starship crew member. Though we were all born with E-grade genes, we lacked individual talents. However, due to our quadruplet nature, our genetic essence was of the symbiotic gene variety. This bestowed upon us a remarkable collective gift. Between us brothers, we shared telepathic abilities and coordinated movements. In the most extraordinary scenarios, one brother could fully perceive another's experiences. After years of struggle in the military, I finally ascended to the rank of captain of a small attack vessel. It was during this time that the advantages of our brotherhood became apparent. Our father gave us four brothers beautiful names. Wind, Rain, Mountain, and River. I am Ning Feng, while your true name is Ning Chuan. Ning Yu and Ning Shan made significant sacrifices to pave the way for me. The general leaned slightly forward, revealing that atop his head rested a massive helmet, the rear connected to a tangled web of metallic circuitry, reminiscent of the braided hairstyles of African women. These conduits extended, linking to the Hawk-class starship's main control console. Within that console, a transparent glass cabinet housed a completely exposed pink brain, nourished by specialized tubes, while thousands of slender silver needles punctured the brain's surface, serving as signal sensors. That is my second brother, Ning Yu. The general interlaced his fingers, gazing tenderly at the brain. I have connected him to the entire Hawk-class starship, and through our shared symbiotic genetic gift, I am in communion with him. This method is unique to us brothers. Only this way can the starship unleash its utmost combat potential, its swiftest reflexes, and forge a perfect, harmonious unity with its commander. Our journey has not been easy. Ning Yu and Ning Shan have always remained by my side. They have continuously relocated, installed aboard one starship after another. From small warships to the present, a colossal battleship. With them, I am capable of executing the most intricate piloting maneuvers. No one can match my reflexes, nor my familiarity with my vessel. The general's eyes widened, for rings of light flickering in his pupils. Thanks to their assistance, I have gradually become the most brilliant commander in the entire Interstellar Alliance, one of its 20 major generals. As he spoke, a commanding gaze pierced through to Colonel Ning, and it is I who transformed you, this wretched interstellar bandit, into Colonel Ning. Colonel Ning's body trembled involuntarily. Indeed, his elder brother was one of the 20 major generals. The reason for his current achievements lay in the sacrifices of his second and third brothers. The brain of his second brother resided aboard this starship, while the brain of his third brother, Ning Shan, was housed in another Hawk-class vessel. Thus, his elder brother alone could masterfully navigate 2 Alpha-class motherships. Once, his elder brother had contemplated extracting his own brain to create a third puppet, enabling him to command yet another large starship. However, he required certain hands nearby, which is why Colonel Ning now stood here today. This was the reason behind his elder brother's past statement: if you do not locate Kunlun's brain within 72 hours, you shall not be worthy of possessing your own brain. Fourth brother, is it truly so difficult to capture a battered Kunlun? The general gazed down from his imposing metallic seat, looking down upon Colonel Ning. You have left me somewhat disappointed. Chapter 75. Black eats black. Colonel Ning's legs trembled, and a faint stain of urine began to seep through his trousers. He was gripped by an overwhelming fear. He did not wish to become a mere brain, an entity forever imprisoned, directed, and condemned to a life devoid of light as a shipboard consciousness. Such a fate would be the most brutal and inhumane punishment conceivable. In the stillness of night, he had once heard the anguished cries of humanity emanating from the ship's communication device. He remained uncertain whether those were indeed the souls of his second and third brothers. Ning Chuan, the general said, shaking his head in resignation, your father has always favored you. Unless absolutely necessary, I would never resort to violence against you. My physical capabilities do not match yours, and in the future, someone must continue our family legacy. Do you remember our objective? We aim to ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the Interstellar Alliance. And then instigate a coup. We shall become the true official force within the galaxy. We will roam freely here, and none shall dare to obstruct us. At present, we lack sufficient strength, and Kunlun is aware of our secret. We must ensure she does not convey any information. Colonel Ning continued to tremble uncontrollably. Although his elder brother spoke softly, the gaze he directed at him was perpetually that of a beast fixated on fresh prey. Yet, faced with the current situation, Colonel Ning found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Allow me to show you something. The general shook his head, embodying a sense of frustration, as a signal line behind his head suddenly flickered with a stream of light, flowing into the core control console of the starship. Above them, the imaging system of the Hawk-class starship activated, projecting a virtual image into the void. The scene depicted the terrain of the garbage Earth. A Hawk-class starship's landing pod descended slowly, and 3 reconnaissance teams emerged in succession. Colonel Ning was somewhat perplexed. This footage was from approximately 10 minutes prior, at which time he had also monitored everything through the starship's scanning system. These 3 teams had been dispatched according to his orders to investigate the whereabouts of the Extreme Warriors team. As of now, the reconnaissance teams were still searching, and Colonel Ning had received no feedback. Suddenly, the general's voice broke in. What you see is an illusion. Colonel Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The image before him focused on one of the reconnaissance teams. Yet, strangely, the picture grew increasingly blurry, as if someone were adjusting the resolution. More and more mosaics appeared on the screen, until the team members were reduced to human-shaped mosaics. Suddenly, another figure, entirely obscured by mosaic, descended from above. Immediately, bursts of red mosaics erupted from the reconnaissance team. The scene resembled a miner's protection system, obscuring any trace of bloodshed or dismembered corpses, yet the audience could clearly discern that the team had met a gruesome fate. Colonel Ning's face gradually drained of color. His eyes began to twitch, as the live signals of the reconnaissance team still appeared normal in his information feedback. I have achieved first-class military honors 7 times. The Interstellar Alliance awarded me a visual detector abandoned by a level 4 civilization. After nearly 7 years of repairs, I finally installed this detector on the Hawk-class starship. I activated it earlier, but within mere seconds, its internal energy was depleted. The engineer stated it could no longer be utilized. The general's eyes glinted coldly. The enemy's signal barrier is formidable. Were it not for that detector, we would not have been able to see any of this. Colonel Ning was filled with horror. A level 4 civilization's detector could only reveal a mosaic. The general's voice lowered. Someone is foolishly playing the role of a guardian in the darkness. Colonel Ning stared wide-eyed at the fleeting 33 seconds of extremely blurry footage. That figure, could it be Kunlun? He appears to be wearing a blue cloak. Is he a scavenger? How could such a scavenger possibly exist? What is he doing? It seems he is digging a pit. Colonel Ning was overwhelmed by a barrage of vague information, teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. His feelings were exceedingly difficult to articulate. In their minds, Earth was merely a rotting, foul heap, inhabited by a multitude of wretches struggling on the precipice of life and death, yet the scene before him resembled a maggot that had emerged from dung, suddenly rising and toppling a robust bull. Colonel Ning pondered, still somewhat incredulous. How is this possible? Clearly, the general intoned, he has stumbled upon powerful equipment, perhaps even an advanced signal jammer. While the odds are astronomically low, it is simply his fortune to have found it. Damn it. Colonel Ning glared at the footage, his teeth clenched in fury. He has slain my brothers in arms. The good news is that Kunlun has not regained combat capability. The general leaned back in his chair. The bad news is that a lone hero has emerged from the countless scavengers. Of course, even if he is extraordinarily lucky and has acquired a high-level signal jammer, he must be running low on resources. As for his combat skills, while he may possess a few tricks, should he reveal himself before me, I can eliminate him in an instant. However, this fellow may have some connection to Kunlun. I need you to locate him. As for the method, the general narrowed his eyes. Next, you must fabricate a charge against those scavengers within a reasonable scope, then conduct mass arrests. Should there be any resistance, execute them on the spot. That blue cloak, if he wishes to play the hero, he will undoubtedly show himself. Rest assured, elder brother. I shall become your most capable assistant. I will prove to be as vital as the shipboard consciousness. I shall not disappoint you again. Colonel Ning fixed his gaze on the void projection, his chest rising and falling gently. To perfectly execute his elder brother's orders and be a useful person was his sole path to survival. Meanwhile, the figure in the blue cloak stood upon the ground, gazing skyward at the two Hawk-class starships. Behind this figure lay the scattered lights of the scavengers. A hero. He is merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Colonel Ning gritted his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. No one can obstruct my elder brother's path. Colonel Ning strode rapidly within the confines of the Hawk-class starship, his brow furrowed deeply, his aide followed closely in his wake. Master, you mentioned implicating those scavengers, that seems rather challenging. Challenging? Colonel Ning had donned a handsome FA-8 once more, yet his eyes were shrouded in gloom. Do you recall the eldest daughter of President Lee? The woman named Hong Yang. The aide nodded. That girl was quite attractive, and possessing D-grade genes. My impression of her is vivid. D-grade? Colonel Ning chuckled lightly. I have consumed gene serums multiple times, experiencing numerous failures. My current D-grade gene's a hard one. That woman, on that very day, I sensed something amiss about her. Her condition clearly bore the marks of a failed gene enhancement. The aide was momentarily taken aback. Then why did you prevent us from conducting a gene test on her? If she is indeed D-grade, then during the gene examination, her data would synchronize with the headquarters of the Galactic Alliance. The emergence of a high-grade gene bearer on Garbage Earth would undoubtedly draw the attention of higher authorities. Colonel Ning chuckled softly. Though the likelihood of that is nearly zero, I had no intention of taking any risks, for I promised my brothers to organize a hunting game. In other words, as long as we eliminate some refuse, it would hardly attract the Alliance's scrutiny. I understand. The aide nodded. You no longer wish to play along with them but instead intend to expose them directly. However, deceiving the Alliance officials and falsifying gene identities is a serious crime. Chapter 76, A Second Life. The hazy dawn slowly ascended. On the garbage-laden Earth engulfed in murky air, a glimmer of light finally emerged. At the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, President Lee's complexion flushed. Hong Yang, do you comprehend the words you are uttering? I am fully aware. Hong Yang raised her arm, revealing a charred wand. Only a particle-cutting dagger, standard equipment of an Interstellar Alliance squad, could inflict such an injury. President Lee's eyes widened. What if some bandit stumbled upon a particle-cutting dagger? Hong Yang tilted her head defiantly. What if the Interstellar Alliance squad is, in fact, comprised of bandits? You. President Lee trembled, his fury betraying a profound fear hidden beneath. Where do these terrifying thoughts of yours stem from? Hong Yang remained composed. A scavenger named Cheng Chi alerted me. Cheng Chi. A scavenger. President Lee felt tears welling. You choose to trust a scavenger over the regular army. Hong Yang, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize we have been living in a precarious position? If the squad truly regards the lives of scavengers as mere weeds, then why are we still alive and well? President Lee pounded the table. Why do they send us food? Hong Yan's gaze flickered. Someone is protecting us. President Lee glared. Who? Hong Yang frowned slightly. I cannot be certain, but he is also a scavenger, possibly Cheng Chi. What of Cheng Chi? President Lee, at his wit's end, exclaimed, My daughter, open your eyes and see. Our location is merely a dump, could a scavenger arise here to challenge the Interstellar Alliance squad? Our vast scavenger alliance possesses only 7 makeshift beam pistols, with a combined ammunition of merely 110 rounds. In such dire conditions, how could an ordinary scavenger confront an Interstellar Alliance squad? Could he covertly obstruct an Interstellar Alliance squad? You nearly led me astray. The Interstellar Alliance squad could never harm us. President Lee emphasized each word. What you speak, I cannot believe, nor will I. At that moment, a member of the Scavenger Alliance burst into the room. President, Colonel Nink has unexpectedly arrived. What? President Lee's expression stiffened, hastily adjusting his attire while urging Hong Yang to rise in preparation for the reception. Where has that girl Henna run off to? Never mind. Prepare the finest filtered water, and bring out my cherished pack of tea leaves. As President Lee trembled with trepidation, Colonel Ning, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, slowly entered the room. President Lee, there is no need for such formality. Colonel Ning smiled. This conversation will be brief, and I doubt the tea leaves you cherish are fit for consumption. President Lee was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Colonel Ning leisurely took a seat, his gaze fixed on the 2 luminous rings in Hong Yan's eyes, indicative of a D-grade genetic marker. President Lee, Colonel Ning casually crossed his legs. Are you aware of the consequences of falsifying genetic identities? Upon hearing this, President Lee's face paled as if a layer of white paint had been brushed over it. His hands began to tremble, though he valiantly concealed them behind his back. Moderate offences, levels 3-5, Hong Yang spoke slowly, including forgers and all who provide shelter will be apprehended, facing up to 10 years of imprisonment. Miss Hong Yang is well versed in the regulations. But your account lacks completeness, Colonel Ning continued. Allow me to elaborate. Suppose, I emphasize suppose, that Miss Hong Yan's D-grade genetic marker is a fabrication, merely to deceive some scavengers on this garbage earth for a modicum of respect, then indeed, that offence qualifies as moderate. However, if you have deceived someone of my standing, an officer of the Interstellar Alliance Combat Squad, and, under the pretense of a D-grade, 60 years of imprisonment, or even capital punishment. Colonel Ning scanned the room. This scenario encompasses not only the dozens within your scavenger alliance, but also those scavengers in the square seizing energy blocks, all either complicit or involved in the spoils. No one will escape. Colonel Ning suddenly gritted his teeth, his voice chilling. If that is indeed the case, I shall suppress the entire garbage earth. Do you comprehend what suppression entails? Should there be any resistance, I possess the authority to execute on the spot. President Lee was trembling uncontrollably, managing to force a smile. Colonel Ning, you jest. How could we dare deceive you? Perhaps fortune has favored us, Hong Yang, she is exceptionally gifted. Yet, Colonel Ning raised a hand to interrupt President Lee's words and waved dismissively. Behind him, 4 soldiers entered, carrying a massive genetic testing device. At that moment, President Lee felt as though his heart might fail, his entire body turning icy, as if he had plunged into a frigid winter lake. In his mind, one thought prevailed. It's over. All is lost. Miss Hong Yang, Colonel Ning extended his hand toward the genetic testing device, smiling, if you would be so kind. The device had activated, its surface opening to reveal a humanoid chamber within. This apparatus was substantial due to its comprehensive testing capabilities. Genetic grading is a significant matter. The Galactic Alliance has always approached it with utmost caution. Once a test subject enters the device, it will conduct 12 tests, including blood, DNA, and iris recognition, all aimed at achieving 100% accuracy. Hong Yang, her expression serene, stepped into the testing apparatus. As the hatch slowly closed, she cast a final glance at her father. President Lee stood frozen, his heart heavy with despair. The genetic testing device pulsed with blue technological light, rapidly collecting samples and generating vast amounts of data. The display screen began to illuminate with strings of characters. Ultimately, those characters coalesced into 2 lines of text. Test complete. Subject possesses high-grade genetic marker. President Lee could no longer contain his trembling legs, collapsing to the ground. Hong Yang, originally an E-grade genetic bearer, indeed fell within the realm of high-grade genetics, so such an evaluation was anticipated. However, that was merely preliminary information. The subsequent specific grade would deliver the true fatal blow. Unexpectedly, you possess quite a remarkable foundation. Colonel Ning sneered, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. E-grade genetics masquerading as D-grade is still a significant deception. Beep. Tested subjects' precise genetic grade is D-grade. Their genetic testing machine delivered its final verdict. President Lee smacked his forehead, lamenting, it's over, my daughter is actually a D-grade genetic bearer. We are truly deceiving. Wait, D-grade. President Lee's eyes widened in astonishment, springing to his feet. He approached the testing machine screen, rubbing his murky eyes vigorously. Gasp. President Lee inhaled sharply, staggering back 3 steps. D-grade, it truly is D-grade. How is this possible? Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, swallowing the rest of his words. The testing machine hatch slowly opened. What first met the eyes of the onlookers were the two azure rings within Hongyan's eyes. Her beauty was already striking, and now, paired with those mysterious and noble rings, her aura became even more aloof and imperious. Colonel Ning remained utterly motionless in his seat, disbelief etched across his features. Did I misjudge? How could this be? Her appearance that day was clearly the result of a drug backlash. She even used makeup to conceal it. But the genetic testing machine cannot. Colonel Ning's mouth hung open, his head tilting slightly, staring vacantly at Hongyan. How could a degrade genetic bearer emerge from the garbage earth? They could not possibly procure high-efficiency drugs, they lacked the capability and resources, yet the evidence lay starkly before him, rendering Colonel Ning speechless. At that moment, a service member from the Scavenger Alliance entered with a pot of brewed tea, placing it beside Colonel Ning. Hongyan gently adjusted her attire, stepping gracefully from the testing apparatus, moving slowly across the floor. This stunning woman, head held high, her beautiful eyes shimmering, recalled the previous night at the bar. She reminisced about her dreams, that scavenger youth clad in a blue cloak, and the pale blue potion he had left behind upon his departure. Last night, she had diligently sought the origins of that potion. It seemed to be the work of the genius apothecary Valente, yet none of the available information had ever mentioned such a form of Valente's potion. As the hazy sun rose in the morning, she leaned against the window, recalling the pure gaze of the boy in the blue cloak, a sense of inexplicable trust blossoming within her. In that moment, she faced the distant, dim sun and consumed the vial of potion. At this moment, Hongyan stood before Colonel Ning. Her figure was graceful as she extended her delicate, pale hand, gently lifting the teapot to pour a cup for Colonel Ning. Then, standing to the side, she tilted her pristine chin upward. Colonel Ning, this tea indeed hails from the garbage earth, and has lain dormant for quite some time. However, what is genuine cannot be feigned, and what is false cannot be true. Now, under new assistance and nourishment, it has, like magic, been bestowed with a second life. It is authentic and fragrant. Would you care to taste? Colonel Ning's arm trembled slightly. Instinctively, he accepted the teacup, gazing into Hongyan's eyes, his expression still one of disbelief. How could this be? Chapter 77, Who is the Crimson Lotus? Colonel Ning led a contingent away from the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. After traversing several hundred meters in the square, he could not restrain himself from glancing back at the Scavenger headquarters building. Gritting his teeth, he returned in defeat. The genetic level of Hong Yao was indeed authentic, leaving him with no opportunity for an outburst. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the front of the landing craft, and in his distraction, he stumbled on the climbing ladder, nearly losing his balance and dropping to one knee. Colonel Ning, are you all right? A few of his subordinates gathered around him. With eyes ablaze with fury, Colonel Ning waved his hand dismissively and regained his composure. He cast another glance at the Scavenger headquarters, gritting his teeth as he commanded, have the remains of the Huakunlun's 24th Fleet brought here and scattered uniformly outside the Earth's atmosphere, along with the remnants of the Huakunlun's former troops. His aide raised an eyebrow. What are you implying? The Interstellar Alliance has already received the genetic information of Hong Yao, but their system is cumbersome and slow to react. It will take at least 10 to 12 hours before they send someone to investigate and verify. Colonel Ning's gaze had turned icy beyond measure, and during this interval, I want every last scavenger exterminated. This includes that man in the blue cloak. He has also uncovered our true nature. I must lure him out and extract the clues regarding Huakunlun from him. Colonel Ning growled, then I shall eliminate him and all his associates, bringing this to a close. A glint of bloodlust ignited in his aide's eyes, then we can pin the blame for this massacre on Huakunlun. Not merely a convenient scapegoat. Colonel Ning's expression twisted gradually. After it is done, I will report upwards, claiming that we arrived too late to stop the merciless slaughter of innocents by this demon, Huakunlun, and that we destroyed her outside the Earth's atmosphere. In this way, we can balance our deeds and at least secure a nominal title of merit. His aide's eyes widened. This is thrilling, albeit fraught with difficulty. If we leave even one witness, thus, not a single one must be spared. There is no turning back on this path. But they have forced my hand. I have no other options. Colonel Ning lifted his head, staring at the Scavenger headquarters, his eyes filled with madness. Time is of the essence. Tell the brothers to inventory their gear, instruct the medic to prepare painless anesthetics, and have the mechanic service the equipment. In 3 hours, the army shall descend, commencing the most exhilarating hunt. Chen Qi stood before his makeshift shelter, watching as Colonel Ning's landing craft ascended swiftly, returning to the Harrier-class starship. He shrugged, surmising that Colonel Ning would seize upon the pretext of falsified genetic data to incite a blatant conflict. During the initial synthesis of the genetic agent, the first batch of Valente Fantasy agents had produced precisely 5 vials, thus, he decided to give the remaining odd vial of Valente Fantasy agent to Hong Yao. The success rate of the Valente Fantasy potion stands at an astonishing 99. 9, essentially functioning as a blind box, where the enhancement of one's genes hinges upon the user's innate talent. However, Hong Yang possesses a naturally occurring E-grade gene, a resplendent gem amidst the detritus of this wretched earth. Her original endowment is surely remarkable. It appears she has triumphed. Furthermore, following the elevation of her genetic level, Hong Yang's management prowess is likely to be augmented as well. For Cheng Qi, a single Valente fantasy potion is inconsequential, yet for Hong Yang, for the entire Scavenger Alliance, and indeed for all scavengers, it could very well signify the dawn of a new era. Nevertheless, Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. For someone like Major Ning, extremism and madness are the norms, especially after encountering repeated setbacks, which only serve to intensify the primal instincts lurking within. He is akin to a bomb with its fuse ignited, and he is unlikely to proceed with trepidation any longer. The final confrontation is undoubtedly imminent. Let us engage in battle. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. Behind him, the entrance to the underground sanctuary creaked open slowly. The youth stepped inside, preparing to amass his own strategic resources. In the workshop, the equipment Cheng Qi had recently acquired lay spread across the floor. By dismantling 3 scouting teams, he had managed to procure another 36 small signal jammers and 36 particle slicing daggers. Coupled with his previous stockpile, he now possessed a total of 84 military-grade particle slicing daggers. After organizing his thoughts, Cheng Qi first merged the small signal jammers into a second innocent defense array. He then turned his attention to the 84 military-grade particle slicing daggers. These cold weapons, enhanced by modern technology, had yet to be synthesized by him. He had accumulated such a quantity in hopes of executing a seamless synthesis. Detecting similar technological creations, commencing synthesis, Cheng Qi raised his arm, the STC on his wrist emanating a brilliant blue fan-shaped scanning beam. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful. Military particle curved sabers, 42. Military light blade longswords, 21. Beholding the military light blade longswords before him, their form had undergone a complete transformation. The category shifted from daggers to longswords, with an extended size and increased power. Yet Cheng Qi did not pause, for he sought the ultimate answer. Dispersing into primal matter, military quantum oscillation swords, 10. Military force field shield swords, 5. Why do they all bear the term military? Cheng Qi pondered for a moment. Could it be that the upgrade parts for these weapons are entirely confined to military equipment? Gently, he lifted a military force field shield sword. The technologically sophisticated blade exhibited no signs of activation, its overall appearance dim and lifeless. Such technological weaponry must undergo activation to reveal its full capabilities. At this juncture, a line of red text suddenly appeared on the holographic screen of the hilt. No military personnel file found, device cannot be activated. Cheng Qi nodded in realization. These weapons were indeed locked. They were advanced military equipment, and even if they inadvertently found their way into civilian hands, they would remain inoperative due to the absence of corresponding file permissions. Yet, these weapons were merely transitional. Cheng Qi still had 2 synthesis opportunities remaining. Dispersing into primal matter. Military gravitational spears. 2. Dispersing into primal matter. Exclusive military weapon Crimson Lotus War God. 1. This weapon hails from the indomitable legend of 120 years hence, a technological creation of the human legions 120 years in the future. It is not of the current era but a uniquely customized weapon of the future, equipped with a biometric identification system, a force field guardian system, a gravitational flight system, a particle oscillation penetration system, an antimatter flame system, and a holographic Crimson Lotus totem. This weapon integrates various technologies from civilizations of levels 2, 9 to 4. 0. So although, in the era of stars and vast oceans, melee weapons have lost their effective value, this particular weapon symbolizes the indomitable spirit of the martial deity, a ceaseless war drum resonating in the hearts of countless soldiers. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. Before him stood a long spear, crimson in hue, adorned with intricate golden patterns. It automatically activated its built-in force field. Standing majestically upon the ground, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length, it towered over Cheng Qi. At a mere glance, the spear emanated an unparalleled aura of lethality. The red technological glow upon it swirled incessantly, resembling water flowing upward, continuously converging from the base to the tip. The bright blade at the tip, with a sharp zing, reflected a glimmering star-like brilliance that pierced Cheng Qi's eyes. Hiss! Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. This sensation was akin to gazing upon a battlefield strewn with corpses amidst the stars. The wielder of this spear would forever be the victorious one. It seemed destined never to fall, inspiring all blood-soaked warriors with its piercing resonance and unparalleled sharpness. It is indeed a combat apparatus of future humanity. Incorporating so many functions. It even possesses the antimatter technology that humanity has long aspired to but has yet to attain. This is an immense fortune. However, is it a custom weapon? Could it possibly be what I am imagining? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he slowly rose, extending his arm to grasp the imposing spear. Buzz, suddenly, the spear unleashed a tangible defensive force field, resembling a transparent wall, pushing Cheng-Chi back 2 meters. This weapon can only recognize the Scarlet Lotus martial deity, whose creator is a legendary genius mechanic. Damn it. Cheng-Chi comprehended everything. It was precisely as he suspected. Even if he forcefully attempted to seize the weapon, the biological recognition system would render it inoperable. This is quite the predicament. Cheng-Chi grumbled. Who is the Scarlet Lotus? Chapter 78. Know thyself and thy enemy farther. If I install those components, will I truly become the mightiest warrior in the entire galaxy? Of course, not only will you be the strongest in the galaxy, but you shall also ascend to become the most formidable warrior in the entire universe. Within the subterranean shelter, the battered figure of Warkinglern lay suspended on an iron frame, her programming in disarray, projecting fragmented images before her eyes. On an endless expanse of verdant grassland, a young girl with a red ponytail sat quietly beside a robust man. The scenery was picturesque and heartwarming. Any unpleasant occurrence would shatter this idyllic beauty. Suddenly, the images became blurred, and a blinding flash erupted. The air was filled with screams and the cacophony of explosions. In the dark void of space, countless sniper beams struck the adult Warkinglern, her body resembling a kite severed from its string, riddled with bullet wounds. Inside the shelter, Warkinglern's head began to tremble, issuing a low growl of rage and fear. Cheng-Chi stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorway of the workshop, silently observing Warkinglern, a hint of regret flickering in his heart. Cheng-Chi, alas, the monkeys have arrived. After holding back for so many days, they've come like a volcanic eruption, delivering heaps of junk. Hanzai appeared at the entrance of the shelter, cradling a massive mound of refuse towering over 6 meters high. Junk is a term from Hanzai's dialect, referring to waste. Among the refuse he carried, 80 consisted of damaged cybernetic bodies, with various parts scattered throughout. Cheng-Chi nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the heap of debris in Hanzai's arms, mentally commending the monkeys for their swiftness and capability. Warkinglern strained to turn her head. Due to damage to her control chip, she could only widen one eye fully, while the other eyelid began to tremble mechanically after opening to a certain extent. Are you truly willing to assist me? This will place a significant risk upon you. Warkinglern gazed at Cheng-Chi. I understand. It is impossible to find suitable components on this garbage planet. I shall not impose unreasonable demands or expectations upon you to restore all my functions. That would be asking too much. I only require a pair of functional legs, granting me the chance to escape the encirclement and return to the Alliance headquarters. Regardless of how far you can go, any assistance you provide in my dire situation would be immensely helpful. As she spoke, a burst of electrical sparks erupted from her neck. She exerted effort to nod. Warkinglern will forever remember Mr. Cheng-Chi's outstretched hand. Thank you. Cheng-Chi smiled. Understood. In the workshop, Cheng-Chi examined the cybernetic limbs scattered across the floor. Presently, there was no shortage of parts, even including artificial lung lobes. However, these cybernetic components all shared a common flaw. They lacked any surface armor or artificial skin, consisting solely of skeletons or incomplete cores. Cheng-Chi picked up a cybernetic arm, which had now been reduced to a single dark metallic bone, marked with bite marks from an unknown creature, likely a vermin that had gnawed at it in the refuse heap, only to discover it was inedible. Cheng-Chi rolled his shoulder and said, Then, let us begin. Within Warkinglern's body, only a faint residue of energy remained, yet she resisted the urge to enter sleep mode, keeping her beautiful red eyes fixed on Cheng-Chi's workshop. The space, constructed from dilapidated wooden boards and metal, was intermittently illuminated by flickering blue lights, as if engaged in some form of welding operation. She yearned for the young mechanic to piece together a functional body for her from the discarded refuse. Although under such conditions, it seemed exceedingly demanding, yet this was Warkinglern's sole opportunity. Her heart incessantly prayed, if only she could move, if only she could act. 20 minutes later, Cheng-Chi emerged from the workshop, cradling a collection of jet-black cybernetic skeletal frames. Due to module damage, Warkinglern's vision was somewhat hazy. She was astonished to see that Cheng-Chi had managed to assemble the discarded skeletons in such a brief period. However, as he drew nearer, her vision clarified. Warkinglern's eye widened in disbelief. Before her stood a set of entirely refurbished cybernetic bones. The rust had vanished, and the damaged areas were restored, resembling a matte carbon fiber material, yet the skeleton was adorned with intricate spiral patterns. No, it was not merely that. The intense fluctuation of her thoughts triggered a spark at the back of Warkinglern's head. Were those micro-rotor bones? They housed hundreds of micro-rotor matrices, generating power through the high-speed rotation of gravitons, ensuring lightweight design while enhancing the attack and movement speed of the cybernetic body, thus providing a significant advantage in combat or operation. Warkinglern found it hard to believe this technology was top-tier within the Galactic Scientific Alliance's artificial limb branch, surpassing even her own physical form. Cheng-Chi had somehow mastered this technology. But how had he acquired it? Such knowledge could not possibly have leaked, and even if it had, it would not have reached this garbage planet. Warkangloon's eye twitched violently. This technology was developed by Cheng Chi himself, coincidentally coinciding with the pinnacle of the Galactic Alliance's technological advancements. Warkangloon was increasingly incredulous. Her mind was consumed by a single thought. Cheng Chi's talent was extraordinary, yet to complete a skeletal overhaul and integrate the microrotor technology in such a short span? Warkangloon stared at the wooden shacks. Did his workshop contain some form of large-scale production line? Materials are limited. We shall make do. Cheng Chi approached Warkangloon, connecting one of the arms to her body. In that instant, numerous slender tendrils extended from the end of the arm bone, weaving through the air before slowly burrowing into Warkangloon's battered shoulder, initiating a fusion with her electronic nerves. Warkangloon's heart quivered once more. The rotor bones did not possess such connection technology. The rotor bones she was familiar with employed a physical hard connection method. Those black filaments resembled some form of nanoscale biological nerves. Was this an upgraded version of the rotor bones? The emotional assistance module's alerts grew increasingly intense as Warkangloon became more astonished, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. I suspect the counterfeit soldiers will soon cast aside their hypocritical masks. Cheng Chi meticulously measured various micro-rotor bones, scapulae, arm bones, ribs, with utmost precision. Warkangloon's expression grew solemn. I have a plan. Cheng Chi continued working. If they dare act recklessly, I am prepared to leave them here forever. Warkangloon paused momentarily. She heard Cheng Chi state, the ideal scenario is for them all to perish, while I render the Harrier-class starship incapable of combat without destroying it. Warkangloon's expression faltered again. In her heart, the notion of leaving everyone behind already seemed implausible. She had not anticipated that Cheng Chi would elevate that challenge further, seeking to incapacitate the starship without destroying it. It felt like a far-fetched dream. Cheng Chi's demeanor remained calm. As the saying goes, know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall be victorious in every battle. Yet I know nothing about those two starships. The captain of the Harrier-class starship is named Ningfeng. He is the most brilliant commander of the Galactic Alliance in the past 2 decades. His greatest asset is the 2 fully armed Harrier-class starships. Warkangloon frowned. In your confrontation with him, the moment you reveal yourself, he could unleash the annihilation cannon on his starship, obliterating you in an instant. In the Alliance, people often describe Ningfeng's relationship with his starship as the unity of heaven and man. Cheng Chi's movements paused momentarily. What kind of power does the annihilation cannon possess? Due to the limitations of the ship's size, it is equipped with a secondary annihilation energy cannon. The instantaneous pressure generated by a single shot is 30 times that of Earth's core. The annihilation cannon, as the name suggests, is designed to annihilate stars. That is a force no individual can withstand. Warkangloon's red pupils flickered. Even at my peak, I could not endure it. Understood. Cheng Chi's voice was remarkably calm. The 2 starships are only equipped with 1 annihilation cannon. Correct. How can we prevent its second shot? Warkangloon's expression froze for a moment. She did not comprehend what Cheng Chi meant by second shot. For to countless beings, experiencing the power of the annihilation cannon once was equivalent to experiencing it for the last time. The Harrier-class's defensive field, codenamed Heaven's Shield, is one of the most formidable force field shields in the Galactic Alliance. To obstruct the second shot of the annihilation cannon, one must breach the Heaven's Shield and destroy the main body of the annihilation cannon. The only way to break through the Heaven's Shield is to concentrate a certain high-energy, high-density beam on one of its rhombic units. If the attacking force is sufficient, the Heaven's Shield may exhibit localized damage, creating a small breach. However, the Heaven's Shield comprises 7 layers. Even if all 7 layers were breached in an instant, the overall shield would behave like a Rubik's Cube, rotating layer by layer, causing all 7 breaches to shift instantaneously, transforming into a vast maze. And 30 seconds later, the annihilation cannon will fire again. No one can enter. Warkangloon's expression was complex. To think you could break through the Heaven's Shield alone seems rather unrealistic. Understood. Cheng Chi's eyes sparkled with a certain gleam. Warkangloon was puzzled. She had detailed Ningfeng's might, yet Cheng Chi, who was preparing for war, merely responded with a casual understood. If I manage to restore you, Cheng Chi suddenly stated, will you assist me when I confront the counterfeit soldiers? Warkangloon did not hesitate. I will help. Cheng Chi nodded. However, your best choice is to seize the chaos to return to the Galactic Alliance headquarters and report the situation truthfully. Warkangloon fell silent for a moment. Firstly, you have given me a second chance at life. I must repay your kindness. Secondly, the scavengers are also residents of the Galactic Alliance, and I am a soldier. If I know they are about to be slaughtered and do nothing, I would be unable to find peace. I must take action. Cheng Chi pursed his lips and nodded. In truth, this pitch-black, skinless skeleton hardly befits my illustrious reputation as Cheng the Great. At that moment, Warkangloon suddenly realized, after conversing for so long, Cheng Chi had merely laid the micro-rotor skeletons on the ground before her, without fitting them onto her. She watched as Cheng Chi gathered the skeletal frames and, with a hint of a smile, said, please wait a moment. Chapter 79, Cyber Civilization. It dispersed into primitive matter, commencing synthesis. Within the workshop, Chen Qi's visage was enveloped in a radiant blue glow of technological brilliance. Upon discerning the true essence of Hua Kunlun, Chen Qi resolved to bestow upon her a grander opportunity. The previously employed micro-rotor skeletal framework was merely an experiment. In reality, Chen Qi had utilized only half of a discarded cybernetic body. With the infusion of new materials, the ultimate creation could transcend 2 tiers. Synthesis successful. Carbon-24 magnetic cybernetic skeletal arm 2. Carbon-24 magnetic cybernetic skeletal scapular 2. Carbon-24 magnetic cybernetic skeletal rib 2. Like a deity descending from the heavens, the STC initiated yet another grand synthesis. The tattered remnants of equipment before him underwent a miraculous transformation, evolving from 8 to 4, and from 4 to 2, all illuminated by a wondrous radiance. A completely new bionic skeletal framework emerged, encompassing every conceivable part. Carbon-24. This represents a novel form of the carbon element, one that has presumably surpassed human technology. Chen Qi gazed at the annotations of this skeletal structure. Exceedingly lightweight, it not only enhances micro-rotor technology but also incorporates magnetic control technology, resulting in foundational combat data that has increased by more than 3-fold. Yet, this still seemed excessive. Chen Qi, filled with anticipation, felt a surge of vitality, disperse into primordial matter and proceed with the synthesis. STC replied, "This is a statement I must make, your words hold no weight." All right, you take the lead. Disperse into primordial matter, commence synthesis, based on the synthesis materials, predict the user's synthesis objectives and trends, activating the comprehensive scheme synthesis module. Chen Qi paused. Comprehensive scheme. Synthesis successful. Core structure of cyber civilization level 3-5-1. Also known as Level 7 Cyber War Skeleton. 600 years later, human civilization endures in the cosmos, having not perished. One of the means by which humanity sustains its civilization is through the universal adoption of cybernetic augmentation. Consequently, a brand new civilization, termed cyber civilization, has emerged in the universe. Cyber civilization retains only the human brain, with all other organs replaced by cybernetic technology. Due to the rampant proliferation of electronic substances, a significant portion of cybernetic life has undergone mental distortion, leading to the bifurcation of cyber civilization into orthodox cyber civilization and the cyber underworld. The two factions gradually ignited a protracted conflict known as the century-long cyber war. The Level 7 Cyber War Skeleton represents the pinnacle of the cyber underworld's combat capabilities and is equipped with a dedicated red heat mode lasting 2 minutes and 0.1 seconds. Once activated, its combat prowess is second only to the 8 Cyber Emperor. This technology amalgamates all existing cybernetic bionic skeletal technologies, including but not limited to iterative nanoneural systems, ultra-microscale rotor matrices, cybernetic power packs, and the strength and lightweight properties of carbon-24-2 fibers. Integrated with the BCM5241 processing chip, it enhances computational abilities, accelerates response rates, and assists in combat techniques, along with comprehensive chip capabilities. The chip incorporates augmented reality, AR, technology, capable of transmitting exhaustive operational guidelines to the biological brain within a virtual environment, thereby facilitating comprehensive combat training. Chen Qi gazed at this annotation. His second reaction was to acknowledge the terrifying nature of this equipment. However, his initial response was a profound appreciation for the vastness of the universe, which embraces myriad forms of civilization like a blooming garden, mysterious and alluring. Having previously encountered microbial civilizations, botanical civilizations, and biological civilizations, he now stood before the marvel of cyber civilization. A yearning smile graced Chen Qi's face, as he envisioned a day when he could venture into the starry ocean to explore, witness, and uncover. Regaining his focus, Chen Qi turned his attention to the remarkable creation before him. It became clear what STC referred to as the holistic plan module. Before him stood a roughly 170 centimeter tall, pale red skeleton. Firstly, it was no longer a disarray of scattered bones but a cohesive entity. Secondly, it had been enhanced with numerous intricate details, such as the pair of cybernetic eyes nestled in the eye sockets, the human brain auxiliary chip emanating a crimson glow upon its forehead, a newly fashioned mechanical spine, and a bionic heart nestled within its thoracic cavity. Furthermore, its skeletal structure was adorned with protrusions formed by clusters of red fibers, resembling bionic muscle. Only the interior of its cranium remained hollow, necessitating the implantation of a human brain to activate the entire skeletal system. The essence of STC's holistic plan module lay in its capacity to compute Chen Qi's core objectives and synthesize them in one fell swoop, thereby eliminating the cumbersome assembly process and achieving seamless integration. Were it not for this feature, Chen Qi would have been required to synthesize each cybernetic bone individually and then affix them painstakingly onto Kunlun. How humane. Jarlu. Alas, this cannot be consumed. Following a moment of chaos, the door to the workshop swung open. Chen Qi stepped out slowly, the head of the beautiful figure lifted with considerable effort, gazing in Chen Qi's direction. Its pupils, once dim due to energy depletion, now radiated with vibrant light. Behind Chen Qi floated an unprecedented cybernetic skeletal structure. The wrists and ankles of this skeleton emitted gentle crimson ripples of force, allowing it to levitate gracefully in the air, undeniably, as the second powerhouse of the three. 5-level cyber civilization, even in its dormant state, it stands tall like a deity of war. Hua Kunlun could distinctly sense the formidable and enigmatic nature of this skeletal structure. Having once integrated the most advanced cybernetic enhancements of human civilization, she was acutely aware that the technology before her likely transcended the bounds of humanity. In her understanding, she could not fathom what kind of technology this cybernetic skeleton represented, nor could she ascertain its classification. Hua Kunlun gazed at Chen Qi, overwhelmed by an abundance of questions and astonishment that left her at a loss for words. "You truly exceed my wildest imagination." The crimson pupils of the beautiful head glimmered with a crystalline brilliance. The transplantation of a biological brain is a complex and intricate procedure. I shall endeavor to articulate my experiences of modification to assist you in executing this operation. No need, Chen Qi replied, tilting his head slightly. At that moment, the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster on one side suddenly activated. Hundreds of thousands of nano-repair robots, resembling a cloud of black smoke, drifted forth, gracefully landing upon the head of the beautiful robot. They began to meticulously analyze her neural connections and instantaneously devised a secure transplantation plan. In the next instant, tiny and dense arcs of electricity flickered within Hua Kunlun's skull. The quantum repair cluster had commenced its work. Hua Kunlun's eyes widened in astonishment. The passive safety system informed her that the ongoing transplantation operation in her brain was executed with a precision that far surpassed that of the Galactic Science Alliance. "Dispose of all those outdated chips in her brain," Chen Qi's voice resonated. Hua Kunlun paused, slowly shifting her gaze toward the pale red cybernetic skeleton standing nearby. At its forehead, a chip pulsated with a red glow, flickering mysteriously, as if it were issuing a fateful summons to Hua Kunlun. "Still lacking a bit," Chen Qi mused. "The upgrade pathway for this equipment ultimately leads back to the internal skeleton." He stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. "It appears that the external armor and internal skeleton of cybernetic life forms are two distinct systems. To be frank, the current Kunlun resembles a crimson technological skeleton. Venturing out like this would surely frighten little girls." Hua Kunlun found it difficult to conceal her astonishment. "This is already exceedingly impressive. How could I possibly demand more?" Yet, Chen Qi remained unconvinced, shaking his head dismissively. Hua Kunlun added, "Moreover, on Earth at present, it would be nearly impossible to find armor materials that could match this skeleton." Chen Qi tilted his head, glancing at the ground on the other side of the sanctuary, where another assortment of refuse brought by the monkeys lay neatly arranged. Among them were 15 metal smelting crucibles. Such small devices were typically utilized by scavengers to melt various alloys, ultimately extracting precious metals. After gathering the crucibles, Chen Qi dove back into his workshop. Dispersing into primitive materials, commencing synthesis. High-energy molecular crucibles, 7. Halo smelting furnaces, 3. Moraz Intelligent Forging Production Line, 1. Capable of smelting 223 types of rare alloys, integrating the lifelong forging techniques of Master Moraz, combining forging, design, and spraying into one, with the ultimate performance of the products closely linked to the forging materials, enhancing durability by up to 300, while adhering to Moraz's design philosophy of pursuing ultimate mechanical aesthetics. Every item produced by this production line is destined to become a sought-after treasure in the interstellar collectibles market. Observing his masterpiece, Chen Qi nodded with a smile. This was indeed what he desired, even surpassing his expectations. He turned and opened the wooden door of the workshop, leaning against the frame as he gazed at the beautiful head from a distance. "Alas! General Hua Kunlun," he mused, "meeting me is truly your stroke of fortune. In your past life, you must have saved the galaxy." In the distance, Hua Kunlun furrowed her brow with difficulty. "I do not quite comprehend your meaning, and if I may be so bold, I have only saved the galaxy twice in this lifetime." Chen Qi was taken aback. All right, you win." Chapter 80. The faceless demon Lord Chen Qi had diligently immersed himself in his work for another 20 minutes. At this moment, he had just settled into his seat, wiped the sweat from his brow, and picked up a bright red apple, taking a hearty bite. The relentless pursuit of synthesis brought him immense satisfaction. Delving into the mechanics and crafting of machinery was akin to quenching an insatiable thirst. Alert, alert. The small satin on the ceiling, part of the Innocence Defense Array, suddenly flickered with a crimson glow and emitted a warning signal. Chen Qi paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. The scene above the surface materialized in his view. He observed a small garbage transport ship descending near his makeshift shelter, emblazoned with the insignia of an Interstellar Alliance team. Upon further investigation, Cheng Chi discovered that this tiny transport vessel originated from one of the Harrier-class starships. What is going on? How did they find me here? Cheng Chi rose slowly, his gaze fixed on the garbage transport ship. He watched as the ship's hatch creaked open, revealing a man in a white lab coat, seemingly around 60 years of age, with shifty eyes. This individual stood before Cheng Chi's shelter, waving his hands frantically, whispering, "Don't shoot, I'm one of you." Cheng Chi was momentarily taken aback. This fellow gave off an odd impression, akin to an intruder stumbling into a village, who said he was one of their own. "I'm coming in. Please don't attack me." As he spoke, the man in the lab coat raised his hands and lifted the flap of Cheng Chi's tent, only to be taken aback himself by the sight of the shabby interior, devoid of any human presence. At that moment, Cheng Chi, draped in a blue scavenger's cloak, emerged slowly from behind a nearby mound of refuse. In his hand glinted a black, pointed dagger. "If you cannot clarify the situation, I shall have no choice but to leave you here permanently." "Are you Mr. Cheng Chi?" The man in the lab coat scurried closer. "I was sent by Boss Missouri." "Mo?" Cheng Chi was momentarily stunned, glancing at the garbage ship and then at the Harrier-class starship above. He. The man in the lab coat nodded eagerly, a broad smile on his face. "I am but a humble individual, known by the moniker the Faceless Demon Lord. Currently, I am employed by Boss Missouri, who tasked me with retrieving some goods." The Faceless Demon Lord. Cheng Chi's eye twitched. What era was it that people still used such foolish monikers? He. "Rest assured, I am not a member of the Interstellar Alliance. I merely captured one of their logistics team members beforehand, donned a complete set of biological disguise masks, and 2 days ago, I infiltrated one of their Harrier-class starships along with their supplies." The man in the lab coat chuckled. "My task is to retrieve the goods from you and then make a prompt exit with them." He. Cheng Chi was somewhat dazed. Was this truly feasible? Mo had indeed mentioned he would find a way to retrieve the more than 10,000 high-entropy alloys. At the time, Cheng Chi was curious. Now that Earth was under the control of the Interstellar Alliance team, what means could he possibly employ? Little did he expect that he had leveraged the situation to send someone to infiltrate the Interstellar Alliance team directly. "Mr. Cheng, the Interstellar Alliance team is brewing a major operation, and their internal affairs are in disarray." I seized the opportunity to slip away under the guise of disposing of medical waste. The self-proclaimed Faceless Demon Lord grinned. "I merely disguised myself as a nutritionist, regularly delivering anti-aging potions and such, and I am not privy to their plans." "You must exercise caution." Cheng Chi tilted his head. "Why do you keep saying he? The man in the lab coat nodded. "It's a colloquial expression from my homeland, roughly meaning that's how it is." Cheng Chi raised an eyebrow. "Is it really that easy to infiltrate a Harrier-class starship?" "Not easy." The man in the lab coat patted his chest. "This is my special skill." Cheng Chi remained somewhat skeptical. "Do you know what goods you are to retrieve?" 450 pieces of high-entropy alloy." "Then you surely understand that this material is of considerable value, and I must handle it with utmost care." "I comprehend your concerns." The man in the lab coat nodded. "First, you may contact Boss Missouri at any time to verify my identity. Secondly, before coming here, Boss Missouri specifically informed me of your rendezvous code." Millimeter. Cheng Chi's expression shifted. He had never agreed upon any so-called rendezvous code with Mo. What was this fellow rambling about? Yet, he observed the old man in the lab coat scanning the surroundings, cupping his hands over his mouth to whisper, "A Mr. Cheng, listen closely. The first half of the code is wolf's heart, pig's lung." Millimeter. Cheng Chi was taken aback. He watched as the man in the lab coat, with utmost seriousness, urged, "Mr. Cheng, please do say the second half of the code." Cheng Chi's eye twitched as he tentatively replied, "A meat bun hitting a donkey. Connection successful. I knew we were on the same side." The man in the lab coat exclaimed, visibly excited. A successful meeting. Cheng Chi slowly rubbed his forehead. What on earth was going on? Subsequently, for the sake of caution, Cheng Chi contacted Mo via a dedicated radio. As expected, this remarkable Faceless Demon Lord was indeed the person he had hired for the retrieval. Moreover, Mo confirmed that this individual possessed formidable skills, with an excellent reputation and credibility across the entire interstellar black market. His competence was second to none, and Cheng Chi could confidently entrust the high-entropy alloys to him. "Mr. Cheng Chi, there seems to be a discrepancy in the quantity," the Faceless Demon Lord frowned. Boss Missouri was quite clear. There are supposed to be 450 pieces, yet it appears there are precisely 450 pieces short. Cheng Chi's expression remained calm. Just now, I utilized some. The faceless demon lord was momentarily stunned. What on earth could require such a substantial amount of high-entropy alloy? Cheng Qi smiled faintly. That is a matter I am entitled to keep confidential. Hee, naturally. The faceless demon lord nodded. However, I shall report truthfully to Boss Missouri, and the remaining payment will naturally reflect this deduction. Suddenly, Cheng Qi inquired, will you be returning to the Harrier-class starship afterward? Not going back. The faceless demon lord replied ambiguously. The interstellar team is dispersing something outside the atmosphere. I intend to take advantage of this opportunity to pilot the transport ship and escape promptly, delivering the goods to Boss Missouri without delay. Could you assist me with a favor? Cheng Qi slowly produced a metal device the size of a playing card. Please place this item inside the Harrier-class starship. The faceless demon lord hesitated. That's not entirely out of the question, but it will increase the risk, and it will cost extra. Cheng Qi suddenly smiled. You can request the additional fee from Boss Missouri, stating it was a service rendered on my behalf. He will cover it. The faceless demon lord did not take the device just yet, adding, but I must inform you in advance that this device clearly possesses remote communication capabilities. The detectors inside the Harrier-class starship are highly sensitive. Should this external device activate, even with a weak signal, it will undoubtedly be discovered by the captain within a maximum of 60 seconds. 60 seconds of operational time. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed. That's sufficient. The faceless demon lord, puzzled, inquired, where do you intend to place it? Did they not procure a batch of black market weapons? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. I need you to conceal this device in the warehouse containing those weapons. Is this a bomb? You wouldn't be intending to destroy those weapons, would you? The faceless demon lord appeared somewhat bewildered. Well, if they are reduced to rubble, it has nothing to do with me. My duty is merely to deliver the goods and earn my reward. Finally, the faceless demon lord accepted the playing card from Cheng Qi's hand. Boss Cheng, consider this task done. 60 seconds of operational time. Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered. That will suffice. The faceless demon lord, puzzled, asked, where do you want me to place it? Didn't they purchase a batch of black market weapons? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. I need you to put this in the warehouse where the black market weapons are stored. Is this a bomb? You're not thinking of blowing up those weapons, are you? The faceless demon lord appeared bewildered. Well, it's not my concern if they are blown to smithereens. My duty is merely to deliver the goods and earn my fee. With that, the faceless demon lord finally took the playing card from Cheng Qi's hand. Boss Cheng, I accept this job.